I am Xiao Man Man. I woke up choking, surrounded by water rushing into my nose. I panicked and tried to swim up, but then I saw a disgusting man grinning at me. He reached out with his greasy hands, and I felt sick. My head was spinning, but suddenly, memories flashed in my mind, making me realize what was happening. Without hesitation, I took a deep breath and dove down, using all my strength to drag the man with me. I spotted some weeds at the bottom and quickly tangled them around his legs. At that moment, I heard a mechanical voice in my head saying something about a system binding to me. Shaking off my confusion, I surfaced and hurried out of the water, rushing toward my home. As I ran, memories from a novel I had read before filled my mind. I had somehow transmigrated into a tragic character in a book set in the past. In the story, this girl drowned and was saved by an old bachelor who then forced her into marriage. She suffered daily abuse and died within 3 years, buried in nothing but a ragged sheet. Meanwhile, the villainous women who betrayed her lived well, stealing her family's heirlooms and securing good futures for themselves. Furious at my fate, I reached my home and found the door wide open. Inside, my so-called cousin was laughing, stealing valuables. I didn't hesitate. I kicked the door open and knocked her out with a wooden rod. I snatched back the jade bracelet she had stolen, but as soon as I put it on, it vanished. The system's voice returned, announcing my successful binding and rewarding me with supplies, including medicine, money, and magical items. I tested the system by trying to store the stolen items in my space, but before I could, a strong hand grabbed mine. It was a man, scolding me for stealing. Struggling to break free, I recognized him. He was supposed to be the novel's male lead, but was now a secondary character. Annoyed, I shouted for help, making him release me instantly. Ignoring him, I took everything back, even checking hidden spots for more. Then I left, brushing past him. He followed, suggesting I change my wet clothes, but I smirked and refused. Thanks to my system, I had a magical item to dry and refresh my clothes instantly. As I left, I noticed his friend looking shocked, while he, now frustrated, silently followed me. It all started when I heard a crowd gathering by the lake. When I got there, I found a big group of people whispering and pointing fingers. In the center, Li Chunchao was crying loudly, claiming she saw me fall into the lake and suggesting that Uncle Zhao might have taken me away. Her words hinted at something inappropriate, and the villagers, always eager for gossip, started imagining the worst. Just when their wild guesses got out of hand, I pushed through the crowd. Their shocked faces were priceless. Li Chunchao was still wiping her tears, convinced something bad had happened to me. I gave her a cold smile and slapped her face. "What nonsense are you spreading?" I asked. She stammered, insisting she saw me fall and get saved by Uncle Zhao. I knew she was lying. After all, she was the one who pushed me into the water. Poor thing didn't even notice that I was completely dry. I turned to the village leader, Wang Defa, and asked for justice. My dry clothes were proof enough. The villagers, realizing the truth, started giving Li Chunchao disapproving looks. Even the loudmouth Xiao Cuifan scolded her. Li Chunchao, confused and desperate, tried to argue that I must have changed clothes, but the women confirmed I was wearing the same outfit I had at work earlier. I decided to hit back. I brought up all the secrets Li Chunchao had told me about the villagers, turning their attention away from me. The crowd exploded in anger, each person defending themselves. Li Guilin slapped Li Chunchao, Qin Erhua cried dramatically, and Accountant Lu was furious. I watched it all with a smirk, thinking how easy it was to turn the tables. In the end, Wang Defa threatened to cut their work points if they didn't calm down. The crowd fell silent. Li Chunchao glared at me with hatred, pretending to be the victim. But I knew I had won today's battle. After exposing Li Chuancao's lies earlier, many villagers started blaming me for disturbing the peace. I wasn't bothered. I wiped away fake tears and reminded everyone that Lu Yuan, a respected cadre, had heard everything and could prove my innocence. Though he hesitated, I silently pressured him, knowing his secret. In the end, he agreed, much to my relief and satisfaction. Getting someone as upright as Lu Yuan to lie for me wasn't easy, but I had leverage. Lu Yuan was no fool. He knew the dark truth about Zhao Dahu, a man who had harmed many girls in the village. As a soldier, Lu Yuan couldn't afford to have his career ruined by accusations of turning a blind eye. He also didn't know how I discovered his true identity, but that fear kept him from opposing me. I used this to my advantage. I further cornered Li Chunqiao by claiming other villagers had also witnessed her gossiping. The crowd, easily swayed, believed me. She was forced to apologize to those she had slandered, but no one pitied her. Just as everyone was ready to leave, someone asked about Zhao Dahu's whereabouts. Suspicion and curiosity grew when a child found his belt near the lake. People whispered about scandalous possibilities, and Li Chunqiao, overwhelmed, blurted out that he had drowned. I watched the chaos with amusement until Lu Yuan grabbed my wrist and demanded to know who I really was. I brushed him off with a smile, promising to keep his secret if he stood by me. He agreed, albeit grudgingly, but still questioned how my clothes stayed dry after the supposed fall. I deflected his question, and he couldn't press further without exposing himself. As we exchanged glances, Zhao Dahu's mother sent people to search the lake, fearing the worst. I stood back, calm and ready for whatever came next. 3 young men dove into the lake to search for Zhao Dahu, and soon, they found him underwater. His ankle was tangled in weeds, and his body floated lifelessly. Everyone was shocked, especially Zhao Dahu's mother, who refused to believe her son, an excellent swimmer, could drown. She slapped Li Chunqiao, blaming her for cursing her son. That loud slap made me flinch, reminding me of the countless beatings the original Qiao Man suffered from this woman. I couldn't help but shiver. As the scene unfolded, Zhao Dahu's father arrived, heartbroken at the sight of his dead son. The villagers whispered, wondering how Zhao Dahu ended up in the water and why Li Chunqiao lied about it. Suddenly, Li Chunqiao pointed at me, accusing me of pushing Zhao Dahu and threatening her to stay silent. I rolled my eyes, frustrated by her constant attempts to frame me. I stood my ground, suggesting we report everything to the police. My confidence made everyone pause. I knew Li Chunqiao wouldn't dare involve the authorities. She had too many secrets to hide. I asked Lu Yuan, the educated outsider, about the consequences of false accusations. He confirmed that serious cases could lead to jail time, or even labor camps. The villagers, mostly uneducated, believed every word. Li Chunqiao panicked, begging us not to call the police. She confessed everything through tears and snot, finally admitting her guilt. Zhao Dahu's parents, furious, attacked her, leaving scratches on her face. As I watched the scene, I felt a sense of relief. I had managed to clear my name and avoid the tragic fate of the original Qiao Man. Today, I learned that in this village, survival meant staying sharp, using wit, and never letting your guard down. Just when I thought things couldn't get more chaotic, more villagers arrived, including the ever-hostile Qiao family and the sharp-tongued Qiao Jinjin. Li Chunqiao's parents also rushed back from the quarry. Instead of comforting their daughter, they beat her, showing no care for her well-being. Watching the scene unfold, I couldn't help but feel amused by how loving they were as parents. I knew Li Chunqiao wasn't really admitting to killing Zhao Dahu. She was just scared I'd call the police. But I had no reason to help her. In the novel, she made the original Qiao Man's life miserable, and even now, she kept trying to harm me. Letting her live was already my greatest kindness. Lu Yuan, always watching me closely, asked why I wasn't scared. I calmly replied that I had nothing to fear, since I wasn't guilty. His silence meant he had no counterargument. Soon, the village leader, Wang Defa, promised me that everything would be handled properly without rushing to call the police. I sweetly agreed, earning his favor. When Wang Defa questioned Li Chunqiao, she denied pushing Zhao Dahu and claimed she mistook someone else for me. Finally, she was smart enough to avoid dragging me down further. But it was too late. Most villagers no longer believed her. As the arguments continued, Someone suddenly suggested a shocking solution. Since Li Chunqiao couldn't pay compensation, she should marry Zhao Dahu as compensation for his death. To my surprise, Zhao Dahu's parents agreed, dragging the terrified girl away to prepare for a wedding with the corpse. The villagers found it bizarre, but didn't stop them, curious to see how it would all turn out. With this crisis temporarily settled, I felt relieved. But before I could head home, Qiao Xinjin gleefully announced that my father had been injured and taken to the county hospital. Tears filled my eyes as I asked for details, not because I didn't know what had happened, but because I needed to handle my own troubles first. Your father's leg is broken, and blood is gushing out. I'm afraid he needs amputation. As soon as Qiao Xinjin's gloating voice came, Qiao Jinwang said hurriedly, Yes, he has been sent to the hospital from the quarry. Your mother was frightened and became ill, so she was also sent there. Man girl, you hurry up and pack up and go over. Qiao Man was shocked, tears falling down. Seeing that old lady Qiao was about to go home, she rushed out. Grandma, my father is in trouble. Can you give me 10 yuan so that I can go to the county to save my father? Old lady Qiao was stunned for 2 seconds and said with disgust, What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? I don't have any money. Qiao Man grabbed old lady Qiao's trouser leg and refused to let go. Grandma, when my dad passed the exam to get a job, you cried and said that life was not easy at home and asked him to give the job to my eldest uncle. Even my second uncle's job was passed by my dad. My dad was a technical secondary school student in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Wasn't it easy for him to get a job? It was you who said that there were few people in the family, and he liked the hustle and bustle, and forced my dad to stay in the production team. Grandma, my dad is filial and has never refuted you. All the work points he earned over the years were recorded in the account of the old Qiao family. He drank clear multi-grain porridge and did the heaviest farm work in the production team. Even this time of repairing the canal, it was Grandma who forced my dad to take the position of my younger uncle. Grandma, my dad is your own son. Please feel sorry for him, okay? Old Mrs. Qiao was embarrassed by what Qiao Man said, but she still said with a fierce face, I have no money. You know the situation at home. Get out. Qiao Man watched her lift her foot, straighten her body, and then fell to the side due to the force of her foot. Her hands and face were covered with dirt. Wang Defa came over with a frown and helped Qiao Man up. Aunt Qiao, Man is such a well-behaved girl. How could you be so heavy-handed? Old Mrs. Qiao clearly felt that she didn't even touch the little girl. How could she? Before she could figure it out, Qiao Man stood up with the help of Wang Defa. Grandma, if you are not happy, just kick me a few more times, as long as you promise to save my father. The members who had not left yet accused old Mrs. Qiao, saying that she was cruel. Some newly married young wives, who were not aware of the dirty things in the Qiao family, were also told by their mother-in-law or sisters-in-law to have less contact with old Mrs. Qiao in the future. Old Mrs. Qiao was so angry that her face turned blue and red, but she still held on. She thought it was good that her leg was broken, and if it was broken she could. Wang Defa felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that Mrs. Qiao had a tough attitude. Qiao was such a filial daughter, but she was treated like this by the Qiao family. And Qiao Runming was one of the few educated people in the production team. He could have been a scorer or a warehouse manager, but Runming and his brother were afraid of losing their jobs, so they went to the fields to earn work points despite their weak bodies. Don't be afraid, girl. Uncle will go to the team and give you 30 yuan. Use it to save your father first. Qiao Man nodded gratefully, and Mrs. Qiao's face changed. What do you mean, Captain? Of course, human life comes first. Wang Defa said calmly. Aunt Qiao is short of money, right? It's okay. The team still has some spare money. Lend it to Girlman first. At the end of the year, just deduct it from the Qiao family's account. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, she refused to work hard. She sat on the ground, slapped her thigh and cried, There are only a few people in our family who work. How many work points can we get for 30 yuan? You want to kill our whole family? Wang Defa was unmoved and told Qiao Man, Go quickly. don't be afraid. If the Qiao family doesn't have enough work points to deduct, Uncle will go to the steel plant and ask Qiao Zhenbong if he cares about his brother's injury. Mrs. Qiao stopped crying and looked at Wang Defa in disbelief. Seeing his serious expression, she quickly stood up and patted her buttocks. No, no, no. I just remembered that there is still some small change at home. I will get it for man-girl. Wang Defa frowned. Is it enough for 10 yuan? Yes, yes. Old Mrs. Qiao nodded hurriedly, fearing that Wang Defa was determined to give Qiao Man 30 yuan. In that case, her Qiao family would suffer a great loss. Wang Defa said, in that case, man-girl, go home with your grandma to get the money. Qiao Man nodded. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Grandma. She sobbed and thanked the uncles and aunts around who spoke for her. When her eyes passed by Lu Yuan, she paused. Lu Jiqing, can I borrow your bicycle? Although several families in Qingshan Brigade have bicycles, they were bought by the whole family when their children got married. Who would dare to lend money to a poor little girl who is nothing? If she breaks it, she will have no place to cry. So, Qiao Man stared at Lu Yuan. First, she believed in his character and would not hesitate on major issues. Second, she believed that he would not reject her because of their previous friendship in cheating Li Chunqiao. Sure enough, Lu Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded. I will go back and push the cart. I will pick you up at the door of Qiao's house in 10 minutes. Qiao Man's eyes flashed, and she wondered what Lu Jiqing meant. She wanted to go to the county with him? Well, with more people as witnesses, it would be easier to separate the family and sever the relationship. She hurriedly thanked him. Lu Jiqing is such a good person. Lu Yuan felt something was strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He asked Wang Defa for leave and returned to the youth courtyard. Lu Yifeng beside him teased. Brother Lu, you are not usually such a warm-hearted person. Lu Yuan paused. Looking at how unpopular that girl is, she must not have much chance to touch the bicycle. It cost several hundred yuan to buy it. What if it is broken? Lu Yifeng chuckled. You, Lu Yuan, are not the kind of person who would miss a few hundred yuan. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and rushed back to the Youth League courtyard without saying a word. Listening to the tisk tsk sound behind him, his ears turned red. He muttered in his heart, I am trying to find out her secrets. What if she is a spy? Here, Qiao Man followed the black-faced old lady home. As soon as she entered the yard, she was scolded. Kneel down. Without outsiders, Qiao Man was not so easy to control. She straightened her back. Are you going to regret it, Grandma? I will go to the captain to seek justice. Old Lady Qiao was so angry that veins jumped on her forehead. She didn't understand why the stinky girl who had always been submissive suddenly became so sharp-tongued. When Qiao Zhenjin tugged at her sleeve, she remembered her purpose and asked her, Tell me, why did you hit Zhenjin? Qiao Man was shocked and said, Grandma, did Sister Zhenjin come to you to complain? My God, how dare she do that? If it were someone else, they would have been too busy covering it up, but how could she have the nerve to let everyone know about it? I had to beg for mercy from Lu Jiqing and Lu Jiqing for her reputation. Qiao Man was vague and made the Qiao family members think wrongly. Everyone looked at Qiao Zhenjin curiously, making her face red, wishing she could dig in the ground to crawl into it. She stomped her feet with her hands on her waist in frustration and said, Qiao Man, don't talk nonsense. Qiao Man curled her lips. Cousin, am I talking nonsense? Why don't you just ask Lu Jiqing later? You can't even find a good place to steal. Our third room is so run down. What good things can there be? I really don't understand what you want. Old Mrs. Qiao didn't expect that there was a hidden story here. She looked at Qiao Zhenjin with displeasure. Zhenjin, tell me, what's going on? Qiao Zhenjin didn't expect that she would be seen as a thief by 2 people with the surname Lu. Really, she couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. She argued with a wronged look on her face. Grandma, I didn't. I just saw that my uncle and aunt didn't lock the door, so I went to check. But Man misunderstood me. Mrs. Qiao obviously trusted this beloved granddaughter more. She frowned and scolded. Did you hear that? Your cousin is kind-hearted. If you dare to try to offend me again, Be careful that I will tear your mouth off. Xiao Man Man didn't care and said with a smile, but when we found my cousin, she was rummaging through the boxes in the house. We don't know if she took anything away. Grandma, my mouth is sealed, but where is Lu Jiqing? Mrs. Qiao's eyes were very dangerous, and she asked with a sullen face, why did the Lu come to our house? Xiao Man Man took a deep breath. She went back to the house and took out a big unity. That's enough now. Xiao Man Man snatched it and put it in her pocket, and she didn't even let go of the Mao notes scattered on the ground. She bent down to pick them up and counted them, and blew off the dust on them. I thank you on behalf of my father. Old Mrs. Qiao stood there without moving, watching Xiao Man Man go into the house, packing a few changes of clothes, taking away Qiao Runming and He Nian's toiletries, and trotting to sit in the back seat of Lu Jiqing. After the people walked away, she personally went to Qiao Laosan's room to search. After a while, she came out with a dark face and stretched out her hand to Qiao Zhenjin. Give it to me.
What?
Qiao Zhenjin was confused. Lock plate. Old Mrs. Qiao's eyes were fierce, not as kind as usual. Qiao Zhenjin shuddered. I didn't take it. Old Lady Qiao observed carefully and saw that Qiao Zhenjin's eyes were evasive, her face was pale, and her forehead was sweating. She knew that this girl really heard the conversation between her and the fourth brother. She lowered her voice and warned, Jin girl, don't think about some things that are not yours. Be careful of a strong wind and a sprained waist. Xiao Zhenjin knew that the old lady was definitely not joking. If she really found out that she had touched the lock plate and lost it, the old lady would really dare to kill her. She smiled stiffly and said, Grandma, what are you talking about? Is there a treasure in Uncle San's house? Could it be hidden by Xiao Man Man? The old lady thought about it and felt that it was possible, but not very likely. Not to mention Xiao Man Man. Even Xiao Runming didn't know what the lock plate meant. How could a little girl like her keep the black lock plate in her heart? Could it be that Jinjin had some evil thoughts and was deceiving her old lady? Old Mrs. Qiao closed her eyes and decided to observe, so as not to wrongly accuse her granddaughter and let go of the person who actually got the lock plate. Xiao Man Man sat in the back seat of Lu Yuan's car, blowing the wind and shaking her calves. After traveling through time, I feel quite tired. Her fingers grasped the hem of Lu Yuan's clothes, and unconsciously, her thoughts drifted away. Xiao Man Man was 22 years old before traveling through time, and now she is 18 years old. Born in the 21st century, graduated from university, and has a small family fortune. She is a well-known little talent. Oh no, a little waste. Just because she can play piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she stays at home all day to tinker with messy things. She doesn't go to class, doesn't show her face, and is often used as a negative example by everyone to educate their children. Xiao Man Man is not socially anxious, but just doesn't want to waste her life on insignificant people or things. Anyway, there is enough money to spend, so just muddle through. Who knew that when she woke up, the sky fell? Not only did she travel through time, but she also traveled into a period romance that she had read before. The heroine Meng Peiyu, after getting engaged to Lu Yuan in her previous life, was waiting to join the army with Joy. As a result, Lu Yuan had an accident while on a mission, and a subordinate lost his life to save him, leaving behind his wife who was not welcomed by her in-laws, and his 3-year-old, skinny son. The woman did not blame him, saying that everything was for the country. But Lu Yuan couldn't get over it. He broke up with the heroine and turned around to marry the widow of his comrade in arms. The two respected each other for the rest of their lives. The heroine Meng Peiyu was heartbroken and had to accept the cruel reality. After that, her marriage was not smooth and she wasted half her life. Until her old age, the widow of her comrade in arms passed away, and the two were not together. They only drank tea and chatted together occasionally. Lu Yuan said that the person he felt most sorry for in his life was Meng Peiyu. He did not ask for her forgiveness, but only hoped that she would be safe and smooth in the next life. Meng Peiyu smiled and said nothing. On that sunny afternoon, close your eyes. Open your eyes again, and you will be reborn. In this life, she no longer clings to Lu Yuan, but marries Chen Zhenyan, an outstanding soldier who is on par with Lu Yuan in career and as emotionally equal to Qiao Manman. In the previous life, the mission of Daqing Mountain was completed by Qin Junyan and his comrades. On the day of his return, many people came out to greet him, but unexpectedly, Qin Junyan brought a girl with him. The girl's name is Qiao Manman, a veritable village girl. However, Qin Junyan not only did not dislike her, but doted on her. The two lived happily for most of their lives, which made many people envious and jealous. Meng Peiyu often said, "Lu Yuan, if you had not accepted that mission, would we be as loving as they are together?" Lu Yuan was silent for a while and shook his head. What if? Peiyu, let the past go. But who would have thought that Meng Peiyu was reborn? Facing Lu Yuan again, she found that she didn't love him anymore. Yes, after wasting so many years, who would still have the heart to talk about love with him? Aren't you afraid of repeating the same mistakes? Therefore, Meng Peiyu put her heart on the equally outstanding Qin Junyan and married him smoothly. This was understandable, but she was afraid that Qiao Manman would appear and destroy her hard-earned happiness. So she used some means to let Lu Yuan take the job of Qingshan Brigade. She also wrote to Li Chunchao and Qiao Zhenjin, asking them to help her solve the problem. Therefore, if Qiao Manman had not come here, the original owner would have suffered a lifetime of pain as arranged by Meng Peiyu, and there would be no possibility of meeting Qin Junyan. But she came here, and she would not let such a tragedy happen. If there is a chance, she will avenge the original owner. The wheel rolled over the stone, and Qiao Manman was shaken, and she was so scared that she suddenly hugged Lu Yuan's waist. After coming back to her senses, she hurriedly let go. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. Lu Yuan's ears were red, his body was stiff, and his voice was hoarse. It's okay. Qiao Manman's head was a little heavy, and she didn't notice his changes, and continued to think about her own things. Suddenly, Lu Yuan asked, By the way, what happened to your clothes? Why did it dry in a few minutes and there was hair? Qiao Manman looked up in confusion, and it took 2 seconds to react to what he asked. Nothing, just a little magic. Lu Yuan obviously didn't think so, but he understood that the more magical the thing, the more you can't say it out loud. It's almost impossible to get him to say something. Qiao Manman felt something was wrong with her body, as if she had a cold. She hurriedly took out a pill of antipyretic medicine from the system space and put it in her mouth. She thought that the pill the size of a fingernail would be difficult to swallow, but she didn't expect it to melt in her mouth. It didn't taste bitter at all, and after swallowing it, there was a faint sweetness between her lips and teeth. Comrade Qiao Manman, are you okay? Lu Yuan noticed that she was not in a good mental state, stopped the car, and turned to look at her. Qiao Manman shook her head. Maybe I caught a cold. My head is a little dizzy. Lu Yuan looked at her steadily. So, how did you know my identity? Qiao Manman. She was not panicked or annoyed by his gaze for a long time. After the drug took effect and her mind became clearer, she smiled and said, You can trust me. My identity and background are completely innocent. Lu Yuan didn't believe it, but Qiao Manman didn't want to explain more, just reminded, Erlongshan, Chishui Bei, Yuanda, if you believe me, go check. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, and seeing that Qiao Manman didn't dodge at all, he said turned around and continued riding. He was delayed for a while just now, and now he tried his best to ride the bike very fast. Qiao Manman looked at his tall and majestic back and didn't know how to evaluate him for a while. Let's say he is rigid. You see, he is quite flexible in the matter of Zhao Dahu and Li Chunchao. He was flexible, but he married his comrade's widow for saving his life, causing his fiancée to be laughed at by everyone and become depressed until she was old. Even after rebirth, she was unwilling to renew her relationship with him. Qiao Manman sighed and asked the system, Is Tongzi here? Yes, host. Qiao Manman touched her wrist, which was bare. But she was sure that she had put the bracelet on. Where is my bracelet? Did you take it away? Qiao Manman's voice was calm, without any accusation. The system breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Host, the system space and the jade bracelet have merged. So, I will get an extremely large system warehouse? Xiao Man was a little happy, closed her eyes and looked for it, but she could not find the so-called space. Then the system said somewhat guiltily, "The jade bracelet is a container that can fuse various space fragments. But the premise is that you have to have space fragments." Xiao Man was a little disappointed and sighed. "So, I only have 1 cubic meter of space now?" "That's right. Because you have a jade bracelet, the space will not be taken back after the materials are used up. If the host works hard to complete the task, the space will continue to grow. In the future, you can sign in for other special space fragments and good things from the plane." Xiao Man was quite satisfied with the answer and nodded. "What tasks do I need to do?" "Live well, and the heroine's luck." Xiao Man was stunned. "You mean the heroine and I are destined to be enemies? Even if I deliberately avoid the plot, I can't get rid of the confrontation with the heroine's identity?" "Yes, host. The host's choice will affect the position. The host sends. The country." The crackling sound in her mind made Xiao Man dizzy, and the system returned to normal after a long time. "Sorry, host. You don't have enough authority at the moment. There are many things that cannot be leaked." Xiao Man didn't get tangled up, but asked, "How many sign-in opportunities do I have every day? Also, if I forget to sign in, will the number of times disappear? Currently, there is only 1 sign-in every day, and the sign-in opportunities can be accumulated, and they can be exchanged for plain items later." Xiao Man was relieved and started the first sign-in after crossing. "Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 cubic meter of supplies and a fertility pill." Xiao Man. "Why is there a fertility pill again? Do you also have fertility indicators in your world?" "Host, you are joking. If the system had a physical body, it would probably be so embarrassed that its toes would be digging the ground at this moment." Xiao Man curved the corners of her mouth upwards and closed her eyes to check the supplies. She saw that the 2 cubic meters of space were filled to the brim, and the supplies inside were a bit messy. From the exposed corners, it can be seen that there are 2 bags of rice, a bag of flour, some oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, a bag of toilet paper, 12 packs of sanitary napkins, 2 vacuum-packed roast chickens, a Jinhua ham, and 10 moon cakes. There are also some fruits, such as apples, pears, grapes, kiwis, pomegranates, etc., to fill the gaps. It can be said that these 2 cubic meters of supplies have solved the most urgent food shortage crisis at home. Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief. Now, she is waiting to go to the hospital to pay Qiao Runming's hospitalization fees. I don't know if Comrade Xiao can see that his daughter has changed her mind. If I point it out in front of Lu Yuan, will the man surnamed Lu arrest me as a heretic? Xiao Man trembled, indicating that she was a little panicked. However, there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and the boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. She decided to adapt to the situation. With Lu Yuan's help, the car soon arrived at the gate of the county hospital. At this time, Qiao Runming was sent to the emergency room, and it had not been a quarter of an hour. Xiao Man rushed in without even saying hello to Lu Yuan. She found Qiao Runming's location without even asking. There were many people here. There were also 2 familiar faces at the door. "Uncle Dawei, Uncle Yuan Fong, how is my dad? And where is my mom?" Zhao Dawei and Qi Yuan Fong saw Qiao Man coming and hurriedly stood up. "Your dad is not doing well. The doctor said that he may need amputation." Xiao Man didn't believe Qiao Runming was so mean and rushed to the emergency room in a hurry. The nurse stopped her. You can't go in. Dr. Qin is checking the patient's injured leg." "Sister nurse, my dad can't have his legs amputated. Please be sure to save his legs." Not sure if it was the original owner's emotions at work, Qiao Man burst into tears and choked with sobs. The nurse sighed. "We will try our best to save his legs, but..." Lu Yuan came in from outside and interrupted the nurse's words. "If Dr. Qin insists on amputation, we want to transfer to the city hospital to see if there is a better solution. You also know that the members rely on their strength to dig for food in the soil. If they lose their legs, what is the difference between that and taking their lives? Even if they are lame, it is better than amputation. Please think of a solution with Dr. Qin." The wards in the 1970s were basically not soundproof. Dr. Qin heard everything Lu Yuan said outside. After simply treating Qiao Ruanming's injured leg, he took off his mask and came out. Don't worry, I won't amputate his limb. The county hospital doesn't have the conditions, and I don't have the technology. Qiao Manman breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was tightened again. Dr. Qin, what do you mean? Hurry up and send him to the city. If he can be sent there before the end of work, Comrade Xiao's leg may be saved. Qin Shengfeng said while taking off his rubber gloves. I heard that an expert came to the city hospital and has made great achievements in repairing broken legs. Qiao Manman's eyes lit up. Really? Dr. Qin, do you know the name of that expert? Or can you go with us? After all, my father's leg is seriously injured. If he is not taken care of on the way, the bones will be dislocated, which will be troublesome. Don't worry, Dr. Qin, you won't make a wasted trip. Qin Shengfeng didn't mind accompanying them, but if there were other patients who needed treatment and he was not there, it would be a sin. After expressing his concerns, Qiao Manman nodded in understanding and didn't force him. After asking about He Nian's condition, she knew that she had fainted due to anxiety, so she went outside to borrow a car. There was no other way. When she first entered the hospital, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 3:15. After being delayed for so long, it was probably 3:40. The county town was about 40 kilometers away from the city, and it was impossible for a bullock cart to arrive before dark. For the sake of her cheap father, she decided to give it a try. She rode her bike straight to the transport team, leaving Lu Yuan chasing behind for a long time. The hospital was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the transport team. When Qiao Manman arrived at the gate, she parked the car to the side and walked forward with tears in her eyes. Uncle, is the leader of the team here? I have something urgent to talk to him about. The security guard was stunned for a moment. Girl, what do you want to talk to our leader about? Uncle, please ask the leader to come over. I have something urgent to say. Please, it's really urgent and can't be delayed at all. The security guard hesitated, and Qiao Manman pretended to kneel down. Nowadays, the work style is strictly enforced. If Qiao Manman's knee hits the ground, it will affect the reputation of the transport team. It is possible that even he, the gatekeeper, will be punished. The old man was so scared that his heart was pounding. He hurriedly said, No, don't move. I'll go call our leader. After saying that, he ran away. Qiao Manman rubbed her red eyes, brewed up her emotions, and saw the old man coming with 4 pockets. She trotted to meet him and got straight to the point. Leader, my father has injured his leg and needs to be sent to the city for treatment. Can I borrow your car? The leader of the transport team had never encountered such a situation before and subconsciously retorted, They are all public cars. How can they be lent to private use? Qiao Manman wiped her tears. But we are all Chinese citizens. Our party and our country fought bloody battles to build a new China. Isn't it just to allow every citizen to live a happy life with enough food and clothing? Under the leadership of the party, the transport team is always fulfilling this mission. The members of our Qingshan Brigade are the same. My father injured his leg while repairing the canal and quarrying. It was a work-related injury and also a heroic performance. How can lending us a car be considered as misusing public property for private purposes? It is clearly a heroic act of the transport team leader to be brave, help the poor, and unite the rural members. It is an example worthy of praise by everyone. Don't worry, I will bear all the expenses of this trip. And write a report on your spirit of unity and submit it to the newspaper for everyone to learn from. The leader of the transport team's eyes lit up more and more as he listened, and immediately changed the subject. Well, I was wrong. Helping fellow villagers is what our transport team should do. Let's go. I'll take you to the county in person. Lu Yuan didn't expect that Qiao Manman could easily handle the car issue. At the same time as being surprised, a trace of admiration rose in his heart. Originally, he was planning to reveal his identity and borrow a car from the armed forces. Now, it's just right. The leader of the transport team was named Zhou Guoping. Less than 5 minutes after he returned, he drove out a truck. The model was not big, but the body was very heavy. The rumbling of the engine could be heard from a long distance. Zhou Guoping parked the car in front of Xiao Manman. Just as he was about to get off and open the door for her, he saw the little girl push the car into Lu Yuan's arms. Lu Jiqing, thank you for sending me to the county. Next. Before Xiao Manman finished speaking, Lu Yuan pushed the car into the yard of the transport team and told the old man, please help take care of it. I will come to pick it up later. He strode into the car and stretched out his hand. Let's go. I'll go with you, so that I can take care of you. Xiao Manman didn't act pretentiously. She grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve and sat in the passenger seat. She asked him, is it really okay for you not to go back tonight? Lu Yuan chuckled. Don't worry, I have asked Lu Jiqing to help me apply for leave. Xiao Manman said and looked out the window, but her heart was calmer than ever. Perhaps it was the male protagonist in the previous life who gave her the courage to face the unknown. The car soon stopped at the entrance of the county hospital. Hearing the sound, many doctors and nurses came out to check. Seeing that Xiao Manman really borrowed the car, they hurried to carry the stretcher. They hurriedly carried Xiao Runming, who was grimacing in pain, and He Nian, who was still unconscious, into the car. Dr. Qin even decided to lend her 2 old quilts from the hospital. Xiao Manman sincerely thanked him and saw Dr. Qin waving his hand. Go quickly. Be careful that the experts leave. Xiao Manman said and looked at Zhao Dawei and Qi Yuanfang. The 2 of them rubbed their hands awkwardly. Man girl, since Xiaogu is here, we won't go with you. Lao Qi and I don't know anything, so we don't want to cause trouble. Xiao Manman didn't force it. After thanking him, she took out money from her pocket. Uncle Dawei, how much money did you help advance? I will pay you back first. Well, why are you saying this? Lao Qiao was injured in the quarry, and the team is more or less responsible. I'll take this bill back to get reimbursed. Xiao Manman nodded and climbed into the car with the help of Lu Yuan. Zhou Guoping saw that the 2 were seated, called out, and started the car. The empty truck left quickly under everyone's gaze. In early May, the temperature had already risen, and the road was not very cold. It was just that the road was bumpy, and the dust made Xiao Manman feel uncomfortable. Glancing at Xiao Runming, she felt that Dr. Qin was considerate. Not only did he wrap him with gauze, but he also covered him with a quilt. This way, the wound could also be prevented from getting infected. Xiao Runming was uncomfortable from the shaking, but he still smiled and said, Man, Dad is fine. Don't be afraid. It was the first time that Xiao Manman heard her stepfather speak, and she felt that his voice was soft, not as sarcastic as old Lady Qiao. She tried to raise a smile. I know, Dad, everything will be fine. Xiao Runming said in an imperceptible way, and turned to look at Lu Yuan. The young man had clear eyebrows and eyes, and even when he was sitting, he was straight. Every move he made was like a gentleman walking out of a painting. But why did Lu Jiqing come with his daughter? They had only met a few times before, so how come they looked so familiar this time? Xiao Runming didn't say anything, but Lu Yuan sensed what he meant from his eyes. He smiled and said, we just happened to meet by the lake, and Comrade Xiao Manman wouldn't. So, I came to help. But what he was thinking was that he had discovered another secret of Xiao Manman. How could a girl who grew up in the mountains and was not favored ride a 28-bar so smoothly? Xiao Manman said, Lu Jiqing was kind and took me on a bicycle so I could get to the county hospital so quickly. Xiao Runming nodded, but a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Yuan was kind enough to help, the older people in the team liked to make wild guesses. When he returned, he didn't know how to make up for his daughter. Suddenly, the truck shook, and Lu Yuan quickly pressed the uninjured parts of his legs. Xiao Runming thanked him gratefully, and Lu Yuan sat back in his original position without caring. Xiao Runming sighed, thinking that it was useless to think too much. When he returned, he must clear Lu Jiqing's name. Don't force yourself to marry Man because of him. Although he thought Man was very good. But after all, there was a gap between her and the educated youth in the city. Don't force yourself to fit into a circle that you can't fit into, so as to avoid being bruised and broken into pieces. This is what he learned at the old Xiao's house. Zhou Guoping was afraid of wasting time and delaying his appearance in the newspaper, so he drove very fast. Xiao Manman felt that it didn't take long before the car stopped in front of the city hospital and happened to meet the expert Li Minghua, who was about to leave after the operation. Xiao Manman hurriedly got off the car and said tearfully, "Hello, Dr. Li. I am a member of the Qingshan Brigade of Xiangyang Commune. This morning, my father was unfortunately hit on the leg by a stone while repairing a canal. The county hospital is unable to treat him. Can you please help take a look?" Li Minghua looked at Xiao Manman suspiciously and asked, "How did you know I was here?" Xiao Manman hesitated and chose to be frank. "It was Dr. Qin from the county hospital who recommended me here. He said that you have made great achievements in reattaching broken legs." Li Minghua smiled. My old classmate. "Okay, since he recommended it, I will take a look. But this ticket, I will help you change it." Lu Yuan took the ticket and asked calmly, "Can I change it to tomorrow or the day after tomorrow?" Li Minghua was startled when he saw the familiar face. Just as he was about to say something, he remembered Lu Yuan's identity. Burying his doubts and shock in his heart, he nodded and said, "The day after tomorrow." Lu Yuan said and strode away. Li Minghua had Xiao Runming and He Nian carried into the hospital. One was sent to the operating room and the other to the ward. He called Kyoto to explain the situation, then went back to wash his hands and change his clothes. After entering the operating room, he removed the gauze on Xiao Runming's leg, and after checking, he shook his head and said, "The injury is quite serious. The safest way is amputation. You came here, and I guess you rejected this plan. I can help reset the bones, but your legs, the flesh is smashed and the bones are broken. Even if you recover well, you will have different lengths of legs in the future. If you are unlucky and get infected, I'm afraid you will even lose your life. Think about it and choose." After speaking, he came out and told Xiao Manman the result. Xiao Manman decisively chose the latter. "Dr. Li, my father is stubborn. Without his legs, he won't live long." Li Minghua nodded to show his understanding. He had treated many soldiers who were full of despair after being injured and disabled. Sometimes they wished they could die so that they could be reborn and return to the battlefield. Although he was a doctor, he could empathize with these injured people because of his family background. Back in the operating room, before he could speak, he heard Xiao Runming make the same choice. "There's no point in living anyway. If I lose my legs, I might as well die." Li Minghua said and began to reposition him. His deft hands pinched his legs, slowly and orderly. Outside the operating room, the nurse called Xiao Manman to go through the hospitalization procedures. "Comrade Xiao, please show me your letter of introduction." Xiao Manman was stunned for a few seconds before she realized that she had traveled back to the 1970s, a place where you need a letter of introduction for everything. "Sister nurse, the matter is too urgent. I forgot to open a letter of introduction. Can you do the procedures for my father first, and I will go back to the production team to get a certificate later?" The young nurse was very embarrassed. It stands to reason that you can't see a doctor without a letter of introduction. But she saw that the patient's leg was indeed very serious, and he should have been sent here in a hurry. It was understandable that she forgot to open the letter of introduction. Just when she was about to ask the leader for instructions, Zhou Guoping took out his ID. "Little comrade, I am the captain of the Yang County transport team. I am here to guarantee Comrade Xiao. Do you think it's okay?" "Of course." The nurse took the ID, checked it, and returned it to Zhou Guoping. After asking the patient's name and age, she filled out the form and asked Xiao Manman to pay. The surgery fee is 80 yuan, and the hospitalization fee is 2 yuan per day. You pay 100 yuan first, and the amount will be refunded when you are discharged. Xiao Manman agreed and walked to the window, but she was embarrassed. "Comrade, can I pay 10 yuan first? My boyfriend went to the train station. I will pay you when he comes back." The window staff changed their faces when they heard this. "What do you mean by paying later? What if you run away later?" "No, comrade, my parents are in the hospital. Where can I go? Really, my money is with my boyfriend, and I can pay you when he comes back. The staff was unmoved, came out of the office, and looked Xiao Man up and down. Seeing her shriveled figure and dark clothes, he was more certain of his guess.
I've seen a lot of people like you.
You just dumped your parents in the hospital, and you're taking advantage of the country by relying on the fact that we can't just watch them die. Why are you pretending? You're still looking for a partner. Can a peasant find a rich partner? Xiao Man held back for several breaths, but still couldn't help it. Frowning, she retorted. Comrade, don't say such harsh words. Everyone has inconveniences. Can't we understand each other and get over it? If I had made up my mind to take advantage of the country, I wouldn't have come to pay the 10 yuan. Just like you said, Dr. Li is already operating on my father. I'll slip out when no one is paying attention, and you won't be able to find me. I'm a country boy, but I'm also upright and kind. I'm indeed not well off, but if no one backs me up, I wouldn't dare to come to a big hospital for treatment. The onlookers nodded, thinking that what Xiao Man said made sense. Even Zhou Guoping, after struggling, took out his work permit and pledged it to the cashier. Comrade, please be kind. I believe she will not default on the medical expenses. The staff looked a little unhappy, but he didn't want to make it difficult. He nodded. Pay it as soon as possible, otherwise your father will have no medicine to use. Xiao Man took a deep breath. Okay. She turned to look at Zhou Guoping. Uncle Zhou, thank you. Zhou Guoping was a little embarrassed. I came out in a hurry, and I didn't take any money otherwise. It's okay, Uncle Zhou. I have relatives in the city. I will go to borrow money from them. It's getting late. I'll take Uncle Zhou to the guest house to rest first. Zhou Guoping waved his hand. No, I'll just go to my brother's place to rest for a night. His name is Zhou Guan. If you have anything, go to the Municipal Public Security Bureau to find him. Xiao Man nodded and sent him to the door. Seeing that Zhou Guoping was hesitant to speak, she took the initiative to speak. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your help. I will definitely spread your spirit. Zhou Guoping was satisfied, shook his head, and said, Why mention those things? I am a party member. These are what I should do. Xiao Man chuckled, thinking that people of this era really value honor. Well, it is an era with great spirit. After watching Zhou Guoping walk away, Xiao Man left the hospital, asked people about the nearby family compound, and went to make money. How to make money? Of course, by selling things. Is there any faster way to make money than shipping goods at this time? Xiao Man hurried to the family compound of the glass factory and saw two ants chatting under the big locust tree. The two looked kind, and their clothes were brand new. Xiao Man's eyes rolled. She walked over to the dust off the stone and sat down. She took out a big peach from her pocket, wiped it on her clothes, and started to chew it in an exaggerated way. She smacked her lips while chewing, which immediately attracted the attention of the two ants. Xiao Man also made a so sweet sound, which made the ants so greedy that they almost drooled. Hey, what are you eating?
Peaches.
My uncle brought them back from the south. They are delicious. Xiao Man said as she passed the peaches forward so that the two ants could clearly see the peach juice and smell the fragrance of the peaches. There are a few more at home, but my mother said she wanted to keep them for exchange. Alas. Xiao Man took the peaches back and sighed deeply. I really have never eaten such delicious peaches. Aunt, tell me, how could my mother have the heart to exchange the peaches? As she spoke, she took 2 bites and almost gnawed Fu Xianling's soul. Fu Xianling moved her ace and came in front of Xiao Man, lowering her voice and asking, Hey, what difficulties have you encountered at home? Look at your conditions. It doesn't look like you have to trade peaches for things. Xiao Man had something to say when it came to this, and she was angrily chattering. Some time ago, my mother found a wife for my brother. She clearly said that the betrothal gift would be 66 yuan, but the family changed their mind. They said that it is not easy to raise a girl and asked for an extra 100 yuan, and also to prepare 3 turns and 1 ring. Auntie, tell me, these days who spends hundreds of yuan to marry a wife? What's the difference between this and buying a wife? But my brother is so stupid. He really set his eyes on that girl. He refused to cancel the engagement no matter what. My mother couldn't persuade her, and the family didn't have enough money, so she could only exchange things. Xiao Man suppressed the word money that was about to fly to her lips, and smiled, and replaced it with wedding supplies. Fu Xianling understood, patted Xiao Man's arm and said, "Parents are so pitiful. Your mother has a hard time too." Xiao Man nodded frantically, not forgetting to eat the peach. In a few seconds, only the peach pit was left. She was reluctant to throw it away, so she put it in her pocket. Seeing Fu Xianling looking at her, she smiled shyly. "I thought, this peach is so delicious, it would be great if it could be grown." Fu Xianling saw Xiao Man was about to leave, and hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Hey, let's go to my aunt's house and sit down?" Xiao Man looked puzzled, but she didn't stop. After taking 2 steps and looking behind her, Fu Xianling comforted her. "That's my sister. Don't worry." Xiao Man said and walked with Fu Xianling for 2 minutes, and they arrived at their destination, a small courtyard of about 60 square meters, warm and comfortable. Arriving at her own territory, Fu Xianling was obviously not as cautious as before. She took a stool from the corner and gave it to Xiao Man and went straight to the point. "Hey, to be honest, I have never seen such beautiful peaches. Your mother wants to exchange them for money anyway, so why don't you give them to me? I'll give you 3 cents for each peach. What do you think?" Xiao Man thought for a while and said with some difficulty, "Aunt, my peaches are a new variety. The egg-sized peaches in the supply and marketing cooperative cost 50 cents a pound, and my peaches are 7 or 8 taels each." Fu Xianling laughed awkwardly. "Well, it's my fault. I didn't consider this. How about this? I'll give you 50 cents for each one. Do you think it's okay?" Xiao Man nodded. "I only have 2. If you want, I'll go home and get them. But these 1 or 2 yuan can't solve the problem for my family. I also have polished rice at home, which is snow white. Are you interested?" As she spoke, she took out a dozen grains of rice from her pocket. The snow white and uniform rice grains made Fu Xianling's eyes deepen. Fu Xianling immediately understood that what Xiao Man said before were all excuses. Her purpose was actually to sell things. She was just screening buyers. In this case, there was no need to argue back and forth. Fu Xianling smiled and said, "Yes, how much do you have and how much do you want to sell it for?" Xiao Man was also happy. "Aunt, my rice is guaranteed to be the same quality as peaches. It's 60 cents a pound, no ticket required. And the clear soybean oil is 1.5 yuan a pound, and the minimum purchase is 10 pounds. Fu Xianling thought about it and nodded. "Okay, I want 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of soybean oil. What time can you deliver it? It will be inconvenient when everyone gets off work soon." Xiao Man didn't care. "I'm your niece. How can it be inconvenient to deliver something to my own aunt? But don't worry, I'll come when there's no one around. By the way, Aunt, can you give me more rice? I have 100 pounds at home, and I really don't want to look for buyers like this. Acting is very tiring. If you can accept it all, I'll charge you 55 cents a pound. You can make $4 by reselling it. Besides, this rice is really good. It's fragrant and soft when cooked, and it's very face-saving to give it to others as a gift." Fu Xianling was a little tempted. After calculating the family savings and thinking about the sisters in the family compound who often complained to her about not being able to buy fine grains, she nodded. "Okay, I'll take care of it all." Xiao Man smiled. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll go back first. I'll come back after dark. By the way, Auntie, where are your oil barrels and rice bags? Ask my family to put them in directly so that they don't have to move them around. It's not only troublesome, but also easy for people to see the clues." Fu Xianling was impressed by the little girl's thoughtfulness and happily went back to the kitchen to get the oil barrels and rice bags. Oh my God, that big cloth bag can hold Xiao Man. And the white oil barrel, thick and heavy, full of weight. Fu Xianling gave 2 5-gene oil barrels, 1 in each hand, and Xiao Man left with them. Turning a corner, the barrels were stored in the space. After being busy for so long, the sky has darkened. Xiao Man felt sick in her stomach, but she still left the family compound calmly and squatted in a corner. Tong Tong, can you help me cook something? It doesn't have to be too rich, just some porridge will be fine. The system ruthlessly refused. Sorry, host, Tong Tong doesn't have such advanced functions. Then can you come in? I can go in and do it myself. Sorry, host. The 2 space fragments you drew are time-prohibited space fragments, which can only store items and life forms cannot enter. Xiao Man was a little disappointed, but she didn't force it. She took out a mooncake from the space, opened it, and gobbled it up. The mooncake was sweet and fragrant, but it was choking. She choked so much that tears came out. Although the second crisis had been mostly resolved, she felt wronged. Why did she suddenly travel through time without hurting the world or doing evil? She just stayed at home all day as a little waste, who cares? After eating a mooncake, Xiao Man raised her hand to wipe her tears and stood up stubbornly. Using a moonlight, she put the white rice in the system space into the grain bag given by Fu Xianling. Afraid that the amount was not enough, he opened another bag and poured some into it. The same thing happened with soybean oil. After filling a 10-liter barrel, he opened another one and stuffed the 2 5-gene barrels full, leaving only a little gap before storing them all in the system space. There were 2 flat, sharp stones on the side of the road, so he put them away as well, to prevent anyone from having bad intentions. Xiao Man didn't know what time it was. She only knew that it was dark and there was no one on the road. The residential building in the distance was lit with dim lights. Xiao Man walked quickly towards Fu Xianling's house and soon arrived at the gate of the courtyard. Just as she put the things out and was about to knock on the door, she heard a fierce quarrel inside. Xiao Man's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Fu Xianling's husband or mother-in-law was not happy that she spent a high price on these things. She put her ear to the door panel, but heard words like children, hospital, not laying eggs, etc. She didn't know whether she should knock on the door. Xiao Man knocked on the door only after the noise in the house died down. The sound was not loud, but it disturbed several people in the house. After a while of chaos, Fu Xianling put her hand on the door bolt and asked with a nasal voice, "Who is it?" "It's me, Auntie." Xiao Man looked around like a thief and then said, "Auntie, I'm here to bring you something." Fu Xianling heard the familiar voice and quickly unbolted the door. Seeing that there was really a big bag of grain outside, she hurried into the house and called her husband to help. After a group of people moved the things into the yard and bolted the door again, Fu Xianling breathed a sigh of relief. After checking and making sure that there was no problem with the things, Fu Xianling went into the house to get the money. But her mother-in-law kept muttering to her husband, "God, this rice is really good. I'll bring 2 kilograms to your sister-in-law tomorrow to taste it." Xiao Man thought this was a bit strange and hid in the corner pretending to be a quail. In less than 2 minutes, Fu Xianling came out and handed a stack of bills to Xiao Man. Xiao Man counted them, and it was 71 yuan just right. But it was still not enough. She owed the hospital 90 yuan, and even if she put in all the bills she had, it would not fill the hole. So, she had to find another way to make money faster. Thinking of the 2 consecutive explosions of fertility pills in the space, Xiao Man had an idea. Pulling Fu Xianling out of the yard and hiding under the wall not far away, she said shyly with a bit of caution, "Auntie, I just heard you talking about a child in the hospital. Is the child at home sick?" Fu Xianling's expression tightened, and she waved her hands with a stiff smile. "No. That's good." Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest and said, "Otherwise I really can't help." Then she said something completely unrelated. "I have a relative who has been pregnant for more than 10 years after marriage. The man has always said that he married an old hen that doesn't lay eggs and was later taken to the hospital by the woman's family. Guess what? It turned out that the man was infertile." After being surprised, Fu Xianling covered her mouth and asked, "Are you serious?" Whether or not one can have children has something to do with the man. Otherwise, having a child is a matter for both parties. Why should the man put the responsibility on the woman?
Fu Xianling nodded doubtfully.
Then Xiao Man continued, "However, my relative has finally reaped the rewards of her hard work. She went to many doctors and sought medicine for medicine in the past 2 years, and she actually found a secret remedy. After taking it once, she got pregnant. And it was twins, a boy and a girl. Now she has both a son and a daughter, and her in-laws protect her like the apple of their eye." Xiao Man saw Fu Xianling in a daze and smiled and waved her hands. "Well, why am I telling you this? You're such a nagging person. I'm leaving first, and I'll come to see you another day." But as she turned around, Fu Xianling grabbed her arm. Xiao Man was secretly delighted. "Hey, it worked." But she pretended to be innocent. "And what do you mean?" Fu Xianling looked at her dimly. "What you said just now, is it true?" Xiao Man trembled and asked the system quickly. "Master, is the fertility pill really effective?" "Host, don't worry, as long as the man and woman who take the pill have all the necessary parts, there is a 99% chance of conceiving twins." So, Xiao Man nodded firmly. "Of course, it's just that the pill is very expensive, super expensive, and most people don't dare to try it easily." "How expensive?" 100 yuan per pill, and both men and women need to take it at the same time. "What if you're lying?" "I can collect the deposit first, and collect the balance after you've been pregnant for half a year." "So you heard everything at the door just now?" Fu Xianling looked at her steadily, as if considering the truth in Xiao Man's words. Xiao Man admitted frankly, "Yes. If you think I'm a liar, just pretend I didn't say anything. However, with your mother-in-law's attitude, are you sure you still have room to back down?" Fu Xianling closed her eyes and gritted her teeth as if she had made up her mind. "Okay, I'll buy it. Let us meet under the old locust tree in 3 days." Xiao Man smiled and gave her a reassurance. "Aunt, just think about it. The person behind me can come up with such good rice. How can he be an ordinary huku? It's normal for him to have a secret recipe for having children, right?" Fu Xianling suddenly realized something, and the haze in her heart dissipated for the most part because of this sentence. Nodding. "Aunt, I believe you." Xiao Man waved at her and jumped away. When she returned to the hospital and handed 70 yuan to the cashier window, she heard the staff member say solemnly, "Comrade Xiao, I'm sorry for being petty this afternoon. Your boyfriend has already paid the hospital fees." Xiao Man. "Lu Yuan came back and paid for her?" "It doesn't matter if she pays the money, as long as she pays it back. But the key is that the boyfriend was just something she made up to gain people's trust. Lu Yuan wouldn't think that she wanted to rely on him. At this point, she can only pinch her nose and admit it. When she returns to the countryside, who will know who?" Xiao Man smiled and waved her hands. It's okay. You are also thinking about the hospital. I understand. Where is my boyfriend? Is he in the ward?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the staff winking at her. Xiao Man had a bad feeling in her heart. She turned her head stiffly and saw Lu Yuan standing 2 meters away from her with a gloomy face. Dr. Li next to him looked at Lu Yuan with interest, as if saying, "You said you were not a couple. Look, the girl doesn't admit it." Xiao Man felt her face burning, but who is she, a little waste in the 21st century? As long as she was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. She smiled stiffly and waved to the two of them. "Hi, good evening, Dr. Li." Li Minghua suppressed a smile and nodded. "Yeah, good evening." Xiao Man saw that Lu Yuan did not expose their relationship on the spot, and she breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward quickly. Putting away his smile, he asked with a worried look on his face, "Dr. Li, was my father's operation successful?" "Very successful. If he is properly cared for in the future, it will not affect his walking." Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lu Yuan, "Where is my mother? Has she woken up?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "Not yet." Xiao Man said and took out a handful of money from her pocket. "Lu Jiqing, thank you very much for paying the hospital fees for my parents. Here is 70 yuan, you take it first, and I will give you the rest when we return to the production team." Lu Yuan frowned deeply, glanced at the curious or jealous eyes around him, took the money and put it in his pocket, and said inaudibly. Li Minghua glared at him. You are so stingy to pay the hospital fees for your father-in-law. Lu Yuan did not explain and took the blame. Xiao Man asked with a smile. Dr. Li hasn't eaten yet. Lu Jiqing, do you have food coupons? I want to treat Dr. Li to a meal. Before Lu Yuan could say anything, Li Minghua waved his hand. No. I'll just have a bite at the guest house. How could Xiao Man let Dr. Li settle for nothing? She smiled and said, You've worked hard today, and it's worth it no matter how good the meal is. It's just that I can't leave now, so I can only trouble Lu Jiqing to help entertain you. I hope you don't mind. Lu Yuan, you pick the good ones, and I'll reimburse you when we get back to the production team. Lu Yuan thought to himself, You quite generous. If I hadn't investigated the background of the Qiao family, I would have thought that Qiao Ruming's family was wealthy.
Wait.
Isn't Xiao Laosan the one who lives the most miserable life in the Qiao family? How did Xiao Man get the money in just a few hours? It can't be. He's really full of secrets. Let's go, Dr. Li. Lu Yuan raised his hand to signal, and Li Minghua left with a smile. But after leaving, she glared at him. You are so cold to the girl. Be careful that she doesn't want you. Xiao Man is not my type. Lu Yuan muttered in a low voice, not wanting to be kicked by Li Minghua. You kid, don't make trouble for me. The girl said she is dating you. What's the matter? Do you want to cheat? If you dare to be irresponsible, be careful that I will ask Mr. Lu to deal with you. Lu Yuan knew it would be like this, and he was very upset. Gnashing his teeth, he came to the state-owned restaurant, but found that there was no food here. Lu Yuan took out the bills and said nice things to the waiter, hoping that the chef would work overtime and cook them some clear soup noodles. But the waiter looked up and drove them out. Li Minghua had never seen such an embarrassed Lu kid, and he stood aside and bent over with laughter. Okay, go back to the guest house. I still have some biscuits. Lu Yuan had no choice but to send Li Minghua back to the guest house. Looking at the few broken biscuits, he didn't eat them. After getting a kettle of hot water for Li Minghua, he was rushed back to the hospital. On the other side, Xiao Man watched the two of them walk away and went straight to the ward. Seeing Qiao Runming and He Nian sleeping peacefully, she breathed a sigh of relief, unconsciously lightened her steps, and sat between the two. On the table between the two beds was her torn package. Inside were a few sets of clothes she had packed. Xiao Man sat in the ward for a few minutes and then got up. She took out the torn clothes from the package and put them in the cabinet. Then she took out some rice from the system space and put it in the package. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a roast chicken. After tearing the vacuum packaging, a smell of meat instantly floated in the ward. Xiao Man was startled and hurriedly buried the roast chicken in the rice. The fragrance faded a little, so she the package and took it to the hospital cafeteria. Along the way, she was mentally preparing herself. It's okay. The rice is disposable rice, and it's clean. As for the package, what can she do? The first time I signed in, I didn't sign in for my suitcase or my thermos. I could only use rags from home as containers. Fortunately, Qiao Runming and He Nian loved cleanliness, so their bags didn't look dirty, and their clothes were all washed and dried. Xiao Man was thinking about all sorts of things when she arrived at the hospital cafeteria. It was past mealtime, so only the chef was on duty. Seeing Xiao Man coming over, he asked curiously, "Little comrade, what are you doing here?" Xiao Man smiled sweetly and asked, "Uncle, my father just had surgery. Can I borrow the canteen's pot and stove to make some porridge for him? Don't worry, I'll pay you whatever you're supposed to." Then he took out a few bills. The chef had seen many people come to borrow pots and stoves, but this was the first time he had seen someone pay so readily. I couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, it's 2 cents per time. You have to prepare the seasoning yourself." Xiao Man nodded, took out 2 cents and put it in the chef's hand, thanked him, and went into the kitchen. The chef was worried and stood aside to watch, and saw Xiao Man take out a roast chicken from the snow-white rice. The chef. "Girl, your way of hiding meat is quite unique." Smelling the fragrance, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Xiao Man was embarrassed. "I came out in a hurry, and didn't bring tableware. I have to borrow your bowl later. Have you eaten? Let's have a drink together. The chef's eyes lit up, washed his hands, and came to help. I'm telling you, the porridge has to be cooked like this to taste good. The chef used his signature skills to cook the porridge soft, glutinous, and sweet. He washed the roast chicken again, tore off the meat from the and put it in. Soon, a pot of fragrant chicken porridge was ready. Chow Man Man happily served the chef a big bowl of porridge and gave him a chicken leg. Seeing this, the chef served her a plate of pickled vegetables. He also took 2 thermos buckets and 2 aluminum lunch boxes, packed the remaining porridge and chicken, and asked her to take them back to the ward. Chow Man Man thanked him, cleaned up the kitchen, and left with her things. Back in the ward, seeing that Chow's father and mother were still not awake, she opened the lunch box and drank the porridge. Well, this porridge is really delicious, fragrant, and sweet. The pickled vegetables are also delicious, fresh, and crispy. It's a pity that there are no steamed buns, which always feels a little bit lacking. Just when she was eating so much, Yuan came back. Chow Man Man looked up in confusion. Why are you back so soon? Yuan was upset. He thought that he was starving outside, but she was eating alone here. As if she could see clearly what Yuan meant, Chow Man Man pushed one of the thermos bottles forward. Are you not full? Drink something while it's hot. It's made by the cafeteria chef himself, and it tastes especially good. After feeling frustrated for the whole day, Yuan did not expect that Chow Man Man had such a gentle side. He also did not expect that all the messy complaints in his heart would disappear because of such a sentence. He walked over with big strides and sat next to Chow Man Man. He unscrewed the thermos, and a tempting aroma came to his face, and Yuan's stomach made a rumbling sound. Chow Man Man was stunned for 2 seconds before asking, You didn't eat? We went too late. The chef has already gone off work. Yuan's ears flushed, and he answered calmly, the lid back on, I'll go deliver some to Dr. Lee. Chow Man Man nodded, instructed the system to remove the packaging of the egg moon cakes, and said to Yuan, There's some chicken here. You can take it with you. By the way, there are a few pastries. As she spoke, while Yuan was tidying up the lunchbox, she blocked the drawer with her body and took out 4 egg moon cakes from it. This is the pastry I exchanged outside. You can fill your stomach on the way. Yuan looked at Chow Man Man suspiciously. What did you exchange it with? Gold and silver peanuts. Haven't you seen them? The scene of Chow Man Man fiercely catching a thief flashed through Yuan's mind, and he nodded. Be careful. The inspections outside are strict recently. If you are short of money, you can borrow from me. Chow Man Man smiled, thinking that the original male protagonist still had some merits. After sending the man away, she took out a kiwi fruit from the space. After eating it with a slurp, she was satisfied. Chow Man Man raised her hand to touch the foreheads of Chow Runming and He Nian and confirmed that neither of them had a fever. Then she sat down against the wall and closed her eyes to take a nap. Maybe she was too nervous all day, and she fell asleep as soon as she relaxed. I don't know when Yuan came back. In the dim light, Chow Man Man's sleeping face was calm. Although she was thin, it was not difficult to see how beautiful the girl was from her delicate features. No wonder Uncle Lee said that he didn't understand romance. It seems that he really doesn't understand. After checking Chow Runming's condition, he found that his forehead was actually a little hot. He hurriedly called the doctor on duty, but the other party said that Chow Runming's temperature was only a little high, and it was not enough to take medicine, so he asked the family to wipe the patient's body to cool him down. Although the two moved very gently, they still woke up Chow Man Man, who was half asleep. After learning about Chow Runming's condition, she did not rush. She calmly borrowed a basin from the doctor and went to the water room to get warm water. After looking for a towel for a long time, she put the bag into it to wet it and wiped Chow Runming's forehead, neck, and armpits. Yuan also came to help, and the two of them worked together in perfect harmony. 10 minutes later, Chow Man Man took out a fever-reducing pill and stuffed it into Chow Runming's mouth while Yuan went to the water room to change the water. The pill melted in his mouth, and when Yuan came back, it was gone. She continued to scrub, and after more than 10 minutes, Xiao Runming's temperature dropped, and the two sat down by the window to rest. Lu Jiqing, thank you. Lu Yuan nodded tiredly. Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to ruin your reputation. I was afraid that they didn't trust me, so I lied to you about dating. Xiao Man was a little embarrassed when she mentioned her own careless words. But she still planned to make it clear so that Lu Yuan would not have any grudges. Don't worry, I won't get close to you when we get back to the production team. If anyone talks about us, I will stand by you firmly and tell them that this is the Lei Feng spirit of helping others and let them learn from you. Although this coincided with his own plan, Lu Yuan's heart was a little blocked when he heard Xiao Man say it so calmly. It was as if he was a piece of stinky dog shit, and the other party was avoiding him as much as possible. Take a deep breath and close your eyes. Xiao Man waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply, and she was a little confused. She raised her hand and waved it in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. Seeing no movement, she thought he was asleep. Xiao Man didn't bother about it anymore. Anyway, she got the idea. As for what Lu Yuan thinks, it has little to do with her. Close your eyes and chat with the system. Tong, sign in. Okay, host. Congratulations on getting 1 cubic meter of supplies and a fertility pill. Another fertility pill? Tong, you are dishonest. You said that your world has no fertility indicators. What do you mean by these fertility pills? Are you planning to let me eat them and have 99 treasures in one pregnancy? Ha, host, don't be so excited. You can sell it at the same high price as yesterday. I believe many couples need this pill. This is true, but she can't ask everyone if you want to have twins. I'm afraid she will be regarded as a lunatic. Xiao Man rolled her eyes in her heart and carefully checked the space supplies. Well, this Tong is a bit useful. This time, it opened a cubic meter of daily necessities. There are storage boxes, thermos buckets, thermos lunch boxes, hot water kettles, enamel pots, enamel basins, white towels, men's and women's underwear, as well as rubber gloves, rain boots, toothpaste and toothbrushes, shampoo and conditioner, skincare products, and cosmetics. In addition, there are some stationery such as ballpoint pens, gel pens, fountain pens, ink printing paper, notebooks, and calculators. Xiao Man was quite satisfied. After all, she didn't have anything she wanted now, and she couldn't buy anything she wanted. After counting the system items and putting them in order, she emptied her mind and went to sleep. Not long after, she began to snore. Lu Yuan opened his eyes at this time. He stared at Xiao Man for several times, making sure that the skin on her cheeks and wrists had not been tampered with, and then he rested again with doubts and solemnity. The morning sun shone into the windowsill. Xiao Man rubbed her stiff neck and woke up from her sleep. Looking at the seat next to her, it was empty. Touching the stool with her hand, there was no residual warmth, so she knew that Lu Yuan had been out for a while. Yawning, he checked on Xiao Runming and He Nian. Before his hand touched Xiao Runming's forehead, he slowly opened his eyes and shouted hoarsely, Man.
Ah.
Xiao Man agreed, and when he saw that he wanted to sit up, she hurried over to help him. Afraid that he would feel uncomfortable sitting, she also put a quilt and a pillow behind Xiao Runming. Dad, your bones have just been connected, so you can't move around. Xiao Runming said and touched his injured leg carefully. Man, where is Lu Jiqing? Dad can save these legs, I really have to thank him. Xiao Man raised her eyebrows, did not take credit for it, and smiled and said, he went out for a walk and will be back soon. Then she went out and called the doctor to change the dressing for Xiao Runming. After everything was done, Xiao Man unscrewed the thermos bucket. Dad, drink something. You haven't eaten for a day and a night. You must be hungry. Xiao Runming nodded and turned to look at He Nian. Mom hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said it was caused by anxiety and overwork. She needs a good sleep to recover her energy. Xiao Runming turned his attention to the thermos bucket after hearing this. Looking at the white and glutinous chicken porridge with oil floating in it, he resisted the urge to swallow his saliva and asked Xiao Man, my girl, where did this thing come from? Xiao Man said nonchalantly, I exchanged it for gold and silver peanuts. Then she came close to Qiao Runming and asked mysteriously, "Dad, how could our family have such a precious thing?" Qiao Runming looked out in horror and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the door of the ward was closed. He lowered his voice and asked, "How did you know?" Xiao Man rolled his eyes at him. Sister Jinjin was a thief in the room and was caught by Lu Jiqing and I. If she had been a step later, she would have succeeded. Xiao Runming asked, "What about the bracelet? Is it coming back?" Xiao Man touched her nose and lied. "It's coming back, but I accidentally broke it." Xiao Runming was startled. "That was your mother's personal belongings." Then he sighed. "Oh, forget it. It's been so many years. I guess I can't find it." Xiao Man tried hard to recall the plot, but she didn't find anything. In the end, she was just a cannon fodder. Which author would use so much space to describe the family background of a cannon fodder? By the way, Dad, do you know this locket? It seems very important. My grandma and my sister Jinjin both want it. Xiao Man took out the severely oxidized silver locket from the space and handed it to Qiao Runming. Qiao Runming glanced at it and nodded. "I have worn it since I was a child." However, when he grew up, he found that the old lady stared at the locket with a jackal-like look from time to time, so Qiao Runming hid it. That Sister Jinjin is also amazing. Not only can she find the jade bracelet, but she can also find the locket. I searched her body and found more than 20 yuan. After she finished speaking, she remembered that she had hidden a sum of money in a corner, which was just enough to pay for the hospitalization fee. When it comes to this, Qiao Man has something to say, and she doesn't give face to the old lady Qiao at all. "Dad, are you my grandma's biological son?" Uncle Jinwang informed me, and Grandma stood aside coldly, not worried at all. I knelt down to ask her for money, but she refused. In the end, it was the village head and Lu Jiqing who helped her, and she reluctantly took out 10 yuan. Xiao Runming's nails dug into his palms, and his face was full of painful struggle. Xiao Man continued to stab him in the heart. "Speaking of which, Dad, my grandma didn't like you so much. Why would she make a silver lock for you? My uncle, the second uncle, and the younger uncle don't have this thing. You can't have stolen it from my grandma." Xiao Runming was stunned and recalled all the past, and he also had a little doubt. However, he had no evidence. Okay, let's not talk about this. You try it quickly. Is this porridge delicious?" Xiao Man took a spoon and scooped a large spoonful and fed it to Qiao Runming's mouth. The soft and sticky taste satisfied his tongue. After a few mouthfuls of white porridge, his stomach stopped roaring. Xiao Man asked proudly, "It tastes good, right?" "It's made by the chef in the cafeteria." Xiao Runming nodded with moist eyes. "It tastes good." He hadn't had white porridge for more than 10 years, and he didn't expect it to taste so sweet. He had exiled himself all these years. What a hard life he had lived. He also implicated his wife and daughter. Man, Dad is sorry for you." Xiao Man raised her hand to wipe his tears and said nothing. After all, he was sorry to the original owner, and he was just a Westerner. After venting, Qiao Runming felt much better. He put the thermos bucket on the table and said he would leave it for He Nian to drink. Xiao Man had no objection and the lid on for him. But he waited and waited, and when the doctors and nurses came to work, He Nian didn't wake up. Xiao Man frowned, suspecting that He Nian was not simply angry. Just as she was about to find a doctor to come and take a look, she saw Lu Yuan and Li Minghua coming over. Li Minghua saw that Qiao Runming had woken up and carefully checked his legs. Finally, he nodded. "It's okay. I've made it through the first stage. Next, I have to pay attention to rest, stay in bed, and try not to move. Check again in 3 months to determine the recovery of the bones. If possible, then do appropriate rehabilitation." Qiao Runming asked, "Doctor, to what extent can my leg recover?" "It's hard to say. Some people can walk normally, while others can only limp. However, being able to retain the ability to walk is a blessing in disguise." Li Minghua looked at Qiao Man meaningfully. "You have such a capable daughter. You are blessed to have such a good fortune. Don't lose heart." Qiao Runming said and turned to look at He Nian. "Could you trouble Dr. Li to check on my wife?" Li Minghua raised his eyebrows and reached out to feel He Nian's pulse. Xiao Man was stunned for a moment and lowered her voice to ask Lu Yuan, studying both Chinese and Western medicine? Lu Yuan gave a positive answer, learning from a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Man was shocked, thinking how lucky she was that she actually caught a big shot on the first day of her time travel. Woo thighs, I want a hug. Li Minghua touched He Nian's head for 2 minutes and then examined the back of her head with a serious look. Has your wife ever suffered any external injuries here? Yes. She was hit on the back of her head. Xiao Runming's thoughts went back to 20 years ago. I picked her up by the river. She was seriously injured at the time and almost died. She finally woke up, but she forgot everything. She also talked nonsense every once in a while and banged her head against the wall.
People in the village said,
Comrade, he is not mentally ill. She has blood clots in her brain, which compresses her nerves and makes those irrational behaviors. After Xiao Runming was shocked, he was slightly happy. Then, do you have a way to cure her? Nian should really want to go home. Li Minghua was stimulated by the word Nian and shuddered. He thought that Lu Yuan, this father-in-law, was very clingy. I don't know if his wife is easy to marry. Just as he was thinking about it, he felt a cold air blowing behind him. Without a doubt, it must be the guy surnamed Lu, who was teasing him. Li Minghua stood up stiffly, feeling like a thorn in his back. It can be cured. Xiao Runming was overjoyed and wanted to kowtow to Li Minghua to thank him, but his legs hurt him, and he had difficulty sitting up straight. Don't worry. If you break your legs, your wife and daughter will have to take care of you. Xiao Runming was cheerful and not angry at all. Li Minghua winked at Lu Yuan, who nodded, and went to the nurse to borrow a bottle of alcohol, then locked the door. Li Minghua took out a cloth bag from his arms, opened it, and inside were silver needles of different lengths. After disinfection, he pierced He Nian's head. Not long after, He Nian turned into a hedgehog. Xiao Man was in the corner, not daring to breathe, as if the needle was piercing herself. She frantically called the system in her mind. Tong, can't you give me a pill that can absorb the blood clots in my brain? The system said aggrievedly, Host, you haven't done any tasks, and you still want good things. Are you dreaming? Xiao Man said innocently, I'm alive. As for the heroine, I'm thousands of miles away from her. How can I her luck? At Yuan and... A burst of garbled characters flew in her mind, making Xiao Man dizzy. Stop. The garbled characters stopped, and the cold voice of the system came. Host, please figure it out on your own. Xiao Man was unhappy and wondered why he was so fierce. This is her first time binding the system, so isn't it normal that she's not familiar with it? The system trembled, and its voice became soft again. Host, don't be angry. The task is actually very simple, but it is all restricted by the rules and cannot be said directly. Come on, host, we all love you. Xiao Man said and her eyes fell on Li Minghua again. I saw him gently twisting the ends of the silver needles with his fingers, and after 15 minutes, he pulled them out one by one. After disinfecting it and putting it away, he said to Xiao Runming, in theory, it takes at least 3 consecutive acupuncture treatments to see significant results. But I have something to do at work, and Xiao Lu has bought the tickets for me, so I can only give you 1 more acupuncture tomorrow morning. After that, you have to take good care of yourself. As for whether the blood clot in the brain can be absorbed cleanly and whether the person can recover his memory, it can only be left to fate. Xiao Runming rubbed his hands, wanting to ask the other party to stay for another day to help He Nian with acupuncture, but he knew that was too much to ask. After hesitating, he still didn't speak. He watched Li Minghua walk away and sighed on the hospital bed. Xiao Man comforted him. Dad, it's okay. My mother is blessed with a long life. Maybe she'll get better one day. At worst, she would work the task, and one day she would be able to draw a pill that would restore He Nian to his original state. Xiao Runming nodded, but his expression became strange. After asking, I found out that he wanted to go to the toilet. What should she do? Lu Yuan was out to see someone off. She couldn't, as a little girl, carry her father into the men's restroom. He rolled his eyes and called a strong man from the next ward. He took out a dime from his pocket and handed it to the other person. Using the cabinet as a cover, he took out 4 pieces of toilet paper and stuffed them into Qiao Runming's hands.
Dad, please use it sparingly.
It's not easy to find some. The eldest brother took a look and his eyes lit up. Little sister, can you give me some toilet paper? My wife just gave birth to a baby. Xiao Man declined politely. Brother, I'm so sorry, I also exchanged them with others. If I hadn't heard that city people are particular and I was afraid of making you stink, I would have gone out to find some sticks to make do with. The eldest brother looked at Xiao Man in surprise and suspicion for a few times, then laughed and said, Seeing how generous you are, I thought both husband and wife were working. Xiao Man spread her hands and deliberately revealed the patches on her body. How could that be? My family is in a production team in the countryside. My partner is out, and my dad is in a hurry too. I have no choice but to trouble you. Wait, let me see if my partner is back. As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest brother picked up Qiao Runming and ran away, fearing that Xiao Man would regret it and ask for the 10 cents back. Even though it's only 10 cents, it can buy half a pound of coarse grains. In order to have the opportunity to make money in the future, the eldest brother took good care of Qiao Runming. She accompanied him after he took a shoot, wiped his face, and gently put him on the bed. Little sister, next time you have any problems, call me. Xiao Man smiled and sent him out the door, just in time to meet Lu Yuan, who had just returned from outside. The educated youth Lu had such a sharp look in his eyes that the elder brother's legs went weak and he ran away. Xiao Man lowered her voice and told the story of how she asked someone to take Qiao Runming to the toilet. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. He just felt that it was indeed not good to have no son in the family. No wonder Uncle Qiao has been living such a miserable life these years. Comrade Xiao, I have to go back to the production team. Lu Yuan didn't know why, but it was difficult for him to say this. Xiao Man smiled gratefully. It's my duty. I have troubled Lu Jiqing a lot. When I return, I will definitely come to thank you in person. You don't have to be so polite, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. He took out the 70 yuan from his pocket and put some receipts on it. It's inconvenient to be without money when you are away from home. You can use it first. If you need anything, we can talk about it when we return to the production team. I don't have time to send it to Dr. Li, so I have to trouble Comrade Xiao for help. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Lu Yuan turned around and said goodbye to Qiao Runming, but he held his hand. Thanks to you, Lu Jiqing, I really don't know how to repay you. Although Li Minghua didn't say it clearly, Qiao Runming saw it clearly. The other party was willing to help him treat his leg and take the risk of giving He Nian acupuncture, all out of Lu Yuan's consideration. How could this not move him? Lu Jiqing, who was not related to him by blood, treated him better than old Lady Qiao. Lu Yuan said, it was Comrade Xiao who made the prompt decision. Indeed, most girls faced with such difficulties would cry and let themselves be led by the nose. But Xiao Man is different. She killed Zhao Dahu, knocked Xiao Jinjin unconscious, married Li Chunqiao, and forced old Lady Qiao. From borrowing a car from the transport team to exchanging gold and silver peanuts for money, every step requires courage and decisiveness. All of this is linked together. It takes a very strong mentality. The key is, how did she accurately predict how things would turn out? Lu Yuan left with doubts. Xiao Man sent him to the door and went to the hospital cafeteria with a thermos and lunchbox. Missing the meal again, the chef felt sorry. Why didn't you come earlier? I specially saved some fried dough sticks for you, but they were bought. Xiao Man scratched her head embarrassedly. Uncle Hu, I don't have any food coupons, so even if I came, I can't eat anything. After that, he lowered his voice. But my partner bought some ham for me. Shall we make some stir-fried meat later? Okay. You take care of the ham, and I'll take care of the leafy vegetables. You can use the stove as you like. Xiao Man smiled, washed the thermos bucket, put it back where it was, and then waved and left. I found a secluded corner, took out the enamel basin, enamel pot, kettle, white towel, toothpaste and toothbrush and walked back with them. Faced with Qiao Runming's shocked eyes, he just smiled and didn't explain. He hid in a corner again, took out 2 kilograms of rice and a large piece of ham, and skipped to the hospital cafeteria. Lunch was being prepared here. The chef took out money, bought a handful of celery and a piece of tofu, took the ham from Qiao Man and started cutting it. Qiao Man asked, "Uncle, won't it delay your work?" The chef smiled. "It's okay. They haven't prepared the dishes yet. You only have a few ingredients and they can be done in no time." Yes, the dishes are prepared quickly, but the rice has to wait for a while. The chef would wait until the dish and soup were almost cold before he finished steaming the rice. I borrowed the insulated lunchbox from the cafeteria again, packed a portion, and sent it to Dr. Li. For the rest, he ate 1 bowl, the chef ate 1 bowl, and left 1 bowl for Qiao Runming and He Nian. There was half a pot of soup left, so Chef Hu asked everyone to share it. The salty and fragrant taste made everyone smile, and no one complained to Qiao Man for delaying their cooking. When Qiao Man was leaving, the aunt who was in charge of serving meals said, Xiao, come to my window in the evening, and I will serve you a full bowl of food." Qiao Man thanked them earnestly and left, with everyone's teasing still echoing in her ears. "So enthusiastic? I see you are greedy for Xiao's meat. Go away." Hearing the laughter behind her, Qiao Man's mouth corners curled up. It's just a little meat. She can afford it as long as everyone gives her some help. When Qiao Man returned to the ward, He Nian had already woken up. After knowing that Qiao Runming's leg could be saved, her mental state was quite stable. She even found chicken porridge and drank it all. However, her mind was still blank about the past. Qiao Man greeted her, but He Nian grabbed her hand in horror. Man, mother had a nightmare. I dreamed that you were by Zhao Dahu, that beast." Qiao Man panicked for a moment and then smiled. "Mom, it was just a dream. You see, I'm fine now." But Sister Chun Chao was dragged back by the old Zhao family and became Zhao Dahu's wife. Qiao Runming and He Nian were puzzled, so Qiao Man sat down and told her about Li Chuanxiao's frame-up of her in a calm tone with a smile on her face. However, she omitted the beginning and the end and did not say that she had fallen into the water. He Nian was horrified. "Fortunately, you are okay. Otherwise, mother would not know what to do." Qiao Man said thinking that she was okay, but the original owner was gone. This vengeance cannot be easily lifted. When the thermos was opened, a fragrant aroma burst out. Even though he had just drunk porridge, He Nian was still drooling. Qiao Man divided the rice into 2 portions with an enamel pot and handed them to her parents. After they finished eating and cleaned up the dishes, they went for a stroll in the city. Lu Yuan was surrounded as soon as he returned to the production team. "Little Lu, what's the situation with Qiao Lao-san? Why didn't he come back with you?" Before Lu Yuan left, Qiao Man told her about her plan. His face gradually became solemn. "Not very good. He had an operation and is still in the hospital. I'm afraid that his leg is." An operation? How much does it cost?" "My God. Qiao Lao-san's leg won't be cut off. My old son said that Qiao Lao-san's leg was crushed into a meat pie. How can it be saved?" Lu Yuan said only 1 sentence and was squeezed aside. Seeing that everyone was chatting more and more happily, he shook his head and went to the brigade headquarters. Reporting Qiao Runming's situation to Wang Defa, "Uncle Qiao's leg has been saved, but he can't do heavy work in the future. Aunt Qiao's condition is not very good either. The doctor recommends that she take good care of herself and not be tired." Wang Defa smoked his pipe, feeling that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. Not to mention that the 3rd branch of the Qiao family has little labor force. Just look at the partiality of old lady Qiao. How will this family of 3 live in the future? Team leader, Uncle Qiao's hospitalization this time cost more than 100 yuan. Logically, the quarry should pay for it. Wang Defa was shocked. No. How could it be so much money? The person who performed the operation on Uncle Qiao was an expert from Kyoto, and the fee was quite expensive. Fortunately, he came here on a business trip. Otherwise, Uncle's leg would be amputated, and our team would have to be responsible for the Qiao family's retirement for the rest of their lives. Wang Defa trembled and felt that it made sense. He took a puff of his pipe. Let me think about how to tell them about this matter. Lu Yuan said and prepared to go back to the dormitory. Wang Defa asked, Little Lu Jiqing, what's going on between you and man girl? Lu Yuan paused. Nothing. I just felt sorry for her and wanted to help her. Wang Defa didn't believe it, but he didn't get to the bottom of it. He said meaningfully, if you are dating, be serious about it. Don't let down the good girl in our team. Lu Yuan. There is really no way to defend yourself. At 7:30 in the evening, Chow Man Man took 5 kilograms of white flour to find the master chef. Uncle Hu, could you please help me steam some buns? The chef nodded happily. Sure, man. When do you want it? Early tomorrow morning. Dr. Lee is leaving, and I'll prepare some dry food for him. The chef lowered his voice. Not only that, he can't finish so much white flour by himself. Chow Man Man laughed and gave a thumbs up. You really have a discerning eye. I have a relationship with you, and someone asked me to help make these fine grains into steamed buns so that they can improve their meals. Chow Man Man didn't need to say it explicitly. The chef understood what he meant. He reminded her seriously. Uncle will say a few more words for the sake of your good impression, but don't have too much contact with those people. Chow Man Man nodded immediately. I know, Uncle. My parents are both in the hospital. There is nothing I can do. Don't worry, it's just this time. I will be good in the future. Then, he took out a piece of ham from his pocket. It's a thank you gift from them. Take it back and let your nephew taste it. The chef was stunned for a moment, put the ham in his pocket, and stood on the same front with Chow Man Man. Well, come and get it at around 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, so as not to be seen and explained. Chow Man Man smiled. Okay then, thank you, Uncle Hu. Chow Man Man returned to the ward and took out 2 mooncakes from the enamel jar for Chow Runming and Hinyan. Dad, Mom, have a bite to fill your stomach. The couple looked at the crispy mooncakes and didn't know how to start. Man, where did you get all this? Chow Man Man said nothing, but kept motioning them to eat. After they finished eating, they patted the crumbs on the quilt and went to sleep against the corner. Hinyan looked at the dark circles under her eyes, unable to say anything, but felt distressed. Chow Runming held her hand. Nian, our daughter has grown up. Chow Man Man did not sleep well that night. Although she had reminded the system to call her at 3:30 in the morning, she was still worried that she would sleep too deeply and miss the time. Of course, it was also because the bench was too small and the corner was too hard. She was really tired to fall asleep. Host, get up. Chow Man Man woke up from her sleep. When she opened her eyes, the room was dark, with only a ray of moonlight shining in from the windowsill. Chow Man Man stretched and shouted in her heart. Everyone sign in. Okay, host, congratulations on getting 1 cubic meter of supplies and a fertility pill. Chow Man Man was no longer surprised when she heard the word fertility pill. The family members had confirmed that her system was a sending baby system disguised as a plain sign-in system. Chow Man Man sighed and carefully checked the system supplies. She found that she was lucky this time and signed in a 3-in-1 fragment. 1/3 of the space inside was filled with various frozen products, including frozen fish and shrimp, various fried goods, and pork, beef, and mutton. Another 1/3 of the space was various cooked foods, including milk bread, candy and biscuits, dried fruit drinks, spicy strips and membranes, instant hot pot, and bagged instant noodles. The last 1/3 of the space was vegetables and fruits. There were mushrooms, Chinese cabbage, broccoli, bean sticks, tomatoes, zucchini, eggplant, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a basket of eggs. There were also cherries, chiyue pears, perfumed lemons, and chocolate persimmons in small boxes. They were all Chow Man Man's favorites, but she just couldn't bring them out. How should I put it? They were out of season. It was only May, but she was celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. The time difference was a bit big. Chow Man Man found a few canvas bags at the top of the space and took them out to take a look. After making sure there were no signs on them, she carried them to the cafeteria. The canteen was empty, with only a dim oil lamp illuminating the busy figure of the chef. Hearing footsteps at the door, he grinned with a mouthful of white teeth and said faintly, "You are here." If Xiao Man was not a staunch materialist fighter, she would have been scared and screamed. But she was not afraid. With the protection of the motherland and the system, she was very brave. Xiao Man smiled and came to the stove. "Uncle Hu, what are you busy with?" The chef said frankly. "I boiled a few eggs for you. Here, eat quickly." The chef took 2 eggs from the pot, rinsed them with cold water, and put them in front of Xiao Man. Xiao Man did not refuse, and each of them took one. After eating, he took out a handful of candy from his pocket. "Here, return the gift." The chef was not polite, put the candy in his pocket, and tapped Xiao Man's nose in the air, then peeled the shell and ate it. After 2 or 3 bites, he finished it, threw the eggshells into the stove, and the last basket of steamed buns was also steamed. Lift the lid to let the steam dissipate. He took the canvas bag from Xiao Man and put all the steamed buns that had cooled down beside him into it. He looked at it and found that it couldn't fit in any more, so he asked Xiao Man, "How about you go out and deliver it first?" Xiao Man smiled and waved her hand. "No, I still have a bag." Then, like a magic trick, she took out an identical canvas bag. The master chef took it and looked at it for several times. "Your bag is so unique. The fabric is strong and the workmanship is fine. He likes it very much. He wants to ask for one for his wife to use at work." Xiao Man certainly noticed what he meant. Her scalp tingled, and she changed the subject. "Uncle, what time do Aunt Lee and the others usually go to work?" "Soon, usually around 5 o'clock. The master chef was a little disappointed, but not angry. After all, cloth coupons are hard to come by, not to mention such good canvas. He quickly packed the steamed buns for Xiao Man and told her to come back when she needed them. Xiao Man waved and left, finding a corner to store the hot steamed buns. Only 12 of them were left in the bag. 2 bottles of canned food with their packaging removed, a pound of milk candy bought from the supply and marketing cooperative, and 2 bags of peach cakes were put in the bag before carrying them back to the ward. It was light in the sky, and Xiao Runming and He Nian had woken up. After a day's rest, He Nian looked much better. He took an enamel basin to the water room to wash his face and fetched water to wipe Xiao Runming's body. When Xiao Man came back, she saw that the 2 people's spirits were obviously different. She smiled and took out 2 big white steamed buns for each other to eat. After 6 o'clock, they went to the cafeteria to get an enamel pot of oil tea. The couple finally ate and drank enough, and licked their lips with satisfaction. "I just feel that eating and drinking like this, no matter how many gold and silver peanuts, can't stand it." Xiao Man told the 2 not to worry. "Yuan left me money when he left, enough for us to get through until we are discharged from the hospital." Xiao Runming frowned, thinking that it was useless to have money. It was not his own, and he would have to pay it back sooner or later. Old Mrs. Qiao would not pay off their debts, and the other brothers and sisters did not show any warmth. At 7 o'clock, Li Minghua knocked on the door. Xiao Man welcomed him in and introduced him to He Nian. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, they locked the door. Li Minghua took out the silver needle, disinfected it, and gave He Nian acupuncture. At first, He Nian was very nervous and afraid of pain. But when the silver needle really pierced his head, he found that it did not hurt at all. There was only a slight soreness and swelling. Li Minghua was skilled in his movements and could keenly capture the patient's psychology. He chatted about family matters in between acupuncture to relieve the patient's nervousness. Not long after, He Nian fell asleep. Li Minghua gently pulled out the silver needle, disinfected it, and put it into the needle bag. He lowered his voice and said, "Comrade Xiao, I have to go. We will meet again, if we are lucky." Xiao Runming wanted to get out of bed to see him off, but his legs were still aching and he could not move at all. He hurriedly said, Man, go and see Dr. Li off." Xiao Man said, and picked up the canvas bag. Seeing Li Minghua going to the dean to say goodbye, she waited by the corridor, and when Dr. Li was done, she smiled and sent him to the station. "Comrade Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. I can take the bus by myself." Xiao Man smiled playfully. "Yuan will be angry if I don't complete the task he assigned to me." Hearing this, Li Minghua did not refuse. Walking in front of and behind Xiao Man, she asked with a smile, "How long have you two known each other? Is he usually a bit dull?" Xiao Man answered casually, "Not bad. Lu Yuan is very upright and empathetic." Li Minghua looked at her in surprise and smiled, a little cunningly. It's true, in the eyes of the beholder, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Xiao Man didn't understand why, but she didn't get to the bottom of it. She sent Li Minghua to the station and waited for the train with him for a while. Seeing the train rumble into the station, Xiao Man stuffed the canvas bag into Li Minghua's hand, waved her hand without waiting for his reaction, and ran away. The train stopped and passengers crowded to get on. Li Minghua looked at the things in the bag and felt a little anxious, but he couldn't find Xiao Man in the bustling crowd. Fearing that he would miss the train, he could only carry the bag up. When he sat down, Xiao Man appeared again, standing not far away and waving.
Li Minchuas Milat, Sincerelli.
Lu's girlfriend is quite interesting. It seems that it won't be long before the Lu family will have a wedding. Xiao Man didn't know what Li Minghua was thinking. She watched the train go away, went back to the hospital to leave money for Qiao Runming and He Nian, and then went back to the production team. It takes 2 or 3 hours to get from the city to the county by car. It takes half an hour from the county to the commune, and half an hour from the commune to the production team. In other words, Xiao Man has to spend half a day just on the road. On ordinary days, she would definitely not be willing to go through the trouble. But she remembered that Xiao Xinjin would go to the county to take a job recruitment exam tomorrow. Logically speaking, with Xiao Xinjin's grades, she would definitely not pass the exam. But who knows what kind of luck she had, she actually went to the office of the machinery factory. Her job is decent and she is smart, so the Chen family, who had an engagement with her but was not very satisfied with her, agreed to hold a wedding for the two of them. 3 months later, Chen Shizong made meritorious service and was qualified to let his family follow the army. Xiao Xinjin gave up her job to her brother-in-law and went north happily. Old Lady Qiao complained about her for being ungrateful for a long time. This time, Xiao Man also wanted to take the exam, firstly to vent her anger and cut off Xiao Xinjin's road to success. Secondly, life in the countryside was too hard, and she had to find a way out for herself. If Xiao Man were to say what Qiao Runming did best, it must be to let the original body go to school. Back then, Qiao Runming was the first intellectual to leave Qingshan Brigade, so he naturally knew the importance of studying. Although the old lady cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself, Qiao Runming did not give in. He blocked the door of the old Qiao family with a kitchen knife, and he would chop anyone who disagreed with Qiao Man going to school. With his fierceness, he really frightened the Qiao family, and they had to compromise. Xiao Man stayed for many years, and with Qiao Runming's excellent genes, she successfully finished high school. Afterwards, Xiao Man asked, "Dad, you are so capable. Why don't you take back the job you gave to your uncle?" Xiao Runming said tremblingly, "Dad actually planned to end his life at that time. If your grandma could hold on for another 2 minutes, Dad would go find your great-grandfather." Xiao Man. She overestimated her father. Retracting her thoughts, Xiao Man looked at the country road in front of her, took a deep breath, and came to the brigade headquarters under the scorching sun. The brigade leader Wang Defa had just finished shouting for everyone to go to work when he saw Xiao Man standing at the door and quickly reached out to turn off the speaker. Smiling, he asked the people to sit down. Man, how is your father? When can he come back?" Xiao Man had a worried look on her face. The leg was saved, but he lost half his life. The doctor said that the flesh on the leg alone will need more than a month to heal. As for the bones, he can't get out of bed for at least 3 months. Even if it grows back in the future, he won't be able to do heavy work. All I can say is that my father's legs are still there, and he can go out for a walk with a limp. Wang Defa hissed, "It's so serious." Xiao Man looked at him resentfully. "Uncle, that was a stone. Such a big stone rolled down from the mountain and hit my father's leg. By the way, have they found out the cause of the accident at the quarry?" How could that stone roll down for no reason? And it hit my father's leg. Wang Defa's expression was a little stiff. Your uncle Yuan Fong went to investigate as soon as he came back, but it was a mess at the time, and they haven't found out the results yet. Xiao Manman hummed, not surprised. Then he asked, what about the medical expenses? Wang Defa was even more embarrassed when he mentioned this. Director Sun said that although your father suffered a work-related injury, he also had some responsibility. After all, the mountain is quite high, and your father could have avoided it if he had reacted quickly. So, he only agreed to reimburse part of the medical expenses. Xiao Manman laughed angrily, thinking, what a scumbag. Can he just avoid it if he wants to? Even if he wants to shirk responsibility, he has to find a reasonable excuse. Xiao Manman took a deep breath. Okay, I asked the captain uncle to mediate and get half of the medical expenses as soon as possible. Wang Defa felt ashamed to see her so calm. But he didn't know that Xiao Manman was brewing a storm in her heart, and she was determined to meet what kind of person this Director Sun was. Captain, I came back this time to get a letter of introduction. Without a letter of introduction, it would be inconvenient for me to do anything in the city. Even when I came back to take the bus, I had to pay someone to buy a ticket otherwise. Wang Defa patted his forehead. Look at my memory. Lu Jiqing told me when he came back that he asked me to ask someone to send you a letter of introduction, but the team was busy, and I didn't have time. In fact, the old Xiao family didn't take it seriously. He had said it twice, but there was no movement from the other side. As for the other people in the production team, who would be willing to spend money and time to do this thankless task without any relatives or friends, saying this is just a forced way to save face. Fortunately, Xiao Manman didn't care and took the letter of introduction and left. When she came to the old Xiao's house and saw that the door was closed, Xiao Manman frowned. It was because she didn't have the key. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The original owner lived in this yard for 18 years, helping the Qiao family with washing and cooking, but she didn't even have a key. What kind of Hades-level joke is this? But it happened to Xiao Manman. The key is that there are usually people in the old house of the Qiao family. The original owner's fourth aunt is a pampered person. She usually doesn't work. She stays at home to take care of the old lady's favorite Qiao Bauer, the youngest grandson of the Qiao family. And Xiao Zhenjin returns to the old Qiao family every now and then to be the eldest daughter. There are people to serve her when she eats, drinks, defecates, and urinates. It's very comfortable. When Xiao Manman came back, she met Aunt Goyalon. I think the news of her return has spread to everyone. The door of the Qiao family was closed. Oh, it's obvious that it was the old lady Qiao who was trying to show her power. According to the original owner's temper, she would probably run to the field to cry and apologize. But who is she, a little waste in the 21st century, who chose to sneak in and pick the lock? Xiao Manman took a run up and climbed over the wall. Then she slowly came down and almost squatted. Fortunately, there were some firewood in the corner of the wall to cushion her. I didn't expect that the firewood would roll everywhere when she stepped on it. Xiao Manman ignored the mess in the yard and went straight to the west wing where the three of them lived. There was no padlock on the door. After all, it was well known that the third room was so poor that even if a thief came, he would have to cry and wipe away his bitter tears. However, after Xiao Manman pushed the door open, she was still furious. She saw that everything in the room that was worth seeing was gone, leaving only the cabinets, kangqin, and other large items that were difficult to move. Xiao Manman closed her eyes, took out the graduation certificate from the interlayer under the cabinet, and put it into the space. She also found a paper clip from the pile of stationery in the system space, straightened it, and pried the lock. She wanted to see who was dirty and stole the few belongings of the third room. As a result, after looking around, she found that except for Mrs. Qiao's room, there were no things from the third room, but there were more or less in the other rooms. Xiao Manman sneered and decided to be generous and sell her own junk to the other party at a price of 2 yuan per piece. After a round, her pockets were bulging. Xiao Manman climbed over the wall and left with satisfaction. She met the children in the team and said hello to them. Where are you going, Xiaopeng? Don't go near the lake. Uncle Daha drowned there a few days ago. Zhao Xiaopeng trembled and asked Xiao Man, Sister Man, where are you going? Back to the city. My parents are in the hospital, and no one is taking care of them. I have to go back to help. Zhao Xiaopeng wiped his nose with the back of his hand, not understanding why Xiao Man said this to him. He watched her walk away and trotted off to find his parents. Zhao Xiaopeng's mother was quite surprised. Didn't you go to the lake to catch fish? Sister Man said that Uncle Dahu drowned over there.
I'm scared.
That's Xiao Daha's bad luck. Li Maihua didn't care. Our Xiaopeng is very lucky. He just touched the fish in the puddle. Nothing will happen. Man is too bad at talking. After complaining, she realized, that's not right. The old Xiao family went to work today. Even the spoiled Zhao Shui came out with her 3.5-year-old son to pretend. This is intentional. Li Maihua immediately squatted down and asked Zhao Xiaopeng, what else did Xiao Man say? Zhao Xiaopeng thought for a while. Sister Man said that no one takes care of her parents. She has to go back to beg for food for her parents. If Xiao Man knew that Zhao Xiaopeng would talk so much nonsense, she would definitely give him 2 white rabbit milk candies to encourage him. When Li Maihua heard that Xiao Man had fallen to the point of begging, she was shocked and complained to her sisters about the old Xiao family. Word spread quickly, and the great achievements of Mrs. Qiao soon spread throughout the Qingshan Brigade. Everyone looked at the Qiao family with contempt, but the Qiao family still took advantage of the Qiaos by the rich. They thought that Xiao Man had no money and no tickets, so she would definitely come and cry and apologize to them. When the time comes, they must make the little witch kneel down in front of them. In the end, they waited, and Xiao Man didn't come until it was dark. Mrs. Qiao opened her mouth and threw dirty water on Xiao Man. I don't know which man's arms the little girl spent the night in. But Li Maihua laughed at her. Man was worried about her parents, so she went back to the hospital to take care of them without delay. Aunt Xiao, on the other hand, didn't even bother to go to the city to see her son, even though his legs were like that. She even said such a bad thing about her own granddaughter. What kind of person is she? These 3 words really exposed the essence of the Qiao family. Everyone pointed fingers at Old Lady Qiao. Old Lady Qiao was a little embarrassed and said with a dark face, "It's none of your business," and went back. Others also felt that Xiao Man didn't know etiquette. She came back, but she didn't know to pay her respects to the old lady. She was really raised in vain. When they returned home, they saw firewood rolling everywhere in the yard, and they were a little panicked after being stunned. They hurriedly opened the door, and at first glance, nothing was missing in the house, so they breathed a sigh of relief. They counted the money again and found that a few pieces were missing, and this time they were not calm. Xiao Laosi cursed and was about to complain to Old Lady Qiao. But Zhao Shui grabbed her arm. If mother asks you where the money comes from, what will you say? What to say? No way to say. The Qiao family is not split up, and the money is in the hands of Old Lady Qiao. But who can be selfless? Except for the eldest brother Qiao who lives in the city, from the second brother Qiao to the youngest sister Qiao, they all have their own small treasury. Although Xiao Man took 3 or 5 yuan from each family, it was not a small amount. Everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred, but did not dare to make a big fuss. Wait, there will always be a day when that girl comes back. When the time comes, I must break her hand. Xiao Man hummed a little song and walked briskly to the county. She took out the letter of introduction and opened a room. Unfortunately, it was a large bunk bed, and a mother and son lived in it. Yes, it was a mother and son. Although the boy was just as tall as the woman's waist, his eyes were not as naive as those of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Xiao Man paused, looked around and chose a seat farthest from the 2 of them, said something to the waiter, and went out. With the cloth coupons given by Lu Yuan, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a decent set of clothes. Carrying them in a canvas bag, she went to the bathhouse to get close to the staff. When no one else was paying attention, she exchanged candy for a bath ticket, paid the money, and went in to take a bath. The bathhouse was filled with steam, but Xiao Man felt a little uncomfortable. She glanced at the self-assured people around her, walked to the faucet in the corner, and rubbed her slender neck. Before long, a streak of gray mud appeared on her fingertips. Xiao Man took out a bath towel from the canvas bag and gently wiped her skin. On the day of the time travel, Xiao Man used the renewal charm, which not only dried her old clothes, but also made her skin more delicate. In addition, the girl's figure showed a vigorous vitality. Xiao Man felt that her figure had a bit of flavor. Well, what are you thinking about? You are not a decent person. With the canvas bag as a cover, Xiao Man took out the shampoo and squeezed a little on her head. With a gentle rub, the foam spread all over her hair. After 2 minutes of rinsing, the brown hair was finally not so rough. After another shower, Xiao Man came out wrapped in a towel. After changing into clean underwear and a coat, she went to the state-owned restaurant for dinner before strolling back to the guest house. He ignored the woman's hesitation and lay down on the bed to sleep. She had not touched the bed for several days since she came here. She fell asleep in seconds after lying down like this. The woman listened to Xiao Man snoring and rubbed her belly helplessly. Night fell quickly, but rustling sounds are heard in the room. Host, wake up, someone is touching your package. Xiao Man opened her eyes suddenly and saw a dark shadow at the end of the bed, bending over, not knowing what it was doing. Although there was nothing valuable in the package, Xiao Man narrowed her eyes dangerously. He took out the sharp stone from the space, turned over, and put it against the woman's neck, shouting sharply, "Help, there's a thief." The woman was startled, and when she stood up in panic, she felt a pain in her neck. Suspecting that she was held hostage by a knife, she lowered her voice and begged for mercy. No, sister, I was wrong. I was just hungry and wanted to ask for something to eat." Xiao Man was unmoved and felt a shadow rushing towards her in the dark. Just as the system was about to remind her of danger, Xiao Man swung a stone at him. The boy fainted on the ground and Xiao Man heard the sound of metal falling to the ground. Soon, the staff and the guests on the men's bunk bed rushed over, turned on the lights, and stared at the situation in the room with wide eyes. The woman immediately changed to a sad expression. "Help, she is crazy and wants to kill people." Xiao Man was not panicked at all and shouted to the waiter, "Call the police. I suspect the identities of these 2 people are problematic." The woman's body froze for a moment. "Yes, call the police. I don't believe that the public security comrades can wrongly accuse people." Seeing that the 2 people insisted on their own opinions, the waiter didn't know what to do for a while. Xiao Man calmly commanded, "Let someone call the police. Who is right and who is wrong? Let the public security decide." Oh. The waiter was frightened and staggered. A comrade wearing glasses said, "It's not good to have no female comrades here. You stay. I'll report to the public security." The waiter thanked him gratefully, looked at the situation in the room, wanted to go in, but didn't dare. The public security comrades came quickly, and before they could speak at the door, the woman started crying. The sad and mournful voice softened the hearts of these men, and they all blamed Xiao Man. Xiao Man was already unhappy because she was woken up. Seeing them making noise, she turned around and yelled, "Shut up." Then she said to the police, "Look, this is my bed. If I were the perpetrator, why didn't I hold them hostage on their bed? Look at the ground again. The kid just tried to kill me with a knife." At this point, Xiao Man's voice trembled. Almost just a little bit, she would have been killed. If I were a gangster, I would have stabbed them with a knife. Why would I need to protect myself with a stone? The woman was stunned for 2 seconds and turned her head stiffly. Only then did she realize that what was against her neck was not a knife, but a stone. If she had known this, she would have fought back. "Okay, all of you pack up and come back to the police station with me." Xiao Man glanced at the sky. It was just getting light. After thinking about it, she felt that she couldn't go to the police station. Otherwise, she would miss the recruitment of the machinery factory. She hardened her heart, took out the truth talisman from the space, and pasted it on the woman. Poking the stone forward, "Tell me, who are you and why are you wrongly accusing me?" The woman's muscles twitched a few times, and she became ferocious in an instant. "My name is Keiko Asada. This time I came out to carry out Mission 0523. As soon as the voice fell, the public security comrade's expression became serious. He sent the onlookers back to sleep and continued Xiao Manman's words. "What is Mission 0523? The superiors are preparing to up Yangxian Railway Station and specially sent us to create chaos to attract the attention of local armed forces. So, why did you steal my things?" Xiao Manman asked the doubts in her heart. The woman gave her an unexpected answer. "Do you think you don't need money to carry out the mission? You dress so well. You must have a lot of money." Xiao Manman. What kind of organization is this, actually asking members to pay for the mission out of their own pockets? It's too bad. Fortunately, she is both red and professional. What's wrong with that boy? Xiao Manman continued to ask. After struggling, the woman gritted her teeth and said, "He's my man." Xiao Manman was surprised. "Dwarf?
How old is he?"
"How did you two hook up?" Xiao Manman's eyes lingered on the woman. "Oh my God, you have a weird taste." This sentence made the woman break down and become hysterical under Xiao Manman's hands. Xiao Manman was so strong that she almost couldn't hold him down. It was the help of the public security comrades that she was able to control him again. The public security comrades decided to the two back for interrogation. When their eyes touched Xiao Manman, she waved her hands in fear. No. I have to take the recruitment exam for the machinery factory later." The public security comrade nodded. "Then I wish Comrade Xiao good luck in the exam." Xiao Manman smiled and thanked him, and sent him away. Just as she was about to lock the door, the waiter came over. "I'm sorry, young comrade. I didn't expect those two people were." He took out 2 yuan from his pocket and said, "I'm really sorry. This is your room fee and the compensation we give you. Please don't tell anyone about this." Xiao Manman said took the money and put it in her pocket, locked the door, and enjoyed the extra large single room. It was just that the day was bright, and she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. She got up helplessly, took out the enamel basin, white towel, and thermos from the space, and went to the water room to get water to wash. After returning, she sat cross-legged on the bed, took out bread, milk, and chicken legs to eat to her heart's content. After eating, her mind began to be confused, and Xiao Manman made a cup of black coffee to refresh herself. Fragrant. Said in the mind. Jing, sign in. Okay, host. Congratulations on getting 1 cubic meter of supplies, a fertility pill, and a strength pill. Xiao Manman was stunned for a few seconds and jumped up from the bed in surprise. Jing, are you serious? Did I really sign out other things? Yes, congratulations, host. It must be that the main system noticed that the host's luck has improved and specially gave it as a reward. Xiao Manman was suspicious. Is it because I caught the spy? The system laughed. Host, Jing doesn't know, but you can work in this direction. Xiao Manman rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking that it was of luck for a blind cat to meet a dead mouse once. How dare she, an ordinary person, confront the vicious spy? Not everyone is as useless as women and dwarfs. She took out the strength pill from the system space and swallowed it, packed up her things and left, and soon arrived at the gate of the machinery factory. It was working time. The workers had happy smiles on their faces and took firm steps. They greeted each other and walked into the factory. Xiao Manman was standing under the shade of the tree, feeling a little envious. Although she was born lazy, this was the vibrant 1970s. Influenced by everyone, she wanted to shine in the factory. Soon, the gate of the machinery factory was closed. Xiao Manman was not in a hurry. She ate fruit under the shade of the tree while waiting for news. Not long after, the security guard came out. He had glue and a piece of white paper in his hand. He quickly pasted the paper on the wall. Just as he was about to tear it off, Xiao Manman rushed over like a small cannonball. He quickly read the content of a notice and scared the old man.
Who are you?
What are you doing here? The old man's tone was not very good. Xiao Man Man took out 2 candies from her pocket and stuffed them into the other person's hand. I'm here to take the exam. The old man was stunned for 2 seconds, put the candies in his pocket, and said nothing. He took the notice back to the office and came out 2 minutes later. Girl, did you see it clearly just now? Do you want to go in and take another look? Xiao Man Man smiled and nodded. I saw it clearly, uncle. Thank you. The uncle said and went back to the house to drink tea. Half an hour later, a group of people gathered outside the gate of the machinery factory, all of whom came to take the exam. At a glance, they were all young people, looking energetic. Xiao Man Man saw Qiao Zhenjin as expected, and Qiao Zhenjin was also very surprised to see Xiao Man Man here. Xiao Man Man raised her hand and greeted her with a smile, her eyes full of provocation. Just as Qiao Zhenjin was about to make trouble, she remembered the grievances she had suffered in the old Qiao family and was afraid that Xiao Man Man, this witch, would not care and expose her stealing things from the 3rd room. She was so angry that her teeth itched, but there was nothing she could do. She could only stomp her feet with a hideous face. Seeing this, the girl next to her asked Xiao Zhenjin, Zhenjin, what's wrong with you? Why are you jumping up and down? Xiao Zhenjin pouted and turned black into white in front of everyone, saying that Xiao Man Man bullied her. She also spread malicious rumors, saying that Xiao Man Man had a crazy mother. People are simple nowadays. They didn't even investigate and believed Xiao Zhenjin's nonsense. One by one, they looked at Xiao Man Man with contempt. Xiao Man Man knew at a glance that this cousin was up to no good, but she was too lazy to argue with her. Only warned at the entrance, Sister, I heard that people who lie will be unlucky for 3 years. Xiao Zhenjin's heart skipped a beat, and she said stubbornly, You are the one who lied. Your whole family lied. Xiao Man Man covered her mouth and chuckled. Our Qiao family has not split up, and you are part of my family. After that, she lowered her voice and threatened Xiao Zhenjin in her ear. Dear cousin, we are still connected even if we break bones. I have a bad reputation. Can you get away with it? Don't dream, okay? Others will only say that the Qiao family has poor family education. Xiao Zhenjin's expression froze, but she was still timid. That's not necessarily true. After all, my father is the director of the logistics department of the steel plant. When mentioning this, Xiao Man Man's eyes flashed with gloom. That job was obviously passed by Qiao Runming, but now it has become a weapon for Qiao Zhenjin to show off. Seeing that she didn't speak, Qiao Zhenjin snorted coldly and walked away arrogantly. Xiao Man Man stood there, with a faint smile on her lips. I thought to myself, don't be too happy too soon. Qiao's melon is really big and exciting. Soon, Xiao Man Man sat in the examination room under the guidance of the staff. Yan Qingke, director of the office of the machinery factory, came in to read out the examination rules, and Gui Yufeng, the union secretary, checked everyone's graduation certificates and letters of introduction one by one. Xiao Man Man took out the letter of introduction, and Gui Yufeng was a little surprised after reading it. Maybe he didn't expect that a bumpkin would be able to catch up with the exam. What luck! Wow! Gui Yufeng carefully looked at Xiao Man Man's graduation certificate, checked the stationery, and made sure there were no cheat sheets before checking other people's certificates. Xiao Man Man took a deep breath and took the test paper passed by the candidate in the front row. At a glance, she found it was quite simple. But she didn't take it lightly, but answered it carefully and meticulously. Xiao Man Man only took 10 minutes to finish the objective questions in the front. It felt like she had gone through a 5th grade graduation exam. Then the last subjective question made her stuck there. It's not that I can't write, but I want to write too much and don't know where to start. The last question, as an important part of the industrial field, the machinery factory not only shoulders the important mission of producing various parts, but also plays a vital role in developing new technologies and manufacturing new products. Please use your imagination and offer suggestions for the development of the machinery factory. This question is easy or difficult, depending on one's imagination and understanding of the development of machinery. For children of machinery factories, they can fill the test paper with just a thought. But for students who have never been exposed to this aspect, it is really uncomfortable. Xiao Man felt that the male classmate next to her was almost bald. Xiao Man took a deep breath and thought about the structure of the article in her mind. She started with the simple machinery that she knew but was not popular in the world, and then talked about the Dongfeng 31AG that appeared in the news in the future. Xiao Man used the simplest words to describe the most beautiful future in one go. The moment the pen stopped, her heart was still excited. Just as she was about to ask the system what time it was and whether she could hand in the paper, she heard a slight gasp behind her. Xiao Man was startled and suddenly came to her senses. She saw Yuan looking at her with burning eyes and even secretly gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Man smiled sweetly and nodded, thinking that this game was stable. After carefully checking for typos, she waited for the end of the exam. Not long after, the bell rang. Xiao Man walked out of the examination room briskly and came to the big locust tree in the middle of the yard to wait for the results. Seeing others whispering, she asked the system, "Tong, do you know what they're talking about?" "I don't know, host." "You can't snoop into other people's privacy at will. However, you can amplify the surrounding audio signals." Xiao Man. Tong, you are really a good adaptable master. Come on, I want to adjust the audio signal to the highest intensity. Okay, host. As soon as the system finished speaking, the surrounding sounds became clear in Xiao Man's mind. "Sisterling, how did you do in the exam? With Uncle Wei here, you should be admitted. I really envy you guys." The girl who was called Sisterling said, "Although I got the last question right, I can't be careless. After all, we only recruit 8 people this time, but there are 12 or 13 students." But her eyebrows and eyes were visibly arrogant. "But it doesn't matter. Even if I'm not admitted, there are still other opportunities. My aunt said that the supply and marketing cooperative will be open this afternoon." Before she finished speaking, she realized that she had said something wrong. Although the girls around her were all good friends, who was not a competitor in the flood of educated youth going to the countryside. Wei Lingling's face changed several times. The girls around her observed her expression and complimented her. "Sisterling, why are you so careful? Your aunt is the director of the supply and marketing cooperative."
Who can surpass you?
Wei Lingling snorted coldly. "You are right." Xiao Man's face was not very good, because this exam was more difficult than she thought. Whether you can get on the shore or not, the competition is actually the background. But she didn't give up. At worst, she could wait until the 1980s to start a business. How could a person who traveled from the 21st century be defeated by such a small difficulty? That would be too embarrassing for a time traveler. Just as she finished thinking this, someone came out to post the list. Xiao Man went forward without much hope. But she found that the first position on the list was written with the 3 big characters Xiao Man. She was a little dazed and even suspected that there was a person with the same name. But none of the people around who cheered for the exam had the surname Xiao. Xiao Man smiled and felt that the leaders were still very discerning. Recruiting her would definitely be worth the money. What Xiao Man didn't know was that half an hour ago, the office of the machinery factory had a huge disagreement on whether to recruit her or not. It is true that the leaders and the candidates have a close relationship, but they also have to consider everyone's written test scores comprehensively. Otherwise, who will do anything if they find a bunch of fools? What's more, whether to recruit someone or not will offend people. In this case, let's consider it comprehensively. Xiao Man got all the objective questions right and undoubtedly became the strongest competitor. But her subjective questions were so bold that the leaders thought she was talking nonsense after reading them. But the future she described was really beautiful, and Yuan and Gui Yufeng both wanted to keep her. After a heated discussion, it was finally decided to let Xiao Man replace Qiao Zhenjin, who had passed all the levels and was waiting for the entry procedures. Anyway, Qiao was from the steel plant and had no control over their machinery factory. When the time came, they could just find an excuse to prevaricate and it would be over. So, Xiao Man was on the list. But Qiao Zhenjin, who should have been on the list, was not on the list. Qiao Zhenjin read it several times in disbelief and couldn't accept this fact. She came to Xiao Man angrily and asked her what improper means she used to win the first place. Xiao Man said calmly, "If you don't accept it, you can report it to the leaders of the machinery factory. I, Xiao Man, am upright and honest. It is my own ability to get the first place." Xiao Zhenjin glared at Xiao Man fiercely and turned around and ran into the office building. A few people who didn't pass the exam followed them, just to watch the fun. Seeing this, the others pushed each other and hurried their steps. Xiao Man frowned, but she was not too worried. After all, her ability was obvious to all, and her grades could stand up to scrutiny. However, when Xiao Man arrived, she found that Xiao Zhenjin was not abiding by the rules. "Director, how could you admit Xiao Man? Her mother is a psychopath." Xiao Man. "Tesco, how come Xiao Zhenjin has grown up after not seeing her for a few days? He didn't even start with her grades." Miao Shoujuan, the director of the machinery factory, didn't expect such a change and glanced at Yan Qingke in surprise. Seeing that he was also shocked, she asked seriously, "Comrade, do you have any evidence for what you said?" Xiao Zhenjin said with a righteous face, "Director Miao, although I was not admitted, I can't just watch you make a mistake. Xiao Man's mother is a well-known lunatic. Who knows if she has inherited the madness? What if she gets sick in the future and hurts people or breaks the machine?" Miao Shoujuan was scolded for making a mistake and was quite annoyed at first. But after hearing the rest, he felt relieved. What if he really recruited a dangerous person? Wouldn't the higher authorities make him suffer? "Leader, if you don't believe it, you can go to Qingshan Brigade to ask." This sentence made Miao Shoujuan feel relieved. Xiao Man squeezed through the crowd and came in. "Cousin, you can't make up rumors about me just because I passed the exam and you didn't. My mother is indeed different from other people, but that was because she was injured in her early years and there was blood clots in her head that compressed the nerves, not what you call a lunatic. Now I sent my mother to the city for medical treatment, and after treatment, my mother's condition has improved a lot." Miao Shoujuan only then knew that the person who made the complaint was a relative of the one who passed the exam. This is worth exploring the whole story. But so what? Seeking profit and avoiding harm is a required course for every leader, and he decided. "Leader, don't believe her. Who knows if she bribed the doctors at the city hospital to give false testimony for her? She has been crazy for more than 10 years. How can she be cured?" Xiao Zhenjin was indignant, as if she was really thinking about the machinery factory. "Yes, leader, we can't let dangerous people into the factory." Others also began to agree. Especially Wei Lingling, relying on her background, said a lot of unpleasant things, forcing Miao Shoujuan to fire Xiao Man. Xiao Man thought to herself, "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Jumping around. But Miao Shoujuan sighed after thinking for a moment. "In this way, Comrade Xiao Man's admission will be postponed. We will report the situation to the superior unit and ask for the leader's opinion." Xiao Zhenjin didn't expect that after all the trouble, Miao Shoujuan didn't return her admission quota. For a while, she was angry and aggrieved. Xiao Man closed her eyes, thanked her, and left the machinery factory. She went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things, and gossiped intentionally or unintentionally. "Sister, is your director's surname Wei? I heard from her niece Wei Lingling that as long as Director Wei nods, she can work in the supply and marketing cooperative. It's really impressive." A light and envious remark made many salesmen red-eyed. Nowadays, every household was forced by the Youth League office to send their children to the countryside. After all the recruitment was done, the job was chosen by someone else. Although she was the director's niece, she was just the logistics director. What was she so proud of? The news spread quickly. When Xiao Man was squatting at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative to take the exam in the afternoon, she heard many people muttering, "Have you heard that Director Wei has already arranged everything for Wei Lingling, and this recruitment is just a formality?" The news became more and more outrageous. Even Tan Yusheng, the biggest leader of the supply and marketing cooperative, heard the rumor. Frowning unhappily, he called Wei Wanfin to talk. "I heard that you promised your niece that you would recruit her to work in the supply and marketing cooperative?" Wei Wanfin shook her head in fear. "That's not true. Tan Yuxing sighed. No matter whether it's true or not, your niece can't come in this time. No, leader, my niece's grades are pretty good. Tan Yuxing raised his hand to interrupt. It doesn't matter whether her grades are good or not. What matters is what others think. There are so many rumors now. As long as you recruit her in, it means you're using the back door. If it gets out, who will take the responsibility? You? Seeing that way, Yuan was distraught. Tan Yuxing continued to stab her in the heart. If you want to blame someone, blame your niece for being so talkative. She made it known to everyone before the matter was settled. She doesn't even understand such a simple truth as secrecy is the key to success, so it's a waste of time to recruit her in. Yuan had nothing to say and decided to go back and complain to her brother and sister-in-law to avoid being blamed for not contributing. So, after Qiao Man entered the examination room, she keenly sensed a hint of solemnity. After receiving the test paper, she did not delay and finished answering all the application questions in just over 10 minutes. After checking to make sure there were no problems, she handed in the paper ahead of time, which attracted the attention of many candidates. Several classmates who took the recruitment exam for the machinery factory in the morning were surprised, thinking that Qiao Man had a genetic disease that was exposed, so how could she dare to take the exam? Maybe she was unwilling? Or did she want to get lucky? But it didn't matter. Anyway, she would not be admitted. Qiao Man didn't care about other people's attitudes. She just quietly fished outside. Not long after, a girl in a goose yellow shirt came out, saw Qiao Man, hesitated for a moment, and still plucked up the courage to come over. Classmate Qiao, how did you do in the exam? Was everything you said this morning true? Qiao Man raised her eyebrows. Of course. Seeing that the other party was a little embarrassed, Qiao Man smiled and asked, What's your name, classmate? You came out so quickly. You must be confident. The girl waved her hands quickly. No, I'm worst at application questions. I just don't want to go to the countryside, so I came here to try my luck. By the way, my name is Liang Ximin. Qiao Man chuckled. You re quite honest. Liang Ximin smiled embarrassedly. Not bad. After saying that, she mustered up the courage. I think your cousin is quite wrong. We are all family. Even if there is a problem, she should help cover it up. Not only did she not speak for you, she also added insult to injury. Your grades are so good, I don't know if it will affect you this time. Qiao Man spread her hands helplessly. As long as the machinery factory doesn't let me have any problems, I'm sure other units won't accept a dangerous element like me. Then why are you here to take the exam? I have to prove that there is nothing wrong with my intelligence and grades. You are optimistic. The two chatted casually, and soon, all the candidates came out. They chatted in groups of 3 or 5, and no one came to chat. Qiao Man was happy to be alone. Not long after, the results came out. As expected, Qiao Man was first again. Qiao Man breathed a sigh of relief, but saw Liang Ximin with a sad face. Just as she was about to comfort her, Liang Ximin smiled. It's okay, I'm mentally prepared anyway. Qiao Man saw that several people were looking at her sideways and lowered her voice to ask, Do you want to work in the supply and marketing cooperative? 600 yuan, I will give you the job opportunity. Liang Ximin looked at Qiao Man in disbelief and saw her nod firmly. I can't protect it anyway. Why not get myself some protection before they make trouble? Liang Ximin felt that she was right, but she didn't have that much money. Transfer it first. After the formalities are completed, I will go home with you to get the money. Qiao Man was not afraid that Liang Ximin would refuse to pay. At worst, she could just go to her house. Anyway, she already knew the background of this girl after asking her questions just now. I believe she will not refuse to pay just a few hundred yuan. Liang Ximin was very grateful for Qiao Man's trust, nodded and said, Comrade Qiao, thank you. I will definitely not default on my debt. Then he took Qiao Man's arm and walked to the office area and came to Tan Yuxing's office as if he knew her well. Uncle Tan, this is my friend Qiao Man. She wants to give me the job. Qiao Man tilted her head in confusion. Know her? Yes, this is my father's friend Director Tan. Qiao Man. Excuse me. After all, My understanding of you is a little shallow. Liang Ximin was amused by her, but Tan Yuxing asked seriously, Comrade Xiao, why do you want to give the job to Minmin? My question may be a little abrupt, but before the exam, some rumors came out of nowhere, so I have to be cautious. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to let his friend's daughter off. Xiao Manman did not hide anything and told her about the slander of her cousin for having a history of mental illness. My mother was diagnosed by an expert from Beijing, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with her. But this matter has a bad influence after all. Many people will not seek the truth, but will just follow the crowd. So I want to give the job opportunity to Ximin, let her shine in the supply and marketing cooperative for me, and live up to the opportunity given by the leader. These words not only made the whole story clear, but also made Tan Yuxing feel comfortable. Without making things difficult for the two, they were taken directly to the personnel department to handle the entry procedures for Liang Ximin. Although the staff was puzzled, they did not ask much. When everything was settled, as expected, someone reported the case to Tan Yuxing. Director Tan said calmly, "We have understood the matter clearly. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative has decided not to admit Comrade Xiao Manman for the time being. Everyone. All right, it's good that Xiao Manman was not hired. What about the vacant position?" Director Tan said with a wry smile, "Keep it for the next recruitment." He thought that it would be troublesome to recruit these troublemakers, so it would be better to get rid of them all. In this way, the recruitment of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative came to an end, and Xiao Manman followed Liang Ximin to Liang's house. It happened that Liang's father and mother were off work. When they saw their daughter bringing friends over, they hurried forward to entertain them. Although he held an important position in a government department, he looked amiable and had no airs at all. Liang's father asked, "How did you do in the exam? Was it a mess? If you can't find a job again, go to the countryside in northeast China. I'll arrange everything for you." Although the topic was serious, Liang's father's tone was very gentle, and it sounded like he was joking with Liang Ximin. Liang Ximin chuckled and went over to hug his father's arm. "Dad, I have a job. You didn't expect it, did you?" He. Liang's father was surprised. "No way, you are so bad at math. How can you pass the exam? You are not kidding us." In fact, he suspected that Tan Yuxing had let him win. He didn't know if there would be any problems. Liang Ximin smiled and shook his head. "Hey, you don't know my weight. How could I pass the Supply and Marketing Cooperative exam? My sister Xiao Manman gave me the job opportunity." Liang's mother came out of the kitchen and brought a plate of strawberries. There were not many, just about 10. While inviting Xiao Manman to eat, she asked, "What's going on?" Liang Ximin briefly explained the exam situation and also stood up for Xiao Manman. "Mom and Dad, please judge. Manman's mother is not in good health. What does it have to do with her? Why do you cancel her employment qualification?" Liang's father and mother did not say anything. They felt that this matter was not that simple. However, the two were decent people and had no intention of shirking their obligations to Xiao Manman. Liang's mother went into the house and counted out 600 yuan. After a moment's hesitation, she added 2 more big Unity notes and found a few food coupons and cloth coupons in the cash box. She came out and handed them to Xiao Manman. "Manman, Annie knows that 600 yuan can't buy such a good job. I am very grateful that you can give the opportunity to Ximin. Here are 620 yuan and some bills. Go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and buy some nutritional supplements for your mother. When Auntie is not busy at work, I will visit your mother again." Regardless of whether the other party's feelings were sincere or false, at least these words sounded quite pleasant. They had the power to warm people's hearts. Xiao Manman took the money and said with a smile, "Auntie, you are polite. In fact, I am quite short of money recently. It is my luck to meet Ximin." As the sun set, Liang's father and mother invited Xiao Manman to dinner, but Xiao Manman declined. After leaving the family compound, she went straight to the state-owned restaurant and bought a bowl of shredded pork noodles for herself. She also ordered 10 steamed buns, a portion of braised pork, a portion of braised fish, and 3 or 4 vegetarian dishes to take away. The waiter frowned and asked, "Can you eat so much?" Xiao Manman smiled and explained, "Sister, my family is in the hospital, so we need to eat something good." "Thank you, and the chef, for your hard work." She stuffed a handful of fruit candies into her mouth. "You have a sweet mouth." The waiter then smiled and placed her order. Even the food he served was larger than that of others. Xiao Manman thought to herself, "When can I become God? It's really frustrating to be bowing and scraping all the time." Fortunately, the food tasted good, and soon the bowl of noodles was finished. Xiao Manman heard the waiter calling her, and she knew that the other dishes were ready. She went to the counter to pick up the lunch box and thermos bucket, went out and turned left, and hid in the dark alley. When she came out again, she had nothing in her hands. Xiao Manman came to the guest house again and found that the inspection here was much stricter than before. It might be because of the shift change. The previous female comrade was not there, and a male waiter replaced her. After the young man carefully checked Xiao Manman's letter of introduction, he asked her a few more questions. After confirming that there was no problem with her identity, he took her to the room. "Close the doors and windows when you go to bed at night, and don't open the door unless our staff knocks." Xiao Manman nodded to show that she knew. She took a thermos and filled a bottle of hot water, washed up at the end of the bed, jumped onto the 1.2-meter bunk, stretched her arms and legs, and sighed with satisfaction. The moonlight poured into the empty room, and her heart was calmer than ever. Xiao Manman felt that it was time to buy a house in the county town. In a daze, she always felt that she had forgotten something. But she was too tired and fell asleep quickly. Xiao's family, Xiao Xinjin, got very angry as soon as she returned. When Xiao Xinjin's mother Jingyu asked her what happened, Xiao Xinjin cried and said, "Mom, I didn't pass the exam. Dad clearly said that he had arranged it, but I was not on the public list. Instead, that little witch Xiao Manman was on it. How is this possible?" Seeing Jingyu didn't believe her, Xiao Xinjin stamped her feet and said, "So many people saw it. How can I talk nonsense? I don't know where she got the news from." Seeing her daughter's solemn promise, Jingyu rolled her eyes and said, "Hey, isn't this a good thing? Just let Xiao Manman give you the job." Xiao Xinjin was horrified. She thought to herself, how could she forget that her father's job was given to her by his third uncle? Since the father can give in, why can't the daughter? God, what a stupid thing she did. "What's wrong with you, daughter?" Seeing that Xiao Xinjin's face was not right, Jingyu hurriedly helped her sit on the sofa. Xiao Xinjin licked her lips and said in a difficult tone, "Mom, please let me take it easy. I seem to have done something wrong." In the youth home, Lu Yuan was busy until midnight when he came back, and only then did he hear Lu Yifeng say that Xiao Manman had come back. That girl was great. She left without even showing her face. Old Mrs. Chow was so angry that she called a barefoot doctor. Lu Yuan's lips curved upwards, thinking that it was really so lively. "By the way, did you make any progress today? Found some clues?" Lu Yifeng put his hands behind his head. "It seems that there will not be many days of leisure for the educated youth." TSK. Lu Yuan paused while making the bed, and soon returned to normal. He lay on the Kong for a long time, but could not fall asleep. The morning sun was shining all over the land. Xiao Manman woke up from her sleep and asked the system, "What time is it?" "Sign in." "Okay, host, it's 8:30 now. I'll sign you in right away. Congratulations on getting 1 cubic meter of supplies and 1 fertility pill." Xiao Manman was lying on the bed, yawning and checking the supplies after she had enough. Well, it was different from what she signed in a few days ago. It was some clothes and fabrics and a few pairs of shoes. Xiao Manman took out a small skirt and compared it to her body. It felt quite fitting. Unfortunately, it was not midsummer yet, so she changed into a white long-sleeve shirt and a pair of black overalls. As for shoes, Xiao Manman picked a pair of black lace-up cloth shoes. After a moment of hesitation, she tied a high ponytail for herself, looking pure and capable. Xiao Manman didn't leave in a hurry. She found a place facing the sun and sat down. She took out a pen and paper and wrote down the article about the development of the machinery factory in the examination room yesterday. She revised it during the process to make the article more perfect. After finishing writing, she whistled and asked the system, "Tong Tong, what do you think of my writing?" "Very good, host. I believe that with the efforts of many people with lofty ideals, China will get better and better, reaching a height that was unattainable in the previous life." Xiao Man keenly discovered a hint of something unusual, but folded the paper as if nothing had happened, took out a blank piece of letter paper, and rewrote the article. This time, she wrote a thank you letter. "Thank you for the help of Zhou Guoping, the leader of the transport team, in the critical moment of the masses. Praise Captain Zhou for his Lei Feng spirit of serving the people." After writing 800 words, Xiao Man was a little excited physically and mentally. She took out milk and bread to fill her stomach before going to the front desk to check out and leave. Xiao Man went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy gifts and found that Liang Ximin was already working. She was assigned to the watch counter, which usually had little customer traffic, and the work was relatively easy. Seeing Xiao Man coming over, she smiled and waved to her. Xiao Man approached, said congratulations, and chatted with Liang Ximin for a while before going to work. She bought 2 kilograms of cakes, 2 bottles of white wine, and 2 packs of cigarettes, put them in a canvas bag, and left quickly. When she arrived at the door of the transport team, the security guard let her in before she even said hello. Xiao Man followed his instructions to the office, saw that the door was half open, and knocked gently.
"Come in."
Zhou Guoping shouted with full energy. Xiao Man pushed open the door. "Captain Zhou, it's me, Xiao Man." Zhou Guoping's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly stood up from behind his desk. "Comrade Xiao, why are you here? Was your father's operation successful?" Xiao Man nodded. "The operation was very successful, and my father's leg was saved. This time I came here to thank Captain Zhou, and to settle the gas fee." As she spoke, she handed over the canvas bag. Zhou Guoping was stunned when he saw the things inside. Then he accepted it with a smile. Comrade Xiao is so polite. Xiao Man exchanged a few words with him, and took out a piece of paper from her pocket. "Uncle Zhou, please take a look. Is there anything I want to change in this letter of praise?" Zhou Guoping took the paper and read it carefully. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. "Great, Niece Xiao, your writing is amazing. Are you interested in working for Uncle Zhou?" Xiao Man smiled awkwardly. "Uncle Zhou, my father's leg won't heal for a while." Zhou Guoping said hurriedly, It's okay. Wait until you're done." In fact, he remembered that there was no vacancy in the unit, and it would be difficult to arrange for Xiao Man to come in. The two did not dwell on this issue. Xiao Man saw that there were newspapers in Zhou Guoping's office, so she discussed with him which newspaper to submit her article to. After choosing and choosing, they chose the best newspaper in the province. Xiao Man said, "Uncle Zhou, let's submit to this one first. If it passes, it would be the best. If not, we can submit to the city's one. If it doesn't work, I will write a big character poster and post it at the entrance of the transport team." Zhou Guoping didn't know whether to laugh or cry and nodded. "I'll listen to you." Then, he took Xiao Man to the finance office. Let the accountant calculate the expenses needed for the trip that day. "This little comrade, the total is 7.52 yuan. Xiao Man had no objection and took money out of her pocket to pay the bill. The staff of the finance office wrote her receipt, and Xiao Man put it in her pocket. After leaving the transport team, she went straight to the post office. She submitted the essay and the letter of praise to the 2 best newspapers in the provincial capital, and then took a bus back to the city. At noon, when the sun was shining brightly, Xiao Man got off the bus and went straight to the glass factory staff quarters. She had remembered what she had forgotten. She had forgotten the appointment with Fu Xianling. She didn't know whether Fu Xianling had been waiting for her under the big locust tree yesterday afternoon. Xiao Man trotted to the glass factory staff quarters and saw that everyone was going out to work in 2s and 3s, so she was not in a hurry. She waited quietly for a while, and when she saw that most people had left, she knocked on Fu Xianling's door. "Who is it?" Fu Xianling shouted at the top of her voice. "Auntie, it's me. Do you have hot water at home? I want to make an excuse to drink it." Fu Xianling's eyes lit up when she heard the familiar voice, and she hurriedly put on her shoes and unbolted the door. Come in, come in. I'm the only one at home. Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief, strode to the yard, and sat down on a small stool. Fu Xianling went into the kitchen and poured her a bowl of boiled water and asked with a smile, What are you doing? Your forehead is full of sweat. Xiao Man pouted. It's because I'm worried about you. I ran from the station to here for 3 miles, and I was so tired. Fu Xianling was a little moved. Hurry up, drink some water to relax. Xiao Man gulped down half a bowl of water and then asked, Annie, did you go to the old locust tree to wait for me yesterday? I went out of town to get medicine and didn't make it back in time. Fu Xianling nodded. I waited, but I didn't see you for more than 2 hours, so I came back first. I thought you might be delayed by something.
Did you get the medicine? Let me see.
In fact, if Xiao Man had arrived yesterday, she might not have bought it. After all, those who are in a hurry are either cheating for money or... But Xiao Man didn't come, which made her feel safe. It was as if she had not made a mistake. Xiao Man was sent by God to save her from the dire situation. Xiao Man didn't know that she had turned right. She took out 2 pills wrapped in gold aluminum foil from her pocket and said to Fu Xianling, This pill melts in your mouth. You take one and give one to your man. If you work hard in the next 2 days, maybe the twin sons will come. Fu Xianling looked at the pills in surprise and wanted to swallow them right away. Xiao Man took the pills back calmly, took out a pen and paper, and wrote an IOU. Well, we agreed that you will get the balance after you get pregnant. This is the IOU. Sign it. If you default, my boss will not let you go. Fu Xianling didn't expect Xiao Man to really buy on credit, and her confidence in the pills increased a little. She took the pen and signed her name on the note. I went back to the house and took out 50 yuan for Xiao Man, opened one of the pills and put it in her mouth. The pill tasted slightly bitter and had a fragrance of grass. It really melted in my mouth, just as Xiao Man said. After a while, I felt my stomach warm. Fu Xianling had never taken such a magical medicine before. She was immediately full of confidence and thanked him again and again. She even confided the dirty things in the family to Xiao Man. Xiao Man didn't want to listen, but Fu Xianling wouldn't let her go. Helpless, I could only listen to her complaints in boredom. My mother-in-law, seeing that I can't give birth, actually wants my husband to adopt her nephew.
Why?
The empire that I worked hard for is going to be inherited by an outsider. If anyone is to be adopted, it should be my nephew. After all, his surname is Fu, and he won't neglect my old age. This is good. I can have my own bloodline. When I give birth to twins, I'll see what the old witch will do. Xiao Man's heart skipped a beat. Aunt, your family is quite wealthy? Don't blame me for being too concerned. What if your sister-in-law doesn't want you to get pregnant and knows that you took the medicine? Well, I'm just worrying about nothing. There are so many messy things. Take care of yourself and don't talk nonsense before the baby is firmly seated. Xiao Man's words made Fu Xianling unhappy, but they also reminded her. Yes, the old woman had been nagging about bringing her grandson to live with her. Maybe the boy has already regarded the house in the glass factory's staff quarters as his own property. Oh, thank you, Aunt. When Aunt gets pregnant, I will definitely help you promote it and let you make a lot of money. Xiao Man was horrified. No, Aunt, I'm afraid. What era is this? If she dares to show off, she will probably have to eat peanuts. Fu Xianling smiled awkwardly, and is just too excited. Xiao Man said and said goodbye to Fu Xianling. It was just 6 o'clock and there were not many people in the state-owned restaurant. I had dinner there and packed a lot of food. I carried it back to the hospital and saw the big brother next door gently put Comrade Xiao on the bed. Seeing her coming, he rubbed his hands with a flattering look. Sister, you're back. I carried the old brother to the toilet 7 times in the past 2 days and served him very carefully. Xiao Man looked at Xiao Runming in surprise and saw him nod with a red face. She didn't hesitate to take out 7 cents from her pocket and handed it to the other party. Thank you, brother. Well, you're welcome. Call me if you need anything. The strong man left with satisfaction, and Hinyan looked surprised. He asked for money for his help. Otherwise, why would he serve me like a grandson? Although Qiao Runming thought it was expensive, it was a necessity and it could avoid embarrassment. Hinyan also knew that she couldn't carry Qiao Runming to the men's toilet, but it was so expensive. She couldn't earn so much even if she worked 7 or 8 hours in the production team. Man, do you think it's okay for me to help those old ladies go to the toilet? Xiao Man knew what Hinyan was thinking when she saw the distressed look in her eyes. She nodded. Of course, but I probably won't meet an employer as generous as me. Most people will think you are Aunt Lei Feng, who came out to make contributions. Hinyan sat in the corner like an eggplant hit by frost. Xiao Man could only comfort her old mother. The most important thing for you now is to take good care of your body. When my father is discharged from the hospital, I will have to trouble you to take care of him. Hinyan felt better. Looking at the new clothes on Xiao Man, she couldn't help asking, "Where did you buy them? They are so beautiful. It seems that we don't have cloth coupons." Xiao Man sighed and told her about the time she went back to the county to take the recruitment examination, but was ruined by Qiao Zhenjin. She also admitted that she gave the job opportunity of the supply and marketing cooperative to others just to earn money for Qiao Runming's medical expenses. After hearing this, the couple cried out of heartache. One scolded Qiao Zhenjin for being ungrateful, and the other cried for their daughter's miserable life. She finally passed the exam to get a job, but she only sold it for more than 100 yuan. It was all their fault that their daughter got into trouble. Xiao Man comforted them. "It's okay, Mom. I couldn't keep that job anyway. Simin's parents are very nice. They gave me a lot of clothes and money. At least during this period of time, we can rest and recover." Hinyan sighed, and the worry on his face did not diminish at all. The current problem is solved, but what about the future? Qiao Runming can't do heavy work. Man's job was ruined by Zhenjin, and the old Qiao family still doesn't like them. How are they going to live like this? Xiao Man deliberately concealed 500 or 600 yuan just to let Qiao Runming and Hinyan see the true colors of old lady Qiao and her brothers and sisters. When the day comes to divide the family or break up the relationship, they won't be too sad. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Have you eaten yet? I ordered a few hard dishes at the state-owned restaurant. Qiao Runming looked at Xiao Man expectantly. Xiao Man chuckled and opened the lunchbox. The braised pork inside exuded an alluring aroma. The couple hadn't eaten meat for more than 10 years. They felt a little overwhelmed when they ate chicken porridge 2 days ago, not to mention the thick oil and red sauce. After eating a few pieces, they put down their chopsticks and ate the multi-grain rice with shredded potatoes. After dinner, Qiao Man borrowed a wheelchair from the hospital and pushed Qiao Runming out for a stroll. The family strolled in the warm sunshine. Hinyan sighed. It would be great if we could live outside forever. Qiao Man chuckled. Yes. 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, Qiao Man was about to handle the discharge procedures for Qiao Runming when she received a call from Zhou Guoping, the captain of the transport team. "Man girl, your article has been accepted," and a reporter from the provincial capital called and said he wanted to interview me. Xiao Man was a little surprised but also a little happy. Did the reporter say when the interview will be held? He said he'll take the train tomorrow. Xiao Man's eyes turned. "Uncle Zhou, my father is no longer in danger and can be discharged from the hospital. Do you want to tell the reporter from the provincial capital to get off directly in the city and interview him about the follow-up of his hospitalization?" Zhou Guoping was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. "You want me to pick up your father?"
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Man was a little embarrassed. "You saw through me." Zhou Guoping didn't mind and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll make an appointment with him and go directly there, and you can handle the formalities then." Before hanging up the phone, he reminded, "You should tell the hospital so that the reporter doesn't have to go there without preparation." Xiao Man said turned around to find the dean, and told him the good news. The director immediately gave orders to clean and maintain etiquette, and the doctors and nurses were busy. Xiao Man also changed Qiao Runming and Hinyan into the tattered clothes they wore at the beginning, and reduced the specifications of the meals again and again, leaving only black steamed bread and boiled vegetables. Zhou Guoping's suggestion was quickly adopted by the newspaper, and reporters and photographers were immediately sent to Chongqing City by train. However, the two changed the train number and decided to do a surprise interview. Unexpectedly, Xiao Manman had prepared in advance. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, they were warmly welcomed. The doctors and nurses smiled and asked them if they needed any help. The two scratched their heads awkwardly and said they wanted to visit a patient. The nurse immediately took out the registration book. "Comrade, what is the name of the patient you want to visit? I will help you check his ward number." There was no choice. The two could only take out their work cards. "Can we look around? I want to find some materials about the hospital to write." "Sure." After checking, the nurse returned the work card to the other party. The reporter breathed a sigh of relief and asked before leaving, "I heard that your hospital saved a patient who was almost amputated some time ago?" "Yes, reporter. We had a patient who was seriously injured and needed surgery because of saving factory property. In order to save the young comrade's life, the dean contacted the experts in Kyoto to come and perform surgery on him. The patient you mentioned also came by chance and happened to meet the experts. The dean and the experts felt that curing diseases and saving lives is a major matter and a vivid practice of serving the people, so they performed surgery on Comrade Xiao. It can be regarded as the glory of the party. Comrade Xiao successfully saved his legs. It can be regarded as a medical miracle." The nurse's words made the two people excited. After asking about Xiao Runming's ward, they went directly to the comrades who were injured while rescuing the factory's property. They first stated their identities and interviewed after getting permission. They even went to the factory to understand the situation. Finally, they wrote a press release and sent it back to the newspaper overnight. They felt that this business trip was worthwhile and unearthed such a shining people's role model. After finishing the work here, they took the time to see Xiao Runming. Xiao Runming drank brown rice porridge and ate steamed buns. With a smile on his face, he felt that the country, the government, and the hospital were good, so that he had someone to treat his injuries and had hope for life. "Comrade reporter, comrade photographer, you haven't eaten yet. Man, hurry up and go to the canteen to buy something good for the two comrades." Xiao Man responded and was about to go to Master Hu, but was stopped by the two comrades. "Comrade Xiao, don't worry. We are just here to understand the situation. How did you think of asking the transport team for help?" Xiao Runming was a little ashamed. "I was almost dizzy from the pain at the time. My daughter helped arrange everything." Reporter Dong Qiuchan looked at Xiao Man in surprise and asked her, "Little girl, how did you make this decision on the spot?" Xiao Man smiled shyly. "In fact, at that time, I had no other choice. I thought that no matter which unit it was a state unit. Since it was a state unit, it would consider the masses. I took a try-and-see attitude and asked Captain Zhou for help. As a result, he sent my father to the city hospital without saying a word. Afterwards, I asked him why he was willing to help me, and he said he was a party member. As a party member, you should take the initiative to solve the urgent needs of the people." How many shocking articles can be derived from the 4 words urgent needs? Dong Qiuchan didn't expect that there would be such a high-conscious comrade in the small Yang County. That night, the two talked a lot. Dong Qiuchan was more and more surprised as she talked. She felt that Xiao Man knew a lot at a young age and had a great vision. The interview ended only when the moon was high in the sky. Xiao Man sent the two to the guest house. After returning, she took 2 peaches from the space to reward Xiao Runming and He Nian. After the two finished eating, she put away the peach pits and told them to go to bed early, turn off the lights, and rest in the corner. The moonlight poured into the quiet ward. Xiao Man signed in her mind, sorted out the new supplies, and told everyone to call her at 6 in the morning before falling asleep. In the early morning, Xiao Man woke up to the ghost howling of the system. She went to the bathroom to wash her face, got 3 meals in the cafeteria, and ate with Xiao Runming and He Nian before she went to the dean's office leisurely and called Zhou Guoping. Uncle Zhou, the reporter and photographer from the provincial newspaper, arrived at Chongqing City Hospital yesterday at noon. Zhou Guoping was startled and said quickly, "I'll pack my things and pick you up." Xiao Man Man hung up the phone and went back to the ward to pack her luggage. Just after packing the old clothes, Dong Qiuchan and Yuan Yufeng came. After asking, they had already eaten, so Xiao Man Man poured them a cup of brown sugar water. She also said, "My father's leg can be saved without everyone's help. For example, the educated youth in our production team took out all their assets to pay for my hospitalization and helped to arrange these things." Dong Qiuchan was very perceptive and asked with a smile, "The educated youth is interested in you?" Xiao Man Man shook her head. "We haven't had much contact before. Maybe he is kind and feels sorry for me." Xiao Man Man said half of it, which made comrade Dong Qiuchan even more curious. But no matter how she asked, Xiao Man Man didn't continue to talk about the previous topic. It was not until Zhou Guoping drove the truck over that the few people stopped chatting. The hospital nurse helped to carry the person to the truck compartment, and Xiao Man Man took the money and went to the front desk to settle the bill. The surgery costs 80 yuan, and the hospital stay costs 2 yuan a day. You stayed in the hospital for 10 days, so the total is 100 yuan. There are also the anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and splints that your father has used during this period, which cost 23.5 yuan in total. You and your partner paid 100 yuan before, so you can just give me 23.5 yuan now. Xiao Man Man said counted out the money from her pocket, and handed it to the other party. "Thank you." "No need, I was wrong about what happened before, but luckily you didn't hold it against me." Xiao Man Man smiled and waved her hand, leaving the hospital. Seeing that Dong Qiuchan and Yuan Yufeng were both sitting in the back car, she also climbed up the car body. She also introduced the two. "This quilt was lent to us by Dr. Qin from the county hospital. It was because of it that my father's legs were not shaken more severely." Dong Qiuchan touched the quilt and felt that it was another material. Zhou Guoping shouted to the back and started the car. First, it slowly shuttled through the city center and soon turned onto the dirt road. The floating dust made everyone uncomfortable, but they held their noses and insisted. 2 hours later, the truck stopped at the entrance of the Yang County transport team. Yuan Yufeng got off the truck and took a group photo with them. Dong Qiuchan went to the transport team to interview other drivers, and everyone praised Zhou Guoping's behavior. "We also want to be brave, but unfortunately we can't run faster than Captain Zhou." The atmosphere of laughter made Dong Qiuchan smile. Just when she was about to ask about the business situation of the transport team, she heard the old man at the door say, "Girl, are you called Man Man? Here is a letter for you, sent from the provincial capital." Xiao Man Man hurried over. It was a reply from the industrial news. She was a little excited and a little panicked. She opened it in the old man's curious eyes and saw a reply letter, a newspaper, and a withdrawal slip. Dong Qiuchan was the most sensitive to this situation and asked hurriedly, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, did you submit an article to the industrial newspaper? Is it also a letter of praise?" Xiao Man Man shyly shook her head. "No, it's about the future of the machinery factory." Seeing everyone's confusion, Xiao Man Man talked about the recruitment that day with a lost look. "I can understand the concerns of the factory director and respect the decision of the machinery factory. However, I hope that the machinery factory can get better and better, and I believe that our motherland can be at the forefront of the world. So, I couldn't help but write down the article and send it to the industrial newspaper." Dong Qiuchan looked at the little girl with heartache, thinking that she was like a tenacious grass that would eventually bloom her own flowers. "Can I see the article you wrote?" Xiao Man Man nodded and handed the newspaper to the other party. Dong Qiuchan carefully opened the newspaper and found that the article was actually published on the front page. After being surprised, she read it carefully and gave a thumbs up after a long while. "Comrade Xiao Qiao wrote it very well. Just a few hundred words made my heart surge." She decided to go back and write an article to report on this self-reliant girl. Xiao Man Man modestly said, "I just wrote it casually." "You are too kind," Dong Qiuchan asked. "But why was the letter sent to the transport team?" Xiao Man Man's eyes were filled with tears, and she turned to look at Xiao Runming. Xiao Runming lowered his head, looking ashamed and frustrated. Dong Qiuchan immediately realized that there was something hidden, and while comforting Xiao Man Man, She used interview skills to dig out the inside story. Chow Man Man lived up to expectations and sobbed about how old lady Chow bullied them. 10 fingers are different in length. I can understand that Grandma doesn't like us. But the work points at home are all recorded in the public account, and Grandma doesn't want to treat Dad. I have no choice but to write the contact address to the transport team. In this way, the royalties can be kept to pay off the debt. Dong Chiochan sighed. She was used to this kind of thing. Things that the law can't control. What can she do as a reporter? Write an article to criticize? I'm afraid that before most of China can criticize her, her own mother will drive her out of the house. Chow Man Man smiled bitterly. But it doesn't matter. I'm still young and I still have a future. One day I can lead my parents to live a good life. Dong Chiochan patted her shoulder to give her strength. Chow Man Man smiled and took Dong Chiochan's arm. Reporter Dong, do you want to go to Qingshan Brigade to have a look? Dong Chiochan nodded. It's almost time to harvest wheat. It's time to go to the countryside to have a look. In fact, she also wanted to visit the site to make sure that Chow Man Man was not lying. Zhou Guoping was very sensible and immediately drove the truck. Chow Man Man asked him to stop at the county hospital for a while. She wanted to thank Dr. Qin. Dr. Qin, thank you for reminding me to go to the city hospital. My father's leg was saved, and the quilt was taken back. It's just a little dirty. I will take it back to the hospital after I wash it. Chow Man Man said, and took out 2 packs of peach cakes from her pocket. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Qin Xiangfeng smiled and accepted them. Let your father have a good rest after returning home. Maybe there will be a miracle. Chow Man Man nodded and strode out of the hospital. Sitting in the car, she talked to Dong Chiochan and Yuan Yufeng about the interesting things in the production team. In her words, the scene of the members working happily and laughing slowly unfolded, and Dong Chiochan finally felt less depressed. The big truck drove into Qingshan Brigade in a high-profile manner, and the children playing at the entrance of the village ran away after being coaxed to go home and call their parents. Wang Defa stumbled from the field and saw the car parked in front of the old Xiao family. He grabbed the child beside him and said, "Go and call Grandma Qiao back to entertain the guests." The child responded and ran away. Not long after, the Qiao family came back and saw Chow Man Man standing at the door, pouting aggrievedly. "How dare you come back, you little witch?" Old Lady Qiao took off her shoes and hit Chow Man Man on the head. Chow Man Man ran and shouted, "Grandma, what are you doing? What did I do wrong? Why do you treat me like this?" Old Lady Qiao ignored Yuan Yufeng's camera and Dong Chiochan and Wang Defa's attempts to stop her. She always found the direction Chow Man Man was running away and hit her on the back with the tip of her shoe. Chow Man Man screamed and howled, and Old Lady Qiao cursed. "Bah, don't you see what you are? How dare you steal Jinjin's job?" Chow Man Man immediately understood that it was Qiao Jinjin, that rascal, who had reported her. So she stopped running and turned around to grab Old Lady Qiao's arm, making her unable to move. She cried every word. "Grandma, why do you treat me like this, even though we are both your granddaughters? My cousin is a treasure, and I am a. My cousin lied and stole, but you kicked and hit me. It was obviously my cousin who ruined my job, but you said I took her job. Grandma, do you have a heart? If you had gone to the machinery factory to ask, you would not have been deceived by my cousin. 18 years ago, you threatened my father with filial piety and gave the job. He had finally passed the exam to my uncle. 18 years later, you are using the same trick again. Do you want me to give my job to my cousin? Ha ha ha, what a pity. She told the factory director that my mother was mentally ill, and she lost her job. Now it's good. I'm famous in the county, and I guess I won't be able to get married. My father has a broken leg, and I can't do heavy work in the future. My mother is mentally ill. Who dares to let her go to work? There are 3 more people eating free meals in the family for no reason. Are you happy?" Old Mrs. Qiao didn't expect the truth to be like this. Her face turned pale and blue, but she was still stubborn. Impossible. Jinjin will definitely not lie to me. Chow Man Man didn't argue with her. After all, the seed of doubt had been planted, and everyone was not stupid. They would know it if they asked around. Xiao Ruinming's already broken heart felt like it was dead at this moment. He raised his hand to wipe away his tears. Mom, did I dig up the Qiao family's ancestral graves? Why do you treat me like this? Divide the family, I want to divide the family. If I continue to live in the Qiao family, my daughter will be bullied to death. Those who came back with old lady Qiao to watch the fun also clamored to help speak, but they were just persuading old lady Qiao not to be too partial. Qiao Runming was so filial, she would regret it if the family was divided. He Nian wanted to go down to help her daughter, but was grabbed by Qiao Runming's wrist. She had no choice but to lie on him and cry, looking aggrieved and helpless. Qiao Manman's voice sounded at the same time as old lady Qiao's. We can't divide the family. We can't divide the family. You are my son, and you must die in the Qiao family. We can't divide the family. Dad, our family doesn't have any strong labor. How can we survive if we divide it up? We will stay in the Qiao family, eat their food, drink their food, and die in the Qiao family. Qiao Manman said, gritted her teeth and looked around at the Qiao family. If they don't give us food and water, we will go crazy. Overturn the table, chop people, and set fire. Anyway, there is no way to survive. Let's go to Hades together. Qiao Manman laughed and cried. Tears spread on her face, and many people followed suit to wipe their tears. The Qiao family is really unreasonable. They have a son, but they have always treated the third wife badly. Could it be that Qiao Runming is not their biological son? Who knows? Back then, Mrs. Qiao went out with her husband for more than a year, and when she came back, she was holding the child. Isn't it up to them to decide whether he is their biological son or not? The system stored the collected audio signals and prepared to play them for Qiao Manman after the farce here was over. As soon as Qiao Manman finished speaking, Mrs. Qiao's expression changed. Are you crazy? Qiao Manman smiled miserably. Isn't it because of you who forced me? With a crazy granddaughter like me, the grandson of the old Qiao family can't even think of getting married, and Qiao Xinjin can't even think of marrying into a good family. After all, who would want to be related to a madman? By the way, Grandma, my dad's hospitalization cost 120 yuan. Does the family have money? If not, let the team leader deduct it from the work points. Mrs. Qiao's eyes were bloodshot. You dare? Qiao Manman didn't care. Whether you dare or not, you have to pay the debt. Mrs. Qiao was so angry that her body was shaking. Qiao Manman smiled provocatively and called a few gossipy aunts and uncles in the village to help carry Qiao Runming down. Grandma, where are the keys? My father's legs can't be exposed to the wind. He has to go back to the house and lie down. I'm useless. I've been working like at home for more than 10 years, but I don't even have a key. Old Mrs. Qiao stood in the doorway, staring at Qiao Manman coldly. Qiao Manman let go of old Mrs. Qiao's arm and took 2 steps back. I feed the chickens at home. My father is seriously injured, so let's do some to nourish him. And the pigs. Qiao Manman hadn't finished talking when the second, fourth, and youngest Qiao rushed over and surrounded old lady Qiao. Mom, the third son is useless. Why keep him? He didn't earn many work points to begin with, and now it's even worse. Several people showed contempt at the same time. The second and fourth sons' wives came up. Mom, Man is so crazy. What should we do if she dies one day? And your eldest grandson is getting married soon. What if people think that everyone in our family is crazy? Debeo will be a bachelor? Old lady Qiao's eyes flashed. Obviously, she didn't dare to gamble. But she just didn't want to let Qiao Runming go. Qiao Manman was not afraid at all, and didn't care whether they gave way or not. Grandma, if you don't let us in, I will go to the county and make a scene. Let everyone see how you bully your own flesh and blood, and how you treat the hero who is injured while working for fourth uncle in the quarry. Grandma, you are so heartless. Will everyone dare to associate with fourth uncle in the future? Fourth uncle is so young. I'm afraid he will never find a job again. Mom, just listen to me. Let's split up the family. Qiao Laosi stamped his feet and broke out in a cold sweat. It was nothing. He met a noble man these 2 days, who said that he would arrange a temporary job for him for 300 yuan. Qiao Laosi envied Qiao Laoda and Qiao Lauer for having jobs and believed the nobleman's words. He was afraid that Xiao Man would ruin his job, and he wanted to drive her out of the production team. Xiao Man shook her head when she heard this. No, we don't.
Why?
My father has worked for the Qiao family for 18 years. Unless you support us for 18 years and return the jobs of the eldest and second uncles, we will not share. The Qiao family looked at Xiao Man viciously. Do you have the right to speak here? You are a child. You have no manners at all. Xiao Man rolled her eyes and didn't care about the Qiao family's evaluation at all. She asked someone to bypass the Qiao family and knock on the door, but was stopped by the old lady Qiao. Where's the lock plate? Xiao Man looked puzzled. What lock plate? It's in her space. How can it be seen by the old lady Qiao? Xiao Man's acting skills are amazing. Sure enough, the old lady Qiao was relieved. It seems that the lock plate was not taken away by Xiao Man. The old lady Qiao turned her head and asked Xiao Runming, "Where is your lock plate?" Xiao Runming asked back, "Isn't it at home?" The old lady Qiao was silent. Xiao Runming sneered, "It seems that you have searched." Mother, are you going to take back the only favor you gave me? What a pity. It is inconvenient for me to take it to work, so I put it in the mouse hole. If I can't find it, it must have been stolen by a thief. This sentence attracted everyone's attention to Qiao Zhenjin's lying and stealing. They speculated whether Qiao Laosan's lock piece was taken away by Qiao Zhenjin. It must be that Qiao Laoda and Qiao Zhenjin were not there, otherwise they would definitely fight with the members. Seeing this, old lady Qiao sighed. Since you blame me so much, there is no need for us to continue our mother-son relationship. Let's break up the relationship, and I'll just consider it as I raised you for nothing. What? Break up the relationship? Before Xiao Runming could say anything, Wang Defa started to yell. No way, Aunt Xiao. Runming can't even survive if the family is divided. How can you let them live if the relationship is broken up? How could old lady Qiao not know what was going on with Xiao Runming? She was obviously sure that Xiao Runming couldn't cause any trouble, so she dared to drive him out. Captain, don't persuade him. Look at his attitude with that witch. If we stay at home, I'm afraid they will burn us to death.
No, Runming.
I've made up my mind, so don't persuade me. They can't get in through this door today. Wang Defa had no choice but to ask someone to go to the brigade headquarters to get letter paper. He persuaded old lady Qiao a few more times, but she was unmoved. Xiao Man pretended to be terrified. Dad, what should we do? Grandma is going to kick us out. I was just bluffing. Xiao Runming touched his injured leg and said in disbelief, No. Your grandma was just talking. Seeing the cowardly look of the father and daughter, Mrs. Qiao felt much better. At the same time, she was more determined to break off the engagement so that she could get rid of the burden. Not long after, the letter paper was brought. Wang Defa asked Mrs. Qiao again what she meant. Seeing that she was determined, he sighed and wrote on the paper. After writing it, he read it once. From now on, Qiao Runming, He Nian, Qiao Man and Ding Chuiying, the name of Mrs. Qiao, will sever their family ties and never have any contact with each other until they die. Then he asked, Are there any problems? Before Qiao Man could speak, Qiao Lauer raised his hand. Captain, add my name. Qiao Runming is so ruthless that we, the second branch, are unwilling to be brothers with him. As soon as Qiao Lauer finished speaking, Qiao Laosi and Qiao Xiaomei also raised their hands. They were very contemptuous of Qiao Runming in their words, and they were actually afraid that the third branch would not be able to get along and stick to them. Seeing this, Qiao Man cried and said, Second uncle, fourth uncle, and little aunt, are you really so heartless? Man, don't blame second uncle. It's really your family of three. Oh, forget it. Just write it like this. Live your own lives in the future, and don't disturb each other. Xiao Man swept her eyes red as she looked at everyone, and said to Wang Defa as if she was angry, Captain Uncle, please add one more sentence. If our third room becomes rich in the future, Ding Chuiying shall not ask us to provide for her in her old age in the name of raising Qiao Runming to adulthood. Other relatives shall not cling to us and act in the name of Qiao Ruanming's relatives. After the voice fell, Dong Qiuchan looked at Qiao Man in surprise, her eyes full of admiration. Others sneered. Just you? A paralytic and 2 lunatics? Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Must add, I want to see what waves your 3rd room can make. But Mrs. Qiao hesitated, feeling that Qiao Man was making such a fuss. There was a conspiracy. But what is the conspiracy? Did they know the secret of the lock?
Impossible.
Qiao Runming has lived in the Qiao family for more than 30 years. He never wanted to leave even when he was bullied the most. What's more, he has a wife and a daughter now. His eyes swept over Qiao Runming's injured leg, and he felt that he was worrying too much. Even if Qiao Runming knew, so what? Would such a wealthy family accept a disabled mental patient?
Ha.
Old Mrs. Qiao thought it through and signed the severance letter without hesitation. With her leading the way, other people in the Qiao family also signed their names. Even those little kids who couldn't write pressed their red handprints. When it was the turn of the 3rd room, Qiao Man signed her name on the 4 severance letters neatly, but Qiao Ruanming's hands were shaking and tears were streaming down. Sign, whoever doesn't sign is the grandson. Qiao Laosi shouted at the top of his voice. Qiao Man worriedly held Qiao Ruanming's hand. Dad, if you don't want to sign, don't sign. As long as we don't sign, we will still be members of the Qiao family. Qiao Runming closed his eyes and wrote his name on the severance letter. He gave the pen to He Nian, who wrote his own name next to Qiao Runming. There were 4 copies, one for the old Qiao family, one for Qiao Man, one for the Public Security Bureau, and one for the brigade. Wang Defa took out the seal on his waist and stamped it on the letter of severance. He gave 1 copy to the old Qiao family, but they didn't want it. The relationship is over. Why do you need this thing? You're just pretending. Anyway, you haven't even entered the door yet, so don't go in. Just go wherever you need to go. Qiao Man had no choice but to leave sadly. She gave the letter of severance that the old Qiao family didn't want to Wang Defa and asked him with a sad look, Captain, is there an empty house in the team? I want to rent it for a while. Wang Defa sighed. There is one at the foot of Daqing Mountain, left by Qin the Hunter. It's a bit shabby and it's very troublesome to renovate it. It doesn't matter as long as there is a roof over our heads. Wang Defa said and told everyone to carry Qiao Runming to the shabby house at the foot of the mountain. Some people who loved to watch the fun didn't even go to work and followed to watch the show. As a result, just after taking 2 steps, Zhou Guoping shouted, Lift the people onto the truck, I'll drive over, it'll only take a few minutes. Everyone realized that there was an outsider in the team. They looked at the truck curiously, their eyes full of desire. Old Mrs. Qiao frowned and asked, Who are you? Why do you care about the affairs of the old Qiao family? Zhou Guoping, who had been instructed by Qiao Man, immediately straightened his back. I am Zhou Leifeng, and it is my duty to help the people. Old Mrs. Qiao rolled her eyes at him, thinking that he was really stupid. Associating with a loser like Qiao Laosan, it was a thankless job. Zhou Guoping didn't care, and even invited the villagers to get on the truck together, and he took them for a ride. None of the villagers had ever been on a truck, so they immediately climbed on the truck happily. Wang Defa saw this, but he didn't spoil the fun, and stood aside to maintain order. He didn't sit in the passenger seat until everyone squatted down and showed Zhou Guoping the way. The house left by Qin the Hunter was very small, with 2 rooms in a small courtyard, and it was still shabby. The only advantage is that it is close to Daqing Mountain and is next to the Educated Youth Center. Qiao Man got off the car and asked everyone to help clean up the house. Everyone had just taken the car and was in high spirits. Seeing the pitiful little girl, they smiled and promised, Don't worry, we will fix it for you right away. A group of people entered the small yard noisily, cleaning up and clearing weeds. Some people went home to get tools to repair the roof and wall corners. Wang Defa saw Yuan Yufeng taking pictures with his camera and asked curiously, Man girl, who is this? Qiao Man pretended to just remember. These 2 are reporters and photographers from the provincial newspaper. This is reporter Dong Qiuchan, and this is photographer Yuan Yufeng. Wang Defa was shocked. Oh, reporter comrade, photographer comrade, I'm so sorry to make you laugh. In fact, our production brigade is not like this. Our brigade is very harmonious, the villagers are very simple, and everyone works very seriously. Really, Dong Qiuchan saw how nervous he was and smiled to comfort him. I know. Look, this picture is so touching. Don't worry, I don't worry. She has seen a lot of family separation and severance of relatives. This thing has no news value. Unless there is a sensational story in it. Wang Defa breathed a sigh of relief and introduced the Qingshan Brigade to Dong Qiuchan and Yuan Yufeng. Every word was full of pride. Aunt Lanhua saw the captain chatting and laughing with the two people, and she came over to ask curiously, "Are these two relatives of Man-Man?" Dong Qiuchan was afraid that everyone would feel restrained after knowing her identity, so she nodded before Wang Defa spoke. "Yes, Aunt, I am Man-Man's distant cousin." Aunt Lanhua was surprised. He Nian has recovered her memory? Oh my, that's a good thing. When Runming found her, she was covered in blood and had mental problems. I don't know what stimulated her. After saying that, she looked at Dong Qiuchan suspiciously. "Miss, do you know who hurt He Nian like that?" Dong Qiuchan didn't expect there was another story behind this, and shook her head with a stiff smile. "Sorry, Aunt, I don't know much." Aunt Nian's memory has not yet fully recovered, and we also want to know who is behind it. Aunt Lanhua sighed. She has suffered a great deal. If Runming hadn't been kind enough to take her back to take care of her, she would have died long ago. Now that she has found a home, you must treat her well. And Runming is a good man, but he has a hard life. Dong Qiuchan nodded. "Don't worry, Auntie, we will." Aunt Lanhua left, eager to share gossip with everyone. "Do you know that He Nian has found her family?" "What, isn't she crazy? How did she find her family?" No, she just has blood clots in her head that are pressing on her nerves. Once the blood clots are gone, she won't go crazy anymore." "Oh, where is she from then, and how did she get hurt?" "She looked so miserable back then, and I just helped to carry her, and I had nightmares for 3 days." "Oh, I didn't ask that. But the girl next to the captain is her niece." "Really? It looks like He Nian's family is doing well." Putting aside the excitement in the yard, Dong Qiuchan looked at He Nian. "I'm sorry, I recognized a relative without your consent." He Nian smiled gently. "I should thank you. With such a strong family, everyone in the village will look up to me in the future." The two didn't dwell on this issue, and each was busy with their own things. Seeing that everyone was so supportive, Qiao Man said something to the captain and went over to help. However, everyone thought she was too young and was in the way, so they drove her aside to rest. Qiao Man didn't feel comfortable asking for help for free, so she took out a handful of candies from her bag and gave 2 to each person. With the candies, everyone worked even harder. Wang Defa's son said to Qiao Man girl, repairing the courtyard wall and the roof will cost labor, just give them 50 cents each." Qiao Man nodded and took out the money from her pocket. "Please help Uncle Shun to share it among everyone, and for the rest of the money, please give everyone some hot water to drink." "I don't have anything here. I'm really ashamed." Wang Xiaoshen nodded, went home to get a thermos bottle, an enamel pot, and poured hot water for everyone. After drinking the hot water, everyone worked more efficiently, and Wang Defa also called on the ants who had cleaned up to continue working in the fields to earn work points. Dong Qiuchan and Yuan Yufeng naturally followed quickly. Zhou Guoping felt that he had an obligation to bring the people back to the county safely, so he also went there on foot. On a sunny afternoon, a group of people were sweating in the fields. Yuan Yufeng took several photos to record the moment of the upcoming harvest. Wang Defa took them to visit the wheat fields, corn fields, and sorghum fields, and asked them to personally go to the fields to experience the hard work of the members. Dong Qiuchan felt sore in her back after watering the fields twice. When they asked about the educated youth while resting on the edge of the field, Wang Defa said the good things. "It was indeed difficult to adapt when we first came, but slowly, we all did a good job. I heard that an educated youth paid 100 yuan for Man-Man's hospitalization?" "Oh, yes, reporter. Are you going to interview the educated youth Xiao Lu?" "Oh, what a coincidence. Educated youth Xiao, Lu has asked for leave these 2 days. Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Wang Defa say that. She thought it was fortunate that Lu Yuan was not here, otherwise, she would have to find a way to help him. Dong Qiuchan felt a little regretful. She could only imagine what the educated youth looked like from Wang Defa's few words. She didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but what Wang Defa said was far from Lu Yuan in the book. She felt that the captain was talking about Wang Xiaoshen. Well, maybe she was just overthinking. It was getting dark, and Wang Defa invited a few people back to the house for dinner. Dong Qiuchan declined, saying that she had to finish the manuscript overnight. Wang Defa had no choice but to ask the reporter to help say a few more good words. Dong Qiuchan said with a smile, "I have a very good impression of this place. In the future, I will have to trouble the captain to help take care of my distant cousin." Wang De was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Don't worry, Reporter Dong. I will take good care of Man and her family." Dong Qiuchan said and pulled Xiao Man to an open place. With a serious look, he asked, "You don't have anything to say to me?" Xiao Man chuckled. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Cousin, will you blame me?" Dong Qiuchan sighed, raised her hand, and scratched her nose. "You already call me cousin. What else can I say? It's good to be a little thoughtful so that you won't be exploited by your grandmother. Okay, let's not talk about this. I want to publish your article in our newspaper. What do you think?" Xiao Man smiled and said, "Of course. But will the Industrial Daily agree? Is there a copyright issue involved? Let our leader contact this. It shouldn't be a big problem. In the future, if you have good works, you can directly submit them to the provincial newspaper. Don't worry, you will get the royalties." Xiao Man agreed with a smile and took out a severance letter from her pocket. "Cousin, can I trouble you to help publish it?" Dong Qiuchan smiled and took it, of course. She took out a piece of paper and wrote 2 addresses. The one above is the address of the newspaper office. If you have any manuscripts, just submit them directly. I will help you get a high price. The one below is my home address. If you need any help, just write to me. I will do my best to help you." Xiao Man reached out and hugged Dong Qiuchan. "Sister Dong, thank you." Dong Qiuchan raised her hand and patted her head and said with some pampering, "I'm glad to know." The two chatted for a while, and Dong Qiuchan had to leave. Xiao Man watched her get on the truck and waved in the sunset. "Cousin, be careful on the road." Dong Qiuchan smiled and stretched her hand out of the window to say goodbye to her. Zhou Guoping asked, "Reporter Dong, do you like Man very much?" Dong Qiuchan asked back, "Who can not like such a lively girl?" Zhou Guoping laughed. "Yes, she feels like a little sun." The car drove away, leaving an ace of exhaust gas. Xiao Man waited until she could no longer see the silhouette of the truck, and then followed Wang Defa back. On the way, Wang Defa hesitated to speak. Xiao Man smiled and asked, "Captain Uncle, what do you want to ask?" "Well, Man, how did you invite the reporter to Qingshan Brigade?" Xiao Man did not hide. "Reporter Dong came to interview Captain Zhou. I think the atmosphere in our Qingshan Brigade is good, so I invited them to come and have a look." Wang Defa softened his tone. "Uncle knows you are kind, but next time there is an interview, please let someone inform the team in advance." Xiao Man nodded to show that she understood. She thought that she invited Dong Qiuchan to come here, not to take some photos of the fields. So the topic changed. "Captain Uncle, did Director's son pay compensation?" When this was mentioned, Wang Defa's face was like constipation, and his smile disappeared without a trace. After a long silence, he sighed. Man, Uncle is sorry for you." The grandson originally said he would compensate half of the hospitalization fee, but later he regretted it because the surgery fee was too expensive. He said that it was your father who violated the rules and caused the stone to hit his leg. Man, Uncle is incompetent." Xiao Man's face was gloomy and she took a deep breath. "It doesn't matter. I will go to the quarry in person tomorrow to discuss compensation." Wang Defa was ashamed and said a lot of things that were not easy for him. Xiao Man could understand, but she was very upset. She thought that she had a system, so she didn't reach a dead end. But most of the people working in the quarry are ordinary people. How desperate would it be to be embarrassed and cheated by others when they need life-saving money? Sun Jianhong can embarrass Qiao Manman, so he can also embarrass others. He is so skilled in shirking responsibility. She doesn't believe that Qiao Runming is the only victim. Thinking of this, Qiao Manman asked Wang Defa about Sun Jianhong's background and those victims who had been wronged. Wang Defa didn't understand why Qiao Manman asked all these questions, but he still told her everything. Qiao Manman was afraid that she couldn't remember, so she asked the system to record it for her. When they reached the foot of Daqing Mountain and were about to separate, Wang Defa stopped Qiao Manman. Man, Sun Jianhong has a bad reputation. If you are short of money, Uncle can lend you some. It's better not to go to the quarry to find him. Qiao Manman smiled, but didn't agree or deny. Wang Defa was a little unsure of what she meant, but the sun had set, and it would be bad for the girl's reputation if he stayed any longer, so he left the newly built Qiao family courtyard, looking back every few steps. Qiao Manman watched him walk away before turning back into the courtyard. The small, more than 30-square-meter courtyard was bare, and there was no trace of weeds. Only one of the two rooms was repaired. Qiao Runming was lying on the cracked Kong, and He Nian stood beside him to change the dressing on his legs. Qiao Manman took out 2 patches of black jade intermittent ointment from the system space and walked in. Mom, apply this to Dad. He Nian was suspicious. What? Magic medicine. I asked those old men in the cowshed for it. He Nian was shocked. How dare you, those people are. Qiao Manman didn't care. Mom, don't just follow the crowd. The demoted elements in the cowshed were once masters in various fields. Even if we can't be good friends, we shouldn't be enemies. Who knows if they will ever turn over a new leaf? After hearing this, He Nian thought it made sense. He immediately picked up the ointment. Is this really useful? Of course, they are from the capital, and they are from a medical family. Qiao Manman didn't know if there were any medical masters among the old men in the cowshed, but she was just talking nonsense to find a source for the ointment. Fortunately, He Nian was simple-minded, and Qiao Runming also recognized Qiao Manman's ability in the past half-month. Neither of them had any doubts. After asking how to use it, they applied the ointment to the most injured part. After only 5 minutes, Qiao Runming felt itchy between his bones and wanted to scratch, and the itching became more and more intense. Qiao Manman and He Nian grabbed his arm and his leg respectively to prevent him from moving. Cold sweat oozed from Qiao Runming's forehead, and deep bite marks were left on his lower lip. From time to time, a muffled groan escaped from his lips, which sounded very painful. My daughter, is this ointment really okay?
Don't worry, Mom.
The ointment is working and repairing the bones. Dad just needs to bear with it. He Nian trusted Qiao Manman very much and used all his strength to press Qiao Runming, which lasted for more than half an hour. While restraining Qiao Runming's legs, Qiao Manman asked the system in her mind, Tong Tong, are you sure this ointment is okay? Don't worry, host. As long as you use it for 10 consecutive days, your father's legs will return to normal. Qiao Manman. But the novice gift pack only has 10 patches of black jade ointment. The system rolled its eyes. Who knew your father was so mean and both legs were injured? Qiao Manman didn't argue with it, but asked, I have saved up 10 days of sign-in opportunities. Can I exchange it for black jade ointment? Or can you give me a break? The system refused. Sorry, host. The system does not have such great authority. The system can only help you choose what the supplies are. Then tell me, how can I make up the remaining 10 patches of black jade ointment? The system said frankly, host can exchange it with merit points. Merit points? Aren't you competing with a heroine for luck? How did it become doing merit again? Can doing merit improve luck? Qiao Manman didn't quite understand, and the system couldn't explain it clearly. Helpless, she could only sigh and pray in her heart that she could think of a way before the ointment ran out. If she really didn't get it, she could only say that Qiao Runming was unlucky. After all, the sooner this thing is used, the better, and the later it is used, the less effective it will be. But no matter what, it's better than not using it. No matter what Qiao Runming does, he won't be paralyzed on the Kong, and unable to move. The light in the room was getting darker and darker, and the itch on Xiao Runming's legs finally passed. He Nian took a wet towel to wipe his forehead, and Xiao Manman raised her hand to cover him with a quilt, but she could clearly hear his stomach rumbling. He Nian also covered his stomach from time to time, and Xiao Manman realized that her parents hadn't eaten all day. It's okay, she has a space and can take out cooked food in minutes. Xiao Manman didn't do this, but took a canvas bag and went to nearby people to exchange rice and vegetables with them. Everyone didn't expect that Xiao Laosan, who was kicked out of the house, actually had money to eat. Xiao Manman lowered her head and explained, I borrowed the money from my cousin, and I have to pay it back. Cousin? Oh, the reporter who is well-dressed and has a good job. Yes, she has the ability to help Xiao Laosan. So she gave 2 more green onions to this one and 2 more cucumbers to that one. When Xiao Manman went back, not only was the canvas bag full, but she also had 2 more baskets. Fortunately, she had taken the powerful pills before, and although her body shape did not change much, her strength increased a lot. Maybe she could knock down 2 strong men? Xiao Manman had never tried it, so she carried the things home. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard He Nian exclaimed, How did you change so much? There was heartache in her tone for her daughter to bear the burden of supporting the family at such a young age, and also surprised that Xiao Manman could carry so many things. She helped to bring the basket into the house, and just as she put it away, she saw Xiao Manman take out 2 candles and a box of matches from the canvas bag. Xiao Manman took out a match, rubbed it on the wipe, and the match lit. A little on the cotton thread, the candle lit up. After finding a place to fix it, he went to the gate of the small courtyard to pick up some firewood. He lit it and threw it into the stove in the yard, but found that there was no pot at home. Tong Tong, sign in. Okay, host, congratulations on getting 1 cubic meter of supplies and a fertility pill. Xiao Manman has become accustomed to this unshakable sign-in for supplies, but the system is a considerate Tong Tong, and each time the supplies are exactly what she needs. For example, now 1 cubic meter of supplies not only includes pots, shovels, bowls, chopsticks, and kitchen knives, but also mattresses, quilts, blankets, towels, sheets, etc. Moreover, they are all in the style of the 1970s. Xiao Manman decided to buy her belongings starting tomorrow. Mom, wait at home. I'll go ask the neighbors for a pot. Without waiting for He Nian to speak, Xiao Manman ran away. Half an hour later, she came back with a small iron pot, a casserole, 10 eggs, and half a pound of beef jerky. He Nian. Xiao Runming. Xiao Manman saw that the 2 wanted to ask but didn't dare to, and smiled. Lu Jiqing gave it to me. What a perfect scapegoat. The couple was no longer panicked after hearing this. Xiao Manman fetched water from the well to wash the pot and rice, and then put it in the pot to cook. After it was cooked, she cooked vegetables. Green pepper beef jerky, tomato and egg, 2 full bowls. The 3 of them ate until their stomachs were full. Xiao Manman went outside to clean up the dishes, and He Nian made the bed in the room. When it was late at night, they lay on the old bedding borrowed from the county hospital. He Nian whispered, From tomorrow on, Man can do whatever she wants to do, and Mother can take care of herself and your father at home. Xiao Manman smiled. Okay. It was late at night. He Nian and Xiao Runming were asleep, but Xiao Manman's eyes were bright. Who would have thought that the merits would be credited? Host, you have merit. Xiao Manman was awakened by the system. Just as she was about to complain, she heard the excited voice of the system. Congratulations to the host. Merit value +2. Xiao Manman asked curiously, How come I have merit value all of a sudden? The system laughed obscenely. He, Fu Xianling is pregnant, twins. Xiao Manman. You said you are not the one who gives away babies. If you are not the one who gives away babies, who is it? The system pouted. No way, I have so many functions. Perhaps feeling dissatisfied, the system coughed lightly. Congratulations to the host. Open the system mall. Xiao Manman was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized what happened, and exclaimed in her mind, Really? Will the items in the mall be very expensive? Xiao Man Man couldn't wait to check the system mall and found all kinds of magical items in it. Truth-telling talismans, renewal talismans, good luck talismans, bad luck talismans, thunder-inducing talismans, cough suppressants, fever-reducing medicines, anti-diarrheal medicines, blood-replenishing medicines, itching powders, farting medicines, medicines that make people covered with rashes, medicines that make people sleepy, and the black jade intermittent ointment that Xiao Man Man needs most now, as well as the marrow-cleansing pills, essence-replenishing pills, and soul-resurrecting pills that don't seem to exist in reality. The most important thing is that all items can be exchanged for only 1 merit point. Xiao Man Man rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not mistaken. She thought to herself, what kind of treasure is this in the world? It's too thoughtful. Just as she was thinking this, the system spoke. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice special offer. All items are priced at 1 merit point. Please buy them in time. Xiao Man Man. Sure enough, it's not so easy to get a bargain. She only has 2 merit points, so it's nothing to buy them all. Xiao Man Man asked listlessly, Tong Tong, how long is the novice discount period? 1 year from now on, within 365 days, you can enjoy a 0.1% discount. Xiao Man Man, are you serious? Host, please work hard to accumulate merits and exchange for items. Xiao Man Man nodded vigorously. Tong Tong, rest assured, I will definitely send you cubs like crazy. The system laughed awkwardly. Okay, host. I thought that the host would only work harder if there was a carrot hanging in the way. Well, it has to be more considerate to make the host happy to do the task. Xiao Man Man's eyes lingered on the dazzling array of goods. But she did not place an order directly, but was thinking about what to do next in her mind. After the surprise, there was deep fatigue. Xiao Man Man's mental power was withdrawn from the system space, and she fell asleep in seconds, with her eyes closed. This sleep lasted until the early morning of the next day. Yuan got up and made breakfast for several people. She had suffered for more than 10 years, and it was obvious that she couldn't let go. Although the ingredients were rich, she only cooked 2 eggs. 1 for Xiao Runming, and 1 for Xiao Man Man. Forget about herself, anyway, she had lived like this for the past 10 years, so it didn't matter if she didn't eat. Xiao Man Man sighed. Mom, I can make money. Look at me. I can make 8 yuan by writing an article. Isn't it better than working? Don't save it. Then she put the egg in Yuan's bowl and took out a few beef jerky from the oil paper bag and put them in Yuan and Xiao Runming's bowls. Eat more, supplement more nutrition, and your body will be healthy. Xiao Runming and Yuan were very moved and nodded to finish the porridge. Xiao Runming also told Yuan, in the future, boil 3 eggs, cook 3 bowls of porridge, and make 3 portions of meat. Otherwise, Man Man won't eat it. Xiao Man Man smiled and nodded. Dad is right. After breakfast, Xiao Man Man went to the quarry in her gray and patched clothes. The quarry was a little far away from the production team, and there were not many people on the road. Xiao Man Man took out a braised chicken leg from her pocket and ate it in big mouthfuls. After eating, she put the bones into the space trash can and buried them when she went to the mountains one day. By the time she got close to the quarry, her stomach was full. She could hear the sound of men working in the distance. Xiao Man Man adjusted her expression and strode over. Uncle, is Director Sun here? The man looked at Xiao Man Man in surprise, pointed to the shed in the distance and said, Over there. Xiao Man Man thanked him and prepared to go over, but was stopped by the man. Girl, if you don't have anything important to do, go back. Xiao Man Man remembered what the captain said about Director Sun's bad reputation and smiled miserably. My father broke his leg here and owed a lot of debts. I want to ask Director Sun why the quarry is not responsible. You are Qiao Laosan's daughter, right? The man sighed. It's not just your father who had an accident in this quarry, and no one has really gotten justice. Go back, don't let one person get into trouble and turn it into 2 people. The man's reminder was quite obvious, but Xiao Man Man walked forward with her head down, as if she didn't understand. Many people sighed after she left. What a sin. Xiao Man Man clenched her fists and reminded the system, Tong Tong, prepare the kitchen knife and stone for me. Don't worry, host. If it doesn't work, you can kill the person and put him into the space. Without the victim, they can't do anything to you. Xiao Man Man wanted to laugh, but she had to hold it back. Tong Tong, you are a little unprincipled. The system said arrogantly. The host is my principal. Xiao Man Man was very satisfied and arrived at the shed soon. Qi Yuanfang was talking to Director Sun at the time. When he saw Xiao Man Man's figure, he was horrified and grabbed her arm and was about to walk out. Sun Jianhong stopped him. Don't, this girl came to the quarry. She must have something to say. Yuanfang, go out, I'll ask the girl what's going on. Qi Yuanfang didn't dare to confront Sun Jianhong and tried his best to wink at Xiao Man Man. Xiao Man Man's eyes moved slightly, indicating that Qi Yuanfang was fine. But this uncle didn't understand at all, and was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat in the shed. Sun Jianhong looked Xiao Man Man up and down. Willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, height of 165 centimeters, white skin, slightly raised, and slender waist. Sun Jianhong licked his lips, very satisfied with Xiao Man Man's appearance. Xiao Man Man felt sick of his sticky eyes, but still said hesitantly, Director Sun, my father is Qiao Runming. He injured his leg. It was a work-related injury. The cost of the surgery should be borne by the quarry. Sun Jianhong smiled obscenely and shook his head. You can't say that. We have such a large site, and we have production regulations. Your father's leg was obviously broken because of his own carelessness. How can it be said that it is the responsibility of the site? There are so many people, why are others fine but he was the only one whose leg was broken? Comrade Xiao needs to reflect on himself. Xiao Man Man really couldn't refute this. After all, there was no surveillance in this era. How Qiao Runming was injured was not decided by others. But in the future, whether it is her own fault or not, it is considered a work-related injury. Moreover, she had asked Qiao Runming to make sure that her father was not negligent. At that time, someone clearly pushed him. Director Sun, that's not what you said. My father works seriously and carefully. How could it be his fault? Even if it is really his problem, the farm should have some humanistic care, right? At least, accidents in the future are handled in this way. Sun Jianhong laughed. Who told you that? I tell you, there is no such rule in the quarry. After that, he glanced at Qi Yuanfang. Old Qi, you go out first, I will talk to this comrade Xiao. Qi Yuanfang didn't want to move, but he was afraid of Sun Jianhong's background. There was no way, he could only leave with his eyes closed. In his heart, he prayed that Xiao Man Man would be smarter and not be fooled by Sun Jianhong's sweet words. Sun Jianhong waited until Qi Yuanfang walked away before he asked with a lewd smile, What's wrong with little Qiao? Is there no money at home? Xiao Man Man tugged at the corner of her clothes awkwardly. My hand, the surgery fee plus the hospitalization fee is more than 100. The Qiao family despised my father for not being able to work, so they kicked us out. Director Sun, can you have pity on me and approve the compensation for my father? Sun Jianhong leaned back in his chair with a lazy attitude. It is impossible to pay the compensation. There is nothing wrong with the quarry. Why should we give you the money? However, there is room for maneuver. Xiao Man Man looked up, her face excited. Director Sun, how can I get the money? Sun Jianhong stood up and walked towards Xiao Man Man, getting closer and closer. He stretched out his greasy big hand to lift her chin. The little girl is really pretty. Xiao Man Man took a step back as if she was frightened. Sun Jianhong knew that people outside were watching here, so he didn't make too much noise. He took his hand back, rubbing his fingers with an unsatisfied look. We'll meet here at 10 o'clock tonight. See you there. Xiao Man Man's eyes darkened, and she froze in place for a long time without moving, as if struggling. 2 minutes later, she nodded hesitantly and said in a mosquito-like voice, Okay. Sun Jianhong was satisfied, smiled, and sat back away. Xiao Man Man bit her lip, raised her head to look at him timidly, and then stumbled away.
Ha 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 ha.
In the shed, Sun Jianhong smiled arrogantly. Outside the shed, Xiao Manman's eyes were fierce. Qi Yuanfang reached out and grabbed her. Man girl, did Director Sun make things difficult for you? Xiao Manman shook her head. No, it's just that I probably won't get the compensation. It's good that the person is fine. Qi Yuanfang breathed a sigh of relief. If you need money, Uncle has some. Wait, I'll go home and get it for you. Xiao Manman stopped him. Uncle Yuanfang, I'm not short of money. I just want to ask for an explanation for my father. After the voice fell, both of them were silent. After a long time, Qi Yuanfang said, Uncle is useless. This sentence was the second time Xiao Manman heard it. She understood the helplessness of this era, so she didn't vent her anger. Slowly left the quarry and wandered on the country road. Occasionally met acquaintances and smiled and said hello. It was not until he arrived at the Qingshan Brigade that he restrained all his emotions. He took out 2 towel blankets from the space, tucked them under his armpits, and walked back. He Nian was surprised to see Xiao Manman bringing something back. Where did you buy this? The quality is really good. Xiao Manman smiled and said, It must be, but it cost a lot of money. He Nian had no say in money matters. Although distressed, he was also happy. Man, Mom is incompetent and can't even take care of herself. Your dad. This family, after all, you have to carry it. Xiao Manman didn't care. With the help of the system, she didn't have to work hard for more than half a month. However, if she would have collapsed long ago with all these things. In the end, she was lucky. Xiao Manman washed her hands and sat cross-legged on the Kong. Not long after, He Nian brought back an enamel pot of sugar-mixed tomatoes and an enamel pot of fried rapeseed from outside. The staple food was still porridge, multi-grain porridge. There was no way Xiao Manman hadn't had time to buy flour and steamers. Even the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar were trial packs taken out of the pottery jar when cooking last night. Just a little bit, no sign. It's time to eat. He Nian handed the porridge to Xiao Manman and scooped some vegetables for her. Then he helped Xiao Runming up, holding the porridge bowl in one hand and the vegetable pot in the other, asking him to eat quickly. Xiao Manman sighed. There were too many things that needed to be added to this family. She was a time traveler and didn't know much about rural life. She would miss something if she was not careful. While eating, she asked He Nian what the family needed, and then remembered them one by one. Xiao Manman asked, Mom, how much money do you have? He Nian reached into her pocket. There's still 13 yuan. Man, are you out of money? Here, you can use it first. Xiao Manman shook her head. No, I still have money. Then she took out 20 yuan from her pocket. I'll buy a table and a cabinet later, and bring over a kongqin and other things. Mom, if you think the family needs anything, ask the aunt next door to help bring it down. Give people some candy or 2 cents. There should be many people willing to help. He Nian nodded. I know, but there's no rush. When your father gets better, Mom will go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy more. After that, she added, you should also be frugal. Just a few gold and silver peanuts can't be exchanged for much money. There's still a long way to go. Xiao Manman said, drinking the multi-grain porridge, her mind a little wandering. She had a lot of supplies, and they were increasing every day. But she didn't have much money. If she didn't increase her income, she would run out of money. This is a bit exaggerated, but we really need to find a way to make money. Xiao Manman rolled her eyes. Mom, do you want to have a son? Or do you still want to have children? He Nian was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of shame. What are you talking about? How old am I? Xiao Manman held He Nian's hand, her eyes full of seriousness. Mom, I'm serious. You are still young. You can have a few more children. One day, she will leave this family. How sad the couple will be when that time comes. A trace of regret flashed across He Nian's eyes. I was injured when I gave birth to you, and I can't get pregnant again. Xiao Runming held He Nian's other hand. Nian, don't think about it. We have Man is enough. Xiao Manman said. Mom, as long as you want to give birth, I have a way. I can even find a way to cure Dad's legs. It's easy to cure your little problem. After that, she asked the system in her mind. Is that right, all of you? The system nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, host. No matter whether your mother is born infertile or injured later, as long as the parts are still there, the fertility pill can repair it and help the patient give birth to healthy twins. Xiao Man was puzzled. Can't you conceive a single baby? The risk of giving birth to twins is very high. The system laughed. No, host, after taking the fertility pill, the mother's delivery will be smoother. It can effectively reduce the pain of childbirth and reduce the risk of dystocia. Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, I understand that you and Dad love me very much, but our family is small, and we are struggling to make ends meet. He Nian was somewhat tempted, but still did not give in. Man, let Mom think about it. Xiao Runming also said, having a child is not like raising a dog. Going to school, seeing a doctor, getting married, which one does not require money? Dad knows that you have become smart and capable, but we as parents can't just hold you and your son-in-law to gnaw. Wait until my leg is healed and I have a stable income, then consider having a child. Xiao Man nodded, feeling relieved, but also a little regretful. Alas, if He Nian agrees to take the fertility pills, if she is lucky, she can get 2 more patches before the black jade ointment runs out. But now, I can only pray to God, praying that she can find a way to increase merit before the ointment runs out. After lunch, He Nian went outside to clean up the dishes and Xiao Man went out to buy tables and cabinets. There was a carpenter in the village, and everyone bought their furniture from him. Some ants were good at handwork and secretly made some mats to exchange with the educated youth. Xiao Man had seen this in books and still remembered it. So, with a clear goal, she went to Carpenter Tan and Aunt Lee's house and bought a cabinet, a dining table, a conchin, a chopping board, for benches, and 2 mats. With a large portion of her savings gone, Xiao Man sighed. Now I have to make money. The system gave her a suggestion. How about we make some windfall? Isn't it said that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass? Xiao Man was stunned for 2 seconds and gritted her teeth and said, You are really my favorite. Xiao Man returned home and found that many people took advantage of the lunch break to come and help prepare the house. Moved, she hurried to prepare sugar water for everyone. The temperature had risen at the end of May, and the sun was scorching, and many people were sweating. When he was thirsty, Xiao Man handed him a cup of sugar water. He took a sip and felt sweet inside, thinking that his help was not in vain. He Nian stood in the yard and chatted with everyone, thanking them for coming to help. Such a harmonious scene, but there are always people who come out to disrupt it. Xiao Xinjin stayed in the city for 2 days and then went back to the production team. Hearing that the 3rd room was kicked out, he came to find fault with excitement and even dragged Li Chunqiao, who was married to Zhao Dahu and had not yet finished her honeymoon. Oh, you still have money to repair your house after being kicked out? Xiao Man, which wild man gave you this money? The scene was silent for a moment. Xiao Man raised her hand and slapped Xiao Xinjin in the face. Xiao Xinjin, you ruined my job. I didn't care because you were my cousin. How dare you come here to shout? With your dirty hands and feet, or your dirty heart that even framed your relatives. Xiao Man's voice was loud, so that everyone could hear it clearly. Xiao Xinjin was obviously not as rational as Xiao Man, and she lost control all of a sudden. She raised her hand and started to fight with Xiao Man. Why did you, a rascal, steal my job? Your mother is crazy. You are also crazy. Your whole family is crazy. Xiao Xinjin said a lot, nothing more than accusing Xiao Man of stealing her opportunity. But everyone is not stupid, and they understand as soon as they hear it. Xiao Xinjin really blamed her cousin for the shoot because of jealousy. God, how cruel must she be to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt herself by 800? Xiao Xinjin was so angry that she didn't notice that people around her looked at her differently. She thought she had fought hard, but in fact, it was just a show. Although Xiao Man didn't fight back much, she was very strong, and every made Xiao Xinjin grimace. He Nian came out of the house and shouted in fear. Quick, quick, pull them apart. The uncles who were helping to repair the house finally reacted and rushed over to pull the 2 apart. Xiao Zhenjin's hair was messy, her clothes were torn, and her body was covered with wounds. He glared at Xiao Manman fiercely and ran away crying. Xiao Manman raised her head high like a victorious rooster, facing the direction where Xiao Zhenjin ran away, and snorted coldly. He Nian helped her to tidy up her hair with concern and asked, "Does it hurt? Are you hurt anywhere?" Xiao Manman shook her head. "It's okay, mother. She just messed up my hair. Hee, I'm awesome. I chased the bad guys away." "Awesome, so awesome." He Nian glared at her. "Go back to the house and clean up." Xiao Manman said and saw Li Chunchao standing in the corner, ready to slip away. She hurriedly stopped her. "Sister Chunchao, long time no see. How have you been these days?" Li Chunchao smiled awkwardly. "Not bad." Xiao Manman saw her restraint, smiled, and went over to hold her hand. "Let the past be the past. It's rare for you to come to my house. I'll pour you a bowl of sugar water." Everyone praised Xiao Manman for her broad-mindedness after hearing this. Li Chunchao licked her lips and hesitated. "Not good." "Well, what's wrong with that? Guests are welcome. You wait here, I'll go get you some water." Then he let go of Li Chunchao and went back to the house to get a cup. But when no one could see, he put a fertility pill in it and covered it with thick brown sugar. The system was puzzled. "Host, don't you have a problem with her? Why did you give her a fertility pill? What a waste. Besides, she married a dead man." Xiao Manman raised the corner of her mouth. "Tong Tong, what do you think will happen if a young widow who married a dead man suddenly gets pregnant? Isn't it fun?" The system was shocked. "Host, Tong Tong is scared. You humans are too good at playing. Tong Tong wants to go back to the countryside." Xiao Manman was almost unable to hold back her laughter. She scooped 2 spoonfuls of hot water from the pottery jar into the cup, shook it a little, and the pill and brown sugar melted together. "Hurry up and drink it. Look at you. You have lost weight during this period." Li Chunchao recalled her experience during this period. A trace of fear flashed across her face. She stepped back with trembling body. Xiao Manman understood. Li Chunchao must have suffered inhuman torture in Zhao's house. She couldn't tell outsiders. But she didn't sympathize. After all, it was the person in front of her who set up the trap, and the one who was almost destroyed was the original owner of the book and herself in reality. Xiao Manman handed the enamel pot to Li Chunchao as if she hadn't noticed anything. "It's a little hot. Don't worry. Drink it slowly." After saying that, she left. She wasn't afraid that Li Chunchao wouldn't take the bait. After all, sugar is so precious. How many people can resist its temptation? Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Manman turned around, Li Chunchao took a sip. The first sip was a little hot, and the second sip was so sweet. Li Chunchao hadn't eaten good food for a long time. She wanted to smash the cup and leave with dignity, but she was really greedy and wanted to drink it all in one gulp. Only when there was not a drop of sugar water left in the cup did Li Chunchao lick his lips with reluctance, put the cup in the yard, and left reluctantly. Xiao Manman did not come out until she was far away and almost out of sight. She changed her clothes and combed her hair again. There was no sign of fighting on her body. After thanking the uncles and aunts, she took the basket up the mountain to collect some mountain products and find some firewood. Everyone ignored the previous farce and smiled at her kindly. Some of the more lively ones reminded her not to run too far and just walk around the foot of the mountain. Xiao Manman responded and left. It had not rained during this period, and there were almost no mushrooms in the mountains. Some edible wild vegetables were also old, and the taste was greatly reduced. Xiao Manman strolled to the river and sat on a stone to play in the water. Seeing shrimps in the clear stream, she squatted down to catch them. The river shrimps were very cunning, and the shrimps ran away before Xiao Manman's hand touched the water. After trying several times without success, Xiao Manman sat down on the stone with a snort. "Tong Tong, I'm going to sign in. This time you have to get me some fishing tools." "Okay, host." The system responded straightforwardly. Xiao Manman cleared her throat. Tong Tong signed in. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 cubic meter of supplies and 1 fertility pill." Xiao Manman's consciousness sank into the system space and checked the supplies. She found that there were not only small fish nets and small fish buckets, but also many large fishing tools. In addition, there were all kinds of seafood and river food. Xiao Manman looked at the corner of the space, the frozen river shrimp in the box, and felt that Tong Tong was so considerate. Tong Tong, it would be great if you had a physical body. In that case, she could cook it food, lots of food, and take it to visit the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland. The system hummed hypocritically. Host, I am so touched. Xiao Manman rolled her eyes, took out some shrimps and put them in the basket to thaw. Then she took out the small fish net and set a trap in the stream. Before long, more than a dozen shrimps were caught. Xiao Manman was so surprised that she smiled from ear to ear. She sat by the river and gutted them. The shrimp shells and intestines were all washed away, leaving only the transparent shrimp meat. It was not until the evening that they randomly found some dry branches by the river and dragged them back in bundles. When they got home, the sun had set and the sky was dim. Xiao Manman handed the river shrimps to Yan and went to the backyard to wash up. After washing up, she found that the walls and roof of the courtyard had been repaired. Even the cracked Kong had been reinforced. Xiao Manman moved, taking her clothes and a straw mat to the next room. Yan wanted to stop her, but he thought that the girl was grown up and it would be good for them to sleep separately. Dinner was multi-grain porridge, fried river shrimps, and shredded potatoes. After eating, the three of them huddled in a room to talk. Xiao Runming looked at the gradually increasing furniture, his eyes red and sore. Xiao Manman comforted him. It's okay, Dad. When your leg is healed, we will work hard together, and our lives will get better and better. Xiao Runming was amused by her and couldn't help laughing. Okay? The father and daughter laughed for a while, and Yan suddenly said, Your grandma came to our house to ask for an explanation in the afternoon. I blocked the door with a kitchen knife, so she didn't come in. Xiao Manman gave a thumbs up. Mom is awesome. Then she looked at Xiao Runming, saw that he was struggling, and smiled and provoked. Dad, I heard from the ants in the team that the old lady Xiao went out for a walk and came back holding you. No one in the team saw her pregnant. Do you think it is possible that you are not her biological child? This was the second time Xiao Manman brought up the issue of Xiao Runming's life experience. Compared with the first time when he was skeptical, this time he obviously agreed with this statement. When Dad's leg is healed, I'll find a chance to ask your grandma. Xiao Manman shook her finger. She is not my grandma. We are no longer related. Dad, you'd better be quiet. Old Mrs. Xiao is obviously hiding something. Don't put yourself in danger. Xiao Runming was choked by her words. Xiao Manman smiled and took out a piece of black jade intermittent plaster. Okay, don't think about it. Let's apply the plaster. Xiao Runming's eyes were filled with fear. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Manman grabbed his legs. With 2 snaps, the plaster was applied to the affected area. Yan quickly hugged Xiao Runming's arms and soon, he heard him howling like a ghost. Well, I endured it for more than half an hour yesterday, but I can't bear it today. 2 birds were startled and flapped their wings, and a timid educated youth dropped his bowls and chopsticks. Lu Yifeng nudged Lu Yuan with his elbow. Old Lu, what's going on next door? Lu Yuan buried his head in his food and said nothing. Lu Yifeng chuckled. I heard that Sister Manman is back. Lu Yuan paused while eating, but he was still calm. I heard that they broke off the relationship with the old Xiao family. TSK, how pitiful, a weak mother, a bedridden father, and little Man, who has just reached adulthood. How can she shoulder the responsibility of supporting the family? It's miserable. Really miserable. Lu Yuan was given a headache by his nagging, and glared at him coldly. Are you free? If you are free, go and sort out the action plan for tonight. When it comes to business, Lu Yifeng no longer smiles. He replied yes in a low voice and went to work. As for Lu Yuan, the figure of Xiao Manman flashed in his mind, and he sorted out the clues again. He was not affected by the screams in the dark night. Xiao Runming spent half an hour like a year. The pain and itchiness of the healing bones made him want his head on the ground. When it was over, his clothes were soaked. Xiao Runming was exhausted and lay on the Kong, staring at the thatched roof with lifeless eyes. Xiao Man let go of her hand. Mom, I'm going back first. You clean my dad and go to bed early. Yan was about to stop Xiao Man when she remembered that they were no longer in the old Xiao's house. Well, Chun Hunter's small courtyard, 2 rooms, one for them and one for his daughter. Thinking of living alone with her husband tonight, Yan's face turned red like an apple. Who would believe that in 18 years, the couple had never lived in a world of 2? Even if Yan was healthy, she couldn't have a second child.
Cough.
Xiao Man listened to the sounds coming in and out from the next door and quickly made the bed. In fact, it was nothing, just a straw mat. But could she sleep on a straw mat? Absolutely not. Take out the cotton mattress from the space and spread it on the straw mat. Take off your shoes and lie on it, and let the system call her in half an hour. Xiao Man was tired after an afternoon of lying down and fell asleep in a second. Yan also changed Xiao Runming's clothes and fell asleep on the Kong. Half an hour later, Xiao Man woke up. She rolled over on the Kong several times and didn't want to get up at all. But she still had to deal with Director Sun's matter, so she got out of bed and changed into clothes suitable for action. She opened the bolt and stood at the door to listen carefully to the movement next door. After making sure that Xiao Runming and Yan were asleep, Xiao Man locked the door and climbed over the wall. She trotted towards the quarry, not afraid of danger in the dark. Of course, she dared to be so arrogant because there was a system to back her up. It monitored the surrounding movements in all directions, and once there was a problem, it would start the host protection mode. In the words of the system, the host has a mission to complete, and the existence of the host is more important than the system. Xiao Man never knew that she was so important. She smiled innocently and asked, "Dear Tongzi, what is my mission?" The crackling sound of electricity came, and Xiao Man hurriedly stopped. Forget it, don't say it, it's giving me a headache." She thought to herself, it doesn't matter. Life is to go on as planned, and one day she will know. The system breathed a sigh of relief and encouraged Xiao Man. "Host, as long as you don't commit suicide, all will accompany you until the end of time." Xiao Man teased. "Even if you complete the mission?" The system was stunned for a moment. In theory, the system will be recycled on the day the mission is completed. If the host insists, all can stay. Xiao Man smiled and asked, "Then do you want to stay?" The system said, The system likes the host. Xiao Man whistled with satisfaction. Then all should perform well, and try to let me keep you." The One and Tong chatted, and unknowingly arrived at the quarry. Xiao Man took out a fruit knife from the system and hid it in her sleeve. After adjusting her expression, she moved towards the shed hesitantly and fearfully. The quarry was very lively during the day, but unusually desolate at night. When the wind blew, Xiao Man got goosebumps all over her body. The moonlight sprinkled on the stones, reflecting a light white. Xiao Man stepped on the stones carefully and looked around from time to time, as if she was afraid of being discovered. Sun Jianhong, who was hiding near the shed and observing, was very satisfied with Xiao Man's tactfulness. When she got close to the shed, he suddenly flashed out from behind the big rock, pinched Xiao Man's waist, and his thick lips with a stinky smell were about to arch against Xiao Man's neck. Xiao Man didn't expect Sun to be so impatient, so she raised her hand to push him away. "Director Sun, what are you doing?" "What?"
Kiss you.
"Now that you're here, don't you know what it means?" Sun Jianhong smiled and tried to touch Xiao Man's ace, but she grabbed his arm tightly. Who would have thought that the weak little girl would be so strong? Sun Jianhong was imprisoned, but she was not panicked at all. She thought that it was probably because the little girl was nervous that she burst out with potential that was inconsistent with her body shape. Xiao Man frowned and asked, "Director Sun, do you mean that as long as I follow you, my father's medical expenses can be reimbursed?" Sun Jianhong licked his lips. "Of course. The entire quarry is my territory. Whether it is a work injury or not is just a matter of my words." Xiao Man understood and pushed Sun Jianhong out with force. Sun Jianhong fell to the ground heavily, and before he could react, Xiao Man rode on his back. There was a small knife on his neck. A slight touch left a thin line of blood. Sun Jianhong hissed and panicked. Sun Jianhong became Sun Jianhong, swaying from side to side in pain and groaning in pain. What are you doing?
Get down.
Xiao Man's legs held him tightly. No matter how Sun Jianhong struggled, he couldn't get up from the ground. Xiao Man's knife was always against Sun Jianhong's neck. In the dark night, the girls' giggles were very creepy. Director Sun, you called me here just for fun. What, you think it's not exciting enough? Should I stab you in the leg a few times? Sun Jianhong was frightened by Xiao Man's crazy look, and he couldn't help but peed. Xiao Man smelled the foul smell, curled her lips, and moved up in disgust. Then she pressed heavily on his spine with her ace. Sun Jianhong screamed ah, which was extremely shrill in the dark night. Xiao Man asked calmly, how did Xiao Runming get injured? Can Director Sun explain? The place where Sun Jianhong was lying was full of uneven stones. His waist was hanging in the air, and he was sweating coldly from the pain of Xiao Man sitting on it. Fearing that Xiao Man would do something even crazier, Sun Jianhong quickly said, I'll tell you, Xiao Runming was overworked and accidentally tripped over a stone while walking. It happened that the stone next to him was a little loose and pressed his leg. Xiao Man believed the process, but was it really such a coincidence? You didn't do anything? Xiao Man asked. Sun Jianhong panicked for a moment, but still insisted that it was purely an accident. We have repeatedly warned members to be careful when working. Xiao Runming is unlucky on his own. Who can he blame? Xiao Man snorted coldly. Do you think I believe it? I'm not lying, Comrade Xiao. A life for a life. How dare I do anything? Let me go quickly. If you accidentally miss, you can't escape legal sanctions. Look how sincere these words are, but is Xiao Man someone who is so easily fooled? Obviously not. The quarry is mostly basin-sized stones, and suddenly there is a person as tall as a person. How strange. Who would believe it if he said it was not intentional? Xiao Man was too lazy to argue with him, and used the merit points to exchange for a truth talisman and stuck it on Sun Jianhong. Tell me, how exactly did Xiao Runming get injured? Xiao Man asked, asking the system to help record the audio information. The next second, Sun Jianhong said, I had people put the stones in the quarry in advance and support them with wooden sticks. Xiao Runming worked very carefully, and I put sleeping pills in the water he drank. When his mind was confused, I called him to the side of the boulder. I stretched out my foot to trip him, and then stepped on the wooden sticks supporting the boulder and broke. The boulder rolled down and hit Xiao Runming's legs. Xiao Man dug her left fingernails deeply into her palm. She wanted to stab the knife in her right hand directly into Sun Jianhong's neck. Why did you want to kill Xiao Runming? Someone wrote me a letter, asking me to kill Xiao Runming, and then give me 2,000 yuan and a chance to be promoted. Xiao Man raised her eyebrows. Do you believe what he said? He gave me a deposit of 1,000 yuan. Where is the letter? Is there a signature? In the mezzanine of the cabinet. Sun Jianhong paused. There is no signature, but he must have left someone nearby. When I succeed, I will report to the other party. Xiao Man didn't believe it. She felt that the 1,000 yuan was just money for hiring a killer. If she didn't leave any clues, the loss would not be big. How many other people did you kill with the same method?
7.
Who are they? Ning Lisin from Changhe Brigade, Ji Jitsung from Wuxing Brigade, Kong Jianlin from Hongqi Brigade. Someone paid you to kill them? Sun Jianhong struggled, but couldn't withstand the power of the truth talisman. No. Their daughters are pretty, and I was tempted. I just made a mistake that all men in the world would make. If they weren't so coquettish, I wouldn't have thought of them. Even though Xiao Man was mentally prepared, she was still furious. This beast, who didn't take human life seriously, also harmed so many good girls. After putting the knife into the space, she slapped Sun Jianhong on the head. Xiao Man was very strong, and after a few slaps, Sun Jianhong's mind was shaking. Xiao Man stopped and continued to ask, what happened next? What happened to those girls? Some jumped into the river and died. Some married old widowers in the village. Some were given to county leaders by me, and some stayed at home to take care of their disabled parents and became old maids. Xiao Man suppressed her anger. Tell me more about it. Sun Jianhong babbled, talking about his great achievements. The filth in it made Xiao Man want to kill him on the spot. After he finished speaking, Xiao Man took out a rope from the space and tied Sun Jianhong's hands. Then she turned him over, picked up a stone, and smashed at Sun Jianhong's third leg. A heart-wrenching roar sounded, and Xiao Man was annoyed by the noise, so she took out a towel from the space and stuffed it into his mouth. Under the moonlight, Sun Jianhong's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Even though he was controlled by the truth-spitting talisman, he looked at Xiao Man with resentment. Xiao Man curled the corners of her lips and didn't care. He hit Sun Jianhong's legs with a stone again and again. After a few hits, the wounds were so deep that the bones were visible. Xiao Man stopped only when she saw that Sun Jianhong was about to faint. She pulled the towel out of his mouth and heard him weakly shout, "Which?" Xiao Man sneered. "You're as cheap as me? You are a cheap man, I give you face, right? You have harmed the little girl of the member. Even if you die 100 times, it is difficult to atone for your sins." Xiao Man did consider whether to send him to the Public Security Bureau to bring him to justice. After hesitating, she still didn't. First, she didn't have equipment such as a recorder and tape, so she couldn't copy what the system recorded and use it as evidence. Second, those little girl members were already very pitiful. If they got into trouble, none of them might survive. Although they were victims, who made the victims guilty? It's even worse in this era. Xiao Man closed her eyes and exchanged another merit value for a forget-worry pill. Let the system help control the efficacy of the drug. Just make him forget what happened tonight. Okay, host, the system said, and scraped off a corner of the forget-worry pill. Host is so cunning, the remaining forget-worry pill can do many bad things. Xiao Man smiled and fed it to Sun Jianhong and saw that his eyes were blurred, and left quickly. She could not clean up the mess, and she could also smash Sun Jianhong's hand bones and cut off his tongue. But what's the point of that? She wanted Sun Jianhong to live a life worse than death. The most important thing is that Xiao Man felt that Sun Jianhong was hiding something. But she had no direction, even with the truth talisman. She didn't know what to ask. So, she chose to let him forget what happened tonight. If she found any clues later, she would knock on his door. Xiao Man shuttled in the dark night, and soon came to Sun Jianhong's house. Sun Jianhong's house was a large blue brick and tile house, which was out of tune with the surrounding adobe houses. Xiao Man stood in the shadows and stamped her feet. Oh no, I forgot to ask him if there is any treasure at home. System. Host, you are too much, she signed in on the spot after stating her demands. Everyone sign in. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 cubic meter of supplies and 1 fertility pill. Xiao Man skillfully checked the supplies and found folding ladders, metal detectors, and other items. She smiled and thanked the system, took out the ladder, and put it on the wall. Xiao Man climbed over the wall nimbly, took away the tools of crime, and then bent over and sneaked into Sun Jianhong's house. Sun Jianhong's room was unprecedentedly luxurious. 3 carved cabinets filled one wall, all locked. Xiao Man used wire to open one of the cabinets, and there were all kinds of nutritional supplements inside. There were ginsengs that were not too old, birds' nests that were intact without fragments, snow clam, sea cucumber, and saffron. The cheapest was malted milk, a total of 13 cans. Xiao Man took it away without hesitation, and then looked for the secret compartment in the mezzanine, but found nothing. Xiao Man opened the second cabinet and found all kinds of cigarettes and alcohol inside. There are Huazi and Maotai. I really don't know where he found so many good things. He took them away immorally again and opened the third cabinet. The third cabinet contained cash, 3,000 yuan in a biscuit box, and some bills. Xiao Man frowned and took the biscuit box away. Then he fumbled around and found that there was indeed a layer at the bottom of the cabinet. Xiao Manman opened the layer and found several letters inside. When she opened the top letter, it turned out to be the one that asked Sun Jianhong to take action. It's just that there was no signature, and even the mailing address was just a post office in Sioux City. Xiao Manman took the letter away, opened the other letters, and found that the content inside was not what she should touch at all. No wonder the guy named Sun is so rich. This rascal is a traitor. Xiao Manman was so angry that her hands and feet were shaking. She put the letter back, locked the cabinet, and took a deep breath. After calming down, she took out the metal detector and scanned the room. Soon, she heard a rapid beeping sound. Xiao Manman reached into the stove and took out a box. When she opened it, wow, treasures, gold rings and gold bracelets, as well as ice-type floating flower bracelets and full green jade bracelets. Xiao Manman's eyes radiated wolf light, and she put the box into the space. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the metal detector still ringing. Xiao Manman frowned and put her head into the stove. It was too dark inside, and the fluorescent stick didn't work. Xiao Manman took out the flashlight and turned it on. Oh my god! What did she see? A transmitter. Tong Tong, I've made it. I caught another spy. The system was also very excited. Congratulations, host. You are so powerful. You will definitely complete the ultimate mission. Xiao Manman said and put away the flashlight. With a complicated look in her eyes, she scanned the room, cleaned up the traces of her presence, and prepared to go out and report to the County Public Security Bureau. As a result, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the next room. Xiao Manman quickly locked the door, and then she heard the door of the next room open. An old lady walked over slowly and pushed Sun Jianhong's door. Seeing that it could not be pushed, she sighed. Taiwa, when did you come back? You can't keep hanging around like this. You still have to find a wife. Don't think your mother's words are unpleasant. God has eyes, and doing those things too much will damage your virtue. Taiwa, are you asleep? Alas, I am old and can't take care of you. You can do whatever you want. The old lady left, went to the toilet to flush, and walked around the yard again. Half an hour after returning to the house, Xiao Manman went out carefully. This time, she didn't take the folding ladder, but directly pulled the bolt and ran. The night was beautiful, but Xiao Manman was not in the mood to appreciate it. Running wildly in the night, but just running out a dozen meters, someone grabbed her arm and pressed her against the wall. Xiao Manman. I was so scared that I almost screamed my throat. The man accurately predicted her reaction, covered Xiao Manman's mouth tightly, pressed his head down, and whispered in her ear, "It's me, Lu Yuan." Xiao Manman's heart was pounding, and her eyes were tearful, which was particularly beautiful under the moonlight. Lu Yuan looked away uncomfortably, and after making sure that Xiao Manman would not yell, he let go and took 2 steps back. Xiao Manman leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. After a long while, she raised her hand and hit Lu Yuan. "What are you doing? You scared me to death." Her voice was low, and she didn't use any strength to hit him. It sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Lu Yuan didn't answer, but asked seriously, "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming to Sun Jianhong's house?" Xiao Manman pouted. "Of course I'm here to settle accounts with him. My father is so seriously injured. Sun Jianhong has to show some appreciation." Lu Yuan sighed. "I know you are capable, but you are a girl. Can you be more steady in doing things?" Xiao Manman raised her chin and said proudly, "No." Lu Yuan laughed out of anger, raised his hand and ruffled her hair. "Go wait at the tree. I'll take you home later." Xiao Manman rolled her eyes, grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, leaned close to his ear, and asked, "Lu Yuan, are you tracking down Sun Jianhong?" Lu Yuan didn't say anything. Xiao Manman understood. "Is it a secret? If it is, I won't ask, but when I entered the house just now, I found that the Sun family has a radio, which is on the Kong in Sun Jianhong's room." Lu Yuan's eyes changed from relaxed to sharp. After confirming that Xiao Manman was not joking, he nodded. "Okay, I'll deal with it." Xiao Manman saw that he was about to leave, hesitated, and pulled his arm again. "Lu Yuan, can I trust you?" Lu Yuan nodded solemnly. "Yes." Xiao Man mustered up the courage. If you want to know anything, go to the quarry. Sun Jianhong still has an hour. Lu Yuan was startled, thinking that Xiao Man had killed someone. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally he sighed. Go wait on the tree. Xiao Man said, oh, and quickly climbed the tree. Lu Yuan made a few gestures in the distance, and then quickly ran towards the quarry. Lu Yifeng followed him, laughing and teasing. Old Lu Yor. Lu Yuan felt as heavy as if a big stone was hidden in his heart. Lu Yifeng didn't understand why, so he continued to ask, when are you two going to get married? Lu Yuan pinched his fingers into his palm, fearing that Xiao Man had really done something stupid. If Sun Jianhong died, even if he was really a spy, Xiao Man would have to take the responsibility. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lu Yifeng's expression became serious. The two of them came to the quarry as fast as possible and saw Sun Jianhong lying on the ground dying. Seeing someone coming, Sun Jianhong raised his hand and called for help. Help, help. Lu Yifeng was frightened by his miserable condition and asked, Director Sun, who hurt you like this? Sun Jianhong shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he was once again shocked by Xiao Man's methods. He squatted down and checked Sun Jianhong's injuries and found that they were much more serious than Xiao Renming's, especially the third leg, which was in a mess. Lu Yuan didn't know how such a delicate little girl could do this. Well, he felt a little jealous. He was also a little scared. He unconsciously clamped his legs together. While Lu Yuan roughly stopped Sun Jianhong's bleeding, he was thinking in his mind what Xiao Man meant by 1 hour. A countdown to life? Obviously not. Sun Jianhong was seriously injured, but he would not die for a while. Xiao Man was obviously talking about something else. Thinking of Xiao Man's unique ability, Lu Yuan tried to ask, Sun Jianhong, is there anything special in your home that cannot be discovered by others? Sun Jianhong's eyes were horrified, but his mouth was uncontrollable. Yes, it's in the stove. It's a radio transmitter. Lu Yifeng looked at Lu Yuan in horror, as if asking, Boss, how do you know these secrets? The most important thing is how to make Sun Jianhong speak. Lu Yuan did not answer, but continued to ask Sun Jianhong about the radio transmitter. In the night, Sun Jianhong endured the pain and uttered a long list of names. He also explained what they had done before and what they planned to do next. This included the fact that they were planning to up the Yangxian railway station, but failed. We have arranged people, but I don't know where the crazy woman came from, but she arrested the person transporting explosives. For some reason, Lu Yuan's mind flashed with Xiao Man's figure. His eyes flashed and he asked about other things. Until there was no more value to be squeezed out, he and Lu Yifeng dragged the man to the hospital. Maybe they were a little emotional, and the two pinched Sun Jianhong's wound from time to time. He grimaced in pain. Be gentle. The two were unmoved and took the man back to the village. Several people who entered the house to search for things happened to come out with a radio and escorted Old Lady Sunday Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. We suspect that this old lady is an accomplice. Lu Yuan nodded and asked someone to take Sun Jianhong to the county town for interrogation. After they walked away, he walked under the tree. Comrade Xiao, come down. It was very quiet under the tree, and a gust of wind blew, and Lu Yuan heard a rustling sound. Lu Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked up and saw that the little girl had run away. He was so angry that he closed his eyes and opened them again and again. He just wanted to catch Xiao Man and beat her up. He stood there and took a deep breath. After adjusting his mood, he went to the County Armed Forces Department. Xiao Man saw Lu Yuan walking away and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. He walked out of the shadows, hesitated for a moment, and still did not step into the Sun family. Xiao Man calculated in her mind where the 3,000 yuan would belong. 14 victims, 100 per person, a total of 1,400. The remaining 1,600, will be left to the justice messenger Xiao Man. Well, it's a bit too much. Let's give the victims some nutritional supplements. 1 can of malted milk per person, plus brown sugar, red dates, walnuts, and the like. As for the box of jewelry? Hee, it's her kind and beautiful reward. Xiao Man was thinking about it and relaxed her vigilance. She didn't even notice Lu Yuan following behind her. Seeing her pulling grass with silly joy from time to time, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. You said the system? The system chose to play dead. Anyway, Lu Yuan is protecting the host, so it won't say anything more. Xiao Man's steps back were very relaxed. She jumped and skipped, and she didn't feel tired at all, and she arrived at the foot of Daqing Mountain. The low courtyard wall blocked her outside, and Xiao Man took a run and rolled in. When she landed, Lu Yuan turned and walked towards the county. Xiao Man sighed. The wall is too low. It can't prevent thieves. The system asked her, Host, do you want to build a wall? The system can get cement, reinforced concrete, and broken glass for you. Xiao Man shook her head. Let's talk about it later. Xiao Man opened the lock and went in. She wanted to sleep, but she felt that her body was too dirty and she had to wash. So she came out to fetch water and boil water. Although she moved very quietly, He Nian came out more than 10 minutes later. Xiao Man asked embarrassedly, Mom, did I wake you up? He Nian did not admit that she knew Xiao Man had gone out and said with a smile, No, your father got up to go to the bathroom, so I poured some for him. Xiao Man said oh, and made an excuse with a smile. I was thirsty and couldn't sleep, so I came to boil some water. He Nian did not expose her, and nodded after confirming that his daughter was intact. He went to the toilet to clean the bucket, washed his hands, and went back to the house. Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the door bolted and looked at the flickering fire, her thoughts drifting a little. As she drifted, she became hungry. She took out a box of Black Forest from the space and ate it happily. Xiao Man asked the system curiously, Tell me, why is there the Black Forest from my world's bakery in the supplies rewarded by the system? The system said calmly, Well, what's the big deal? Of course, the main system knows your origins and specially purchased it from your world.
Oh.
Xiao Man responded and took back the half-eaten cake. She took the hot water back to the house, poured it into the basin, wiped her body with a towel, brushed her teeth, put on her clean cotton pajamas, and lay down on the mattress to fall asleep. The moonlight is like water, shaking everyone's dreams. Those who are responsible for important tasks, however, shuttled under the moonlight, silently guarding China. The morning sun sprinkled on the windowsill, and Xiao Man stretched lazily and got up. Outside the window, He Nian had already gotten up and cooked for everyone. Boiled eggs, rice porridge, and pickles, nothing special, but the couple was very satisfied. Xiao Man was also very happy and had a round belly. During the dinner, he asked the couple, Dad, Mom, do you know Ning Lisin from Chang'e Brigade? How could Xiao Runming and He Nian not know? In a small place, people are related to each other, not to mention that accidents in the quarry happen every now and then, and their daughters are all. They are not stupid. How can they not guess that there is something fishy? Daughter, you must not go to the quarry. We accept this loss. When Dad gets better, go to work, and you will definitely save enough money to pay back Lu Jiqing. Although Xiao Runming knew that Xiao Man often went out, he didn't know that she had found Sun Jianhong, and he couldn't help but worry that his daughter would fall into the tiger's mouth. Xiao Man didn't say it to make her parents worry. After nodding obediently, she asked, I heard that he injured his leg like Dad. Yeah. Xiao Runming sighed and told him about the members who had accidents in the quarry, including those gossips. Xiao Man was shocked and felt that Sun Jianhong was really a beast who couldn't even tell a little gossip. Well, the fact that the news is spread so widely shows that the victim really suffered inhuman torture. She didn't have a mental breakdown, she was just mentally strong. Xiao Man stayed at home until 8:30 and then left. She went to the Chang'e Brigade, the 5-Star Brigade, the Red Flag Brigade, to inquire about the victims, and the situation was worse than she had imagined. Sun Jianhong did give the victim a sum of money after he succeeded, but the money was too little to pay for the victim's medical expenses. Instead, the girl was ridiculed because she was abused. Xiao Man put on makeup before she left, making her face look only 2 or 3 points like her real self. She also made up an excuse, saying that her family was poor and couldn't afford a wife. She wanted to ask if there were any cheaper girls in the village so that her brother could marry her back. Those gossipers introduced ugly or disabled girls to Xiao Man. When they talked about the girls who were violated, they all shook their heads and curled their lips. That girl is not decent and has an affair with the leader of the quarry. Your brother must not marry a girl like that. Xiao Man was in a heavy mood, but still smiled and said, "My brother likes beautiful girls. Please show me the way. I will go there secretly to take a look. If the girl is really not good, I can tell him." The ants were not prepared and pointed Xiao Man in the direction. After thanking her, Xiao Man walked towards the most dilapidated and oldest house in the village. Sun Jianhong was very skillful in selecting targets. Basically, he looked for those who were too poor to make a living and had no background. This kind of person was easy to control. Even if the truth was revealed, he could still slander the other party for trying to him. Because they did not receive timely treatment, the pillars of these families either died of infection or lay on the Kong unable to take care of themselves. The girls sacrificed themselves, but only got 20 or 30 yuan, which was not helpful at all.
She was also known to be a.
Not only could she not work, but she was also often harassed by the widowers and second-rate people in the village. The wife either took care of the family tirelessly or took away the property and left. In short, it was a world of suffering. Xiao Man did not contact them directly, but hid in the dark to observe their lives. In the end, it was determined that only 10 victims were still alive. Xiao Man sighed and decided to compensate the families of the 4 deceased victims with an extra 100. Xiao Man wanted to be an unknown hero, so this could only be done at night. Just after putting the money and nutritional supplements in Ning Lisan's house, she heard the system excitedly broadcast, "Congratulations to the host, merit value +2. Xiao Man. Her hand shook and knocked over the malted milk. With a clang, the sleeping man was awakened. Ning Lisan asked hoarsely, "Who?" Xiao Man hurried out and hid in the shadows. The oil lamp in the room was lit, and a few seconds later, a shocking cry was heard. Maybe she was moved by the money and nutritional supplements. Maybe she felt wronged for her own experience. But in any case, she had money. The difficulties at home could be solved, and she finally had hope for the future. Ning Lisan looked at the nutritional supplements on the bedside and asked his daughter to go out and take a look. Knowing who the benefactor is, he could repay him when he had the ability in the future. As a result, Xiao Man had already left. The system said happily, "Host, although you did good deeds and did not gain merit points, the main system approved 10 points for you." Xiao Man raised an eyebrow. "Really? What are the points for?" "You can buy things in the mall." "Host, take a look. The system mall has been updated." Xiao Man said and checked the system with consciousness. She found that there were really a lot more things in it. In addition to those special pills and talismans, some daily necessities, food and weapons were newly added. Pills and talismans are 100 points each, and other items are 1 point each. Although the things are very cheap, Xiao Man feels that the points cannot be spent carelessly and must be redeemed at critical moments. Tong, remember to remind me to redeem things before the newbie discount ends. The system was silent for a while, then nodded. "Okay, host, the system has marked it and will remind you 1 week, 5 days, 3 days, and 1 day before the discount ends." Xiao Man was happy and happily went to the second victim's house. The 5-star brigade was a little far from the Chang'e brigade. Xiao Man took out the electric car she signed in 2 days ago and drove fast in the night. She also smiled and said, "Hee Tong, I didn't expect that there is a charging service in the mall." "That's great. My car is finally not wasted." The system said lovingly. Of course, who let the host be kind-hearted. Xiao Man ran to 3 brigades to deliver warmth in 1 night, and when she came back, it was almost dawn. It was worth it to spend 700 yuan and a bunch of nutritional products in 1 night and receive 30 points. When she got close to the Qingshan brigade, Xiao Man put the electric car into the space and trotted home, but was blocked by Lu Yuan again. She was so scared that she covered her chest slightly. "Oh my god, what are you doing squatting at my door?" Lu Yuan asked seriously. "Where have you been in the middle of the night?" Xiao Manman laughed. "I got up to go to the bathroom. Where else can I go? There's a hole in your house, don't fool me." Xiao Manman saw his cold face and reached out to grab his sleeve, shaking and swaying. "Hey, where can I go? I just can't sleep, so I'm going out for a walk." Lu Yuan sighed. "I know you are capable, but you also have to learn to hide your abilities. Do you know how much effort I put in to settle Sun Jinhong's matter?" Xiao Manman didn't care. "I didn't do anything to him. You are too cautious." Lu Yuan looked at her seriously. "It's not about the injuries on his body. Sun Jinhong has offended so many people. Who knows which warrior retaliated against him for his daughter? I mean his mental aspect." Xiao Manman panicked for a moment and soon calmed down. "Well, what's wrong with him?" Lu Yuan was helpless. "I can pretend not to know, but what about others? What if the vicious spies find out? Have you thought about the consequences?" Xiao Manman pouted and acted coquettishly. "I just know a little hypnosis. What's so special about it?" Lu Yuan thought to himself. Xiao Manman didn't know her ability at all. "What do you mean by knowing a little hypnosis?" She is clearly a hypnosis master. Who wouldn't want to have this ability? Being able to detect the other person's thoughts in a minute, what benefits can't be obtained? Xiao Manman also knew that she had no background, and once someone found abnormal, she might be locked up in the research institute for slices. But she didn't want to live a cowardly life, especially. She needed to accumulate merit points to fight against the heroine. So, Xiao Manman pitifully pulled the hem of Lu Yuan's clothes. "Brother Lu, can you protect me?" Lu Yuan looked into her eyes and felt a hot current running through his body. His Adam's apple rolled, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Okay." Xiao Manman smiled, and in the first ray of sunlight in the morning, her smile was wantonly and dazzling, like a blooming rose. Lu Yuan was a little annoyed with his performance, but he didn't regret making a promise. He lowered his eyes and asked, "What else do you want to do next?" "I'll accompany you." Xiao Manman shook her head, stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, "You are the deputy battalion commander of a promising army, and I am a village girl born and raised in Qingshan Brigade. You don't need to get involved in those rotten things so as not to ruin your future." Lu Yuan looked at her disapprovingly, and just as he was about to refute, he saw Xiao Manman running away, waving her hands as she ran. "I'm going back to sleep. Lu Jiqing." Lu Yuan sighed, thinking that this girl was really cunning. He stood there for a while, and suddenly laughed. The sun shone on him, looking bright and dazzling. Xiao Manman hid behind the door, watching all this through the door, and her heart beat twice unconsciously. But she was soon occupied by reason and suppressed the newly sprouted feelings. No, the Lu surname will be a saintly woman in the future, raising other people's wives and sons. Xiao Manman has a system. Why should she suffer such grievances? In an instant, my heart was broken. Turning around with a pursed mouth, she met He Nian's curious eyes. Xiao Manman's adrenaline surged, and she covered her chest. "Mom, what are you doing?" "I'm so scared." He Nian asked with a smile. "Is Xiao Lu outside?" Xiao Manman looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" "Oh." She let it slip. He Nian smiled and held Xiao Manman's arm. Thinking of something, she changed into a serious and earnest look. "Hey, did you meet Xiao Lu these 2 days?" "Xiao Lu is a handsome and kind kid. Mom knows that Mom will not stop you two from dating, but it's not good to sneak around at night. Also, you two are young and energetic. If you do something bad, it will be too late to regret. Otherwise, you can ask him to propose marriage." Xiao Manman. "What is this? What a mess." "Mom, you misunderstood. I'm not dating Lu Yuan." He Nian didn't believe it, but didn't ask. Xiao Manman breathed a sigh of relief and took her arm. "Mom, did you know I went out 2 days ago?" He Nian rolled her eyes at her. "I'm your mother. I can tell what you want to do at a glance." Xiao Manman didn't believe it. "Then, Mom, what do you think I want to do next?" He Nian said firmly, "Sleep." Xiao Manman. It's confirmed that her mother is wise after the event. Xiao Man didn't eat. She got some water to wash, cleaned herself up, and lay on the Kong to rest. She slept for more than 3 hours, and when she woke up, she happily calculated the space supplies. She couldn't count the various daily necessities, and she had saved more than a dozen sign-in opportunities. The system mall was open, and she could buy a wide range of goods at the lowest price. She also had a box of jewelry and 1 or 2,000 yuan. Wait, what's the matter with the merit value? Is Li Chunchao pregnant? That's right, host. Li Chunchao is pregnant with twins. Xiao Man was surprised. So fast? Fu Xianling got pregnant 10 days after taking the medicine, but what about Li Chunchao? It's only been a few days. The system chuckled, and the smile was a bit obscene. Fu Xianling is old, and her physical condition is average. Her husband is even weaker. If they want to have a child, they naturally have to wait for the fertility pills to adjust their bodies to the best condition. They also need the right time, right place, and right people. Li Chunchao is different. She is young and can conceive naturally even without taking the fertility pills. Although Zhao Laozhen is a bit old, he also has a child. His vitality is stronger than Fu Xianling's men. This child will come naturally soon. Xiao Man said sarcastically. Tong, you understand the system didn't hear it, and patted its chest proudly. Of course, Tong is very useful. Xiao Man couldn't help laughing, and the system asked, how did the host know that Li Chunchao would definitely get pregnant? Xiao Man shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, the medicine won't kill people, so let her try it. The system was speechless and a little autistic. Xiao Man's thoughts drifted to the novel. The original owner was set up by her younger sister Li Chunchao and married to the domestic violence man Zhao Dahu. Beaten 3 times a day, plus eating bran and vegetables, there is no condition for pregnancy at all. Of course, it is also possible that Zhao Dahu is infertile, and his 3 wives have all suffered misfortune. Zhao Laozhen was anxious. He had married his son 3 times, but he didn't see an egg. If Xiao Man can't give birth again, their Zhao family will be laughed at to death. So, Zhao Laozhen sent Zhao Dahu out and sneaked into the original owner's room in the middle of the night. If the original owner hadn't fought desperately, the old man would have succeeded long ago. Xiao Man thought that Li Chunchao should not be so strong. After all, she had no injuries. In addition, Zhao Dahu was already dead, and the Zhao family could not be extinct. Zhao Laozhen might have discussed with his wife to make Li Chunchao pregnant. Then hide her at home and wait for her to give birth. Find an opportunity to take the child out for a stroll, saying that she was adopted from a relative's family so that she can have a biological bloodline. Xiao Man didn't know that her guess was basically the truth. Since Li Chunchao married to the Zhao family, she had to serve her father-in-law every night. During the day, she had to endure the jealousy of her mother-in-law. Life was not easy. So when faced with Xiao Man's show of goodwill, even though she knew that the 2 of them didn't get along, she couldn't resist the temptation of sugar water. Well, now that she knew how the merit points were obtained, she was no longer confused. Xiao Man got up happily, and as soon as she opened the door, Nian stuffed a bowl of rice into her. I warmed it for you. Eat it quickly. Xiao Man thanked him and took the food back to the house. Eating simple food and tea, it was actually a bit sweet. When she finished eating and came out to wash the dishes, Nian snatched them away. Mom has nothing to do at home, so she can only do these housework. After washing the dishes, he brought out a large basin. What was soaked in it was the quilt cover of the county hospital's torn quilt. Xiao Man slapped her forehead. Mom, I'm sorry. I've been busy these 2 days and forgot about this. It's okay. You should have fun and do your work. Xiao Man was a little touched. She reached out to hug Nian and carried the basket up the mountain. As a result, just a few 100 meters into the mountain, she ran into Lu Yuan again. Xiao Man smiled sweetly. Lu Jiqing, what a coincidence. Lu Yuan said, Up the mountain? Yes, there is not much food at home. I went to the mountain to see if I can pick something. Why didn't Lu Jiqing go to work? I'm greedy. I asked for leave to go hunting in the mountain. The two of them went back and forth, as if they were not familiar with each other. However, their footsteps got closer and closer, and finally they walked into the mountain together, and walked deeper and deeper. Xiao Man picked some wild fruits casually, and prepared to go to the river to catch fish. Lu Yuan looked at the distance with sharp eyes, then raised his hand and knocked a pheasant unconscious with a small stone. Xiao Man rushed forward and twisted the pheasant's neck. She also took out a knife and bled it. Lu Yuan said, "Don't clean up, hurry down the mountain." Xiao Man keenly noticed something, nodded, put the bloody pheasant into the basket, trotted into the bushes, and put it into the space. Then she continued to run down the mountain, but she heard A. Before she went through, she must stretch her neck to see which family was marrying the bride. But this was the 1970s. In 1972, it was the time when spies were rampant. There was no doubt that there was a gunfight on the mountain. I don't know how Lu Yuan is doing, and whether he will return safely. Xiao Man was a little worried and a little annoyed that she didn't exchange a peace charm for him. But merit points are so rare that she was a little reluctant. Alas, I hope Lu Yuan can return safely, otherwise she will have to find a thigh again. Having said that, Xiao Man put 2 chickens with their necks cut but not plucked into the basket before going down the mountain. She even covered it with weeds, so she didn't run into anyone. After all, this place is at the edge, next to the Cowshed and the Educated Youth Center. Whether it's the educated youth or the boss of the Cowshed reform, they all have to work and earn work points. Only her family is special, so she can steal a half-day of leisure. Mom, look, what did I bring back? Yan came out of the house, looked at the things in Xiao Man's basket, and covered his mouth in surprise. Oh my god, where did you get it from? Lu Yuan gave it to me. Let's cook it and I'll give him some. Yan nodded and glared at Xiao Man. You two are not in a relationship. How can someone give you a chicken if you're not in a relationship? Xiao Man didn't say anything because she really couldn't explain it. Seeing her silence, Yan thought the little girl was shy and acquiesced. She was relieved and happy at the same time. At least, Lu Jiqing didn't share the meat with his daughter because of his illness. But she was worried when she saw the meat. Man, Mom hasn't stewed a chicken for more than 10 years. She's afraid of wasting good things. Otherwise, let's ask your Aunt Xiao Tao for help. Xiao Man smiled and said, I can do it so I won't bother others. Otherwise, I have to explain where the chicken came from. Yan didn't doubt it and took the chicken to the backyard to pluck the feathers. Xiao Man took the opportunity to take out the necessary seasonings and restocked the glass jars on the stove. Yan came back and didn't find anything different about the stove. He put the chicken in the enamel basin and asked Xiao Man, what should we do next? Cut it into pieces or cook it whole? Xiao Man smiled and said, Mom, you go and talk to Dad. I can do it myself.
Or go out and chat with people.
You must be feeling depressed after being back for so long. Yan shook his head. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go talk to your dad. Xiao Man found that Yan was very repulsive to the outside world. Maybe because she had been in a daze for many years and her illness was so unforgettable, she subconsciously resisted. Ask the system. Tong, is there a pill that can make my mother recover as before? The system said, the marrow cleansing pill, which can promote the absorption of blood stasis in the host mother's brain, but she still has to adjust her emotions herself. Xiao Man looked at the single-digit merit value in the system and sighed. Let's talk about it later. Let's cure my father's leg first. The system comforted her. Host, don't worry. Taking the marrow cleansing pill has requirements for the body, and your family can't meet the standards. It's better to adjust it before making plans. Xiao Man said and no longer felt guilty. Wash the 2 chickens, stew one and stir-fry the other, and add a lot of side dishes such as potatoes, green peppers, carrots, and cucumbers. 2 chickens are made into 3 dishes. Xiao Man served half and ate with her parents. Unfortunately, Xiao Runming and Yan had average appetites, and they only ate a little after a meal. Xiao Man put the remaining food in a lunchbox and hung it in the well for refrigeration. Xiao Man Man put the things in the pot into the thermos bucket and went out. She walked to the educated youth point and knocked on the door, attracting the attention of the educated youth who were washing in the yard. Hello, I'm Xiao Man Man, the new educated youth next door. Is educated youth Lu Yuan here? The yard was quiet for a while before someone spoke. Who are you? Why are you looking for Lu Yuan? Lu Jiqing is handsome and talented. How can a country girl like you covet him? Why don't you take a and look at yourself? Xiao Man Man. What should I do if I feel a little aggrieved? Who dares to point fingers at her? So she put her hands on her hips and said, Who are you to control Lu Yuan? The person involved hasn't said anything yet, and you're already jumping around. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. What's the matter? Lu Yuan doesn't like you, so you come out to stop him from having a romantic relationship. Others are acting openly, but you are as secretive as a rat in the gutter. You say righteous words, but you can't hide your dirty and despicable heart. The female educated youth might have never been accused to her face before, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. She rushed towards Xiao Man Man with a dark face. Xiao Man Man was not at all flustered. She stood there and fanned the flames. Hit me, you dare to slap me. Let's see if Qingshan Brigade will tolerate you. You have been sent to the countryside as educated youth. Why are you still so arrogant? The leaders say that everyone is equal, but you're the only one who is still engaging in class antagonism. It seems that the intensity of the work is not enough, and we have not been able to completely transform your thinking. Everyone in the educated youth point was frightened by these words and turned pale, and hurriedly stopped the female educated youth. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out nicely. The person in charge of the educated youth point, Dong Jinhong, came over to apologize to Xiao Man Man. Comrade Xiao, Zhang Xiao is new here and doesn't know much. Don't bother with her. Can I apologize to you on her behalf? Xiao Man Man was not the type to be unreasonable. She pointed at Zhang Xiao, whose eyes were bloodshot, with her chin. Let her apologize to me, and the matter will be over. Before Dong Jinhong could say anything, Zhang Xiao bared her teeth and said, Don't even think about it. Xiao Man Man chuckled. Okay, I'll talk to the team leader and ask him to focus on production while also doing some ideological education. The educated youths were already very tired from working, and if they were to do some education, they would be miserable. Many people blamed Zhang Xiao, and of course some people accused Xiao Man Man of making trouble. But would Xiao Man Man care? Not at all. She stood there like a proud rooster. Not long after, Zhang Xiao gave up and apologized to Xiao Man Man reluctantly. Comrade Xiao, I'm sorry. I said too much. Xiao Man Man said and asked Dong Jinhong, Is Lu Yuan here? No, his family sent him a package, and he asked for leave to go to the city early in the morning. Xiao Man Man said, Oh, and prepared to leave. As a result, Zhang Xiao shouted at her from behind, Mr. Qiao, do you think that you can make Mr. Lu accept you just because you are good at talking? Dream on. Xiao Man Man did not stop at all and returned home soon. She replaced the one with chicken soup with an empty thermos bucket and lay on the Kong to listen to the system defending her. The host is so good. The one with the surname Lu is marrying up. Xiao Man Man gave it a thumbs up and then closed her eyes to rest. She slept until the evening, and Xiao Man Man went out to see. But there was no one. Tell me, Lu Yuan must have been in trouble. It shouldn't be. Host, he is the original male protagonist. He has good luck. Xiao Man Man was still very worried. But waiting there was not her style, so after dinner, she slipped into the cowshed, put down a clay pot, knocked on the door, and ran away. The bosses in the cowshed looked at her from behind, a little puzzled. Just as she was about to go back, she saw the clay pot on the ground. Out of curiosity, she took it back and found that it was filled with chicken soup and potatoes. They were all stunned. Old song, what's going on? Maybe some kind-hearted people saw that we were having a hard time and let us have some meat. They didn't poison us, did they? Bah, you look so shabby now. Is it worth it for them to waste poison? Stop it. Wendelin opened the lid and smelled the chicken soup, almost dizzy with the aroma. He swallowed hard. Old song, who do you think sent it? Song Shilon pointed in a direction with his chin. What do you think? Which family stewed the chicken today? Xiao Man was delighted to hear the report from the system. If you do good things, you have to leave your name, otherwise it will be in vain. Humming a little tune, he left Qingshan Brigade and ran towards Waga Brigade. Not long after, Xiao Man arrived at the door of the fourth victim. Then he did the same thing, leaving 300 yuan and a bunch of nutritional supplements for the victim. Then he rode his electric donkey to the fifth victim. The fifth victim was a complete loser. He was in so much pain after being injured, and his family was penniless. He heard that Sun Jianhong liked little girls, so he forced his 2 daughters to serve him. The older sister was 15, and the younger one was only 8 years old. They should have been in school, but they experienced the adult world so early. The ruthless son sent the girls to the county to be played with by the perverted leader after abusing them. Why didn't Xiao Man go to the county to rescue the 2 sisters? Because the 2 were beaten and injured, and they were sent back to the village in a swagger. After receiving 80 yuan in compensation, their father despised them for being shameful and drove them to the cowshed to fend for themselves. Xiao Man felt sorry for their experience and decided to give the compensation to the 2 sisters. Life is long, and you can't ruin your life because of these scumbags. Xiao Man put away her electric scooter and came to the door of the smelly cowshed. She heard someone talking inside. Master Zhang, what should we do? Xiaoyan and Xiaosha are on fire again. A man's voice sounded. The sun guy is really a beast. How old are Xiaoyun and Xiaosha? The woman cried. It's because we are in trouble. Otherwise, we would definitely let the 2 girls take care of it. Xiao Man sighed, took out a basket from the space, put some food and nutrients in it, then wrapped a silk scarf around her face and knocked on the door. Who? The cowshed was silent for a moment, and the man called Master Zhang walked over slowly and put his ear to the door. Xiao Man said in a low voice, Uncle, I am Xiaoyan and Xiaosha's distant cousin. Come to see them. The man inside hesitated for a while, but still opened the door. Seeing that she was indeed the only girl outside the door, he relaxed his vigilance and welcomed the person in. He looked Xiao Man up and down. Who are you? Why haven't I heard that Chen Yun and Chen Sha have other relatives? If you really care, why didn't you come earlier? Xiao Man didn't explain and lifted the cotton cloth covering the basket. Uncle, thank you for taking care of Xiaoyan and Xiaosha. I have my own difficulties and can't take them away. These are left to you. Please give them some nourishment. To be honest, handing things to strangers is not the best thing to do. But Xiao Man had no choice. Although Chen Yun and Chen Sha could take care of themselves, they were now in a coma with a high fever. Moreover, the 2 of them had no independent residence, so even if the things were given to them, they couldn't eat them. Now, it all depends on the conscience of these 2 kind-hearted people. Sure enough, Zhang Dabing relaxed his vigilance against Xiao Man a lot. He took the basket and asked Ran to make porridge for the 2 children. Ran raised his hand and wiped away his tears. Miss, do you have any medicine? The 2 girls are delirious with fever. If we delay any longer, something bad might happen. Xiao Man nodded. Yes, I brought some medicine. Then he took out a small paper bag from his pocket, which contained 7 or 8 antipyretic pills. Zhang Dabing and Ran looked at each other. One went to boil water, and the other took Xiao Man to see Chen Yun and Chen Sha. Xiao Man looked at the 2 sisters lying on the straw mat with festering wounds and felt bad. Without hesitation, he took out a bottle of iodine, some bandages, and a small knife from his pocket and skillfully cleaned the wounds of the 2. The system was puzzled. Host, can you do medicine? Xiao Man said coldly, No. Then how come you? I used to like to perform surgery on kittens and puppies, cracking their testicles, sewing wounds, etc., and people almost spread it online and said I was abusing small animals. The system understood and sighed. Host is really well-rounded. Xiao Man said and continued to clean the wound. When it came to the private parts, Zhang Dabing hid away. This made it easier for Xiao Man to move. She took out the medical supplies in the system space and gave the 2 the best medicine. After packing up, Seeing that the two sisters were still not awake, she took out 2 sets of new clothes and changed them for them. Then, she stuffed 200 yuan each into their underwear pockets and some tickets. You see, the system is so considerate. Some of the underwear that was signed in actually had small pockets, which were convenient for hiding private money. Xiao Man was afraid that the two sisters would be killed after showing off their wealth, so she hid a lot of small coins for them. When Yuan came in, the two of them had already put on their clothes. They were still in the same old tattered clothes. Yuan didn't think much and helped them up. Come, take the medicine. Qin Yun and Qin Sha were fuzzy and couldn't even open their mouths. Xiao Man went over and pried open their chins, stuffed the pills in, and then broke off a small bamboo pole from the fence outside, split it and stuffed it into their mouths, and slowly poured water into the bamboo tube. The water flowed into the mouths of the two people along the bamboo tube, and they swallowed it. The pills probably didn't swallow it, but dissolved in their mouths, which was so bitter that it made people frown. Xiao Man was annoyed. Oh, I have no experience. I should have ground the pills into powder and dissolved them in water. Yuan couldn't help laughing. You girl, you are already very good. Medicine is so hard to get nowadays. Xiao Man asked the system. What time is it? 3 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Man didn't expect to be delayed here for so long. He stuffed the small paper bag and iodine into Yuan's hand. Grandma, I have to go back. Take 2 tablets of this medicine a day, and the fever will soon come down. Xiaoyan and Xiaosha's wounds need to be disinfected. You have to change the gauze for them every day. Young people have strong resistance and will get better soon. When they can move, let them take care of you and Grandpa. Yuan nodded. Okay, be careful on the road. By the way, girl, what are your names? When Xiaoyan and Xiaosha wake up, how should I tell them? My last name is Qiao, just tell them Sister Xiao Qiao. Yuan said he understood and sent Xiao Man away. Zhang Dabing happened to come over with dishes and chopsticks. Girl, where are you going? Come and have something to eat? Xiao Man declined. Grandpa, I have to go back. You and Grandma will also eat the food I brought. Although the days of being sent down are hard, there will always be a day when the clouds will clear and the sun will shine. You must hold on. These words made the two of them cry. In the night, Xiao Man's figure was deeply imprinted in my mind. Xiao Man didn't even notice that her scarf had fallen off. She didn't react until she sat on the electric scooter. But it doesn't matter. Who knows if she'll meet them again in the future? Even if she does, she is a beautiful and kind fairy. It was getting late, and Xiao Man decided to return. At 4:30 in the morning, Xiao Man returned to Qingshan Brigade and put the electric bike into the space. She ran home quickly and saw Lu Yuan again at the door. Xiao Man ran over with a smile, but found that he was pale and embarrassed. There was a smell of blood on his body. Lu Yuan, are you hurt? Xiao Man exclaimed, and was about to lift his clothes. Lu Yuan twisted his body to avoid her hand. I'm fine. I heard that you went to the educated youth camp to find me? And you said you were my love interest? Xiao Man glared at him. Is this the time to talk about this? Then she climbed over the wall, opened the bolt, pulled the man into the house, and said fiercely, Take off your clothes. Lu Yuan looked around the room by candlelight, and after a long while he said, Xiao Man, do you know what you are saying? You are so young. How can you not be ashamed? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you? Xiao Man looked Lu Yuan up and down, sneering you. Don't be so stubborn. You will bleed out in a moment. Hurry up, don't waste time. You are a grown man and still shy. Where did you learn this bad habit? Lu Yuan stared at Xiao Man, not understanding why her temperament changed after entering the door. But he still took off his clothes obediently. What did Xiao Man see? A picture of a handsome man taking off his clothes. His sturdy upper body looked like a well-organized field ridge, piece by piece, very tempting. Xiao Man chuckled. Lu Yuan, are you trying too hard? Are those chest and abdominal muscles trying to me? Lu Yuan coughed lightly. No, I'm just a little nervous. He relaxed his body, but found that he was still a little uneasy. Xiao Man Man stopped teasing him and took out iodine gauze, cotton swabs, and other things from the Kangqin. After removing the gauze he had wrapped casually, she saw a bloody hole on his waist, which was obviously shot by a bullet. You dug this yourself? Why don't you go to the hospital? Xiao Man Man was a little shocked. Lu Yuan was very calm. The mission has not been completed yet, and it is not convenient for me to reveal my identity. Wait 2 days, catch the big fish behind, and then… Xiao Man Man stopped him in a bad tone. Aren't you afraid of the wound getting infected and dying bravely? For the peace of the motherland, even if it is sacrificed, it is worth it. Xiao Man Man was speechless, and only admiration remained in her heart. Indeed, it is because of thousands and thousands of heroes like Lu Yuan who have fought one after another that China can stand at the top of the world in the future. Xiao Man Man applied medicine to Lu Yuan, bandaged it with clean gauze, and touched his abdominal muscles when he was not paying attention. It feels really good. Lu Yuan was stunned. Mingming, she was so serious just now. How come in the blink of an eye, the little girl became lustful? Are there 2 souls living in the same shell? Well, I just want to see if your stomach is injured. What a lame excuse. Lu Yuan couldn't see through it. Seeing him putting on his clothes, Xiao Man Man asked, Do you want to change into another one? My father still has a few that he hasn't worn yet. Lu Yuan shook his head. No, so they don't have to ask me all kinds of questions. Xiao Man Man said and packed some medicine for him. Here, this is an anti-inflammatory medicine. Take 2 tablets 3 times a day. Remember to take it. If you have a fever, take this 1 tablet at a time, and the fever will go down soon. Lu Yuan didn't ask Xiao Man Man where the medicine came from. He put it in his pocket, stood up, and saluted Xiao Man Man solemnly. Comrade Xiao. Thank you. Xiao Man Man waved her hand. You re-welcome. Lu Yuan put on his coat, but did not leave. He looked into Xiao Man Man's eyes. Now that we have talked about business, isn't it time to talk about personal matters? Where have you been so late at night? Didn't you agree that I would accompany you? Xiao Man Man did not answer directly. She raised her hand and lightly poked Lu Yuan's wound. When she heard him hiss, she stopped immediately. You're still talking about me, you're injured like this, how can you run around? Lu Yuan said stubbornly. Anyway, it's better than you alone. Xiao Man Man was silent for a few seconds, raised her head and asked seriously. Lu Yuan, what identity? Do you have to say these words now? Lu Yuan's heart trembled, aggrieved. What do you think? You've seen me. How can I find a wife in the future? Xiao Man Man was so angry that she laughed, raised her hand and pinched his cheek. With your face, even if I've slept with you, there are still a lot of girls vying for you. At this point, Xiao Man Man was actually moved. Anyway, her reputation in Qingshan Brigade was ruined, and she didn't want to marry a second-rate guy or an old widower. Otherwise, how about borrowing a seed from Lu Yuan? The more Xiao Man Man thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. Just when she wanted to discuss it with Lu Yuan, he held her hands and warned, Don't think about it. Xiao Man Man. Okay, it seems that I still have to find a reliable father for my son and daughter. Seeing that the 2 had not confirmed their relationship at this point, the system became anxious and called out in Xiao Man Man's mind. Host, you can do your best to take down Lu Yuan. He is the original male protagonist, and his luck is stronger than others. You can better fight against the female protagonist by being with him. Xiao Man Man asked, You have always said that you'll fight against the female protagonist. If I stay away, I should be able to live a peaceful life, right? Host, what are you thinking about? If you don't do your task well, you will definitely die miserably. Xiao Man Man trembled and did not dare to take risks. Looking at the man in front of her. Tall, long legs, beautiful face, and rich. It is indeed her best choice at the moment. Xiao Man Man decided to flirt with him first to prevent Lu Yuan from being lured away by other girls. So she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. The unexpected kiss made Lu Yuan a little flustered. He stared at Xiao Man Man blankly for a long time. Xiao Man Man tried hard to hold back her laughter, and her curved eyebrows were deeply imprinted in his mind. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and suppressed the unusual emotions in his heart. He turned his head and looked out the window. It's almost dawn. I have to leave. Xiao Man whispered, I don't care what you want to do. Be careful. Only by surviving can people realize their ideals. Lu Yuan nodded and saluted her again. Turning to leave, Xiao Man stuffed a thermos bucket into his hand. Chicken soup. Go back and drink it. Lu Yuan smiled, hesitated, and still did nothing. He waved and left, and soon disappeared in the last trace of darkness before dawn. Xiao Man bolted the door, feeling lost. She went back to the room and lay on the Kong. From time to time, Lu Yuan's injured appearance floated past her, causing her to insomnia. It was not until the sun was high, and Hinian called her to get up that Xiao Man felt a little sleepy. She muttered that she didn't want to eat and fell asleep. The dream was bizarre, and she didn't remember what she had experienced. It was not until the system said that Hinian had prepared lunch that Xiao Man slowly got up, washed up, and ate. In the following time, Xiao Man completed her task step by step. She went to the nearby production team for 2 consecutive nights to bring warmth to the victims. I don't know if the news was deliberately suppressed, but no one knew that Sun Jianhong had an accident. Xiao Man didn't say much. After delivering compensation to the 14 victims, she lay at home to adjust her work and rest. She was working day and night during this period, and her body was a little tired, and her period was delayed for several days. Another reason was that she was waiting for news from Lu Yuan. I don't know what he was doing, and he didn't show up for several days. The leader of the educated youth team said that something happened at home, and he asked for leave to go home. Xiao Man knew that he was carrying out a dangerous mission. She was worried and not in a good mood. Hinian saw her and chased her out for a walk. Xiao Man also felt a little bored, so she went out for a stroll. Many people in the team were working, and Xiao Man was bored, so she went too. Of course, she didn't work, but sat on the edge of the field and chatted with people. Man girl, why did you bear to go out today? Xiao Man raised her hand to support her chin, with a look of despair. I'm too tired at home, so I came out for some fresh air. The man got excited and leaned close to Xiao Man's ear and asked, What's the matter? Your father can't get out of bed? Xiao Man rolled her eyes at her. What are you talking about, Annie? My father's legs are injured. Both legs are injured. He can't move at all unless he lies down for 3 to 5 months. He won't be able to do heavy work in the future, which worries me to death. Then what about your family? Given your mother's condition, the team leader doesn't dare to urge her to go to work. What about you? When are you going to come to work? Xiao Man sighed. I would like to go out to work, but my mother can't take care of my father alone. Eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating are too troublesome. Well, let's talk about it later. I'll submit my manuscript first. At least I have the royalties to support me, so I won't have to go on living. Ma Chihua looked at her in surprise. You still have royalties? What are royalties? Xiao Man also looked at the other party suspiciously. The royalties are for writing articles for newspapers, and the newspapers pay the contributors according to the number of words. Annie, don't you know that I get royalties? Ma Chihua really didn't know this, and she ignored it. Ma Chihua was surprised. Does that mean we can also contribute to newspapers and earn a salary? Xiao Man's face was a little tense. Sure, if you are interested, you can try to contribute. But the newspaper has very high requirements. Any manuscript that cannot be published will be rejected. After you finish writing, you can ask the educated youth or the team leader to help check it. It's so difficult. I thought I could make money just by writing casually. Xiao Man smiled stiffly. How can it be possible? It took me more than half a month to get one article approved. Speaking of it, it's much harder than going to work. Ma Chihua clicked his tongue, and his eyes turned when he remembered something. Man girl, you said that thing. Do you have relatives in the newspaper to get it? Your cousin must have worked hard for your manuscript fee. Xiao Man was shocked. Aunt, what are you talking about? The newspaper I contributed to is not the newspaper where my cousin works. What does the manuscript fee have to do with her? Don't make random accusations and ruin my cousin's reputation. It's not the same newspaper? Yes, one is an industrial newspaper and the other is a provincial newspaper. When I submitted the article, I hadn't even met my cousin yet. Is that so? You are quite capable. The conversation here was spread by the gossiping ants. Many people also understood where the money for Qiao Laosan's household items came from. It was not earned by sleeping with men, as what old Lady Qiao said. Of course, they didn't believe what old Lady Qiao said. It was strange. Qiao Manman's leisurely and comfortable appearance attracted people's attention as expected. Qiao Zhenjin, who had been defeated many times, came to find trouble again, but was scared away by Qiao Manman before she even got to her. She pretended to be surprised and said to Ma Qiuhua, "Why is Qiao Zhenjin here? Has she completed the procedures for going to the countryside as an educated youth and come to our production team?" Ma Qiuhua saw Qiao Zhenjin running away and curled her lips. How could it be? She just came back to enjoy herself. After that, she muttered, "Educated youth don't have to work. She is so lazy." Only old Lady Qiao, who has a bad eye, treats her like a treasure. Speaking of this, Ma Qiuhua said to Qiao Manman mysteriously, "Man girl, do you know that your cousin took several job exams but was not accepted?"
Qiao Manman. Huh?
She was quite interested. Ma Qiuhua simply sat down next to her and grumbled to her, "I heard that when Boss Qiao went to take care of things, people shook their heads when they heard Qiao Zhenjin, fearing that she would go crazy. Tell me, what does she want? She ruined your job and her own future. You are the only one who is broad-minded and didn't bother with her." Qiao Manman smiled slightly. After all, both her and I have the last name Qiao.
This Qiao is not that Qiao.
It's a pity for her to let Boss Qiao's family go. She hasn't done anything yet just because she hasn't freed up her hands. When she is free, tomorrow, she will go to the county to check it out. Just when she was thinking this, Wang Defa came over with an envelope in his hand, walking with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Seeing Ma Qiuhua, he roared with a fierce face, "What are you doing here? Don't you want work points?" He turned around and said to Qiao Manman with a smile, "Man girl, there is a letter from the provincial capital. Open it and see if our production brigade is in the newspaper." As soon as the voice fell, the members who were eavesdropping gathered around. Qiao Manman smiled and nodded, took the letter and opened it, and saw a folded new newspaper, a letter, and a remittance slip inside. The letter and remittance slip were not taken out, and the envelope was put in his pocket. The newspaper was opened directly, and the 4 big words Qingshan Brigade were suddenly displayed in front of Wang Defa. "Man girl, this is talking about our brigade, right?" Wang Defa's eyes sparkled. Qiao Manman pointed at the photo above. "Of course, Captain Uncle, look, this is you, this is Aunt Manhwa, this is Aunt Qiuhua, this is Uncle Erden. The wheat in our Qingshan Brigade is growing so well. There's me in this photo? I'm on the newspaper? Man girl, hurry up, let me see." Ma Qiuhua said, and was about to grab the newspaper from Qiao Manman's hand. Before Qiao Manman said anything, Wang Defa slapped Ma Qiuhua's hand. "What are you grabbing for? It will be torn. Let Man girl read it to everyone first. If you want to see it, come to the brigade headquarters after work." Ma Qiuhua was not angry, and smiled with teeth showing. Wang Defa waved his hand and said, "Everyone go to work." Ma Qiuhua said, "Team leader, we still have a while to go off work. Let man read us what's written on it first." Wang Defa was in a good mood and looked at Qiao Manman. "Then the girl will bear the burden?" Qiao Manman would certainly not go against the captain's wishes on such a matter. She nodded and read the article in the newspaper in a fluent Mandarin. The green wheat ears are swaying in the fields, and the members of the Qingshan Brigade are taking firm steps and enthusiastically preparing for the summer harvest. The whole article praises the members for being down to earth and making contributions to socialism. Everyone laughed so hard when they heard it. They all praised Qiao Manman's cousin for her good writing skills and bright eyes. Qiao Manman smiled shyly, thinking that uncles and aunts are really easy to satisfy. The team leader happily asked everyone to go to work, and when everyone left, he called Qiao Manman to the brigade headquarters. "Man, did reporter Dong write anything else?" Qiao Manman spread the newspaper on the table. "Captain Uncle is wise." Reporter Dong also reported the story of the old Qiao family. but he used a pseudonym and made some changes, which will not affect the image of our birth factory team. Wang Defa followed her finger and read it. After reading it, he sat in the chair in silence. After a long time, he sighed. No wonder he can be a reporter. Look at this article, it is really thought-provoking. Xiao Manman smiled and said, It is a microcosm of thousands of families. It is really very immersive to read it. Let's read this article together later, so that those who favor boys over girls and are biased can listen. Xiao Manman said, But her eyes were attracted by another page, an article about industrial development. The provincial newspaper did not copy her article word for word, but invited engineers from Kyoto Machinery Factory to analyze Xiao Manman's idea. The article was divided into more than a dozen paragraphs, and at the beginning of each paragraph, the essence of Xiao Manman's article was excerpted, followed by the engineer's evaluation. Xiao Manman found that this engineer named Hai Feiyong was really thoughtful. Not only did he highly praise her article, but he also expanded his thinking and proposed many ideas that she didn't dare to say. Of course, there were no confidential ones. They were all civilian. He also glossed over them lightly. In the last paragraph, the engineer envisioned the future. Maybe one day, we will ride a hover car to go home from work, and the robot housekeeper will have prepared delicious meals and will be waiting at the door. Xiao Manman, what a bold idea. This is directly skipping the modernization and entering the interstellar era. However, she likes it. Wang Defa saw that she was in a trance and leaned over to take a look.
He was fascinated by it.
After a long time, he asked, Man girl, do you think what is said here will come true? Xiao Manman nodded firmly. Yes, it will definitely come true. Wang Defa rubbed his hair and was a little excited. If that day really comes, I will definitely ride a hover car to go to the provincial capital and to the capital to have a look. Xiao Manman smiled and said, Then you have to exercise well. In the future, when our country takes back the port city and the Bend, we can also take a boat to see different scenery. When the country is strong and fully open, we can also go abroad to see those foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Wang Defa was dazzled by the future she described, and his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Every wrinkle in the corner of his eyes expressed his joy. It was noon soon, and everyone went home after work. The loudspeaker in the village sounded, and after Wang Defa encouraged the members a few words, he asked Xiao Manman to read the two articles. Xiao Manman's voice was crisp and clear, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Xinjin stomped her feet and was madly jealous, and Li Chunchao pulled the corner of her clothes with shame and inferiority. Old Mrs. Qiao was surprised that Xiao Manman had such a talent, and she felt uneasy. Just as she was thinking about how to suppress Qiao Laosen in her mind, she caught a glimpse of Xiao Xinjin's distorted face. Old Mrs. Qiao suddenly smiled, raised her hand, called Xiao Xinjin over, and whispered in her ear. It only took Xiao Xinjin 2 or 3 seconds from shock to excitement. There was an unknown light flashing in her eyes. When the two were whispering, Xiao Manman happened to be reading the second article. Therefore, the two did not hear the consequences of partiality at all. Otherwise, old Mrs. Xiao might be obedient and give up making trouble. Bah, impossible. Old Lady Qiao will be even more rampant. As for the miserable old age of the old lady in the article, I will only think that her methods are not smart enough, and she deserves to be caught by the weakness. Xiao Manman finished reading the newspaper and went home. As soon as she entered the door, she was greeted by Hinyen's proud eyes. Man is back, come on. Mother has dried sugar water for you. Drink it to moisten your throat. Xiao Man took the enamel pot with a smile and took a sip. Thank you, Mother. Then she took out a piece of bacon from her pocket. Make a hard dish to celebrate? Hinyan nodded, raised his hand, and scratched Xiao Man's nose. You and Lu Yuan should be careful. Don't let people grab your pigtails. Also, we can't always ask for things from others. Otherwise, the man will look down on us. Xiao Man didn't say anything and pushed Hinyan to the kitchen. After she was busy, she went into the house to talk to Xiao Runming. Xiao Runming also meant the same thing. asking Xiao Man to be more careful and not to spend Lu Yuan's money all the time, afraid that she would be rejected by the other party. Xiao Man had no words to express her grievances and could only peck at the rice like a chicken. When the smell of rice wafted into the house, she felt a moment of relief. After dinner and rest, the sound of gongs and drums came from outside the window. A bald man in his 40s stood outside the yard with a matchmaker and said, "Wife Man, I'm here to propose marriage." This move is really mean and cruel. It made her already bad reputation even worse. Nian came over and knocked on the door in fear. Xiao Man stood up to comfort her. "Mom, don't be afraid. You lock the door, take care of Dad, and leave the rest to me." Nian grabbed Xiao Man's arm and shook his head. "No, that's the butcher of the third team. He is strong and fierce. You will definitely suffer if you go out. Let's hide at home. The matter is so serious. The team leader will definitely come to administer justice." Xiao Man didn't think so. The other party was beating gongs and drums, obviously coming prepared. If she didn't stabilize the situation at the first time, she would be entangled by bad peach blossoms. Today he is a butcher, tomorrow he will be a carpenter or a blacksmith or a second-rate psychopath. "Okay, mother, go back. Today's matter is not that simple." Nian saw the fierce light in her daughter's eyes, nodded. "Then you be careful." After that, she went back to the house and bolted the door. Then she saw Xiao Runming slapping his legs and crying, "It's all my fault. If my legs were not bad, I could go out to protect my daughter." Nian was also distressed, but the incident had already happened. What else could she do? She sat next to Xiao Runming, holding his hand, and stopped him from hurting himself. "Old Xiao, you have to believe in your daughter. Our man is different now. She can live like a boy and have a family." Xiao Runming was distressed. If it weren't for the great changes in the family, how could Xiao Man change her personality? It was all because of his uselessness. Xiao Man didn't know what the couple said, so she went to the kitchen to pick up a kitchen knife and hid it behind her.
一只手拉开门栓，看着门外浩浩荡荡的队伍，一脸不悦地问：“你谁啊？”“我是你男人，陈大山。”“慢慢，我带媒人上门提亲了，爹娘怎么不在？”陈大山说着就要往里闯，却被乔曼曼拦在外头。“首先，我不认识你，其次，我不打算嫁给你，再次，造谣诽谤是要坐牢的。”陈大山没念过书，根本不懂造谣诽谤啥意思，呲着一口黄牙，怒目圆瞪。啥意思？收了钱不认账？小娘们儿，老子跟你客客气气是给你脸，你还蹬鼻子上脸，想挨揍是不是？换别的软柿子，面对这么凶悍的男人，肯定就范了。可乔曼曼不是啊，她硬着呢，比路远都硬。
He looked at Chen Dashan viciously. "Speak to me properly. Who took the money and sent you here to slander my reputation?" "Hey, you still have a reputation? You are a psychotic little lunatic. You have a reputation. I, Chen Dashan, swear here that you are my wife, and you are not like this when you sleep with me. You are so slutty, my legs go weak when I think about it." The dirty words made the system angry. In Xiao Man's mind, she was shouting wildly, "Host, hit him. There is a lightning charm in the system all. Hit him on the head quickly. Hit him, hit him, hit him to death. It really makes the system angry." Xiao Man hesitated. "My father's black jade intermittent ointment is almost gone, and I have to buy medicine for him with those points and merit points." But the system said, "With those 2 merit points, it's not enough for anything. Don't worry about exchanging it. It won't delay your father's business." Xiao Man's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Sure enough, the whole system was very considerate. Use 100 points to exchange for the lightning charm and crush it under your fingertips. Rumble. Thunder in the clear sky. Chen Dashan was still talking eloquently, making rumors about how Xiao Man seduced him and saw continuous lightning accurately hitting him. The thunder was not strong. At least it was not like in the immortal cultivation novels, where you had to use magic tools to resist it. But it was also very painful, and Chen Dashan was struck to pieces. His clothes were shredded into pieces. The members were all terrified and retreated 10 feet away. After realizing that the thunder only struck Chindashan, they gathered around again. They whispered to each other, "What's going on? Why did the thunder only strike him? Is there any need to think about it? He must have done something that angered God and the people. He probably came to propose marriage just to ruin Manhwa's reputation. Otherwise, why would God choose this time to strike him?" After hearing this, the others echoed, "Yes, Manhwa is down to earth and hardworking. She can also write articles to make money. How could she be the slutty?" That Chindashan said. They didn't mention that half an hour ago, they came out of the house excitedly, eager to try and see the joke. Some people even whispered, "Why do you think God protects Xiao Man so much? Could she be a lucky doll sent from heaven? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the Good Committee will arrest you and put you in jail." The man closed his mouth, but was sure of this guess. Others also muttered in their hearts, could it be that Xiao Man is really special? But this can't be said everywhere. 81 thunders struck for 15 minutes, without stopping. The rumbling sound scared Wang Defa so much that he peed, and, looking at the crunchy Chindashan, he didn't know what to do. Inside the door, Nian heard the movement outside and was very curious. Encouraged by Qiao Runming, he carried a stool and went out, ready to hit Chindashan a few times. As a result, he almost peed himself when he saw such a fantasy scene. It was only when Xiao Man smiled and called her that Nian came back to his senses and put the stool at the door and let her daughter sit down and rest. Xiao Man didn't let her down. She sat down with one hand holding a kitchen knife hanging beside her, and the other hand resting on her leg to support her chin. Everyone realized that Man was determined to fight to the death with the mermaid, and came out to confront her. Fortunately, God has eyes, otherwise such a good girl would have been ruined by. Wang Defa's hands and legs were weak, and his voice trembled as he said, Man, what's going on?" Xiao Man's innocent face. "Captain, uncle, I don't know. I wanted to chop him to death to prove my innocence, who knows? Maybe God can't stand bad people doing evil." Wang Defa felt that it made sense, but he also felt that it was not the case. If God really had eyes, why didn't he chop off old lady Qiao? Xiao Man didn't say anything, and signed it in her mind. Other supplies are not important, the point is to give some messy things that everyone has never seen. Host, can magnets work? Not many people have seen this thing. If you say a few more nonsense, you will definitely be able to fool them. Xiao Man eliminated various metals and began to lose her hair in annoyance. Hearing this solution, she said, and the next second, "Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 cubic meter of supplies and 1 fertility pill." As the mechanical sound of the system fell, the thunder in the sky also came to an end. The last few thunders were obviously not strong enough, and they struck Chindashan lightly without any scars. What Xiao Man didn't know was that the last few thunders were the big ones. They directly destroyed Chindashan's will and reproductive ability. Well, how considerate, creating a target customer for Xiao Man. When the sky cleared, Chindashan was lying on the ground like a pile of rotten meat. He was covered with wounds, his clothes were torn beside him, and only a pair of large shorts were left on his body, which were yellow and smelly. Everyone stepped forward tentatively, fearing that he would die, or there would be residual thunder and strike them. In the end, nothing happened. Everyone looked at Chindashan as if they were seeing something strange. "Hey, Captain, isn't this amazing?" Xiao Man walked to where Chindashan's tattered clothes were, and threw a magnet in when everyone wasn't paying attention. She scratched her feet and said in surprise, "Hey, what is this?" Everyone was still amazed that Chindashan was hit by 81 thunderbolts and was still alive. Hearing Xiao Man's exclamation, everyone looked over. Xiao Man picked up a magnet from the ground. Everyone looked at it in confusion for a while. "Man girl, what's so special about this? Isn't it just a piece of black stone?" Xiao Man pretended to take a closer look and finally shook her head. "No, this is a magnet. I guess the magnet changed the magnetic field on Chindashan's body, so he was struck by lightning." Most of the members of the Qingshan Brigade were uneducated and didn't understand physics at all. They believed whatever Qiao Manman said. With a reasonable explanation, those who were not clean at all were relieved. But some idealists still believe that this is a punishment from God. But it didn't matter. Wang Defa made the final decision. Chen Dashan deserves it. Those present here only need to know about this matter, but don't go out and tell others about it. Seeing someone curled their lips, he warned, if you don't listen, just spread it everywhere. Be careful that you will be taken away by the Gu Committee for Reform. Everyone fell silent, but were surprised to find that Qiao Manman put a kitchen knife on Chen Dashan's neck and asked fiercely, tell me, who asked you to come? Chen Dashan exhaled a puff of smoke and did not dare to be vague. Qiao Zhenjin gave me $2 and said that as long as they could take you away, the Qiao family would not ask for a penny of dowry. There was a burst of boos at the scene. They came from the same nest, and Qiao Zhenjin is really vicious. Qiao Manman continued to ask, then, am I Qiao Manman dating you? Chen Dashan shook his head, no. So, what you said just now about me sleeping with you and being immoral were all nonsense. Chen Dashan said, Qiao Manman pinched his armpit with her left hand. Speak. Yes, I said all that, I lied. Comrade Qiao Manman, and I have never met. I just came here to propose marriage because I want to take a wife home. Chen Dashan hid the kitchen knife around his neck, grinned and said this, then raised his hand to ask Wang Defa for help. Captain, I was wrong. Please save me. Woo. This woman is too fierce. Who dares to marry her? I am really bewitched by a ghost. Qiao Manman nodded. Although he is a little stupid, his cognition is fine. Qiao Zhenjin is indeed a ghost, you have a good eye. Everyone. Captain Uncle, since Chen Dashan admits that he is slandering, let's send him to the Public Security Bureau. The scene continued to be silent. Wang Defa grabbed her hair and asked, Man girl, since he knows he is wrong, how about letting him go? Qiao Manman's eyes immediately turned red, and she said aggrievedly, Captain Uncle, it's not that I don't give you face. But if I let Chen Dashan go today, there will be Zhang Dashan, Li Dashan, and Wang Dashan tomorrow. What if they use more despicable means to deal with me? If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Since Chen Dashan dares to come to my door to make trouble, he must accept the sanctions of the law. No, Captain, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Chen Dashan was scared and cried in pain. Qiao Manman knew that as the team leader, Wang Defa had to assess the victim's losses as well as consider the interests of the Qingshan team. She was afraid that the team leader would take this matter lightly, so she said in a low voice, I was writing a letter to my cousin, reporting to her how excited the uncles and aunts were after reading the newspaper. But then... Okay, send it to the Public Security Bureau. This trend must not continue. Otherwise, what will happen to those old bachelors who can't get married and will follow suit? The onlookers rolled their eyes at the team leader, thinking that he changed the subject so quickly. The team leader, however, was not at all guilty and said with a glare, What? Do you want your daughter to be blamed like this? Everyone shook their heads, but some people questioned, What about our title of advanced team? Will it be cancelled? Qiao Manman said, The team leader uncle can show off to the commune leaders that our production team knows and abides by the law. Maybe it can also set an example for other production teams to learn from. By the way, team leader uncle, I think this is a very good material, and I decided to write an article and submit it to the provincial newspaper. Wang Defa's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened, and he hurriedly asked someone to call Qin Xuanju to lead the cow over, and he wanted to personally send Chen Dashan to the Public Security Bureau. Not long after, Qin Xuanju arrived, and Wang Defa put him in the car, called 2 people with good words to accompany him, and went into the city. Seeing that there was no fun to watch, the others followed to work. Talking about the thunder just now, and Qiao Manman sending Chen Dashan to the Public Security Bureau. Finally, they came to a conclusion that people with the surname Qiao are cruel. All right, it can be considered an unprovoked disaster. Qiao Manman blocked the audio signal of the members, took out the letter paper, and considered the words. If you say you want to write an article, then write an article. Although the words are not sharp, they really hit the pain point that some production brigades shield criminals for honor. She can understand, but she doesn't agree. I think this concept can be changed. Finally, it is pointed out, the law cannot give into illegality, and justice cannot bow to evil. Handing over criminals to the public security organs is the selfless and righteous behavior of the members, which deserves our encouragement and praise. After writing, check for typos, make sure there is no problem, fold it up, and put it into the system space. By the way, she hasn't read the letter from the provincial newspaper yet. Xiao Man took out the envelope and opened it. It was an invitation from the editor of the provincial newspaper. Comrade Xiao Man, we admire your writing very much and hope to receive your submission. And there is an explanation for the article on page 2. Because this article caused a great sensation in the industry, the editor there suggested that we polish the article before publishing it. After considering it, the editor-in-chief invited Hai Feiyang, an engineer from Kyoto Machinery Factory, to analyze it and form an easy-to-understand article to boost public morale, inspire mechanical talents, and enhance China's cohesion. There was also a remittance slip in the envelope. Xiao Man took it out and found that there was actually 10 yuan. Oh my god, isn't this a bit too much? Her article didn't even have 1,000 words. Hey, super happy. The bad mood brought by Chen Dashan disappeared at this moment. Xiao Man smiled and shared the good news with Qiao Runming and He Nian. The two were relieved to see that their daughter was not affected by the butcher. They kept praising Xiao Man for her success. Miao Shoujuan, the director of the machinery factory far away in the county, had just inspected the production workshop and returned to the office. He picked up today's newspaper casually. The 7 big words "the machinery factory in my eyes" on the second page caught his attention. Miao Shoujuan drank a sip of tea water and read it carefully. The more he read, the more familiar it felt. Miao Shoujuan had a bad feeling in his heart and asked Yan Qingke and Gui Yufeng to come. Take a look at this article. Is there anything special? Yan Qingke and Gui Yufeng were paying attention to Qiao Man when they were invigilating, so after reading just 2 paragraphs, they said in surprise, "Director, this is the article written by the first place in our recruitment exam." Fearing that the other party would not believe it, Yan Qingke also turned out the previous test paper. "Director, look, it's this article." Miao Shoujuan compared it side by side and found that the quoted part was indeed word for word. Gui Yufeng searched for the industrial newspaper and finally found that issue under the file box. The original version is here. Miao Shoujuan glanced at it, with mixed feelings. The other two also stood there in silence. Oh my god, it was so rich and powerful, and it was just a little bit away from falling on their factory. Just think about the big words Yang County Machinery Factory appearing in the provincial newspaper and the industrial newspaper. How glorious it would be. The 3 of them felt regretful and a little aggrieved. Well, why didn't you hire her then? Miao Shoujuan remembered, saying this just to give him a way out. Yan Qingke quickly replied, her cousin spread a rumor that she was mentally ill. Such a talented girl. Does she look like she is sick? You also said it was a rumor. Why didn't you remind me to hire her? Yes, it's all my fault. Leader, we had a vacancy during the last recruitment. Now that the matter has been investigated clearly, should we admit Comrade Xiao Man? Miao Shoujuan coughed lightly. Since you know, why don't you do it? Yan Qingke wrote down the address on the test paper and left, preparing to go to Qingshan Brigade the next day to invite Qiao Man to work in the machinery factory. Gui Yufeng smiled and said, I feel relieved at last. Such a good girl must be arranged to work in our union. Yan Qingke rolled his eyes at her. What are you thinking? Such an excellent comrade must come to our office. Gui Yufeng was not convinced and argued with him, but Yan Qingke remained unmoved. The 2 of them walked to the logistics department in unison, preparing to apply for a dormitory for Qiao Man so that she could work wholeheartedly. Oh, Director Yan, you came at a coincidence. I'll reserve the last bed for you. Yan Qingke smiled and thanked him, and asked, Are there any work clothes left? The new comrade's family conditions are not very good. Please prepare summer and winter clothes for him. Liang Qirong, the logistics director, asked curiously, Who is the new colleague.
Why do you care so much about him?
Yan Chinka thought that he would soon gain a capable person, and he grinned from ear to ear. Of course, it's the first place in the last exam. Liang Qiurong wondered. Didn't that person say he was mentally ill and his admission was delayed? Yan Chinka retorted. No, it's all rumors. Now it has been investigated, clearly. Director Miao asked me to invite him back to work. Although he didn't say much, the word invite is quite subtle. Yan Chinka was afraid that people in the factory would say that Xiao Man used connections and was improper, so he explained with a smile. Comrade Xiao is very talented. Even though he suffered grievances, he still published articles in the Industrial Daily and the Provincial Daily to explore the reform and development path of the machinery factory. Liang Qiurong understood that the director valued talent and specially recruited this person. With a tear of his eyes, he said, Why don't we let Comrade Xiao Qiao come to our logistics department? We are short of people. No, Sister Liang, I have already made an appointment with Director Yan to have Comrade Xiao Qiao join the union. Don't compete with me for her. If the logistics department is too busy, I will transfer 2 people to help. Liang Qiurong was fed up and yelled at Guo Yufeng. Yan Chinka, the cunning one, took the opportunity to slip away. He ran more than 10 meters away, wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, and sighed. She is really in high demand. The next day, Xiao Man got up early in the morning, changed into a decent set of clothes, and went out with a canvas bag. The air was fresh in the summer morning, and the sun shone warmly on the earth. Xiao Man looked at the green mountains in the distance and the small wild flowers on the ground, and she was in a particularly good mood. Not long after, she walked to the entrance of the village. Qin Xuanju was already waiting here, with a bullock cart. There were a few other people on the bus: Aunt Qiuhua, Sister Erhua, Zhao Zhaodi, and educated youth Zhang Xiu, and Wang Zhengbao. After saying hello to Qin Xuanju, Xiao Man got on the ox cart. Before her hand touched the canvas bag, someone shouted, Some people think they are so great just because they can write a few broken characters. They even use ox carts. Xiao Man ignored her and took out a penny. Uncle Qin gives it to you. Qin Xuanju happily accepted it and rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiu. He thought, what kind of person is this? How dare he confront the girls in their team? He really overestimates his own abilities. Zhang Xiu was not convinced and said through gritted teeth, There is no smoke without fire. If you hadn't been having an affair with Chen Dashan, would he have come to propose marriage to you? Ha, you're even coveting Lu Jiqing. Are you worthy of that? Xiao Man was too lazy to argue with her and just threatened. Chen Dashan has been jailed for spreading rumors. Why does Zhang Xiu, the Jiqing, want to go in and accompany him? You're so impatient. What's your relationship with him? Aren't you clear about it? Zhang Xiu then disappeared. Aunt Qiuhua loves gossip, and she squeezed next to Qin Erhua. Come here, girl man, sit here. Xiao Man smiled and moved to another place, and then she heard Ma Qiuhua ask, Girl, what happened to that guy surnamed Qin yesterday? Will he go to jail? Xiao Man shook her head. Aunt, I don't know, I haven't met the captain yet. If you want to know something, why don't you ask Uncle Xuanju? Ma Qiuhua did ask Qin Xuanju, but Qin Xuanju was watching cattle outside the Public Security Bureau at the time and didn't know the inside story, so he could only shake his head. Hey, you old man, are you still arguing with Qiao? Qin Xuanju was tongue-tied and had no way to express his grievances, so he could only remain silent. Not long after, Wang Defa arrived. Ma Qiuhua continued to use his gossip skills, but Wang Defa said nothing. Seeing that he was about to get angry, Xiao Man hurried to smooth things over. Aunt, the captain is silent, probably because the verdict has not been issued yet, so we can't talk nonsense. Wang Defa immediately agreed. Yes, that's what man-girl said. Don't ask. Ma Qiuhua shut up. Along the way, all that could be heard was the clattering footsteps of the old cow and the creaking of the wheels rolling on the dirt road. Xiao Man, however, focused her attention on Wang Zhengbao. This man, the man of Li Chunqiao in the novel, had no flesh on his body, a thin face, and a thick bottom of a wine bottle on his nose. He pushed it from time to time and looked a little bookish. but his eyes rolled around, and he looked shifty. I don't know what Li Chunqiao saw in him. He really has no taste. Xiao Man withdrew her attention and chatted with the system. Not long after, they arrived at the commune. Ma Qiuhua and Qin Erhua got off the car, and the car continued to drive, stopping in front of the big locust tree in the center of the county town 40 minutes later. Just as Xiao Man was about to go to the post office, the captain called her. Man girl, come with me to the Public Security Bureau. Xiao Man. Okay, the person involved should show up. The two followed to the County Public Security Bureau. As soon as Xiao Man entered the hall, she was invited to the interrogation room. The public security comrade asked about the situation at the time in a relatively gentle tone. Xiao Man told the truth and deliberately ignored the thunderbolt in the clear sky. The public security comrade nodded while listening, took notes, and asked Xiao Man to sign. When leaving the interrogation room, Xiao Man asked, Comrade, how many months will Chen Dashan be sentenced in this case? The public security comrade looked at her and praised her. It didn't cause you any actual losses, so it will only be 10 days or half a month. Unless the victim takes the initiative to withdraw the case. What about Xiao Xinjin? As the mastermind, doesn't she need to bear the consequences? Of course she needs to. We have sent people to arrest Xiao Xinjin. Xiao Man thanked her and informed the captain of the result. The team leader took a puff of his pipe and said, That's it. I'm going to the commune to apologize.
How about you?
Do you want to come with me? Xiao Man shook her head and said, Uncle Captain, I'm going to the post office to submit my article. When I'm done, I'll go back to the production team. Then be careful and come back early in the evening. Xiao Man said watched him walk away, and walked towards the post office. First, she took out the remittance, 18 yuan, and carefully put it into the system space. Then she bought an envelope and stamps, stuffed the letter paper with the article in it, and mailed it to the provincial newspaper. The staff member who helped her get the money to mail the letter smiled. Little girl, are you submitting articles to the newspaper? Xiao Man nodded and took out 2 candies from her pocket. Thank you, sister. Xu Hanyao took the candies and asked with a smile, Do you want newspapers? The post office sells back issues at a low price. Reading more articles on them can improve your writing skills. Xiao Man's eyes lit up. Okay. By the way, sister, if you have those old stamps, please help me get some. My family likes stamp collecting. Xu Hanyao asked her to wait at the counter and went to the warehouse by herself. She found some relatively intact stamps from a pile of garbage and took out some newspapers. Here, take a look, which ones do you want? Xiao Man picked some at random and said something nice to people and bought 2 industrial newspapers and provincial newspapers with her articles, spending a total of 64.8 yuan. After she left, the system said, Host, you are lucky. Among those stamps, there are big dragon stamps that are very valuable in the future. Xiao Man, are you serious? She took out the stack of stamps from the canvas bag and found that there were indeed a few stamps with dragons drawn on them. Oh, they are very valuable? Then put them in my little box. The system nodded and helped Xiao Man store them in a metal biscuit box with a big peony flower painted on it. Just after putting it away, she screamed again. Ah, Lonjun mail, host, you sent it. Xiao Man took it out and took a look. She found that it was very dusty, as if it had been pressed at the bottom of the box for many years. Tell me, how can such a small post office hoard so many valuable stamps? The dragon painting one has been there for decades. I don't know, I just know that the host's luck has improved a little bit. Everyone put the stamps into the biscuit box happily and left the post office. I don't know how angry someone will be when he comes to see his treasure a few days later and can't find it. I regret that I shouldn't have stuffed the collection into the warehouse for safety. I thought it wouldn't be discovered, but, of course, a blessing in disguise. Everything depends on the follow-up. Xiao Man left the post office and went to the supply and marketing cooperative for a walk, buying some cakes and candies. I dodged into a dead end, and when I came out, there was an extra quilt under my armpit. I carried the things to the county hospital and thanked Qin Xiangfeng for lending them the quilt. When I came out, I felt relaxed. Xiao Man put on makeup and went to the steel plant family compound, where Qiao Laoda's mistress lived in the novel. Hey, why do you think Qiao Laoda dared to place his mistress under everyone's nose? Of course it's because this woman is also an employee of the steel plant. Moreover, she is a close friend of Qiao Laoda's wife, and often cries that her husband left early, and she can't raise a son. Qiao Laoda's wife feels sorry for her young widowhood, and often calls her husband to help pull coal, change light bulbs, etc. This back and forth gave the two of them an opportunity to hook up. Counting the days, the woman is pregnant, and her belly is about to be hidden. Xiao Man only vaguely remembers a name, and doesn't know what the person looks like. There is no way she decided to squat. So, while eating melon seeds, she sat under the shade of a tree and waited for a miracle. Waiting and waiting, knocking and knocking. When she was thirsty, she took out a can to drink water. Several ants nearby looked at her in confusion, wondering what disease her daughter had that made her drink such a bitter black medicine soup. Xiao Man, what do you know? This is happy fat house water. It's beautiful. They waited for more than an hour. As the sun was getting bigger and bigger, Xiao Man's cheeks felt sore and soft, and she was ready to go to the state-owned restaurant for dinner. As a result, God really loved her. Look, Qiao Laoda and a female comrade came back together. The two were 1 meter apart, talking and laughing. If Xiao Man hadn't known that her aunt was not this woman, she would have thought that the two were a couple. When the two walked a distance away, Xiao Man hurried to catch up and watched Qiao Laoda touch the woman's ace when he went upstairs. Then the woman said to Qiao Laoda with a sweet smile, "Go back quickly. Be careful that your sister-in-law is waiting anxiously. Tomorrow is Kong Kang's birthday. You should come early. I have something to discuss with you." Qiao Laoda smiled and kissed the woman on the lips, and waited for her to go around the corner of the stairs, open the door and enter the house, then went downstairs and walked to his own building. Xiao Man, on the other hand, had come downstairs long before the two separated. She went to the state-owned restaurant for lunch, took a ride to the nearby production team, and returned home in the afternoon. As a result, Qiao Runming said that Director Yuan of the machinery factory had come and asked her to report tomorrow. Xiao Man rolled her eyes. "Didn't he see your legs? I won't go. Even if I go to work, I have to wait until my family is settled." He Mian was anxious. Man, your father's legs are almost healed. We can't miss such a good job opportunity." Xiao Man didn't care. "They don't want mine first." Qiao Runming heard her grievance and sighed. "It's Dad's fault." Qiao Man interrupted. "No, it's the Qiao family's fault. Dad, when there's a chance, I will ask Mrs. Qiao where you are from." Qiao Runming said and followed his daughter. Xiao Man rested at home for a while, stewed a fish, and took the thermos bucket to the educated youth point, but Lu Yuan hadn't come back yet. It's been a long time since she saw Lu Yifeng. Zhang Xiu said sarcastically, "Some people are just shameless. Lu Jiqing went back home to avoid you, but you still stick to him." Qiao Man snorted coldly. "What do you care?" She turned and left, but her brows were tightly knitted. She was afraid that Lu Yuan would really get into an accident. She was in a bad mood after returning home, but she didn't expect that Qiao Laoda would come to her house just after dinner. "Man, girl, we are all family after all. Jinjin is ignorant. How about you show some mercy and let her go?" Qiao Man pointed at herself. "Uncle Qiao, our two families have severed ties, but Sister Jinjin still wants to make trouble for me. What does that mean? Do you think I'm easy to bully? That's not what I meant. Jinjin has been spoiled by us, and her brain is not very smart. Man, girl, breaking bones is connected with tendons. If Jinjin goes to jail, it will also affect your work. I heard that the machinery factory has decided to hire you." Qiao Man narrowed her eyes. "Uncle Qiao, are you planning to threaten me?" Qiao Laoda smiled. "I dare not. I'm just stating the facts. I heard that the third child spent more than 100 yuan in the hospital. As the eldest brother, I should do my best." He took out 100 yuan from his purse. "Take it. You don't have much more." Qiao Manman knew that Qiao Laoda now had a son, and spending 100 yuan on Qiao Zhenjin was already a big loss. But she didn't want to let it go so easily. Who knew Qiao Runming said, Man, thank Uncle Qiao quickly. Qiao Man looked at Qiao Runming suspiciously, and seeing the worry in his eyes, she instantly understood his concerns. They were probably afraid that the machinery factory would hear about Qiao Zhenjin's affairs, think that their family traditions were not strict, and cancel Qiao Manman's admission again. By then, her daughter's life would be completely ruined. Qiao Manman sighed and called Wang Defa to be a witness. After receiving 100 yuan, the charges against Qiao Zhenjin were dropped. Chen Dashan's family heard the noise and had been waiting at the door of the Qiao family. Seeing Qiao Manman give in, they all came in with a smile, wanting to use the money to settle the matter. Qiao Manman raised her finger and waved it. Chen Dashan wants to get out. Compensation alone is not enough. You have to sign this. Chen Dashan's parents were illiterate, so Wang Defa took the initiative to take the letter and read it. Chen Dashan, was bewitched by Qiao Zhenjin and slandered comrade Qiao Manman's reputation. I fabricated facts and wanted to force her to marry me. I was wrong, completely wrong. I hereby promise that I will never dare to appear in front of comrade Qiao Manman again. Otherwise, I will be put in jail until I die. Chen Dashan's parents were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. They had thought that when their son was released, they would put the blame on Qiao Manman to clear Chen Dashan's name. In the end, she cut off their retreat. Qiao Manman snorted coldly. You have been a sister for so many years and read novels for nothing? Just say whether you sign it or not. It doesn't matter if you don't sign it. At most, the younger generation of the Qin family will not be able to take the civil service exam, join the army, or go to college in the future. What's the big deal? Ha. How can this be possible? Although Chen Dashan has no wife, he has a son. The 13-year-old boy is handsome and can read. The Qin family is counting on Chen Zifeng to enter a university and join the army so that he can bring honor to the family. The couple couldn't laugh, and they didn't dare to cry. An old face was very wonderful. Sign, we sign. The two couldn't write, so the team leader Wang Defa signed for them. Then he borrowed a needle from He Nian, poked his fingertips, and blood beads came out. The couple wiped the blood beads, pressed their handprints on the confession, and painfully gave the compensation to Qiao Manman. When they arrive at the county tomorrow, Chen Dashan will add his signature and handprints, and Qiao Manman can withdraw the case. After the matter was done, the Chen couple and Qiao Laoda left together. Wang Defa patted Qiao Manman on the shoulder. It's good this way, so that the villagers don't gossip about you. Qiao Manman smiled slightly, thinking that she was not RMB and she couldn't be liked by everyone. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Qiao Runming asked, Man, can't you let go of the old Qiao family? Qiao Manman raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that, Dad? Chen Dashan, who followed orders, had to sign a letter of repentance, but Qiao Zhenjin, the main culprit, you. Not only Qiao Runming thought so, but even Qiao Laoda, who was having dinner at the old Qiao's house, thought so. Qiao Manman smiled and shook her head, saying nothing. She thought that a letter of repentance was nothing, and the price Qiao Zhenjin had to pay was definitely greater than Chen Dashan. Dad, Mom, I'm tired. I'm going to go back and rest first. Qiao Runming nodded and watched Qiao Manman leave. He Nian stroked Qiao Runming's legs. Tell me, how come the medicine was used up so quickly? Qiao Runming smiled and held her hand. It's already very good. We can't push it any further. Time passed little by little, and Qiao Manman's snoring became clear in the night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, she woke up from her sleep. She ate something and climbed over the wall. After leaving Qingshan Brigade, she released the electric donkey and ran straight to the county town. Qiao Manman rode very fast, and it took only more than half an hour to reach the vicinity of the steel plant's family compound. She put away the electric bike, put on the black night clothes, covered her mouth and nose, and walked towards Qiao's house. She was still muttering to the system in her mind. Everyone, exchange for a sleeping talisman. Okay, host, deduct 1 merit point, and the sleeping talisman is exchanged successfully. Xiao Man said and stood at the door of Qiao's house to crush the sleeping talisman. 5 minutes later, she used wire to unlock it. With a click, the door opened. Xiao Man flashed in, took out the fluorescent stick, put on shoe covers and gloves, and looked at the place where the original owner had only been once or twice in the dim light. Well, there was no one in the living room, which was normal. The bedroom, there was only one person in the bedroom, which was a bit weird. Xiao Man rubbed her fingers, with a hideous smile on her face. Oh, it was a bit wretched. She leaned the fluorescent stick against the head of the bed, and sure enough, it was her aunt who was sleeping. Xiao Man went to the next room and took a look. It was empty. Hey, Qiao Laoda, this scumbag actually has no home to go back to. Xiao Man curled her lips, took out a pair of gloves from the system space, and searched every corner of Qiao Laoda's house. Not long after, she found the biscuit box, which contained more than 100 yuan. Well, she didn't move. She calculated that the job quota was 600 yuan, and Qiao Laoda had worked hard over the years, so she left him a little, and took out 25 yuan a month to compensate Qiao Runming, which would be 5,400 yuan in 18 years. 6,000 yuan in total. So, she wants to get back the 6,000 yuan. Xiao Man put away the biscuit box and continued to search. Not long after, she found a few small gold bars at the foot of the bed. I don't know where Boss Qiao got them from. He actually dug a hole at the foot of the bed to hide them. Unfortunately, it will be a bargain for the big thief Xiao Man. He collect space. There are 15 gold bars. 144 yuan each. 15 bars are more than 2,000. As interest. Xiao Man continued to look, and sure enough, people have a special place to hide money, the bedside table mezzanine. Xiao Man used wire to unlock the drawer and pulled it out. Ignoring the watches and cigarettes inside, she stared at the wooden board below. She took out a screwdriver and removed the screws on it. When she opened it, wow, it was a full layer of money. It was all great unity. Xiao Man counted out 6,000 yuan to collect space, and the drawer still looked full. Xiao Man sighed. Boss Qiao has been greedy over the years. He is so rich, yet he still allows Qiao Zhenjin to be so superficial. Tut. Suddenly, Xiao Man saw a piece of black cowhide. After she pushed aside the money on it, she found a cowhide notebook. Xiao Man opened it and saw, hey, an account book. It recorded the time and quantity of Qiao Laoda's conspiracy with accountant Chen Xiang and warehouse manager Zhou Zhishuan to steal and sell the steel in the factory after he became the director. Although she was mentally prepared, Xiao Man was more and more worried the more she read. For 13 years, 3 to 4 transactions every year, the factory lost more than 100,000 yuan. This trend cannot be allowed to continue. Xiao Man decided to kill her relatives for the sake of justice. Wrap up the account book, put it in the system space, and then restore the bedside table. After searching around the room again, she made sure that there was nothing valuable before leaving. She came to Qiao Laoda's mistress, Yuan. Tong, how many people are there in the room? Is Boss Qiao in there? Yes, host. Boss Qiao and Yuan are in one room, and Lu Kong is in another room. Xiao Man covered her chest with her hands and used the last merit point to exchange for a sleeping charm. She knocked out Boss Qiao, the young widow, and 8-year-old Kong, opened the door, and went straight to the bedroom. Seeing Boss Qiao holding Yuan with his upper body, she said it was hot. Tong, I want a mobile phone or tablet camera that is particularly good at taking pictures. Sign in. Okay, host. Congratulations on getting 1 cubic meter of supplies and a fertility pill. Xiao Man took a look and found that the system had exceeded the task. Not only did it get her something that could take pictures, but it also got a bunch of large and small electrical appliances. There are TVs, refrigerators, rice cookers, air conditioners, printers, notebooks, etc. In addition, there are a pile of books, all kinds of books. This is the first time Xiao Man signed in a book. She was surprised for a moment, and then she regained consciousness. She took out her mobile phone and took more than a dozen photos of the bed. Xiao Man couldn't explain why she did this. Maybe it was out of bad taste. After taking enough photos, she scanned the house with a metal detector, and hey, she really found something good. She didn't know whether it was left to her by Luan's husband or by Qiao Laoda's mistress. Anyway, she couldn't keep it, so Qiao Man accepted it with a smile. Emma, she was so happy. She had another jewelry box with a pink pigeon egg in it. Boohoo, made a fortune. So happy. After walking around the house and finding nothing special, Qiao Man cleaned up the traces and turned to leave. She went around to the back door of the steel plant and saw that no one was guarding it, so she climbed over the wall and went straight to the office building. During this time, she dodged left and right to avoid the patrolling security personnel. She arrived at the office building without any danger. She circled around the door with a fluorescent stick and finally found the factory director's office. Qiao Man opened the door skillfully, put Qiao Laoda's notebook on the desk, and then left. She went straight to the Gu committee, wrote a letter of complaint, and stuffed it into the director's office. Qiao Man rode her electric bike and evacuated quickly. Her heart was pounding on the way, and she felt super excited. She really wanted to stay and watch the show, but she had to go back, otherwise she would have no alibi. Of course, normal people would not associate it with her. But what if there was a chance? Qiao Man hummed a tuneless little song and ran on the country road. Today is a good day, hey, a good day. The moon fell low on the horizon, ready to go home. In the hazy sky in the east, there was a hint of fish belly white. Qiao Man put away the electric bike and trotted back. It was only because she was quick, otherwise, she would have had a face-to-face hug with the early rising big yellow dog. Qiao Man climbed over the wall into the yard, unlocked the door, and entered the house. She took off her black sportswear and fell asleep on the Kong. Half an hour later, she got up dizzy. She ate a few slices of bread, drank half a bottle of milk, and made a cup of coffee. Qiao Man's face wrinkled like a bun as she drank the burnt and bitter coffee. Then she washed up, let the room smell free, and went to the toilet to solve her physiological problems. When she came out, she said something to He Nian and went out. Chun Dashan's parents and Wang Defo were already waiting at the entrance of the village. After Qiao Man greeted the captain uncle, she got on the ox cart. Qin Xuanju drove the cart and went straight to the County Public Security Bureau. Chun Dashan's parents kept urging them to hurry up, fearing that their son would suffer, and they were ready to withdraw the case as soon as the public security comrades went to work. As a result, the car fell into a pit after rushing, and it was 9:30 when they arrived at the county. The public security comrade who received the few people looked at Qiao Man in surprise, and was not surprised to learn the purpose of their visit. Qiao Man and Wang Defa were taken to the place where Chun Dashan was imprisoned. Chun Dashan heard that he could go out as long as he signed, so he bit his index finger without delay and put a fingerprint on the paper. The public security comrades tried to stop him but failed. Did you wash your hands after taking a shoot? Qiao Man. You don't have to say it. Okay. After signing and learning a lesson, Chun Dashan went out to reunite with his parents with his head down. The public security comrades took the two to find Xiao Zhenjin. The day before yesterday, Xiao Zhenjin was scared when she heard that Chun Dashan was sent to the police station. Despite the old lady Qiao's request to stay, she returned to the county early the next morning. As a result, she was caught by the public security comrades. When Qiao Laodao returned home at noon, he found out that his daughter had been invited away. Compared with the gentle Luan and the sensible Kong, he was extremely irritated for a while. But he couldn't just let his own daughter go to the police station and ignore her, so he could only ask for leave and return to the production team and humbly plead with Qiao Lao-san. Therefore, Xiao Zhenjin was not surprised by Qiao Man's appearance. She even raised her head. Humph, Qiao Man, even if you used a dirty trick to get me in, so what? You still have to let me out? Qiao Man smiled and said nothing, asking the police to release Xiao Zhenjin. Even when she stepped out of the detention room, she smiled and said, Sister Zhenjin, Uncle Qiao is really good to you. Xiao Zhenjin didn't understand, and looked Xiao Man up and down. You are sick. Xiao Man shrugged and walked towards the door of the Public Security Bureau. As a result, she ran into two groups of people. One group was aggressively escorting the Qiao Laoda and Yuan, who was pulling her shirt up and down to cover herself. The other group was escorting Qiao Laoda's wife Xingyu, who was disheveled, the accountant Chen Xiang, and the warehouse manager Zhou Zhishuan, who looked like he had lost his parents. What's interesting is that although they were all prisoners, Xingyu kept pushing Yuan, calling her a witch and a double-faced person. Yuan hung her head and cried. A shirt can cover the upper part but not the lower part, and can cover the lower part but not the upper part. Her delicate expression and graceful body made many men stare at her and envy Boss Qiao for eating well. Boss Qiao, who was standing by, still didn't understand why everything changed after a good night's sleep. Not only was he caught cheating by the director of the Gem Committee, but the secret of embezzling public property that he had hidden for more than 10 years was exposed. He wanted to spend money to avoid disaster, but it was shattered the moment Zhong Weijie, the director of the steel plant, showed up. He had no choice but to keep shouting his injustice. As long as Zhong Weijie didn't find the account book and the stolen money, he could escape legal sanctions. As for Yuan, alas, he could only sacrifice her to save himself. Who would have thought that Zhengyu was useless? As soon as Zhong Weijie kicked the door open and said that he suspected that they had embezzled the factory's property, Zhengyu's eyes betrayed her. Needless to say, a huge amount of money was found in the home of the logistics director, and the evidence was conclusive. However, the amount did not match, and there were 2,000 yuan missing from the drawer. It was not known whether the couple had spent it or whether it was transferred by Boss Qiao. As for how the two groups met, of course, the director of the Gem Committee wanted to watch the fun and dragged Boss Qiao and Yuan, who were out for a parade. The scene was so exciting that many people from the steel plant came out to watch, and the scene was very exciting. Zhong Weijie looked in the direction of the voice. Hey, the party's involved in the corruption case. He looked at Zhengyu with sympathy, and Zhengyu went crazy. He broke free from the shackles of the head of the security department, ran over, and scratched Yuan twice. Boss Qiao felt distressed and subconsciously stood in front of Yuan. Disappointed and angry, Zhengyu's eyes turned red, and he started to fight with Boss Qiao. Zhong Weijie aside, took Chen Xiang and Zhou Zhishuan over, and greeted the director of the Gem Committee. After the two sides discussed it, they decided to send the people to the Public Security Bureau together. Because the matter was so explosive, the farewell team gathered larger and larger, and they were pointing fingers. Zhong Weijie couldn't bear to see this, so he asked someone to find some clothes for Yuan. It was unknown whether the head of the security department did it on purpose or what, but he threw a shirt for a half-grown child to Yuan. When she wore it, it was more attractive than not wearing it. So, when Xiao Zhenjin came out, she saw this spectacular scene. Xiao Zhenjin was dumbfounded and rushed over to ask, Dad, Mom, Aunt Lu, why are you here? Qiao Laoda's face turned pale, and he hid to the side, holding the carrot. Zhengyu felt wronged, and cried and complained to her daughter. Zhenjin, your father, this old man, actually hooked up with Yuan, the widow, and beat me for her. Woo-woo, what's the point of me running the family for him for so many years? Zhengyu cried more and more sadly, and sat on the ground, which made many wives' eyes red. Xiao Zhenjin glared at Qiao Laoda with resentment, but quickly moved away. She looked at Wang Defa for help, but Wang Defa waved his hands frantically. No, 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 I can't help this matter. He thought to himself, what luck, going into the city and encountering such a big melon. He was scared, he was panicking, and wanted to hide behind Xiao Man. Seeing that several people had been arguing for a long time without getting to the point, Zhong Weijie became impatient and kicked Qiao Laoda. Hurry up and explain clearly, so you can suffer less. A group of people rushed into the Public Security Bureau, and Xiao Zhenjin suddenly had an idea. Then just arrest my father and Aunt Lu. Why arrest my mother? Boss Qiao. She is my good daughter. Grinning. Zhengyu. My daughter is sensible. No way. Yuan. She is the offspring of those two. Tesco. Director Zhong said coldly. Of course she is guilty too. He gave Qiao Zhenjin a blank look and didn't have a good impression of her. You are Qiao Zhenbang's daughter, right? No one is taking care of Lu Kongkong, so you go take care of him for 2 days. Qiao Zhenjin exclaimed. Why? The director of the Ge committee answered quickly. Because he is your half-brother. Everyone at the scene. What kind of shocking news is this? Can they listen to it without paying? Qiao Zhenjin froze for a long time and didn't dare to believe that what the other party said was true. When she came to her senses, she ran to the police station. But she was stopped outside by the police. Go, 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 go wherever is cooler. Qiao Zhenjin still wanted to make trouble. Why can Xiao Manman go in, but I can't? She is the person involved, are you? Get out of here. If you continue to interfere with public affairs here, I will arrest you and keep you in custody. Qiao Zhenjin had no choice but to leave in despair. Xiao Manman, who was standing at the door, witnessed all this, with a smile on her lips, but she forced herself to suppress it the moment Wang Defo looked over. She asked worriedly and helplessly, Captain Uncle, what should we do now? Wang Defo took a puff of his pipe. What can we do? Take the child back to the production team and let the old Xiao family take care of the arrangements. Xiao Manman said looked up at the sky. Captain Uncle, I'll go to the state-owned restaurant to buy 2 steamed buns for Kong Kong and see you under the big locust tree later. Wang Defo praised her for her generosity and waved her hand to let her leave. Her thoughts were too chaotic, and she had no intention of paying attention to Qiao Manman's movements. Qiao Manman did go to the state-owned restaurant to buy 10 steamed buns, and also took a detour to the children's welfare home. She saw the teachers of the welfare home, with skinny children, catching ants in the yard. She packed 200 yuan, wrote a note saying I hope the children are well fed and clothed and become pillars of the motherland, threw it through the gate, and ran away. The teacher thought it was another group of young people who were not doing their jobs and were hitting the children for fun, so she picked up a broom and drove them away. But before she ran a few steps, she was called back by the exclamation in the yard. The teacher opened the envelope and was shocked to see a stack of big unity inside. She couldn't believe that someone would donate. When she saw the note, her eyes were red. She said to the children in a choked voice, This is the financial aid sent by a kind sister. You must study hard, grow up quickly, and become useful people to society. The children nodded ignorantly. Xiao Manman listened to the audio signal in her mind and finally felt less worried. The extra money came in, so she did some good deeds to suppress it, hee. As Xiao Manman left humming a little tune, she heard the system excitedly say, Host, you have points credited again. Xiao Manman paused. Huh? Congratulations to the host. You got 100 points. Xiao Manman scratched her chin thoughtfully. Is it to help the orphans in the welfare home? Hey, your points mechanism is quite interesting. So, giving away babies increases merits and helping others gives points. Very good. The system urged her to be a good person. However, she decided to go with the flow and take as much luck as she could. Xiao Manman came under the big locust tree in a good mood and saw Qiao Zhenjin reluctantly pulling the little crybaby Lu Kongkong, walking from a distance. Wang Defo came forward to greet them, frowned and asked, Where's the package? You have to bring a few changes of clothes, right? Qiao Zhenjin had no words to say. Her own house and Lu's house were sealed off, and there were comrades from the security department guarding the door. She didn't even go in, let alone pack the package. But he was too proud to tell the truth and stamped his feet angrily. What do you care? The captain. Is he a mean person? If he is soft-hearted to this person, he deserves it. Wang Defo strode back to the ox cart and sulked alone. Xiao Manman chuckled and took out a steamed bun from the oil paper. Captain Uncle, have a bite. You must be tired after working all morning. Wang Defa's stomach rumbled and his stomach ached. Smelling the fragrance of the steamed bun, he didn't say politely to Xiao Manman, Man girl, Uncle will give you money when we go back. Xiao Manman didn't refuse and took another steamed bun to Qin Xuanju. Uncle Xuanju has worked hard. Eat a bite to fill your stomach. Qin Xuanju waved his hand to refuse, but Xiao Manman forcefully stuffed it into his arms. Eat it. Just consider it as my travel expenses back. Qin Xuanju's eyes were a little sore, thinking that it was not worth it. In all these years of pulling a bullock cart, this was the first time he was respected like this. Xiao Zhenjin came over with a pout and sat down opposite Xiao Manman. She looked weird. Xiao Manman raised her eyebrows, took out a steamed bun, and handed it to the timid Kong Kong. Little guy, is Xiao Zhenbang your real father? Lu Kong Kong shrank back, glanced at everyone, his eyes were red, and tears fell. Xiao Manman deliberately said, "Don't cry. Tell me who your father is so I can send you to find him." Lu Kong Kong wiped his tears with his little hand. "My father is Uncle Qiao, and my mother won't let me tell anyone. Now I can tell you. Your mother's affair with Xiao Zhenbang has been exposed. You have to tell your sister the truth, and your sister can help you." Lu Kong Kong felt Xiao Manman's kindness, took the steamed bun, and was about to say something when Xiao Zhenjin hit his hand. The steamed bun rolled to the ground, stained with a thick layer of mud and cow dung. "What are you doing?" Xiao Manman yelled, got off the cart, and picked up the bun. She tore off the outer layer of skin and handed the clean bun core to Lu Kong Kong. "After all, he is your brother." Maybe he was so scared that he would not refuse, or maybe people in this era really don't mind shootin' farts. After thanking him, Lu Kong Kong wolfed down the bun. He also glanced at Xiao Zhenjin, fearing that she would lose her temper again. Xiao Zhenjin looked at him with contempt. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. You can't even tell the difference between jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Be careful that they will sell you out." Wang Defa looked at her disapprovingly, said something to Qin Xuanju, and the ox cart started slowly. Xiao Manman reached out to catch the sunlight, but was greeted with a sentence. "Pretentious." The system in her mind broadcast. "Congratulations, host. Points plus 100. Xiao Manman raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Another points have been credited?" "Yes, host, you now have 200 points. The villain in Xiao Manman's heart put his hands on his hips and laughed. "I guess it's a reward for sending Boss Qiao to prison and recovering the losses of the steel plant." The system nodded and praised. "Host is great. Host is super great. Host is the best." It simply maxed out the emotional value. Xiao Manman was amused by it, and her mouth curved. When she returned to Qingshan Brigade, she shouted at the top of her voice before she saw old Lady Qiao. "Grandma Qiao, I brought your good grandson back." Uncle Qiao's affair did not lead to a family extinction, and his biological son returned to the production brigade. Wang Defa was almost knocked down by her yelling, thinking that this girl was really fierce. His eyes widened. He didn't expect Xiao Manman to be so coquettish. Is it the decline of morality, the distortion of human nature, or the awakening of family affection? Qin Xuanju pursed his lips to hold back his laughter, thinking that Xiao Manman was lively and interesting. If only his daughter could be so lively. Xiao Zhenjin blushed to the roots behind her ears, raised her hand to slap Xiao Manman, but she blocked it lightly and fell on the ox cart. It was a close contact with the cow's ace. So many grievances hit her heart at the same time. Xiao Zhenjin burst into tears. The cry was louder than Xiao Manman's shouting. Xiao Manman pouted and sat back on the ox cart. She took out a throat lozenge from her pocket, tore it open, and put it in her mouth. Wow, the mint flavor is so strong and pungent. The movement at the entrance of the village soon spread to the fields. When Mrs. Qiao heard that Xiao Zhenbang was in trouble, she was so excited that she sprained her foot. The Qiao family members gathered around, shouting and caring. "Mom, are you okay?" Old Mrs. Qiao cried out in pain, but she refused to let Qiao Laosi take her to the barefoot doctor and stretched out her arms. "Big brother. What happened to Big brother?" The one who came to deliver the message was a child from the team, about 5 or 6 years old, and spoke only half-spoken. Seeing that he had caused trouble, he ran away. Everyone was left to speculate wildly. Xiao Laosi also wanted to know what happened to his eldest brother, so he carried old Mrs. Qiao on his back and ran home. The members who loved to eat melons looked at each other, put down their hoes and sickles, and followed. Not long after, everyone arrived at the door of the Qiao family and saw Wang Defa with a solemn face, the honest Qin Xuanju. Qiao Zhenjin with snot and tears, the weak and helpless Lu Kongkong, and Qiao Man who was calm and indifferent. When Qiao Man saw old lady Qiao, her eyes lit up and she shouted at the top of her voice, "Grandma Qiao, Uncle Qiao was caught in the city for having an affair. This is his son Kong Kong. I brought him back for you. Uncle Qiao is not extinct." This truth was too hard to hear. Wang Defa raised his hand and knocked her on the head. "Do you really need to embarrass yourself here? Get out of the way." Qiao Man was not angry even after being scolded. She knew that it was the captain who was protecting her. The Qiao family was narrow-minded, not to mention that Qiao Man was of the same blood with them, so it was easy for them to bear grudges. Wang Defa took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Aunt Qiao, something happened to Brother Zhenbong. I brought his son and daughter back." "What? How is it possible?" Old Lady Qiao didn't believe it, and struggled to get off the back of old Fourth Qiao, enduring the pain, and turned to Wang Defa, grabbing his arm. "My eldest son is the logistics director of the steel plant, and he and Zhengyu are in love. How could he go out and mess around?" Thinking of something, he hurriedly said, "Is someone framing him? Zhengyu has only given birth to a girl in all these years, and my Zhenbong has not divorced her. Did they have a quarrel and said something nonsense? Where is Zhengyu? Why didn't she come back?" Before Wang Defa could explain, Qiao Zhenjin rushed over crying and almost knocked down the old lady Qiao. "Grandma, my dad is having an affair with Luan. Grandma, my mom was arrested. Grandma, my family was sealed off." Qiao Zhenjin's voice was sharp, causing an uproar. God, what did they hear? Something happened to the eldest son Qiao, and it was because of that. Sure enough, when a man has money, he can't control the two tails of meat under his body. The old lady Qiao was so angry that her eyes went black and white, and she was about to faint. She thought to herself, is it a glorious thing to publicize it like this? Qiao Zhenjin, this granddaughter, is considered useless. Qiao Man came out at the right time and pushed Lu Kongkong to the front of old lady Qiao. Although Uncle Qiao is in prison, he left you a grandson, which is considered filial piety. You must raise him up. Old lady Qiao fainted. Qiao Man shrugged, not wanting to pay attention to this mess, and skipped home. When passing by the cowshed, she saw that there was no one around, so she threw a package into it. She put some food in the canvas bag, then pushed open the door of her house and shouted with a smile, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Yan came out to greet her. "Why are you back so late? Did the Chen couple cause trouble for you?" No, they were so cowardly that they didn't even ride the ox cart. They avoided me when they saw me. Qiao Man smiled and took out 3 Rigiamo, 3 servings of liangpi, and 3 bottles of happy water from the canvas bag. Yan was stunned. "Mom, close the door, let's have something delicious today." Yan nodded blankly and locked the door. Then Qiao Man took out a roast chicken from her canvas bag. It was fried and smelled delicious. Qiao Runming stood up, looked at the things on the table, and swallowed unconsciously. Qiao Man took a few porcelain bowls from the cabinet and poured out the cold noodles from the plastic bag. "Dad, eat. Why are you being polite?" Qiao Runming responded, took a bite with chopsticks, and found that the cold noodles were numb and spicy. Delicious. Yan was anxious. "Your leg is not healed yet. Can you eat spicy food?" "Yes, it's almost healed. I got 2 more black jade ointments for Dad these 2 days, and apply them again at night." The couple's eyes lit up, nodded, and said, "Okay." Qiao Man was in a good mood, pulled a chicken leg and put it in her mouth, eating while saying, "Dad, Mom, do you know something happened to Qiao Lauda?" Qiao Man babbled, telling Qiao Lauda that he was caught cheating and embezzling factory property. Qiao Runming was shocked. How could he do this? It's such a good job, it's okay if he doesn't contribute to the factory. How can he? Qiao Man knew that work was Qiao Runming's heart knot. When he was robbed by Boss Qiao, he was depressed for several years before he came out of it. He sighed, people's desires will be nurtured. Maybe he got into the factory too easily and didn't know how to cherish it. Qiao Man took out 2 books with torn covers from her canvas bag that was never full. "Dad, Since you have nothing to do at home, just read these books. Maybe they can be useful in the future. Xiao Runming wiped his hands with a towel before taking the books with both hands. Just this one action shows how much he cherishes it. Xiao Runming opened it and found that it was a professional book on mechanics. He was a little excited. When he came back from the provincial capital, Mrs. Qiao threw away all his books and notes and destroyed his dream with her own hands. How many times did he wake up from his sleep, feeling lost, sad, and desperate? Thoughts surged into his mind, and Xiao Runming's eyes turned red. Xiao Manman teased him. Huh. Why are you so touched? You've become a little crybaby. If I find you a job in a machinery factory, won't you hug my legs and cry? He was no longer touched. Xiao Runming glared at her and placed the book next to the pillow with great care. He Nian felt a little lost, fearing that what happened to Qiao Boss would happen to Xiao Runming. Xiao Manman grabbed her hand and gave her strength. Don't worry, Mom. If Dad dares to let you down, I will personally break his third leg. He Nian was horrified. Where did you hear these dirty words? Xiao Manman laughed and covered her face, thinking, what the Hades, she is a little witch who can do magic. The little train woo-woo-woo. Snoring, Xiao Manman slept soundly, not worrying about the work in the machinery factory at all. In the afternoon, the system ate a big news and hurriedly called Xiao Manman to get up. Host, Chen Shirtsong went to the old Xiao family to cancel the engagement. Xiao Manman jumped up. Who, Chen Shirtsong? Xiao Xinjin's boyfriend? Yes, host. Chen Shirtsong brought all his relatives to the old Xiao family to cancel the engagement. He is a soldier. Why did he come back suddenly? The system thought for a while. It seems that he was promoted and came back to pick up Xiao Xinjin to join the army, but... Xiao Manman rubbed her swollen forehead. Something is wrong. I remember that in the novel, Chen Shirtsong was promoted after 3 months. It can't be that he speeds up the progress because of me, a little butterfly. The system was silent. If it had a physical body, it would definitely be able to see that it was guilty. Xiao Manman didn't hesitate, changed into clean clothes, and went out. Mom, do you want to go to old Xiao's house to watch the excitement? He Nian was puzzled. What excitement? I don't know, I just had a dream. I dreamed that old Xiao's house was lively. He Nian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can things in dreams be taken seriously? You go, I'll take care of your dad at home. Xiao Manman glanced at Xiao Runming sitting on the Kong and sighed. Dad, I'll get you a wheelchair one day, so you can go out for a walk every now and then. Xiao Runming was not moved at all. No, I'll go out for a walk when my legs are better. Xiao Manman held back her laughter and left, deciding to find a chance to ask Dr. Qin. Tell me, why do people in the team like to watch the excitement so much? She just came a little late but was blocked at the very outside. It was noisy inside and she couldn't hear clearly, so Xiao Manman could only let the system amplify the audio signal for her. Aunt Xiao, it's not that we are cruel, it's just that your daughter is not presentable. Our Qin family didn't think highly of her in the first place, because she is from the Meng family. Forget it. There's no point in saying these things. This marriage must be cancelled. Not to mention that your Xinjin is cunning, lazy, greedy, and has no job. Her father, oh my, he was stuck in bed with his ace. I'm afraid he will have to go through labor reform. My Shirtsong has just been promoted to deputy battalion commander, and we can't have a father-in-law who knows the law but breaks it. This sentence is simply a killer. No matter how much Mrs. Qiao doesn't want to lose this capable relative, she can't block his road to success. Otherwise, wouldn't it become an enemy? Chen Shirtsong's mother was afraid that these words would have a bad influence on her son, so she tried to make amends. Aunt, don't blame me for speaking harshly. It is true that military marriages require political review, and Jinjin's background is not clean, so she won't pass at all. We will take half of the previous engagement gift, and the remaining half will be considered compensation for Jinjin. I hope she can find a good man in the future. Xiao Jinjin looked at Chen Shirtsong with tears in her eyes. Brother Shirtsong, are you really willing to abandon me? A hint of disgust flashed across Chen Shirtsong's eyes, but his tone was gentle. Jinjin, I'm sorry, I have no choice. Xiao Jinjin pursed her lips and shed tears. If you really like me, there is no way I can help you. I heard that you'll be discharged from the army and transferred to civilian work. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Aunt Chen. Xiao Zhenjin, I spoke to you softly and kindly, but you want to ruin my son's future. How can you be so vicious? Then she turned around. Aunt Xiao, in this case, there is no need for me to save face for your family. Cancel the engagement. Cancel the engagement ceremony. Old Mrs. Qiao looked unhappy. She glared at Xiao Zhenjin and stood still. Why, Aunt Xiao, you are not convinced. How about we report to the police? Hearing the word police, Xiao Zhenjin shrank back reactively. Old Mrs. Qiao was rebuked and was very angry. She said in a timid way, report it if you want. The matter has not been investigated clearly yet. Maybe someone is jealous of my eldest son and set a trap for him. Aunt Chen sneered. Jealous? You don't know how big a mess your Shinbong has made. He may even be shot. Old Mrs. Qiao shook her body. What did you say? The eldest son just slept with a female employee. Why is he shot? Don't be shot for hooliganism. What's more, Qiao Zhenbong committed a more serious crime than hooliganism. Although the Chen family is not conspicuous in the county, Chen Shirtsong is an officer after all. He has a bright future and he is handsome. In the past, when there was a fiancé who was well matched with him, everyone could only sigh at the young man. But now it is different. When something happened to Qiao, someone informed Aunt Chen immediately. They all said that Chen Shirtsong should find a new partner, and the conditions were negotiable. They didn't want any betrothal gifts, but gave him a radio for free, and even pushed the bicycle away. So, the Chen family came to cancel the engagement without delay. Aunt Chen's words made the crowd go wild. Everyone in the Qiao family looked pale, afraid of being implicated. Old Mrs. Qiao asked Xiao Zhenjin in a serious manner, what exactly did your father do wrong? Xiao Zhenjin shook her head. Grandma, I don't know. It's no use. Old Mrs. Qiao gritted her teeth and asked again. Where's the money? How much money do you have? Take it out. Xiao Zhenjin was desperate and helpless. Grandma, I don't have any money. I just got up yesterday and was taken to the police station. I just came out of there today, and my father got into trouble. Grandma, I don't want to break off the engagement with Brother Shirtsong. Please help me. Old Mrs. Qiao closed her eyes and called the second son's wife to go back to the house to get 30 yuan. The second son's wife, Qiu, frowned. Mother, why? The engagement ceremony was not taken by our second room. If she wants to return it, Zhenjin should return it. If she can return it, why would I need to beg you? Don't think that just because the second son has a job, you don't know who is in charge of the Qiao family. Believe it or not, I will go to the commune to cry about the second son's unfilial behavior. Qiu saw the fierce eyes of the old lady and felt a little wronged. Mother, it's not easy for the second son to live in the commune these years. Do you really want to humiliate him like this? Go. Get it. Old Mrs. Qiao took a deep breath and pounded her crutches on the ground. Her fierce look made the scene quiet. Everyone was complaining that Mrs. Qiao was too much, forcing the second son's wife like this. But some people understood. How much money can an old lady have? Of course, she has to let her working son subsidize her. Gong Yu was threatened, and no matter how unwilling she was, she had to go back to the house to get the money. Touching her old handkerchief, she felt very distressed. Hearing the urging from outside, she could only open it, take out 30 yuan from it, and pout out. Here. Mrs. Qiao took the money and handed it to Aunt Chen. Even if the marriage is cancelled, don't regret it in the future. TSK, whoever gets involved with in-laws like you will be unlucky. Aunt Chen rolled her eyes at Xiao Zhenjin. Son, let's go home. Let your cousin introduce you to the leader's daughter. Chen Shirtsong nodded and left without a trace of reluctance. Xiao Zhenjin wanted to chase, but was slapped in the face by old lady Qiao. Go back to your room. Xiao Zhenjin cried, glared at old lady Qiao hatefully, and went back to her room. Xiao Man listened to the system's report and clicked her tongue. You really don't know what's going on. Host, the Qin family has left. Do you still want to monitor old Qiao's family? No, I'm hungry. I want to go home for dinner. Xiao Man covered her stomach and walked home, asking as she walked, Tong Tong, when can you record? The system smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid it will have to be upgraded. Xiao Man didn't ask when it would be upgraded, went home to drink a bowl of porridge and ate a cucumber, and it was dark. He Nian took a basin to water the small green vegetable seedlings in the yard, and Xiao Man was beside her to help her turn on the light. He Nian thought she was in the way. Go sit over there. I can see. Xiao Man said, thinking it would be nice if she could grow vegetables in her space. It's not to subsidize the family or anything, I just like it. It's in my genes. After He Nian finished watering the vegetables and returned to the house, Xiao Man called the system. Everyone, exchange 2 patches of black jade intermittent ointment. Okay, host, deduct 200 points. The black jade intermittent ointment has been stored in the system warehouse. Xiao Man took out the ointment from her pocket and walked into the house with a sly smile. My dear father, are you ready? Xiao Runming trembled, but his eyes radiated a burning light. Man, this is. Yes, it's hard to get it. Xiao Man sat on the Kong, pulled up Xiao Runming's trouser legs, and then quickly applied the ointment to his legs. He Nian hugged Xiao Runming's upper body tightly, and Xiao Man pressed on Xiao Runming's ankles. Not long after, Xiao Runming felt itchy in the joints of his bones, as if there were millions of small insects biting him. Xiao Man was still in the mood to joke with He Nian. Mom, do you know that Xiao Zhenjin was broken off from engagement? Chen Shizong's mother is very capable. Not only did she get the engagement gift back, she also humiliated Xiao Zhenjin. Fortunately, we broke off the relationship with the Qiao family, otherwise we would be implicated by Boss Qiao. He Nian was not as optimistic as Xiao Man, but everyone doesn't think so. It doesn't matter, as long as we are happy. If time goes on, they will just tear each other apart. He Nian still had a worried look on his face, fearing that Boss Qiao's affairs would affect Xiao Man's work, and even more afraid that his daughter would not be able to get married because of this. Xiao Man chose to turn a blind eye, waited for the effect of the medicine to wear off, untied Xiao Runming's ankle, and boiled water for washing. The moon was hanging high in the sky. After washing, Xiao Man poured the dirty water out the door, but she didn't expect that it almost splashed on an acquaintance. Lu Yuan? Xiao Man rubbed her eyes, fearing that she was hallucinating. Lu Yuan chuckled and rubbed her hair. Yes, it's me. Xiao Man hurriedly pulled him into the yard, looked outside to see no one, and closed the door. She asked in a low voice, Where have you been during this period? Why is there no news? Have you completed the mission? Are you injured? Lu Yuan nodded. Complete, not injured. Xiao Man breathed a sigh of relief, raised her hand and patted Lu Yuan's chest. I knew you could do it. Lu Yuan hissed, staggered, and showed a painful expression on his face. Xiao Man was startled, and her hand touched his chest along the hem of his clothes. Her eyes were full of doubts. No injury. Lu Yuan smiled, and his voice was very seductive in the night. Xiao Man blushed, glared at Lu Yuan, and played mahjong frantically in his clothes. He Nian saw that his daughter was so eager and couldn't help coughing. Xiao Man suddenly withdrew her hand, turned her head, and called out weakly, Mom. Lu Yuan stopped smiling and nodded to He Nian. Aunt Xiao. Hey. He Nian responded, motioning for the two to come in and talk. Xiao Man stuck out her tongue and walked in with her head down. Lu Yuan followed, his eyes always glued to Xiao Man. As soon as they entered the door, Xiao Runming's eyes wandered over the two of them. He asked sternly, Tell me, what's going on between you two? Xiao Man looked up and glanced at Lu Yuan, then smiled stiffly and said, Dad, what's the matter? I just want to know what Lu Jiqing is busy with. Xiao Runming glared at her. Shut up. His eyes moved to Lu Yuan speak. Lu Yuan chuckled and raised his hand to salute Xiao Runming and He Nian. Xiao Man saw that the two were stunned and laughed. This also broke the stagnant atmosphere at the scene. Xiao Runming asked in shock, You are? Man knows? Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, I am a soldier. I concealed my identity for the mission. Now that the mission is over, I can reveal a little. After that, he looked at Qiao Man tenderly. Uncle Qiao and Aunt Qiao, I like Man. Please agree. Qiao Man. Her eyes widened, and she looked incredulous. In her thoughts, we are not brothers, I just flirted, you took it seriously. Although it is not impossible, it was too sudden, and she was not mentally prepared. Lu Yuan was so nervous that he pinched his fingers into his palms, fearing that Qiao Runming would refuse. After waiting for more than a minute, Qiao Runming nodded. Okay. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and took out an envelope from his pocket. Uncle Qiao, I came in a hurry this time and failed to prepare any gifts. This is a little gift from me. Qiao Runming waved his hand. No need. Man can write articles, and our family is slowly getting back on track. I will slowly pay back the medical expenses you helped me pay when I get better. Uncle Qiao, no need. This is what I should do. Let's put things in order so that you don't look down on my daughter. No. Lu Yuan said 2 words concisely without arguing with him. Qiao Runming asked about his position, the unit he belonged to, and his family background, and then he was completely relieved to hand his daughter to him. Seeing that the matter was settled, He Nian smiled and called Lu Yuan. Little Lu, sit here. You came so late. Have you eaten? Auntie will make you a bowl of noodles. Lu Yuan smiled and thanked him. Thank you for troubling me. As He Nian left, Qiao Runming glanced at the moonlight outside the window and realized something was wrong. You came here so late at night. Is there something hidden? I have a mission at the army. I have to catch the 3:30 a.m. train. I want to see Man and confirm our relationship. After all, he saw her wet body, and she also kissed him on the lips. As a responsible male comrade, he must give an explanation to Comrade Qiao Man before leaving. So soon. Qiao Man was surprised. She thought Lu Yuan could stay here for half a year. Yes, the clues you gave were very useful. We completed the task in the shortest time. Qiao Man was a little disappointed, but she was still clear-headed to prepare things for him. Wait a minute, I'll ask my mother to help make some pancakes. Then she went out and whispered to He Nian. Then she went back to the house and took out some cooked food from the space. There were braised pork head, fried chicken legs, mushroom sauce, peach cakes, and put them in aluminum lunchboxes or glass jars. Wrap them with an inconspicuous gray cloth and tell him which ones can be stored and which ones must be eaten immediately. Lu Yuan didn't expect that his young wife would prepare so much for him just after his identity was confirmed. He was so moved that he almost cried and said in a choked voice, Thank you. Qiao Man smiled and sat next to him. Not long after, He Nian came in with a bowl. There were 2 golden fried eggs on the snow-white noodles, some green leafy vegetables floating next to them, and a large piece of shredded meat with sesame seeds in the middle. Lu Yuan was a little surprised, but when he thought of Qiao Man's ability, he felt that it was nothing. It was Man who taught me to do this. She said that eating noodles should have a sense of ritual so that you can feel happy. Lu Yuan took the bowl and put it directly in front of Qiao Runming. Thank you, Aunt Qiao. Do Uncle and Man have it? If not, they can eat first. I'm not hungry. Qiao Man smiled and moved the bowl in front of him. Just eat it when I tell you to. Why are you being polite? We have all had dinner and are still full now. Although this is true, Qiao Runming still feels like a sharp sword piercing his heart. He covered his chest and shouted, Girls are extroverts. Girls are extroverts. Qiao Man raised the corner of her mouth. I'm glad that Dad knows. Lu Yuan's heart was pounding, and he finished the noodles without even feeling the heat. After finishing the meal, he took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth and was teased by Qiao Man. I didn't expect you to be so delicate. Lu Yuan looked at her and explained calmly, In front of my father-in-law, I naturally have to behave better. Qiao Man did not comment and watched him talk to Qiao Runming. Half an hour later, the pancakes were ready. He Nian went into the house and took some oil paper, wrapped the pancakes into several portions, and said to Lu Yuan, Go catch the bus early. Be careful not to be delayed. Lu Yuan said and looked at Qiao Man with reluctance. Xiao Runming coughed lightly. Man, go and see him off, and come back early. Xiao Man responded, and followed Lu Yuan out. The Qingshan Brigade was very quiet late at night, and the moon hung high above the head, illuminating the road under their feet. Lu Yuan walked very slowly. Man, this time when I go back, I will file a marriage report, okay? I will come to marry you when I am on vacation. Xiao Man, this is too fast. We have only known each other for more than a month. I mean, we can get along first and then get a marriage certificate when we are sure that each other is the person we want. Lu Yuan was a little disappointed, but still nodded. That's fine. I will submit a love report first, and then marry you when you want to get married. Xiao Man nodded. Okay. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, just to make sure that Xiao Man was not unwilling to marry him. To be honest, he was also reckless today. But he was about to leave, and if he didn't express his feelings, he was afraid that Xiao Man would be abducted by someone else. Thinking of this, he stopped and handed the unsent envelope to Xiao Man. Man, you can spend these money and bills. When I return to the army, I will send you living expenses. There is also a bicycle. I will leave it with Captain Zhou. You can go and get it when you have time. Xiao Man did not refuse and took it and put it in her pocket. He twisted his feet on the spot and asked, Lu Yuan, I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer it truthfully. Lu Yuan nodded. Ask. Xiao Man pursed her lips. If your comrade in arms sacrificed himself to save you, would you marry his wife and take care of his children out of guilt? Lu Yuan thought about it and shook his head. No. I will give money to my comrade in arms' widow until she gets married or raises her children to adulthood. Then why? Xiao Man didn't say anything else. After all, those were things that hadn't happened yet. It's just that the plot of the novel had a huge impact on her, so even if she had some thoughts about Lu Yuan, she didn't dare to believe it completely. She was afraid of being let down and ending up with the same miserable end as the heroine in the novel. Looking up, seeing Lu Yuan's eyes as bright as the stars, Xiao Man's heart trembled. Suddenly, she smiled. People in later generations can take it and let it go, not asking for eternity, but asking for having it once. Xiao Man stretched out her hand and grabbed the hem of Lu Yuan's clothes, waited for him to lean over, put her arms around his neck, and kissed his soft and slightly cool lips. Lu Yuan was stunned, smelling the girl's light body fragrance, and unconsciously opened his lips. He felt something slipping in, and while his body tensed up, a new feeling rushed straight to the top of his head and his lower body. The man was like a natural hunter, and after enjoying the teasing of the little wild cat for a while, he turned the tables and became ferocious and wild. He pinched her waist with one hand and clasped the back of her head with the other, leaving her nowhere to escape. Lu Yuan didn't leave the fairy nest that was so warm that it made people reluctant to leave until Xiao Man collapsed in his arms. He put his head against Xiao Man's forehead. How can I bear to leave you? Xiao Man's heart was beating fast and her head was dizzy, but she still warned clearly, so you have to behave well and let me stay away from you. Otherwise, I will marry someone else. You dare. Lu Yuan tightened his hand around her waist and leaned over to peck her on the lips. Don't worry, you don't have a chance. Xiao Man chuckled, thinking that might not be the case. When her breathing stabilized, she heard the system yelling in her mind. Host, hold Lu Yuan's thighs tightly. I just received 1,000 points. God, he is so rich. Xiao Man asked. Is it because I provided clues and helped him complete the task ahead of time? Yes, host. As the original male protagonist, Lu Yuan has a strong luck. If you are with him, you will get his good luck. Xiao Man said and decisively exchanged 100 points for a peace charm. She took out the talisman paper that the system had folded for her from her pocket. This is the amulet I prayed for. You must keep it close to your body and never give it to anyone else. Lu Yuan knew that Xiao Man had a secret, but he didn't want to explore it. He took the talisman paper and put it in the pocket on his chest. Don't worry, I will keep it well. Xiao Man raised her hand and stroked his eyebrows, nose bridge, cheeks, lips, and Adam's apple. Feeling it rolling on her fingertips, she stood on tiptoes and kissed him. Let's go. Don't miss the bus. Lu Yuan's heart melted, and he hugged Xiao Manman tightly for a minute before letting go. Okay, you go back quickly. Don't rely on your good skills to do anything stupid. You must know that there are people outside the sky, and people outside the people. Also, keep the secret well, and don't reveal it to anyone. Take care of yourself when I'm not around. Don't be stingy with your money. I can support you. Xiao Manman didn't expect that Lu Yuan, who was already in a relationship, would be so nagging. She couldn't hold it in anymore and raised her hand to pinch his lips. All right, I get it. Let's go. It's getting late. Lu Yuan reluctantly pulled down her hands, held them between his fingertips and rubbed them gently. Remember to think of me. Xiao Manman said watched him walk away, looking back every few steps, and raised her hand to wave. As if reluctant to say goodbye, he muttered to the system in his mind. Tell me, if I sign in now, will I sign in something good? Of course, host, you and Lu Yuan are so good. At least you can sign in a special talisman. Xiao Manman's eyes lit up. Sign in, everyone. Okay, host, congratulations on getting a cubic meter of supplies, a fertility pill, and... host, you actually signed in an acre of land. Xiao Manman's eyes widened. Are you sure? My god, Lu Yuan is so useful. If I had known, I would have taken his first blood. Yes, host, an acre of land, and it's full of... this is wheat. It doesn't look like it. Xiao Manman's consciousness sank into the space and found that the wheat planted in the field was more than 1 person tall. It was densely packed, with no gaps. The wheat ears were as thick and long as an adult's arm and full of thumb-sized wheat grains. The wheat awns shone with a metallic light, thin and long, making people shudder. Xiao Manman asked, Tong Tong, can people enter the space now? The system said, Yes, host, but this piece of land is full of wheat, and we have to clear some of it before we can settle down. Xiao Manman tried to remove some of it with her consciousness, but found that the wheat did not move at all. She had no choice but to give up. The system comforted her. Host, don't be discouraged. When you get married, be more intimate with Lu Yuan, sign into other lands, and you can enter the system space. Xiao Manman's face was dark. What do you mean? I am bound to him? What if he changes his mind? Can I find another little milk dog? No, host, you have the right to choose your spouse freely. Tong Tong just thinks that it is faster to level up with Lu Yuan. Xiao Manman said and looked into the distance. I don't know when there was another person next to Lu Yuan. Pushing the bicycle, taking the package in his hand, the two of them sat on the bike and rode away. Xiao Manman turned around and walked back only after she could no longer see the figure. She had no idea that Lu Yuan was being interrogated by his comrades. In the distance, Lu Yifeng laughed and joked, Boss, you are amazing. You found such a beautiful young wife while on a business trip. Lu Yuan did not deny it and smiled and said, Lu Yifeng continued, My sister-in-law is so enthusiastic, no wonder you can't resist it, boss. Lu Yuan's face darkened, and he asked with gritted teeth, Did you see everything?
No.
Lu Yifeng immediately denied. It was pitch black. What could I see? At most, based on my years of experience in answering questions and solving problems for my comrades, I can infer that you two are in love with each other and don't want to be separated. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Guess whether I believe it or not. Lu Yifeng laughed. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What's important is when you will marry my sister-in-law. The newly built family building in our team is very popular. I heard that if you don't apply for marriage, you won't be allocated. Boss, you have to work harder. Lu Yuan rarely did not refute and said in a muffled voice, I know. Lu Yifeng became more and more excited as he spoke and told Lu Yuan everything he heard about how men and women get along in the team. He blushed, and his mind flashed Xiao Manman's face and soft lips from time to time. Well, he was poisoned, and there was no cure. Okay, stop talking. Go to the station. Lu Yuan's voice was hoarse, and it was a bit obvious. Lu Yifeng held back his laughter, and everything was unspoken. Xiao Man returned home, said something to her parents, and went back to the room to rest. Xiao Runming said to his wife with resentment, "Girls can't be kept when they grow up. Girls can't be kept when they grow up." He Nian chuckled. It's better than not being able to get married. If it weren't for Lu Yuan coming, I'm afraid our daughter would have to marry an old widower in the end. Xiao Runming snorted coldly. That boy got it. In the West Room, Xiao Man took out a mirror from the system space and checked her swollen lips by candlelight, feeling a little shy. But she quickly restrained her expression and used her mental power to harvest wheat ears. Compared with pulling out, harvesting is easy. It took Xiao Man only 5 minutes to cut off the wheat ears. The moment the space was taken out, the room was filled with the aroma of grain. Xiao Man took a breath intoxicatedly and felt refreshed immediately. Even Xiao Runming and He Nian next door noticed something unusual. However, the two of them tacitly did not disturb Xiao Man and chose to turn a blind eye. Xiao Man looked at the wheat ears the size of her arms on the Kong and felt a little dazed. This yield is too amazing. The key is, can it be eaten? Could it be a spiritual plant from the fairy world? Ordinary people will explode if they eat it. The system code flew around, and after a moment, he shook his head. Don't be afraid. Host, this is just mutant wheat. Eating it can strengthen your body. Xiao Man's eyes lit up, and she went to peel the wheat grains on it. As a result, she was accidentally poked by a sharp wheat on, and a small blood bead instantly appeared on her fingertips, and it hurt a little. Oh my god, this is much more severe than a needle. Hiss, it hurts. Xiao Man frowned deeply, feeling irritated. After waiting for a long time, her fingers still hurt and were swollen. Knowing that she couldn't delay, she looked at the medicines she had signed in. Just as she was about to take out ibuprofen to relieve the pain, she was stopped by the system. Host, these medicines are useless. You can try to chew the wheat grains and apply them to the wound. Xiao Man said carefully peeled out a golden wheat grain, and put it in her mouth to chew. She thought it was hard, but after chewing it, she found that it was soft. It tasted similar to ordinary wheat grains, but more fragrant and sweeter. If she took it out to sell... Oh no. How could she sell such a good thing? Without a strong background, wouldn't she be caught and used as a warehouse? She didn't want it. Xiao Man's mind turned over and over, and she didn't delay her to apply the chewed wheat grains to the wound. Although it was a bit disgusting to mix it with saliva, I was thankful that it might relieve the pain. Sure enough, the wound stopped bleeding, and the slight pain was gradually subsiding. 5 minutes later, the tingling sensation in the finger was gone. After wiping off the wheat grains, there was only a small red. Xiao Man took out a pair of leather gloves, a pair of metal scissors, and 2 plastic basins from the system space. Put on the gloves and use the scissors to cut the wheat-ons. Although the new scissors were used, it was as difficult as cutting wire. Xiao Man was very patient and cut them carefully one by one. The cut wheat-ons were not thrown away, but collected in a plastic basin and finally put into the space. Xiao Man spent more than 2 hours cutting. When she finally started to peel the wheat grains, it was time for Lu Yuan to get on the train. There were very few passengers on the platform. The two of them were carrying quilts and luggage. Except for their straight bodies, they looked no different from other passengers. The cool night breeze ruffled Lu Yuan's hair. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, expressing his love for this county town. The train slowly pulled into the station. Lu Yuan stood at the end and waited for other passengers to get on before squeezing in with Lu Yifeng. He found a seat and stuffed the quilt into the luggage rack above. As for the other luggage, except for a gray package, he stuffed them all under the seat. Lu Yifeng lowered his voice and asked, "What is this?" "It's like a treasure." Lu Yuan didn't say anything, his eyes full of tenderness. "Is it a gift from my sister-in-law?" Lu Yuan gently stroked the bow on the package with his fingers. The meaning was self-evident. Lu Yifeng was jealous. "Old Lu, be normal, please. You just started dating someone, but you're already acting like a desperate person. If those picky guys in the art troupe find out, they'll fight with their sister-in-law, right?" Lu Yuan finally paid some attention to him. Keep your mouth shut and don't let anything slip in front of the art troupe. Also, don't say nonsense in front of your sister-in-law. Lu Yifeng made a zipper motion on his mouth, raised his eyebrows and asked, So, what are you going to bribe me with? Lu Yuan smiled and pushed his head away, then took out 2 pancakes from his bag. Here, you're lucky. Lu Yifeng took them with a grin and took a bite, with oil sizzling. He took another bite. Oh my God, it's meat. Many people around woke up from their sleep and looked around in confusion. My God, why do I smell meat? I'm dreaming. It's late at night. Go to sleep. The carriage fell into silence again, and Lu Yifeng's fingers pressed on the oil paper trembled slightly. I almost offended everyone. Lu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to put it away and eat it after getting off the train. Lu Yifeng nodded, wrapped the meat pie and put it in his arms. Lu Yuan looked out the window calmly, wondering if Man would be angry if she knew he had lied to her. That's right, Lu Yuan accepted the mission. This time, he left not to return to the army, but to go to the provincial capital to find the spies rooted there. Peeling and peeling, Chow Man's gloves were peeling, and then all the wheat grains were peeled out. Looking at the full pot of wheat grains, I felt a sense of accomplishment. It's just that this thing is too special. It can't be taken out for grinding. Eat it directly? Do it now. It is said that wheat became the staple food because stone mills became popular in the Han Dynasty, and people found that ground flour tasted better. It can be seen that the deliciousness of wheat grains is far less than that of steamed buns, dumplings, and noodles. Chow Man asked, Tong, do you have a mill that burns gasoline or diesel? Or, you can charge the whole one for me. The system was silent for a full 5 minutes before saying, Okay, host, please sign in. Tong sign in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 cubic meter of supplies and 1 fertility pill. Chow Man's consciousness sank into the space and found that the thoughtful Tong had got her a small plug-in wall breaker, a home hand-cranked coffee machine, and a larger commercial mill that burns oil. In addition, there are 3 large, medium, and small grinding discs, as well as some diesel and gasoline. Wow, Tong, you are so great. Chow Man couldn't wait to come to the well, take out the small grinding disc, and wash it clean under the moonlight. Then go back to the house and wipe it dry with paper towels. Put it in a ventilated place and let it stand to ensure that the moisture in the corners can also evaporate. By the way, there is also a commercial grinder. Take it out and wipe it clean. Grind some fine flour to make steamed buns after dawn. Chow Man took off her coat and collapsed on the bed in a small vest. I'm so tired. Originally, she planned to meet Chindashan at night, but because of Lu Yuan, she shelved the plan. She also stayed up all night. Woo! Will her watery skin get acne? If she is not beautiful, how can she compete with the heroine? Chow Man rolled her eyes at her hypocritical self with disdain and struggled to get up. Take out the bathtub, pour hot water, and scrub your body. This wash takes 15 minutes. Then put on the small camisole refreshed, lie down in the quilt, and fall asleep in seconds. In the early morning, sparrows chirped under the eaves. Chow Man was woken up, but was not irritated. He excitedly brought the small stone mill to the table on the Kong, put in the wheat grains, and ground them in a clockwise direction. After a while, he ground out flour. However, it was not the snow-white color of flour in later generations, but yellow and black, with a strong fragrance. Chow Man became more and more excited, and directly ground half a basin of wheat grains. After cleaning up, he went out excitedly. Mom, is breakfast ready? How about we make soup noodles? Yan just cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks and replied, Okay. Without saying that he had made millet porridge, he took the flour given by Chow Man and kneaded the dough. Although this flour is inconspicuous, the fragrance floated 10 feet away. Not to mention Xiao Runming, who was already full and satisfied. Even the stray dog Dahuang in the village was drooling and squatting at the door waiting to be fed. Yan kneaded the dough neatly, rolled it thinly, and cut it into pieces. When he wanted to pull it into a long, he found that he couldn't pull it apart at all, and it broke as soon as he pulled it. This noodle is useless. He Nian complained to Xiao Man Man. Xiao Man Man slapped her forehead. A wise man makes many plans, but he will make mistakes. She forgot to dry the wheat. No wonder it broke into pieces. It's okay, just eat it like this. He Nian said and put the noodles into the pot. When they're cooked, take them out and put them in the simmering old duck soup. Add some blanched vegetables, shrimp skin, and boiled eggs. Don't mention how delicious it is. He Nian cooked 3 bowls, all filled to the brim. He took it back to the house, smelled the fragrance, and couldn't control his hands, so he took a sip of the soup. How is it? Xiao Runming asked eagerly. Fragrant, especially fragrant. He Nian couldn't think of other words, so he could only use this most simple word to express his feelings. Xiao Runming was seduced, and he swallowed his saliva countless times, but he still insisted on waiting for Xiao Man Man to come over before he started eating. Dad, eat, don't be polite. Xiao Man Man said, picking up her bowl, taking a bite of noodles, and drinking a mouthful of soup. Wow, it was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. The noodles were smooth and elastic, and the aroma of wheat filled the air. The stomach felt warm after eating it, and after a while, the whole body was full of strength, and it felt like every cell was dancing, and the mood became brighter. Xiao Man Man thought, if this could be popularized, how happy the Chinese people would be. While her thoughts were flying, the noodles were all gone, and not even a drop of soup was left. The big yellow dog outside the yard seemed to sense something, baring its teeth and barking at the few people. The 3 looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Xiao Man Man got up, rinsed the pot with well water, and added some noodle crumbs to it. When it was cooked, he poured it into a broken bowl, opened the door, and stood at Da Huang's feet. Here, that's all. Go play somewhere else after you finish eating. Da Huang moved his ears, bent down to eat, and ignored Xiao Man Man. Xiao Man Man stretched out in the sunshine and heard the team leader Wang Defa muttering on the radio, "Summer harvest is coming soon. All members of the production team over 8 years old and under 65 years old, unless there are special circumstances, must report to the team headquarters. If there are any absent, their rations will be deducted." Xiao Man Man was stunned for a moment and ran back to the yard. Dad, Mom, what does the team leader mean? I have to go to work too? He Nian looked at her sympathetically. Yes, that's what he means. Summer harvest is so important that it can be said that at this time of year, government agencies, schools, and factories have to take a holiday to let employees and students go home to help ensure that the grain is of sufficient quality and quantity. Xiao Man Man had been hanging around before and didn't want work points, and no one cared about her. But at such an important moment, if she was absent, she would definitely be scolded by the members. Xiao Man Man pursed her lips, went back to the house, applied sunscreen, tied her braids, and changed into long-sleeve trousers. She had a military water bottle hanging on her waist, a wide-brimmed straw hat on her head, and cotton gloves on her hands. Mom, I'm leaving now. You stay home and take good care of Dad. He Nian wanted to say that the villagers didn't dress like this. But thinking that the little girl loved to be coquettish, she didn't say anything. As a result, Xiao Man Man just stepped out of the door and turned back. Dad, Mom, don't tell anyone about Lu Yuan's affairs. I'm afraid he has other tasks. When he comes back to Qingshan Brigade to propose marriage, we will announce it to the public. The couple agreed with a smile. Xiao Man Man waved her hand and left with peace of mind. She hopped to the brigade headquarters. It was crowded here, and everyone was whispering. When they saw Xiao Man Man coming, they greeted her with a smile. They asked about Xiao Runming's situation, and then sighed that it was not easy for He Nian. Of course, some people also criticized Xiao Man Man for being pretentious. Xiao Man Man didn't care and discussed with Ma Qiuhua. Aunt Qiuhua, I heard that your chicks can lay eggs. Can I exchange one with you? Before Ma Qiuhua could say anything, Qiao Zhenjin came out to stop her. Xiao Man Man, how dare you make such an excessive request? Xiao Man Man raised her eyebrows. As bold as you? I thought you had just been rejected and had to hide at home for 2 days. TSK, You are really invincible. Xiao Zhenjin's face turned black when she was touched. She stretched out her hand to scratch Xiao Man. At least I was engaged to the deputy battalion commander, which is better than you having no one. Xiao Man. Is this something worth bragging about? She didn't understand, but chose to respect it. She raised her hand and grabbed Xiao Zhenjin's arm, making her grin and unable to move. She turned her head to look at Ma Qiuhua, her eyes unconsciously with a hint of fierceness. Ma Qiuhua shuddered and said hesitantly, "Okay. After work, I'll send the chicks to your home." Xiao Man said then changed her expression in a second and said with a sweet smile, "Thank you, Annie." Ma Qiuhua's heart was pounding wildly, thinking that this girl was too scary. She was so skilled at changing her expression. Was she sure she didn't inherit He Nian's madness? She was a little suspicious. After a while, the team leader came out. He first called the roll to see if anyone was absent. Then he encouraged everyone passionately. This year, the temperature is low and there is little rain, so the wheat matures later than in previous years, but we can't be careless or take it lightly. We must complete the task in the shortest time and with guaranteed quality and quantity. Do you have confidence? Yes. Everyone raised their right hands and shouted at the top of their lungs. Xiao Man was shocked and shouted along with them. He shouted for a full minute before putting down his right hand. The team leader assigned tasks to everyone according to age and ability. Some were responsible for harvesting wheat, some were responsible for transportation, and some were responsible for grinding and drying wheat. Xiao Man was assigned to harvest wheat with Ma Qiuhua, Qin Erhua, and Zhao Zhaodi. For people had 4 mu of land, and each person was given 8 work points every day. Ma Qiuhua and the others looked at Xiao Man in horror, thinking that these thin arms and legs would not drag them down. Xiao Man saw it and said with a smile, "It's okay, Auntie. When the time comes, each person will have 1 mu of land. If I can't finish the work, I will work overtime. I promise I won't affect you." Ma Qiuhua immediately put on a smile. "Hey, what are you talking about? Auntie knows that you are good at work. When you were in the old Xiao family." "Ahaha, I said the wrong thing. It's okay. We are the masters of the house now, and we are living a good life." Xiao Man nodded. Auntie is right. Several people received farm tools from the warehouse and followed each other to the field. Qin Erhua hadn't seen Xiao Man for a while and looked at her curiously. "Why do you feel that the separation of the family has no effect on you, and your life is getting better and better?" Xiao Man laughed. "I used to wash more than 10 pieces of clothes a day, but now I just need to take care of myself. I used to have to go to work after doing housework, but now I can write articles to make money. It's true that life is getting better and better." Qin Erhua gave a thumbs up. "Otherwise, it's said that you should read more. This capable person. What is the dragon?" "Ha, I really didn't know that." Xiao Man thought to herself, it's not popular to talk about dragons and phoenixes these days. She still made her fortune quietly and low-key. After she finished speaking, she saw Zhao Zhaodi raised her chin. It seemed to say, "You're not that great." Xiao Man smiled and shook her head, not caring. Not long after, several people arrived at the plot of land allocated to them by the team leader. Ma Qiuhua, as the team leader, assigned tasks to everyone. Each person had a piece of land, which was quite fair. Xiao Man stood there and observed Ma Qiuhua for a while. After making sure that she had learned it, she went to her side to harvest wheat. Tell me, you harvested wheat until late at night yesterday, and you are busy here again today. She is fighting with the wheat, right?" However, the wheat in the field was harvested well. One sickle cut a large handful, and one sickle cut a large handful. In just a short while, a large open space appeared in front of Xiao Man. Ma Qiuhua was stunned. It was not Xiao Man who implicated them, it was clearly them chasing Xiao Man. Of course, Xiao Man was not much faster than everyone else. Too much is as bad as too little. She always kept a distance of 1 or 2 ridges faster than everyone else. It's just that her waist hurts so much, and the wheat ons pricked her flesh. Xiao Man sat on the ground every once in a while to rest, drink some water, and be in a daze. The scorekeeper wanted to criticize her several times, but when he saw her progress, he swallowed the words on his lips. Xiao Man had an innocent face and continued to work after resting enough. By noon, when he returned the sickle and went home, Nian had already prepared a delicious meal. As for De Huang, he squatted at the door as if he had expected them to come. He didn't shout or cry, but just rested in the shadow. Xiao Man said hello to De Huang, washed her hands, and went to eat. Nian felt distressed when she saw her blushing face. She asked her, "How about Mom go to help you with the work?" "Duent." Xiao Man raised her hand to stop her. "If Mom goes, we have to mow 2 acres of land." "Woo, I can't do it." Nian had been tortured by old lady Qiao for many years, and her health was not very good. What if she fainted in the field? Well, she didn't dare to think about it. Nian couldn't help laughing when she saw her pouting. Okay, Mom won't go, let's eat." Xiao Man nodded, eating the delicious bacon rice, feeling super satisfied. Thinking of the big yellow dog outside the yard, she couldn't help but leave some water in the bottom of the bowl and pour it into the broken bowl. He kept muttering, De Huang, you have caught a good family." The big yellow dog looked up at her, walked over slowly, and buried his head in cooking. "Hey, you dare to roll your eyes at me?" Xiao Man was so angry that she laughed, and raised her foot to gently kick its ace. The big yellow dog groaned, and hid to the side. "Man girl, did you adopt this dog?" Ma Qiuhua came from a distance and saw the scene, and found it quite interesting. Xiao Man saw the big yellow dog's ears move, and laughed. "Aunt Qiuhua is here." "Oh, you are too polite. I can just go and get it, and you even personally delivered the chicks to my door." "It's so sunny. I'm really flattered." Ma Qiuhua trembled and felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. He stiffly handed the chicks to Xiao Man and prepared to leave. But Xiao Man pulled her arm. "Aunt, why are you in such a hurry? Come in and sit down." No, I haven't eaten yet. It's noon." Xiao Man dragged Ma Qiuhua into the yard and served her a bowl of rice. "A guest is a guest. How can I let you leave without eating?" Ma Qiuhua didn't know whether to eat or not. She sat on the edge of the Kong and felt very restrained. Nian smiled and said, "Aunt Qiuhua, don't be polite. Just like at home." Ma Qiuhua was very embarrassed. "Well, it's been so long, and I haven't come to see you and Xiao Sange. Look, I come empty-handed." It's okay. I'm bringing a little chicken." Xiao Man's voice and Nian's voice sounded at the same time, giving Ma Qiuhua a way out. She smiled and asked about Qiao Runming's health, then picked up the enamel bowl and ate the rice. "Emma, this Qiao Laosan family is not simple. It's only been a short time since they broke off the relationship, but they can afford to eat bacon rice. It's true, a good daughter is better than a bunch of idle sons." Xiao Man held the chicks. Oh no, it should be said that the hen and went to settle down next to the vegetable garden. After finishing his meal, the big yellow dog crawled over, staring at the stinky thing that entered the yard before him, baring his teeth and making a whining sound. The hen trembled and hid in Xiao Man's arms and dared not move. Xiao Man raised her hand and tapped the big yellow dog's head. "Don't make trouble. This is a new friend. Don't bully it." The big yellow dog lay beside him without making any noise, but his eyes were fixed on the little thing in Xiao Man's arms. Xiao Man used branches to simply surround a chicken coop by the courtyard wall and put the hen in. The hen squatted in the corner obediently, timid. A trace of contempt flashed in the big yellow dog's eyes, and he settled down in Xiao Laosan's house with peace of mind. Xiao Man shook her head and went to the backyard to wash her hands. She thought that since she could afford it, she could just have an extra caretaker. She would feel more at ease when she came in and out. In the house, although Nian was not a particularly good chatterbox, he was sincerely entertaining Ma Qiuhua. Ma Qiuhua was outgoing and soon relaxed. Chatting with the two about the gossip in the village was very interesting to the two, who had not left the house for a long time. When Xiao Man Man came back, she saw Aunt Qiuhua spitting all over the place. She did not interrupt, but took the bowls on the table, went to the kitchen to wash them, and then went back to the West Room to prepare a thank you gift for Aunt Qiuhua. This chat lasted for more than half an hour. Ma Qiuhua felt unsatisfied, but Qiao Runming could not hold it any longer and kept yawning. Ma Qiuhua stood up. Really, I love to chat with my big mouth, and I can't stop talking. I'm sorry to disturb your rest in the middle of the day. Well, I'll go back first, you guys take a rest. Yuan tried to persuade her to stay and sent Ma Qiuhua out. Xiao Man Man came out of the West Room with a bag of candy and 5 yuan in her hand. According to the current market price of chicken, this little hen is definitely not worth 5 yuan. But chickens can lay eggs, dozens of eggs every year for 6 or 7 years in a row, and finally you can eat meat. If Xiao Man Man hadn't forced to come, she would be a continuous source of wealth for Aunt Qiuhua's family.
But now...
So, Xiao Man Man gave the other party a high price that she would not refuse. In this way, the matter of threatening her with her eyes could be let go. Sure enough, when Ma Qiuhua received the thank you gift, she was a little excited. Hey, man girl, you gave too much. My chicken is still young, just give me $2 as a token of appreciation. Xiao Man Man said with a smile. Andy, take it, the extra money is my reservation for next year's chicks. Ma Qiuhua breathed a sigh of relief and happily put the money in her pocket. Man girl, don't worry, Andy has a good memory. I will give you 10 chicks next year. Xiao Man Man nodded and sent her away. The door was bolted, and she looked at the big yellow dog dangerously. Little Huang Huang, come here. Woo woof woof woof. Xiao Man Man made the posture of an eagle catching a chick, chasing the big yellow dog around the yard. Yuan heard the noise and came out to check, saying that she was making trouble. She was such a grown-up girl, but she was like a child. Xiao Man Man didn't care. She accelerated and grabbed the back of the big yellow dog's neck. She dragged it to the well, took a shoe brush, and cleaned the dirt on its body. De Huang had never taken a bath and was howling like a ghost in the backyard. It was so horrible that people who didn't know the situation would think Xiao Man Man was abusing animals. I'm telling you, if you want to stay, you must wash yourself. Otherwise, get out. De Huang seemed to understand and stopped struggling, allowing Xiao Man Man to rub and flatten it. Half an hour later, it shook its head wetly, as if in revenge, deliberately splashing water on Xiao Man Man's face. The yard was once again full of people chasing each other, which made Zhang Xiao from the educated youth point unbearable. Noisy, noisy. Where did you come from? If you don't shut up, I'll steal you when I go out. Xiao Man Man didn't know that someone had a grudge against her De Huang. She made a nest for it with straw and went back to the house to rest. The working hours for summer harvest were different from usual. There was a break at noon until 3:30, and the afternoon was busy until 9 p.m. Xiao Man Man rested well, washed her face, and applied sunscreen. She filled the military water bottle with ice cola and then went to work. Aunt Qiuhua was obviously more enthusiastic in the afternoon, and she would ask if Xiao Man Man was tired from time to time. This made Qin Erhua and Zhao Zhaodi depressed. Aunt, Xiao Man Man is not tired, but we are. How about you help us for a while? Ma Qiuhua rolled her eyes at them. You wish. Qin Erhua was not angry either. During the break, she whispered to Zhao Zhaodi, I have a cousin from my mother's family. He is very handsome. He is 21 years old this year and is a temporary worker in the sugar factory. He has never had a boyfriend. Zhaodi, do you have a crush on someone? How about I introduce you two to each other? Xiao Man Man listened to the system gossiping with her and thought that Qin Erhua was really a. It would be fine if she had an affair with her brother-in-law, but she actually wanted to introduce Zhao Zhaodi to her cousin, who was a gambler and had a paralyzed mother, 3 illegitimate children, and a lot of diseases. Oh my God, how cruel is this? Xiao Man Man shook her head, thinking that Zhao Zhaodi, this young laborer who is ignorant of the world, would be so eager to jump into the fire pit. Sure enough, Zhao Zhaodi said shyly, Yes, can I? It felt like a piece of cake falling from the sky. Zhao Zhaodi squinted at the person next to her and asked loudly, Sister Hua, are you sure that people will like a country girl like me? Yes, of course. Country girls are quick and nimble, and they just want to eat something hot after work. Xiao Man took a deep breath and kept reminding herself, let go of the complex of helping others and respect the fate of others. It was getting dark. Xiao Man completed the task ahead of schedule, and after the scorekeeper inspected it, she went home for dinner. In the evening, Yuan steamed some steamed buns and boiled some rice soup. Xiao Man threw a handful of peanuts and a few dates into the clay pot. Yuan saw it and glared at her lovingly. Stop it. Xiao Man hugged Yuan's arm and acted coquettishly. Mom, I'm greedy. I finally got some delicious food. If I don't show it off to myself, will I let those little cuties in the hole in the wall? Yuan patted the back of her hand lightly. Go wash up quickly. You're sweating all over. Xiao Man smiled and agreed, and went back to the house to clean herself up. When she came out, Yuan had already gone to the team to exchange cucumbers and tomatoes for her, and cut them for cold salad. She also said, we planted late. I'm afraid we can only eat 1 or 2 crops before autumn. Xiao Man didn't care. Anyway, if there was really no vegetables at home, she would get them from the system space. Even if her cheap parents didn't know the truth, they probably had some concerns in their hearts. Since they didn't ask, it meant that they were willing to help her conceal it. By the way, is there any talisman in the system that can prevent people from saying that I am abnormal? No, host, but you can exchange it for 2 loyalty pills. The loyalty pill can ensure that the other party will obey your orders 100% and will not do anything to harm the host, even if it is unintentional. Xiao Man was worried. This thing sounds like it is used to manage subordinates. Yes, host, the biggest function of the loyalty pill is to cultivate power. Because of its amazing function, the system recommends that the host use it with caution and never seek death. As for your concerns, the system can guarantee that the loyalty pill will not harm your parents, but will only make them trust the host more and protect all the host's secrets. Xiao Man snapped her fingers. Sure, Tong. Then exchange it for me 6 patches of black jade ointment and 2 loyalty pills. Okay, host, deduct 800 points to exchange the black jade ointment and loyalty pills for you. The exchange is complete, and there are 140 points left. The corresponding materials have been stored in the system space, and the host is welcome to use them at his own convenience. Xiao Man said ate her meal in big mouthfuls, and went out for a walk on the pretext of being bored. When she came back, she got 6 plasters and 2 pills. Dad, Mom, this is for conditioning the body, 1 for each of you. Xiao Runming and Yuan put the pills into their mouths without any doubt. The pills melted in their mouths, without the bitter taste they imagined, but instead had the fragrance of herb. Not sure if it was an illusion. The 2 felt clear-headed and refreshed, as if they had taken a tonic pill. Man, where did you get this pill? Dad, feels like it can kill a cow. Mom, too, I feel full of strength, and my face feels tight. Xiao Man was a little surprised, thinking, are the side effects so extreme? It made her want to try it. System explanation. Host, the raw materials for refining the loyalty pill are all spiritual herbs, and the spiritual power contained in them can effectively improve cell activity. Well, in your human words, it is rejuvenation. Of course, it is impossible to return to the age of 18, but the physical condition is far better than that of people of the same age. Xiao Man smiled and said, the effect is so good. It seems that the person who gave me the medicine did not lie to me. Okay, Dad, let us apply the plaster. After using these patches, you can do rehabilitation. Xiao Runming nodded expectantly and personally applied the black jade intermittent plaster to the affected area. The familiar pain and itch came, and he gritted his teeth and persisted. The big yellow dog heard the movement and paced back and forth in the yard impatiently, making a woo-woo-woo sound from his mouth, as if worried. Yuan said, it's a good dog. If Man wants to keep it, just keep it. Xiao Runming also used Da Huang to divert attention. He gritted his teeth and said, I heard that many people in the team wanted to adopt it, but it didn't want to. Da Huang chose to settle down in our house, which is also a kind of fate. Da Huang has sharp ears. When he heard someone calling its name, he barked towards the house. Xiao Man smiled. It's quite smart. Half an hour passed while they talked and laughed. Cold sweat oozed from Qiao Runming's forehead, but he felt better than ever. He wanted to get up and walk around a few times. He Nian stopped him. You'd better wait until he's completely healed before doing anything, to avoid bone dislocation. Qiao Man cleaned up the garbage. That's not the case. Dad has used so many medicines, he's almost healed. If Mom is really worried, it's okay to wait until Dad has used up all 20 patches of medicine before walking. He Nian calculated. Man, is your dad just missing the last 2 patches? Qiao Man nodded. Well, I can't get the last 2 patches for now. Wait a little longer. I will definitely get them for Dad in a month at the latest. He Nian looked at Qiao Runming's legs, which were almost scar-free, and smiled and said, Don't worry. Your dad's legs can recover like this. I'm already very satisfied. Qiao Man said and went back to the west room to sleep. As soon as she sat on the Kong, she remembered that she hadn't fed the hen. Qiao Man slapped her forehead, took out 2 wheat grains, ground them with a small millstone, mixed them with millet, and put them in a small plastic bowl. Opening the door and going out, I came to the chicken coop and found that it had been renovated to be much more luxurious. The hens were also fed some vegetable leaves, and so on. Qiao Man poured the feed in the plastic bowl into the chicken coop and found that Da Huang's eyes were emitting a faint wolf light in the night. He stared at the food on the ground, as if he would go up to grab it as soon as Qiao Man left. Qiao Man had no choice but to take out 3 whole wheat grains and feed it into his mouth. Rubbing the dog's head, You have more than the little hen. You are not allowed to it. Da Huang grunted and bit the wheat grains, as if he didn't hear it. But when he finished eating, he went back to the nest to rest. He looked very obedient. Qiao Man washed her hands and went back to the room to sleep. She thought that she would go to meet Chindashan in the second half of the night. But she couldn't sleep and rolled on the Kong several times. After finally making it to 12 o'clock, Qiao Man got up, put on her clothes, and prepared to leave. Then she heard the sound of Jiang and Nyang coming from next door. Qiao Man. This house is really not soundproof. It makes her, a well-informed little witch, feel a little embarrassed. Qiao Man rubbed her nose and lay back on the Kong. She thought that it was not easy for her parents, living in a place like the old Qiao's house, and with a little girl like her, they haven't had for many years. She couldn't interrupt them. That is, if she didn't take any precautions, would she get pregnant? If she conceived naturally, wouldn't she lose 2 merits for nothing? But they are her parents. She can't force them to have children for the sake of merit. Qiao Man pouted, not distressed at all. She has a good idea. Unable to go out, Qiao Man could only use her mental power to cut the wheat out of boredom. Previously, she had been pulling and twisting hard, but it took a long time to get it off. Now she found the right position for the force and grinded hard, but it did not shorten the harvesting time at all. Qiao Man rolled her eyes and thought it was really strong. But she did not give up. She worked for more than half an hour before grinding a few wheat ears. Her head was dizzy and her consciousness was withdrawn from the space. Seeing that the next door was quiet, Qiao Man closed her eyes and fell asleep. At 4:30 in the morning, the system called Qiao Man to get up. Qiao Man closed her eyes and got up to put on her clothes, and she walked staggeringly. As soon as she went out, she heard movement next door, and Qiao Man hurriedly said, Mom, you take a rest, I'll boil an egg. He Nian responded through the door and lay down again. Qiao Man washed her face with cold water, then made a fire to cook and prepared to boil egg instant noodles. The process was very simple. After a while, an attractive fragrance wafted from under the shed. Da Huang's nose moved, and he opened his eyes and looked at her wetly. Qiao Man raised her eyebrows and gave him half. Da Huang finished eating in 2 or 3 seconds and looked up at her again. Qiao Man had no choice but to give her half as well. Her stomach was empty, and Qiao Man was glad that she had just signed for a cubic meter of packaged hotel meal 2 days ago. She took out seafood porridge, shrimp dumplings, and pan-fried dumplings from it and ate them to her heart's content. Then she went to the brigade headquarters in the first ray of sunshine in the morning, took the sickle, and followed everyone to the newly allocated plot of land. Today's task was heavier than yesterday, and each person had to harvest 1.5 acres of land. Many young people were frowning, but Xiao Man was humming a little tune and jumping around. Qin Erhua asked, "Man girl, is there something good today that makes you so happy?"
Yao man mandinai. No. Jeje.
This attempt to cover up made people more curious, but Xiao Man just didn't say anything. This state lasted for the whole morning. After work at noon, Xiao Man ran away without looking tired at all. When she returned to her own courtyard, Xiao Man's sore cheek slumped. She walked into the courtyard with a dark face, which scared Hinyan. "My daughter, has anyone in the team bullied you?" Xiao Man shook her head. "No, I'm just a little tired." "What is mother doing?" "I fried 2 dishes, and we'll make some noodles later." Xiao Man said and went to the backyard to wash her hands and face. When she came out, she went straight into the east room and chatted with Xiao Runming. 5 minutes later, Hinyan called them to eat. Xiao Man went out to get the bowl and found a particularly large poached egg in the noodles. He asked curiously, "Mom, this egg doesn't look like ours." Hinyan raised his chin and pointed to the corner. "It was laid early in the morning, and it's big." Mom took a look, and it has 2 yolks. Xiao Man picked it up with chopsticks. "Hey, it's really a double yolk egg." She took out half of it and put it in Hinyan's bowl. "Mom, try it too." Hinyan didn't refuse and smiled very gently. After the 3 of them sat down at the Kong table and finished their noodles, Xiao Man brought up the embarrassing topic again. "Mom, are you and Dad planning to have a baby?" Hinyan blushed. Xiao Runming also coughed uncomfortably. Xiao Man chuckled. "Is it so difficult to answer? If you want to have a baby, then have one. If you don't want to have one, forget it. It's all right." Hinyan pursed her lips. Man, is what you said before true? Can that old Chinese doctor really make mother's body better? Xiao Man nodded. "Of course. Mother, haven't you noticed that your body is much better than before? After taking the fertility pill, you can definitely have 2 babies." Hinyan was a little moved, looked at Xiao Runming shyly, and shook her head. No. Mother can't put the burden of raising younger brothers and sisters on you." Xiao Man didn't care, but was very pleased that she had such an idea. She smiled and said, "Mom is still young, and Dad is capable, and he will definitely be able to raise younger brothers and sisters." Hinyan shyly murmured, Then give birth so that the house will be quiet when you are not around. If there is anything at home, there will be no one to help." Xiao Man was happy, but also a little disappointed. It was she who proposed to have a second child, but she was afraid that she would no longer be the most beloved daughter of her parents. But she was obviously a freak, and the real Xiao Man had disappeared in the lake. Xiao Man despised her own little filthiness, took a deep breath, and raised the brightest smile. "Then I wish my mother all the best in advance." Hinyan raised his hand and scratched her nose. "Okay, go and have a rest. We will be busy again soon." Xiao Man said and went back to sleep next door. Maybe she didn't rest well last night. She slept very soundly. In a daze, Xiao Man actually dreamed. In the dream, she was surrounded by a group of children calling her sister, and Xiao Man actually laughed out loud. After resting and going to work again, Xiao Man was even more excited. Ma Qiuhua saw her giggling from time to time and was tickled, and almost had his foot pulled by the sickle. He couldn't help but get close to Xiao Man. "Hey girl, you've been so happy the whole day, what's wrong? Tell your aunt about it?" Xiao Man looked up and saw many people squinting their eyes and pricking up their ears. They raised their hands to cover their mouths and whispered in Ma Qiuhua's ears. "Aunt Qiuhua, I'm telling you, you must never tell anyone else." Seeing Ma Qiuhua nodded carefully, Xiao Man continued, "My mother is going to have a baby soon." "What?" Ma Qiuhua exclaimed, thinking that everyone in the production team knew that Hinyan couldn't give birth. How come she was going to give birth soon? Could it be that Man was hysterical? Ma Qiuhua stared, shook his head and asked, "Is your mother pregnant? How many months?" Obviously, he didn't believe it. Xiao Man patted Ma Qiuhua's arm. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about, Annie? My mother is not pregnant yet. I mean, she will be pregnant soon. Ma Qiuhua breathed a sigh of relief. I was just saying that, but I was scared to death. He glanced at Xiao Man, clicked his tongue, and thought she was really crazy, just like that crazy Hinian. Xiao Man was suspected, but she was not angry. She pulled Ma Qiuhua's arm and shared with her. My mother got some medicine recently. It is said that after a period of conditioning, she can restore her fertility. When she adjusts her body, it will be easy for me to have a brother or sister, right? Andy, don't you think so? The 1970s was the era of great collision between metaphysics and science. Some people believed in ghosts and gods, and some people began to treat it rationally under the guidance of national propaganda. When Ma Qiuhua heard Xiao Man say this, she thought she was cheated and was horrified. Man girl, don't take medicine carelessly. If you get sick, it will be troublesome. Ask your mother to go to the hospital. Maybe there is nothing wrong with Hinian's body, it's just that the fate has not come. Don't believe those witches. Xiao Man comforted her. It's not a witch, it's a medicine to regulate the body. Aunt, I know that the magic water is a scam. The medicine my mother takes is passed down from our ancestors. Well, that one, the Imperial Pharmacy knows. Yes, it comes from there. Although the outside world is in a mess now, who doesn't have some hidden treasures if they are capable? It's not customary to hide the four olds, but can I memorize a prescription? My ancestors treated illnesses for those above me, and this prescription is very effective. Xiao Man pointed to the sky, her words full of pride. Ma Qiuhua was stunned and didn't dare to believe it, but she felt that it made some sense. Okay, Aunt Qiuhua, I have to work quickly and get off work early to help my mother cook. I won't chat with you anymore. As she was about to leave, Ma Qiuhua grabbed her arm. No, you have such a powerful channel. Why didn't you cure your father's leg? Xiao Man was surprised. Aunt, how did you know that my father also used medicine? Oh, I was planning to give everyone a surprise, Ma Qiuhua. She didn't know. She just wanted to refute so that Xiao Man could face the reality. Why, your dad can still get up and walk a few steps. It's only been a few days since the operation? Xiao Man laughed. Not really, but my dad has recovered well. You saw him yesterday, his face was rosy. Face and legs are two different things. I know, but his legs are not good. How can his face be good? Wait, in 2 months, my dad will be able to go out for a walk. Ma Qiuhua didn't believe it, thinking that at most she would be pushed out for a walk. Walking independently? Ha ha ha. Xiao Man didn't argue with her. When Xiao Runming showed up, it would definitely blind the eyes of everyone in the Qingshan Brigade. She continued to bend over and cut the wheat. Soon, a ridge of land was cut. She sat on the edge of the field to rest for a while and got up to continue working. Although the task of half an acre of land was added, Xiao Man still finished it 2 or 3 hours ahead of schedule. She walked home in the last rays of sunset, and the cool night breeze blew on her body, blowing away the fatigue of the whole day. When she got home, there were hot meals, and she felt that her little life was really happy. It's just that the sound insulation is not very good, otherwise it would be more perfect. Xiao Man closed her eyes and fell asleep. She didn't know that Ma Qiuhua was fooled by her and tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Ma Qiuhua's man Chen Kai was annoyed, sat up and asked, "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night?" Ma Qiuhua was not angry. She came close to the other party and whispered, "Today, the girl man from the third brother Qiao's family told me. Do you think it could be true? Who knows? You just listen to it, but can you keep thinking about it? I'm just thinking that your eldest brother's third daughter has been married for so long and is still not happy. If it's true, we can say a few good words to them and ask for some medicine." Chen Kai glanced at her. "What are you thinking about?" "The treasure in the bottom of someone's box. Can you get it with just your mouth?" "TSK. Why not? I tell you, I have a good relationship with girl man." Hey, don't sleep. Let's discuss it again." But what was waiting for her was the snoring of Chen Kai. Ma Qiuhua thought that the man did not believe her, but unexpectedly, as soon as she fell asleep, Chen Kai got up secretly. He knocked on the door of his eldest brother's house and called people out. Before the night was over, he confessed everything about the magic medicine. He also said it with details. Brother, our Chihuahua is not the kind of person with a loud voice. If there is no basis, he will definitely not dare to talk nonsense. Chun Kai's eldest brother Chinguang took out a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket, lit it, put it in his mouth, and took a puff. Let me think about this. Well, there's nothing to think about. The county hospital said that San Anir, what's her name, has blocked fallopian tubes and congenital infertility. What's wrong with you trying? Wait and see. If Qiao Laosan's wife can really get pregnant, I will kneel down at her door and find a way for San Anir to survive. Although the summer harvest was busy and tiring, Qiao Man felt that her life was particularly fulfilling. She earned 8 work points every day and occasionally went home early to see the big yellow dog and the hen. The hen was very helpful and laid a double-yolked egg every day to express her sincerity. He Nian inadvertently praised Da Huang, and it was finally heard by Da Huang. He followed Qiao Man out without saying a word and went straight to the wheat field. Qiao Man thought that the dog was unruly and loved freedom, but the big yellow dog lay down directly next to the ridge of the field. Everyone joked. It is said that cats come to make people poor and dogs come to make people rich. The life of Qiao Laosan's family has really improved. Qiao Man neither admitted nor denied it, and concentrated on her work. As a result, she was not paying attention, and the dog was gone. She didn't know if it ran away or was caught and eaten by that shameless person. She stood there and shouted Da Huang a few times, but there was no response. Ma Chihuahua pointed in a direction. I just saw it go into the mountain from that path. Qiao Man looked around, but didn't see Da Huang, so she was a little worried. But thinking that he was born and raised here and was more familiar with the road conditions of Qingshan Brigade than she, a time traveler, she suppressed her urge to ask for leave to find the dog. Of course, even if she asked, the team leader would not allow it. The summer harvest is a race against time, and food is more important than dogs. Qiao Man once again sped up and left the people in the same group behind in a minute. Zhao Zhaodi stomped her feet in hatred, thinking what was he showing off. When she married in the city, she would no longer have to work with these mud legs. Time passed little by little, and as it was getting dark, a figure ran from a distance. People exclaimed, and Qiao Man looked up. Oh my God, it was her big yellow dog. He was holding a rabbit in his mouth and running vigorously. In the blink of an eye, he came to her, raised his head to ask for credit. Qiao Man reached out, took the rabbit in its mouth, tied its limbs with straw, and praised, Da Huang is awesome. He can even support a family. Others also said, I've heard before that this dog can hunt, but I didn't expect it to be true. Look, the rabbit is still alive. Wow, Qiao Laosan's family will never lack meat in the future. The big yellow dog held its head high and squatted gracefully beside the ridge of the field. Qiao Man put the rabbit at its feet, and Da Huang was like a soldier, guarding the fruits of its labor. He didn't let the rabbit slip away, and he didn't let others get close. Qiao Man was very satisfied and felt that it was a really good dog. But it was not easy to raise, and it had to gnaw on 3 mutant wheat grains every night. Neither she nor her parents ate like that. Qiao Man quickened her pace to finish the work, and got off work at 8 o'clock, when it was getting dark, making others envious. She went home and handed the rabbit to He Nian, and excitedly told He Nian about the great achievements of the big yellow dog, which stunned He Nian. She said quickly, I didn't expect Da Huang to be so amazing. I was short-sighted. Da Huang woofed, as if in a proud tone. It's good that you know. Hurry up and cook. He Nian smiled and went to the backyard to clean up the rabbits, while Qiao Man took out 2 frozen rabbits, some American ginseng, red dates, yam, and other things from the system space, preparing to stew them together later. In the old Qiao family, Mrs. Qiao, who was lying on the Kong to recuperate, heard that the big yellow dog that could only catch prey had come to the 3rd family, and she was so angry that she broke a piece of paint off the enamel bowl. Tasteless food was scattered all over the floor. Qiao Xinjin added fuel to the fire. We are a family after all. That which Chow Man Man didn't even know to send some rabbit meat to Grandma. Old Mrs. Chow slapped Chow Jinjin's face so hard that it swelled up. Do you have the right to speak in the Chow family? At least they get 8 work points a day. What about you? You eat a lot and work little. I have never seen a waste like you. Old Mrs. Chow took a deep breath and asked the second brother, how is your eldest brother's case? He gave away so much money. Why hasn't he been released yet? Old second Chow touched his nose guiltily. Mom, my eldest brother committed a serious crime, and it's not easy for him to get out of this relationship. He was just seduced by a witch and couldn't control himself. What does it have to do with the eldest brother? Find a way for me quickly, otherwise, let your fourth brother do the job. Old second Chow felt very disappointed. He lowered his head and said, Mom, I know. Old Mrs. Chow took a deep breath and turned to look at Chin Kong Kong. I heard that the day the witch brought you back, she gave you steamed buns? Lu Kong Kong had lost weight and nodded hesitantly. Old Mrs. Chow snorted coldly. Then go ask her for a bowl of rabbit meat. If you don't get it, do and come back. Lu Kong Kong pouted and ran out with the bowl. Tears fell on the road, and he didn't understand why his good home became like this. Old Chow's house. Old Mrs. Chow closed her eyes. While she couldn't bear it, she was also a little angry and complained. If it weren't for Lu Kong Kong's mother, her eldest son would still be alive. The logistics director of the steel plant, how glorious and prestigious. Old Mrs. Chow took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Chow Jinjin standing at the foot of the wall. Her eyes rolled, and she had an idea. Lu Kong Kong didn't know where Chow Man Man's house was, so he strolled around the village with an enamel bowl. He got lost accidentally. Those who raised dogs heard the dogs barking and came out to check. Seeing Lu Kong Kong crying pitifully in the night, she sighed and pointed him to the way to Chow Laoson's house. Your uncle lives at the foot of the mountain. Go straight along this road, and then turn left. Lu Kong Kong thanked him and stumbled along the dim path. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Chow Laoson's house. Lu Kong Kong knocked on the door without hesitation, and after a while, Chow Man Man came out. Seeing an acquaintance, Chow Man Man smiled. Why are you here? Lu Kong Kong's eyes were moist and he covered his stomach. Sister, I'm hungry. Chow Man Man asked knowingly. Are you here to ask me for food? Sorry, my sister hasn't cooked yet. In fact, there was a fragrance in the yard. Not only the fragrance of stewed rabbit, but also the spicy and refreshing stir-fried rabbit cubes. Lu Kong Kong felt wronged. Sister, why did my mother and father get arrested, but Grandma still doesn't care about me? Chow Man Man squatted down and stroked his face. Because your parents made mistakes, your grandma thinks it's your fault. Kong Kong, do you think it's your fault? You are just an 8-year-old child. What can you understand? It's obvious that she doesn't care about family affection at all. Then she sighed. Did they force you to come here to ask for rabbit meat? Lu Kong Kong nodded, tears falling down. Chow Man Man rubbed his dirty and greasy hair, suppressed her disgust, and took his bowl. Sister's family is also in trouble. They were driven out and have no money. They rely on the help of the villagers to barely make a living. Today, Da Huang was very successful and caught a rabbit. The rabbit died as soon as it got home, and we don't know if it is sick. Sister will scoop you a bowl of meat. If you have a stomachache after eating it, don't blame me. Although Lu Kong Kong is only 8 years old, he is not ignorant. Hearing what Chow Man Man said, he nodded in understanding. Thank you, sister. Chow Man Man asked him to wait outside the yard, and went back to the house to scoop a full bowl of rabbit meat. She also threw a laxative into the soup. Feeling it was not enough, she added some sour bamboo shoots. Just as she was about to serve it, Chow Man Man regretted it again. She put 4 fertility pills in the bowl. It was so rich, it could be called a tonic soup. He Nian didn't see it and didn't understand why Chow Man Man was soft-hearted. Could it be that she liked children? Thinking of this, he took a steamed bun and gave it to Chow Man Man. Give it to him, he's also very pitiful. Chow Man Man took the steamed bun and smiled. Thinking that her mother was also a thief, leaving the soft white steamed buns and not giving them to her, and picked a dry and bitter wild vegetable steamed bun that was left outside for show. Xiao Man was very satisfied, and the expression on her face changed from smiling to bitter in an instant, and she came to the door. Kong, I'm sorry. This is the only steamed bun we have at my sister's house. Have some to fill your stomach. With rabbit meat, Lu Kong looked down on the wild vegetable steamed bun, but he didn't refuse it. After taking it, he put it in his pocket, his eyes glued to the enamel bowl. Xiao Man chuckled and handed it to him. Go back soon. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell your sister. Lu Kong looked at Xiao Man gratefully, turned and left. At an angle where Xiao Man couldn't see, he reached into the bowl and pinched the meat. The rabbit meat that was not fully cooked was fishy, but Lu Kong seemed to be unable to taste it and enjoyed it very much. After eating one piece, he couldn't help but pinch another piece. Unknowingly, 1/3 of it was swallowed. Lu Kong looked at the enamel bowl in horror and broke out in a cold sweat. He trembled and trembled under the shade of the tree, not knowing whether he should go back. It was not until Xiao Laosi came out to look for him that the little guy went back with his head down. Mom, this kid is so cunning, just like his slutty mother, he actually ate meat. Old Mrs. Qiao glared at Lu Kong with cold eyes and asked him to stand outside the door. She shared the meat with her sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and granddaughters. The Qiao family hasn't had a good meal for a while because of the Qiao Laoda incident. When I tasted the meat, I didn't find that the rabbit meat was slightly bitter and had a fishy smell. Xiao Laosi said while eating, I didn't expect that Lao San would actually give it to me. It seems that the agreement is useless.
How dare they?
Old Mrs. Qiao snorted coldly. Do you really think that everything will be fine if you move out? Humph. If I don't let them go, they will never get rid of us. Xiao Laosi raised his thumb and discussed with old Mrs. Qiao how to get the big yellow dog over. As long as the dog comes to our house, the rabbits and pheasants caught in the future will all be ours. The two looked decent, but their eyes and mouths were full of greed. The mouth was greasy, and it was disgusting when it opened and closed. Xiao Man came late, and after hearing this, she wanted to rush in and beat up everyone in the old Qiao family. But soon, she was no longer angry. Because the old Qiao family had a collective stomachache, they all rushed to use the toilet. But there was only one pit, and they couldn't tell who could use it and who couldn't, so they had to rely on scrambling. Those who got it rushed out, and those who couldn't get it were solved anywhere. The old Qiao family was full of stench inside and outside. Old Mrs. Qiao stretched out her hand. Hurry up, help me. But because the younger generation of the Qiao family was busy with themselves, they pulled the Kong. Xiao Man burst into laughter, wearing a mask, leaning against a tree, and bending like a shrimp. It was not until the old Qiao family had no more room and the Qiao family expanded their business outside the yard that they left in disgust and went straight to the old Chen family. Old Chen's house. Chen Dashan had taken off his clothes and was ready to go to sleep, but something heavy fell from the wall, making a loud. Xiao Man did it on purpose, deliberately telling the Chen family that someone was coming. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, old Chen, old lady Chen, Chen Dashan, and Chen Dashan's son Chen Zifeng all came out. Old Mrs. Chen looked at Xiao Man in surprise, and soon a smile broke out on her face. Oh, my girl, have you thought it through and want to marry our Dashan? I told you that our Chen family is a first-class good family, and there are so many girls waiting to come in. You're just too hot-tempered. Xiao Man took out a whip from her sleeve. If you talk nonsense again, I don't mind giving you 2 whips to wash your mouth. Old Mrs. Chen took 2 steps back in fear and muttered, If you don't like my Dashan, why did you climb over the wall in the middle of the night? Xiao Man was too lazy to argue with her and signaled Chen Dashan to come over with her eyes. Come here. I have something to ask you. Chen Dashan shrank back and said he didn't dare. The pain of being struck by lightning was unforgettable to him, and he still can't sleep well. Xiao Man took out a stack of homework books and a few pencils from her pocket. Chen Zifeng, come here. This is a gift from Sister Man. Although Chen Zifeng had heard his grandmother complain about Xiao Man, he also knew that his father's imprisonment was not their fault at all. If his father wanted to marry a wife, he should have found a matchmaker to ask the other party's opinion and make sure that the other party was willing. How could he force the other party to marry with gongs and drums? So, he bravely stepped forward and apologized to Qiao Manman on behalf of his family. Sister Manman, my father was also fooled by Sister Jinjin before. He is over 40 years old and is as naive as a fool. He didn't really want to ruin your reputation. I apologize to you here on his behalf and promise that such things will never happen again. Qiao Manman smiled and handed him the gift. The Qin family is really a good family. Study hard, and you will have a bright future. Chen Zifeng asked, Sister Manman, you came here without being seen by others. Do you want to ask about the previous things? Qiao Manman gave her a smart look and asked, what did Qiao Jinjin say when she came here that day? Ask your father to repeat it honestly and in detail. Also, do you know if she has found anyone else besides Qin Dashan? The Qin family was relieved to make sure that Qiao Manman didn't come here to make trouble. The old couple signaled Qin Dashan to go over and explain clearly, and then went back to rest. Thinking that they really can't compare with young people, Qiao Manman worked all day and was still full of energy. Could it be that she ate rabbit meat to make up for it? Or should Dashan go to the mountain tomorrow? It would be great if we could catch a rabbit or something to change the taste. Chun Dashan shuddered when he saw his parents go back to the house and Qiao Manman still waiting for him with the whip in hand. He came over and told him everything about Qiao Jinjin's visit. I heard that she was afraid that I couldn't succeed, so she also found Garong, the bald-headed man from the Sunshine Brigade, and Li Tudo, the lame man from the Victory Brigade. I have the best conditions among them, except that I have less hair and I still have a job. Chun Dashan glanced at Qiao Manman aggrievedly, as if accusing her of having no vision. Qiao Manman tightened her fingers and raised the whip and moved it. Chun Dashan dodged to the side and lowered his eyes. When they heard that you sent me to the police station, they dared not bother you no matter what. They even laughed at me together. Qiao Manman raised her eyebrows. Why are you laughing at you? You have a son? How dare those bachelors? I think Zifeng is good. Instead of thinking about the woman who doesn't belong to you, you might as well train him with all your strength. If the child studies hard, he will join the army and get a job in the future, and you will also be proud. Chun Dashan's expression relaxed a little, thinking that this suggestion was good. Qiao Manman changed the subject, but they are also quite pitiful. They don't even have a wife at their age. My cousin is the same. She is full of bad intentions. I guess no one dares to marry her. What a group of pitiful creatures. Chun Dashan was confused and didn't understand why Qiao Manman told him this. But Chun Zifeng understood it immediately and stepped forward to translate for him. After hearing this, Chun Dashan suddenly raised his head and looked at Qiao Manman with a complicated and fearful look. Qiao Manman smiled and took out 5 yuan from her pocket. Zifeng, come here and buy some candy. If you have any news, come find me at the foot of the mountain. After that, she climbed over the wall and left. Chun Zifeng stuffed the money into Chun Dashan's hand. Dad, Sister Manman dares to love and hate and is generous. You don't deserve her. Chun Dashan, do you think your dad dares to covet her? He is not tired of living, so he dares to provoke the other party. Chun Zifeng patted Chun Dashan's arm. Dad, you can do it. Sister Manman didn't say anything. Chun Dashan stood in silence in the night for a while and made a decision. Qiao Manman returned home, fed the hens and the big yellow dog, and went back to the house to sleep. Emma, it's so tiring every day. Helping this and that, it's more exciting than a novel. The system flatters. Host, you are really awesome. If someone in the old Qiao family gets pregnant, we can get some merit points, which is also a waste utilization. Qiao Manman collapsed on the Kong and sighed. It's a pity that points are hard to come by. Otherwise, I would definitely interrogate old Lady Qiao. The system is puzzled. Aren't there still 140 points? Qiao Manman shook her head. I have to save something in case of emergency. This matter is not urgent. I will talk about it after I earn more points and merit points. After speaking, Qiao Manman fell asleep. I had no idea that in the middle of the night, the Qingshan Brigade was in an uproar. The reason, of course, was because the old Qiao family was too smelly. In the middle of the night, everyone was asleep, but they were still woken up by their stench, which shows how powerful the poison gas bomb is. The neighbors thought someone had blown up the toilet, so they got up to check the situation. They accidentally bumped into the white buttocks of the old Qiao family and screamed in fear. Aw. The people of the old Qiao family wanted to hide, but their legs were weak and they couldn't move at all, so they were caught by everyone. Oh my god. What kind of fetish is this? Someone called the team leader to come and judge. In the middle of the night, Wang Defa was pulled up and his body was numb. When he arrived at the scene, he stepped on a pool of soft things before he could open his mouth. Wang Defa's face turned green, and he leaned against the wall to retch and rubbed his feet on the dirt. Until he felt less disgusting, he scolded with a fierce face. What are you doing? The people of the old Qiao family, except Qiao Zhenjin, who was punished and didn't eat meat, were all pale and puffed. Facing the questions of the team leader, they covered their faces one by one, and were so embarrassed that they wanted to find in the ground to crawl into. Captain, you have to make a decision for us. That little witch Qiao Man is going to kill us. Wang Defa frowned. You have all severed the relationship. Is it appropriate for you to say this? Qiao Laosi held his stomach and complained. It was all because of the rabbit meat she gave me. She must have put croton in it. Everyone. Look at what he said. Is it human language? They clearly care about family affection and want to honor the elderly after the relationship is severed. Why is it so unbearable when it comes to the Qiao family? Wang Defa waved his hand. There is no rush for this matter. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The point now is, you can do whatever you want in your own yard, but why do you have to go outside and pollute the eyes of the members? The Qiao family members did not speak, and Wang Defa frowned and pushed open the door of the old Qiao family. As a result, those who came to join in the fun all vomited. Okay, this family is completely shameless. Wang Defa was convinced and rolled his eyes and said, All right, let's all go back to sleep. There's nothing we can do standing here, and don't let it affect tomorrow's wheat harvest. Then he kicked Qiao Laoxi's white ace. Clean up after you redone, or I'll deduct your work points. Qiao Laoxi felt very aggrieved. Captain, why don't you call the team doctor for us? If we keep pooping like this, our intestines will be pulled out. Wang Defa had no choice but to call the team Dr. Su Ziyuan in the middle of the night. Dr. Su, you be mentally prepared. Su Ziyuan didn't understand what was going on, and his face turned green when he got close to Qiao's house. He immediately regretted. Oh, Captain, you are making things difficult for me. If you have dysentery and diarrhea, go to the commune quickly. I am just a barefoot doctor. What can I know? Wang Defa pulled his arm and stopped him from leaving. Who said that? Your family has a long history of learning. You can take pulses and give acupuncture, and you have passed the examination of the county hospital. This matter must be done by you. Hurry up, otherwise people will die and no one will be able to escape responsibility. Su Ziyuan had no choice but to pinch his nose and cross many obstacles to treat the old Qiao family. This was a huge shock to his heart. He felt that he could not eat for several days. What's more terrible is that this group of people had diarrhea for an hour or two, and except for their weak legs and pale faces, their pulses were not weak at all. There were no symptoms of dehydration and shock. It was completely beyond his cognition. In order not to collapse his character, Su Ziyuan went to the kitchen to cook a pot of rice porridge for a few people and then went home. The old Qiao family seemed to see the dawn of life and rushed to the kitchen with weak legs. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after drinking the rice porridge, they felt much better. It was at this time that the second son's wife heard the old lady's cry for help. Her eyes flashed, and she chose to turn a deaf ear to it. Qiao Laoxi and his wife also heard it, but there were so many places in and outside the yard that needed to be cleaned up. Who had time to be her punching bag? This busyness lasted until dawn. The Qiao family shoveled away their excrement and covered it with a thick layer of soil. The area around the Qiao family was finally not so smelly, and everyone could go out. And Xiao Man Man, after a good sleep, got up full of energy, washed her hair, face, and brushed her teeth. Then she took out her cosmetics and painted a weak makeup for herself. After having some breakfast, she went out in the first ray of sunshine. When she met someone on the road, she touched her stomach appropriately, and the meaning was self-evident. The embarrassing story of the old Qiao family has spread throughout the Qingshan Brigade. Many people are curious about Qiao Man Man and want to know if she deliberately gave the spoiled rabbit meat to her grandmother. If it is true, it is really vicious. As a result, she also fell for it. Wang Defa looked at Qiao Man Man's pale face and was shocked. "Man girl, what's wrong?" Qiao Man Man looked aggrieved, and her voice was choked with sobs. "Didn't Huang catch a rabbit yesterday? I thought it was hot and the rabbit couldn't be kept, so I stewed it. I don't know if the rabbit itself is sick or De Huang's saliva is poisonous, but it made me diarrhea all night. If it weren't for God's blessing, I'm sure woo-woo." Qiao Man Man cried so sadly that everyone couldn't bear to blame her. Shaking their heads, they all concealed the matter of the old Qiao family. They were afraid that the little girl would feel guilty and get into trouble when swinging the sickle. The faint smile on Qiao Man Man's mouth flashed away, so fast that people couldn't catch it. In order to take care of her health, Wang Defa only gave her 1 acre of land. Qiao Man Man was strong and unyielding. "Captain Uncle is fine. I will take it easy, and I will never let our Qingshan Brigade fall behind." Everyone was moved by her strong and courageous attitude and said, "No, no, no. Your health is important. We will do the half-acre of land for man-girl." "Yes, 2 sickles per person, it's not hard. Man-girl should take a rest." Qiao Man Man thanked her gratefully, and she supported her sick body to cut 2 ridges of land, and then she couldn't hold on and sat down on the ground. Aunt Qiuhua came over to care about her. "Man-girl, do you want to take a leave to go home and rest?" Qiao Man Man shook her head. "It's okay, Aunt Qiuhua. I will take a rest." Seeing that she was stubborn, Ma Qiuhua didn't persuade her and went back to continue cutting wheat. But she glanced over here from time to time, fearing that Qiao Man Man would faint. Qiao Man Man felt the other party's kindness, and every time she looked over, she showed a sweet smile. He also took out a white paper from his canvas bag and used pencil to draw the harvest scene of Qingshan Brigade. The first picture was of Ma Qiuhua. Qiao Man Man's painting was very lifelike, just like the one taken by the camera. Not long after, the scorekeeper came over and saw it and ran to tell the team leader. The team leader was surprised for a moment and ran over. Seeing the painting on Qiao Man Man's fingertips, he rubbed his hands and asked, "Man girl, are you preparing to submit it?" Qiao Man Man nodded. "It must have a beginning and an end. After we count the results, I will submit it to the provincial newspaper and give the party and the people a satisfactory answer." The team leader said and gave power to Qiao Man Man, letting her do whatever she wanted. Qiao Man Man painted for a while, then got up and continued to harvest wheat. After resting for so long, the makeup on her face was a little lighter, and it seemed that she was slowly recovering. By noon, she was even more lively. When I went home for dinner, I specifically went to old Qiao's house to take a look. The stinky smell could be smelled from dozens of meters away, and the audio signal was amplified. Hearing the people in the old Qiao family lying on the Kong Io, Qiao Man Man was satisfied and trotted home. Today, the little hen laid a double-yolked egg, as usual. Qiao Man Man finished eating the fragrant egg-fried rice and was about to scoop up some loofah soup when Xiao Laosi kicked the door open. He was going to settle accounts with Qiao Man Man in a rage. Qiao Man Man raised her eyebrows. "Oh, isn't this my 4th uncle of the Qiao family who has severed ties and accomplished nothing? What's the matter? Is your stomach better, and you come here to get beaten?" Xiao Laosi was so angry at Qiao Man Man's provocative words that his head was buzzing, and he raised his hand to slap Qiao Man Man. Just as He Nian was about to stop him, De Huang got up, barked, and chased Xiao Laosi for most of the Qingshan Brigade, and then raised his head and went home to take credit. Qiao Man Man regretfully retracted the whip, thinking that De Huang was really considerate and didn't let her expose her strength. "Go back to sleep and continue working in the afternoon." 7 days later, the sentence of Qiao Lao came down. In view of the serious circumstances of his theft of factory property, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Yuan and Zhengyu were both sent to the northwest for reform because of their personal style problems and their failure to report the crime. When Mrs. Qiao found out, she cried out that the heaven was unfair and then fainted on the spot. It was only then that the others realized that there was such a hidden story behind the theft, and they all ran to Qiao Lao's house to spit. Bah, I thought that Boss Qiao just couldn't control his lower body, but I didn't expect that he was a social parasite. Such a person is not worthy of being in the same production team with us. People of this era attach great importance to the country and the collective and would rather eat bran and choke vegetables themselves to make the country prosper. I still remember that more than 10 years ago, everyone responded to the call and contributed their own kitchen knives and iron pots. Some people with higher awareness even removed the door locks just to support the country's steel industry. But what is Boss Qiao doing? Seizing the property of the steel plant and dragging the country down. Such a person really doesn't need to eat peanuts? The more everyone thought about it, the angrier they got. After work, they gathered around old Qiao's house and shouted, "Parents, get out of Qingshan Brigade. Borers, get out of Qingshan Brigade." After hearing this, the team leader finished his meal and rested for a while before slowly coming over. The first thing they said was, "Aren't you tired?" It's the middle of the night. What are you doing? It's already so late, and you're still doing this collective punishment thing. Aren't you afraid that the GCSE committee will take you away? Everyone panicked when they heard this. The team leader took a deep breath. I know you are angry. I want to drive these bad apples out just like you. But the country has policies, and personal problems are borne by individuals. What's more, Qiao Zhenbang's household registration was moved to the county more than 10 years ago. Qiao Lao heard this through the door and came out of the yard. The team leader is right. Qiao Lao has nothing to do with us. Although in the current situation, it is wise to break away from the relationship. But people are double standard, whispering to each other that the Qiao family is cold and indifferent. Things happened so grandly and ended lightly. But the dispute in the old Qiao family has just begun. Whether it is Qiao Lao heir or Qiao Lao si, they all hate Qiao Lao Tai's partiality. The best job was given to Qiao Lao Da, but he didn't cherish it and implicated others. He also despised Qiao Zhenjin, thinking that she was incompetent at everything, ate everything she had, and cried all day long. If you ask me, just marry her off. The bald guy from a few days ago is good. No, the bald guy won't give a dowry. Qiao Zhenbang has brought us so much trouble. We have to get some back from his daughter. Or should we sell that kid Lu Kongkong too? Other children can already support themselves at this age. But he, who is already 8 years old, still stays by his mother's side and flatters her all day long. Qiao Laosi glanced at Lu Kongkong coldly, but found that Lu Kongkong was tightly hugged by Qiao Laotai. The old lady also warned them fiercely, "I'll see who dares." There are several reasons why Qiao Laotai's attitude took a 180-degree turn. One is that she was stubbornly convinced that Qiao Laoda could get away with it, so she didn't care about the kid Qiao Man brought back, fearing that he was not the blood of the old man. Second, when she was lying on the Kong and was isolated and helpless, it was Kong, who had been angered by her before, who cleaned up the mess for her and saved her last bit of face. Third, she was afraid that Qiao Laoda would not be able to hold on until the day he was released from prison, so she wanted to leave him a bloodline. As for Qiao Laosi's idea of marrying Qiao Zhenjin off, old lady Qiao did not object, and even had someone spread the word that whoever gave the most gifts would be the daughter of the Qiao family. Of course, because the wheat harvest had not yet ended, this matter was only spread by word of mouth. Apart from the few people that Chandashan had found, no one else came to propose marriage. Qiao Man had not heard any news from the Qiao family for a long time, but she was not in a hurry. She concentrated on working in the fields. After half a month, she even built up her muscles. The summer sun was strong and poisonous, and many people were sunburned. Qiao Man's face also darkened a degree, but compared with others, she was still quite handsome. On this day, everyone was drying wheat in the drying yard, and Qin Erhua came with a man. In the name of going on a blind date with Zhao Zhaodi, he actually came with nothing. He came over to take a look at Zhao Zhaodi and wanted to leave. Qin Erhua pulled his arm. What are you doing? You don't have to be shy. Say hello to the girl. Zhao Zhaodi's face was ugly, but she forced a smile. In broken Mandarin, she said, Qin, hello, comrade Qin. Qin Yuban hid the disgust in his eyes and put on a faint smile. Hello, comrade Zhao. It can be said that this Qin guy is also quite capable. With a height of 1.76 meters, he stands out among a group of farmers. His features are also good, and he looks gentle. He wears a white shirt, black pants, and liberation shoes, a typical image of a city dweller. Seeing this, many young girls' eyes light up, and their hearts are filled with sour bubbles. They don't understand why Erhua's sister is unwilling to introduce her cousin to them when they are so much prettier than Zhao Zhaodi. With jealousy, she watched Zhao Zhaodi act coyly and pretentiously in front of Qin Yuban, forgetting to work. The family members around her coughed to remind her, and the little girl came back to her senses, but she was just aggrieved and unhappy. Qiao Man was different. She had long seen Qin Yuban's dirty heart through his handsome appearance. She hid in the corner and watched the show happily, attracting Ma Qiuhua's attention. Aunt Qiuhua was kind-hearted and came over to ask, What's the matter? Are you interested? Or should I speak for you? Qiao Man hurriedly shook her head. No. She's a temporary worker in the sugar factory. I'm not worthy of her. I just think it's interesting. Aunt, you said Comrade Qin has such good conditions. Why did he come to the countryside for a blind date? Qiao Man's words were actually using Ma Qiuhua's mouth to wake up Zhao Zhaodi. Don't think too highly of the face relationship between yourself and Qin Erhua. The pie that fell from the sky is not something that ordinary people can catch and eat, and they're not afraid of choking to death. Qiao Man looked at the little flames flickering in Ma Qiuhua's eyes, smiled, and took out a handful of melon seeds from her pocket. Come on, Andy. Let's talk while we eat. Ma Qiuhua took it happily, leaned close to Qiao Man's ear, and shared her experience with her. And Annie is not lying to you. This kind of man looks good but is useless. Qiao Man glanced at Ma Qiuhua curiously and saw her say proudly, What are you looking at? Annie treats you as her own daughter. That's why I tell you these things. Look over there. The guy named Qin looks quite handsome at first glance, but if you look closely, you can see his crooked nose and slanted eyes, which means he has evil intentions. His mouth is thin and narrow, which means he is heartless and likes to gossip. And there is no hair on the left and right corners of his forehead. If he is a little older, he will be bald, wow. The most important thing is that he has no flesh under his body. Look at his pants. They are so tight that the crotch can't even be held up. Such a man is weak, and he will be suffocated to death if he becomes his wife. Qiao Man couldn't help laughing and gave Ma Qiuhua a thumbs up. Ma Qiuhua became more and more proud as he spoke. Look, this guy is either ill himself or his family is ill, or he is going on blind dates on behalf of others. I guess he doesn't have a good reputation, so it's hard for him to find a partner in the city. Find an honest and capable man in the countryside and marry him back home. Even if the girl finds out that the man is not what she expected, she won't make a fuss. It is said that the older generation is knowledgeable and perceptive. Qiao Man almost called Ma Qiuhua the contemporary Bao Gong. Maybe they were too engrossed in the conversation and didn't notice that the captain had been standing behind them for a while with a gloomy face. A light cough scared the two of them to stand at attention, one looking up at the sky and the other looking down at the ground. Wang Defa poked Ma Qiuhua's head with an envelope. Look at you, you're old. Why are you talking nonsense with a little girl? Is it appropriate? If her mother finds out, she will chase you and beat you? After being pointed out, Ma Qiuhua felt that it was inappropriate. But Qiao Man was so supportive that she not only understood, but also didn't feel shy at all. You too, a little girl. Why do you listen to these dirty things? Aren't you afraid of dirtying your ears? Qiao Man blushed a little. It was not because she was shy to listen to the dirty talk, but because she was caught by the captain and felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that the two had the intention to repent, Wang Defa handed the envelope to Qiao Manman. Qiao Manman looked at the address on it and opened it with surprise, only to find 2 newspapers, a letter, and a remittance slip inside. She took out the newspapers and found that one was a provincial newspaper and the other was a Beijing newspaper, both of which published her article on the construction of rural legal system. The Beijing newspaper even did a special topic, inviting farmers from all over the country to make suggestions on rural legal system based on local conditions. Wang Defa didn't expect that Qiao Manman's article would be published in the central government. The look in his eyes when he looked at her was horrified and admiring. Qiao Manman smiled innocently. "Captain Uncle, this is just a tabloid, which is several levels lower than what you think." Wang Defa didn't listen to her nonsense. He could still understand the 4 big words Kyoto newspaper. Qiao Manman folded the newspaper in an attempt to cover up her mistake and said to Wang Defa apologetically, "I guess the higher-ups will take action next. Captain, you may have to teach the villagers." Wang Defa waved his hands weakly. "We will do whatever the leaders arrange." Anyway, he had already confessed to the commune, so at most he would be scolded. "Okay, you guys go back to work. I'll go for a walk over there." Qiao Manman smiled and waved her hands, sending Wang Defa away. Unexpectedly, this scene was seen by the absent-minded Qin Yubin, who was infected by Qiao Manman's smile for a moment, and his heart was beating wildly. Comrade Qin, Comrade Qin?" Zhao Zhaodi shouted twice, but heard no response. She looked up and found that Qin Yubin's eyes were blank, and his saliva was about to flow out. Zhao Zhaodi followed his gaze and happened to meet Qiao Manman's provocative gaze. She glared at him fiercely and stomped her feet angrily. "Qiao Manman, are you sure you are provoking, not watching a good show?" Qiao Manman watched Wang Defa walk away and continued to chat with Ma Qiuhua. The two of them were not shy at all and talked about many topics that were not suitable for little girls, which were not in the textbooks. Ma Qiuhua also reminded Qiao Manman, "Don't look at Qin Erhua's appearance, but in fact. Ahem, I can't say too much. You. Be careful of her." Qiao Manman understood that the team actually knew the situation, but they didn't shout it out because they didn't catch Qin Erhua and Zhao Yong doing this. Of course, it may also be that Ma Qiuhua was afraid that Qiao Manman would not be able to hide the truth, so he deliberately concealed it from her. Okay, we can talk about something else." Not far away, Qin Yubin excitedly grabbed Qin Erhua's arm. "Sister, what's the name of that girl? Does she have a boyfriend?" Qin Erhua glanced at Qiao Manman in horror and warned Qin Yubin, "Don't make trouble for me. We can't afford to offend that girl." "What's the matter?" "Someone in her family is an official." Qin Yubin curled his lips, not believing that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this remote mountain area. That's not the case, but this Qiao Manman can write articles, and she will always report the conflicts to the Public Security Bureau, newspapers, etc. Once she finds out that she has been cheated, she will definitely make it known to everyone. Their family can't stand it. Before Qin Erhua finished speaking, Qin Yubin spat into his palm twice, and then raised his hand to wipe it on his hair. The scorching sun shone on his hair, reflecting a shiny light. Qin Yubin walked up to Qiao Manman with full confidence. "Comrade Qiao Manman, I'm Qin Yubin. Nice to meet you." Qiao Manman looked at his outstretched right hand, which was not yet dry, and stepped back in horror. "Are you sick?" "How do you know?" Qin Yubin looked at Qiao Manman in surprise, smiling very charmingly. "When I saw you, my mind was full of..." Qiao Manman saw several small cauliflowers in his open mouth, and she couldn't help but kicked him 2 meters away. "Ugh. Qiao Manman, what are you doing? How can you treat Comrade Qin like this?" Before anyone else could say anything, Zhao Zhaodi came over to accuse them. "Don't think that Comrade Qin will like you just because you are so eccentric and don't have some virtuous qualities." Qiao Manman rolled her eyes. "Look, are you talking like a human? How can I like him? You think I'm blind and can't tell the difference between humans and animals." As she spoke, Qiao Manman deliberately closed her eyes, raised her hand and touched forward, making the people watching the show laugh. Zhao Zhaodi was speechless for a moment. Xiao Man was too lazy to talk nonsense and pointed to the front. Hey, why don't you help your sweetheart up quickly? If you lie down again, I will call the captain uncle to come and collect rent. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yubin, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, turned over and stood up. Zhao Zhaodi glared at Xiao Man with regret, thinking she was meddling in other people's business. Xiao Man looked at the two with disdain, then turned to Ma Qiuhua and said, Aunt Qiuhua, let's clean up that area later to prevent it from being dirty by cats and dogs. Xiao Man, it's fine if you don't agree to meet my Yubin, but why are you hitting him? We don't plan to go on a blind date with you. Xiao Man snorted coldly, then don't let him hang around me. What kind of person is he? I feel disgusted at first sight. Many people felt that this was a bit too much and advised Xiao Man to forgive others. Xiao Man didn't say anything and went to work in another place. After thinking for a while, she said something to the scorekeeper and went home directly. Ma Qiuhua was unhappy, so she asked someone else to continue talking and told the other person her speculation, but the other person didn't believe it. She also said that she was jealous that Qin Erhua introduced a working relative to Zhao Zhaodi. I'm a 40-year-old woman who has given birth to 3 kids. Would I be jealous of young people? Oh, really, it's boring. I'm not as smart as man. Qin Erhua snorted when she saw someone speaking for her, feeling very proud. Pulling Qin Yubin's sleeve, Qin Yubin smiled and took out 2 fruit candies from his pocket. I'm sorry, Comrade Zhao. I just heard your team leader say that Comrade Xiao had an article published in the newspaper. I haven't seen it, so I want to see the fun. I didn't expect to be misunderstood and made fun of you. This is the strawberry-flavored fruit candy produced by our factory. Try it and see if you like it. The transparent candy wrapper was wrinkled and stained with something sticky, which looked like it had been on the plate for a long time. Zhao Zhaodi took it happily, as if she hadn't seen it. She carefully put one in her pocket and opened the wrapper to put one in her mouth. It tasted salty at first, and then there was a hint of sweetness. A smile appeared on Zhao Zhaodi's dark face. It's delicious, Comrade Qin. As long as you like it. Putting aside what happened here, Xiao Man trotted home, greeted Hinyan, and went into the house. She opened the envelope and carefully checked the reply. Only then did she notice that the 2 newspapers had different publication times. After opening the letter, she found out that the provincial newspaper published the article immediately after it was sent. Later, the editor of the Beijing News saw the article and thought it was very meaningful and in line with the current concept of rule of law. After obtaining the consent of the provincial newspaper, a national essay contest was launched, which led to the current situation. Xiao Man was flattered and honored. After carefully reading the article in the Beijing News, she found that the signature was provincial newspaper special reporter Xiao Man. Xiao Man was puzzled and turned the letter over. She found out that the editor-in-chief of the provincial newspaper saw that she was talented and could criticize the current situation, so she invited her to join the newspaper. As a specially hired non-staff staff, she was responsible for submitting articles to the provincial newspaper. Of course, this special appointment does not have a basic salary, but the remuneration will be 20% more than before. And with the title of non-staff reporter, it will be more convenient to do things. Xiao Man hesitated for a moment and decided to accept. She wrote a reply to the other party to thank the editor-in-chief for his appreciation. After counting the grain output of Qingshan Brigade this year, Xiao Man will write a report and send it out together with a thank you letter. After writing, Xiao Man carefully put the newspaper into the space, took out the remittance slip, and found that the manuscript fee this time was 12 yuan. She happily put it away and went out to eat. To celebrate, they took out half a watermelon from the system space, which scared Xiao Runming and Hinyan so much that they almost screamed. Oh my god, why do you take everything out? Hurry up, take it back, and eat it secretly. Xiao Man smiled and put the watermelon on the table. My article is in the newspaper. I'm happy. The couple was surprised for a moment and smiled and praised their daughter for her success. He didn't refuse Xiao Man's kindness, finished his meal quickly, cut the watermelon into bites, and put it in his mouth to taste slowly. This watermelon is really sweet, crispy, and delicious. After eating one bite, he couldn't bear to eat it anymore. Xiao Man pushed the remaining watermelon in front of the two of them. It won't keep well in this hot weather. Deal with it quickly. Don't waste good things. He Nian glanced out the window. How about I put it in the ice well for you to eat when you get home from work? Xiao Man shook her head. No, I'm afraid of black flies laying eggs. He Nian stopped talking, took out 2 pieces of watermelon to share with Xiao Runming, and put the remaining pieces in an enamel bowl to eat in the afternoon. Dad, Mom, I'm going back to the room to rest, Xiao Man said, and went back to the west room. Lying on the Kong, she used her mind to grind 2 stalks of wheat, and then fell asleep. She didn't know that Qin Yubin kept talking about wanting to marry her after he followed Qin Erhua home. Sister, please help me think of a solution. Zhao Zhaodi is too ugly. If I marry her, others will laugh at me. Qin Erhua snorted coldly. You are dreaming. Who is Xiao Man? She is the cousin of a reporter from a provincial newspaper. Are you worthy of her? Qin Yubin was stunned for 2 seconds and smiled. That's even better. If I marry her, I will have a powerful Yu family, and people will look up to me. Hee, I thought she was just an ordinary, pretty country girl. Qin Erhua frowned and raised her hand to poke Qin Yubin's head. What are you thinking about? Aren't you afraid that people will write your ugly deeds into the article and let everyone know about it? Qin Yubin didn't care. What are you afraid of? Once she enters our Qin family, it will be up to me, your brother, to discipline her. If she dares to make a fuss, I will beat her. If 1 beating doesn't work, then 2 beatings will eventually make her obedient. If that doesn't work, just let her get pregnant. Women are soft-hearted. Once they have something they care about, they won't dare to make trouble again. Qin Erhua thought about it and asked, Then I'll go to your house and speak for you? Oh, thank you, my dear sister. When the marriage is settled, I'll ask my grandma to give you a big red envelope. Qin Erhua was coaxed into a smile by him, and completely forgot how badly the last person who went to Xiao Man's house to propose marriage was struck by lightning. In the afternoon, Xiao Man went to work and found Qin Erhua was not there. She whispered to Ma Qiuhua. Did she go to the old Zhao family to propose marriage? Ma Qiuhua shook her head. Who knows? But seeing Zhaodi is here, I guess not. Neither of them cared about the Qin siblings, but they went directly to find Xiao Runming and He Nian. Hey Uncle Xiao, I haven't seen you for a while. Is your leg better? Qin Erhua put a basket of vegetables in the corner and looked very familiar with Xiao Runming and He Nian. In fact, the 2 families didn't have much interaction, and they only nodded to each other on weekdays. But you can't hit a smiling person. The couple still poured water for her and asked with a smile, Daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, what are you doing here? Qin Erhua took a sip of water, tasteless, unhappy in her heart, but didn't show it on her face. He pulled Qin Yubin over and introduced him. Uncle, and this is my cousin from my mother's side, also surnamed Qin, called Qin Yubin. He Nian was suspicious, wondering why he was telling her this. Xiao Runming knew everything, but this guy was so obsessed with the world, far worse than Lu Yuan. Seeing that the 2 were not responding, Qin Erhua continued. Yubin is a temporary worker in the sugar factory and can earn 18 yuan a month. My sister's family has always wanted him to find a city girl, but he is stubborn and says that city girls are not as capable as our country girls. So, I originally wanted him to have a blind date with Zhao Di from the Zhao family, but what a coincidence that Yubin actually fell in love with our Man. I thought, isn't this better? Man will graduate from high school, and when she gets married, my sister's family can help and find her a job in the city. When the 2 of them settle down and have a few children, their life will be wonderful. Qin Erhua thought that what she said would be agreed by the Qiao couple, but unexpectedly, they both frowned. He Nian asked, So, your family wants our Man to earn money and raise kids at the same time, which is worse than being a nanny. Even landlords and old jackals are not as oppressive as you. Xiao Runming directly refused. No, my Man has a job. There is no need for her to suffer in other people's homes. You 2 should go out. No, what kind of job does Man have?
Why haven't I heard about it?
Yuan was about to say that her man was very capable. Not only did she have a formal job waiting for her in the machinery factory, she also just received an invitation from the provincial newspaper and was now an external reporter. Xiao Runming grabbed her arm and said, "It's nothing. My family is not very capable and can't afford the Qin family. Zhao's wife, you should go back to work." Qin Erhua was angry after being rejected repeatedly. Just as he was about to put his hands on his hips and curse, Qin Yubin blocked him behind him. "Uncle, Aunt, I really want to marry Man. I asked around before coming here, and your family doesn't have a good reputation. I'm sure you can't find a better family than mine. So I'll give you 60 yuan as a betrothal gift." Qin Yubin finished speaking. He looked at the couple with a joking face. "What do you think? Do you want to marry your daughter to me? Although you have a capable relative, you are not of the same surname after all. If you are really close, will they leave you in Qingshan Brigade to fend for yourself? 60 yuan is not a small amount. You country bumpkins probably have never seen so much money." If Qin Erhua had asked their daughter to earn money and raise a child before, Yuan and Xiao Runming would not have been angry. After all, women in this era are like this. Yuan is just afraid of being bullied by the old Xiao family and does not want her daughter to live in such a dark life. But Qin Yobin's 60 yuan betrothal gift made the two of them look black. They thought, who are they insulting? It's like giving alms to beggars. How cheap are they to sell their daughter like this? Get out. Our family does not welcome people with the surname Qin. Xiao Runming picked up the bowl and poured water on the two. Qin Yobin's shirt was wet and stuck to his body, revealing a large rash, which stunned Yuan. You. He pointed at the other person and was speechless for a long time. Qin Yubin was startled and hurriedly pulled his clothes to cover himself. But his shirt was mostly wet, and he pulled it in vain. Xiao Runming looked at the other person with disgust, turned his head, and said to Qin Erhua viciously, "Get out. Pick up your basket and get out." Da Huang felt the anger of his master, came out of the doghouse, and was about to bite the ankles of the two people with his big teeth. Xiao Runming hurriedly shouted, "Da Huang, don't bite, it's dirty." Da Huang's teeth touched Qin Yobin's skin. He was stopped by his master and reluctantly shook off the other person's trouser legs and pushed him out with his head. Qin Yubin was so scared that his legs were weak. It was still Qin Erhua who supported him, and the two stumbled and ran out of the Qiao family's courtyard. Yuan threw out their baskets and found that the pants of the two people were yellow. They actually urinated against the tree. It was really disgusting. Fortunately, her dog Da Huang chased closely and drove her out more than 10 meters away. She rolled her eyes in disgust and called Da Huang to go home. The door was locked with A, which shocked Qin Yubin and Qin Erhua. What kind of person is this? Are you sick? Qin Erhua glared at Qin Yubin. You're still talking, and if you hadn't revealed your true colors, would you have been driven out? Qin Yobin's face was not very good, and he said poo viciously towards the Qiao family courtyard. Sister, I want to marry Qiao Man, and I want her to be unable to live or die in our Qin family. Qin Erhua was also angry, but she didn't dare to confront the Qiao couple. She took a deep breath. Let's talk about it later. I'll think of a way. Then she went home to change clothes, and when she passed by the old Qiao family, she had an idea. Pointing at the gate, he said, "This is Qiao Man's grandmother's home. Although the relationship is severed, we are still a family after all. If you can get old lady Qiao to help mediate, you still have a chance to marry that girl." Qin Yubin glanced coldly at the Qiao family's old house, and while everyone was drying the clothes in the yard, he returned to the commune through a small path. When Qin Erhua changed her clothes and went to work, Zhao Zhaodi was still rubbing the yellowed corners of her clothes and asked with her red face, "Sister Erhua, where is Comrade Qin?" Compared with Qiao Man, Qin Erhua also felt that Zhao Zhaodi was not presentable. But since the other side didn't give in, she didn't dare to say anything definite. Something happened at the unit, so I have to go back first. Young people should focus on their careers. Zhao Zhaodi was a little disappointed and looked far away in the direction of the commune. So, what does Comrade Qin think of me, and when do you plan to propose marriage? After saying that, she stomped her feet. My father asked me to ask Comrade Qin how much the betrothal gift is. If it's not 100 yuan, he will marry me to someone else. Qin Erhua looked at her with contempt, thinking, don't you even know your own weight? How dare you ask for 100 yuan? Did she think that the money of her Qin family came from the wind? Ha, Zhaodi, look at the sky. Are there stars and moon? Zhaodi looked up at the sky. No, the sky is blue. There is only the sun. So, what sweet dream are you having? Zhaodi looked at the other person in disbelief. Sister Hua, don't you like me very much? Qin Erhua rolled her eyes. 100 yuan, you thought it was Qiao Man? Don't you look at yourself? Are you worthy? Zhaodi's glass heart was shattered by a few words. Feeling that her face and dignity were thrown to the ground and trampled on, she couldn't help crying and ran away. Qiao Man saw that everyone was looking at her curiously and snorted coldly. Sister Hua, you underestimate me too much. I, Qiao Man, can't get married without 600 yuan of betrothal gifts. Qin Erhua wanted to dig a hole for Qiao Man and let her be cricket. In the end, she couldn't get married, and Qin Yuan took advantage of her. As a result, they dug through the center of the earth. Qin Erhua sneered. Then I want to see which big wronged person will be unlucky enough to marry you in the end. Qiao Man laughed. After all, it's not your surname Qin. Qin Erhua's eyes were blazing with fire, but because it was broad daylight, she couldn't fight with Qiao Man. Gritting her teeth and swearing, just wait. Qiao Man laughed inadvertently and complained loudly to Ma Qiuhua. Aunt, tell me, did I provoke her? She used Qin Yubing to smear me. TSK, I'll wait and see whether Sister Hua will be unlucky first, or I, who don't know what's good for me, will prosper. Ma Qiuhua couldn't help laughing. Of course it's you. Your little mouth is so funny. Everyone chewed on Qiao Man's words carefully and felt that this girl's brain was really fast. I was almost scared by her. The dispute between the two did not affect the speed of drying and winnowing the wheat. It was just to give everyone some topics to talk about and pass the time. But Zhaodi was different. She felt embarrassed, and more importantly, she couldn't explain to her family, so she ran to the mountains on impulse. She didn't go home in the middle of the night, but the Zhao family was not in a hurry. It was not until Zhao Lidi, who had the best relationship with Zhaodi, went to Wang Defa's house to cry and complain that the captain uncle knew about Qin Erhua's coquettish operation. He wanted to pull her out and beat her up. It's a blind date. If you don't like her, then you don't like her. Why do you embarrass her so much? But because of his duty, he had to gather people in the middle of the night and go up the mountain to find Zhaodi. After everyone knew about it, they cursed and got dressed reluctantly. He yelled Zhao's girl angrily, waking up Qiao Man who was sleeping soundly. Tong, where do you think Zhaodi went? How should I know? The system complained. How about I amplify the audio signal in the mountains for you to find her? Forget it. I'm too lazy to listen to her scolding me. I just got in a bad mood and wanted to talk to you. How does the host know that Zhaodi is scolding you? I guessed. She is a narrow-minded person. Qiao Man closed her eyes, her voice a little dazed. Qin Erhua tripped me up today and used her as a gun. It would be strange if a single-celled organism with a cerebellum didn't scold me in her heart. I guess she thinks I ruined her good deeds, and she wants to cut me into pieces. Qiao Man's voice became lower and lower as she spoke, and after a while, a small snoring sounded in the room. Qiao Man guessed correctly. Zhaodi, who accidentally fell into the pit and sprained her ankle, was really cursing herself. Qiao Man, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered this. And Qin Yubin, you are blind. Zhaodi whimpered, and after a moment, she raised her red eyes, looked at the starry sky, and curled up her body. A wolf howled, and Zhaodi hated it even more. Qiao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. As soon as the voice fell, a faint shout came from a distance. Zhao family girl. Zhaodi opened her mouth and wanted to shout, I'm here. But the words were already in her throat. She remembered that there were wolves nearby and shut up. She hoped that the captain could find her quickly. It was late at night, and it was very cold in the mountains. She remembered something and picked up the things at her feet and hid them in her arms. Her eyes suddenly became firm, and she smiled strangely in the direction of the shooting star. Qin Yubin, you will regret this, you will. Xiao Man didn't know until the next day, when she went to work, that the team leader had been looking for people for most of the night, only to find that Zhao Zhaodi was only 1 or 2 miles away from everyone. The mountains were quiet at night, and if Zhao Zhaodi had just yelled, they wouldn't have to toss and turn until almost dawn. But this girl just wouldn't open her mouth. They had to go around in circles, and when they were ready to leave, she made a faint sound. When asked why she was pretending to be dead, Zhao Zhaodi cried and said she was afraid of wolves. But the wolf was tens of thousands of miles away from the mountain, and it was almost dawn when it ran over. A child who grew up in the countryside couldn't even hear the distance of a sound. Do you think that's reasonable? Of course, he just asked. It was almost dawn, and his head was dizzy and his feet were a little shaky. He sent the person back to Lao Zhao's house and gave everyone who came out to look for people a 2-hour holiday. A group of people went home to rest, and when the sun was shining on their buttocks, they swayed to work. Wang Defa's mind was a little confused, but he still went to the drying yard and found Qin Erhua to scold her. If you don't like her, then you don't like her. Why are you belittling her? When has Zhaodi ever cheated or played tricks on her at work? In my opinion, she is a good girl. Isn't that right? The words must be said. Qin Erhua was not convinced. It's not me who asked her to go up the mountain. She cheated our Qin family out of 100 yuan for the betrothal gift. Is she right? Did you give it?
No.
If you didn't give it, we can still negotiate the marriage, and we can bargain for the marriage. If you think she wants too much, just go and meet again. Why say such harsh words? Qin Erhua felt guilty. I was just angry. Wang Defa didn't listen to her sophistry and fined 2 days of work points to compensate the members who went up the mountain to look for someone. And the old Zhao family was also scolded.
亲闺女不见了，也不说出去找一找，是打算让狼把招娣吃掉。大队长，你这说的什么话？俺们在家带娃，哪有功夫管那个死妮子？人话。大队长被气笑了。我看你们家呀，是真不干人事。咱青山大队嫁闺女，谁家要过100块彩礼？你们这脸大的，生产队都快装不下了。也不跟他们废话，扣掉2天工分，补偿给昨晚出力的，不能让人家心寒。赵老爹猛了一瞬后，不顾大伙阻拦，气冲冲回家，抄起扫把揍了赵招娣一顿，把人揍得鼻青脸肿，还绝不解气。
Zhao Zhaodi was also stubborn, baring her teeth and shedding tears. You can beat me. Just beat me to death. If you beat me to death, no one will give my brother a dowry. Zhao's father thought the same and gradually calmed down his anger. Looking at his bruised daughter, he coldly said bad luck and went back to work. He didn't even call the team doctor to come and take a look. In the drying yard, Ma Chihua sighed. This Zhao family girl is also a poor person. She can't even have a full meal after serving the whole family. Xiao Man rolled her eyes. Aunt, do you think I'm pitiful? Ma Chihua was embarrassed and smiled stiffly to smooth things over. You've walked out. You're more capable than her. Xiao Man laughed and threw a basket of wheat into the sky. It happened that a gust of wind blew, and the broken wheat husks, wheat awns, wheat straw, and dust all flew into Ma Chiahua's face. She was so scared that she closed her eyes instantly. The wind messed up Ma Chiahua's hair and clothes. Xiao Man quickly put down the dustpan and came to help her tidy up. She said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Aunt Chiahua. I didn't expect the wind to. What could Ma Chiahua say? She couldn't say anything. She couldn't blame Xiao Man for the wind. She smiled stiffly and said, You are really good at seizing the opportunity. But she didn't take it to heart. On the other side, Qin Yubin went back and thought about it all night and felt that he couldn't let Xiao Man go. So he ran to his mother's room at night and cried, Mom, I think it's a girl, and she doesn't want to marry me because I'm poor. Qin Yubin's mother has been paralyzed in bed for more than 2 years. No one cleans up on weekdays, and the house smells of feces and farts. Qin Yubin's father usually dislikes his wife as a burden and never steps into this shack. Only Qin Yubin comes to talk to his mother every now and then, but his main purpose is to ask for money. Qin Lianxiao was furious when she saw her son crying so sadly, and she asked with gritted teeth, "Who is so disrespectful to my son? What era is it now?" She still dares to despise the poor and love the rich. "I will tear her mouth apart. Son, don't be afraid. Push me to her factory and ask her leader how she manages her subordinates." Qin Yubin felt guilty for a moment and continued to discredit Xiao Manman. She has no job and is a member of the production team. Her family is short-sighted and will not allow her family to marry until she pays a 100 yuan betrothal gift. A village girl is so picky. Who gives her the courage? "Son, that girl is not worthy of you. Let your sister find a good one for you." Qin Yubin saw that his mother was getting more and more crooked, so he quickly grabbed her hand and acted coquettishly. "Mom, that girl is so beautiful, the most beautiful one in their production team. She even has a high school diploma, and it is said that she can contribute articles to newspapers to make money. Mom, don't you think it will be so prestigious for our Qin family to marry such a person? Although the bride price is a bit expensive, we have the final say on how to deal with her marriage." Sister Erhua also agreed that I should meet the other party, saying that it would be a sure win for our Qin family to marry her. Qin Lianxiao was moved by what she said. After hesitating for a while, she raised her head tremblingly. Qin Yubin quickly pulled out her pillow and took out a handkerchief from it.
Pooh.
Qin Yubin spat on his fingers and quickly scratched the big unity in the handkerchief. In just a few seconds, she counted out a stack. "Mom, I'm going back now. I have to go to work tomorrow." "Don't worry, I'll let you hold your grandson soon." Qin Lianxiao laughed. Okay, you are so promising." Mom is relieved. "Go back to the room and sleep. Don't let your dad know that Mom still has money here." Qin Yubin nodded hurriedly, thinking that he would not go out and say anything. Otherwise, he would have to give half to the other party. What a waste. Qin Yubin got the money, but he didn't go back to the house to rest as he said, but ran away to find his old lover. He had with his sister, who was more than 10 years older than him, and later took out 10 yuan and threw it to her. "Take it, buy some milk powder for Arnon." The woman hugged Qin Yubin's neck and smacked him, then asked with embarrassment, "Brother, my sister is feeling a little uncomfortable. Do you have any money? I want to go to the hospital." "What are you going to do there?" "It's unlucky." Qin Yubin took the woman's arm off and took 5 yuan from his pocket. "Go and see Aunt Ma. She is very powerful. If she hadn't given you the magic water, you wouldn't be able to give me a son." The woman smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Then, the two of them went crazy again. They didn't even care about the child crying. Before dawn the next day, Qin Yubin came out of the woman's house, strolled, and went to the sugar factory. When others saw him, they all praised him for his dedication. The factory gate is not even open yet, and you are already thinking about making contributions. What a high level of spiritual awareness. Qin Yubin couldn't tell the difference between the positive and negative words, and thought that everyone was sincerely praising him, so he smiled like a flower. After being busy all morning, he asked for a leave from his leader and went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. He bought a pound of the cheapest cakes, and then took 2 yuan of fruit candy. TSK, it hurts so much. I spent a lot of money." Qin Yubin cursed and immediately put on a gentle smile. Many girls were bewitched by his smile, but more of them were those who knew the inside story and despised his hypocrisy. Qin Yubin thought he was very handsome and left the commune and went straight to Qingshan Brigade. At noon, everyone was eating and resting, and Lao Qiao's family was no exception. Hearing someone knocking on the door, they looked at each other in surprise. Old Mrs. Qiao frowned. "Go and see who it is." The fourth daughter-in-law reluctantly got up and opened the door, only to find a stranger with something in his hand. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, comrade. Is this Qiao Manman's grandmother's house?" The fourth daughter-in-law rolled her eyes. "Yes, come in. What do you want to see her for?" Qin Yubin showed a flattering smile. "To be honest, I'm here to propose marriage to Qiao Manman." I wonder if Grandma Chiao is here, and if you can mediate. As he said that, he handed over the cakes and candies. But before the other party reached out to touch them, he withdrew them again. I'm here, come in. The fourth daughter-in-law pouted and welcomed the person in. Mom, I'm looking for Xiao Lao-san. The atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Qin Yubin looked over and saw the old lady in the center and knelt down with a plop. Grandma, please marry Man to me. Old Mrs. Chiao was startled, but she quickly calmed down. Asked, how much do you want to give as a betrothal gift? Qin Yubin was stunned for a moment and stood up. 50, do you think it's okay? I heard that in the village, 30 yuan is usually given as a betrothal gift. Then he glanced at Xiao Zhenjin in the corner. It means that your other granddaughter was also given this price when she was engaged. But Mrs. Chiao didn't take it and lightly raised Xiao Man's value. Since you have inquired, you should know that Xiao Man can make money now, and her income is not bad. She didn't mention that the two families had broken off the relationship. Although this is the case, having children in the future will cost money. Mrs. Chiao didn't give in. 200 yuan, only 200 yuan, I will marry her to you. Qin Yubin thought to himself, the Chiao family was too bold to ask. 200 yuan is enough for him to marry 5 or 6 wives. Think about it. Anyway, I've said it. There's no way I can let Man marry you for nothing. Qin Yubin sneered. Old man, do you think she's a country girl? Worth this price? If I can afford 200 yuan, do I need to go to the countryside to find a wife? If you insist, forget it. I want to see who can become your grandson-in-law. Mrs. Chiao felt a little guilty. Then she heard Qin Yubin continue to chatter. Grandma Chiao, I heard that many people have come to propose to Miss Zhenjin during this period. I wonder how much they offer as gifts. Xiao Zhenjin burst into tears after being poked in the sore spot. She looked a bit charming. Qin Yubin's Adam's apple rolled, and Xiao Zhenjin saw it, feeling greasy and vomiting. Compared with Chen Shirtsong, he is simply one in the ground, and the other in the sky. Mrs. Chiao saw it, snorted coldly, and drove him out. Not achieving his goal, Qin Yubin grabbed his gift and left without looking back. He was still cursing Mrs. Chiao in his heart for being old and stubborn. Qin Yubin was about to step out of the door, and Mrs. Chiao said, Wait. Qin Yubin paused. What can I do for you, Grandma Chiao? Mrs. Chiao's fingers tapped on the table. After a moment, she said, Go to my room. I have something to tell you. Qin Yubin was stunned for 2 seconds and went to support Mrs. Chiao. The two of them left in such a swagger, making everyone in the Chiao family look at each other in bewilderment. In the room, Mrs. Chiao didn't know what she said to Qin Yubin. When Qin Yubin came out, there was a hint of joy on his face. The look he gave to Xiao Zhenjin became more and more rampant, and he blatantly sent her to work. Qin Erhua was stunned when she learned that her cousin had changed his blind date again. What are you doing? Sister, you don't understand. I have set my sights on Comrade Zhenjin now. When I get enough money for the bride price, I will welcome Comrade Zhenjin into the house. What can Qin Erhua do? She can only let him do it. Zhao Zhaodi, on the other hand, was furious. It would be fine if he settled down with Xiao Man. After all, the little witch was really pretty. But Xiao Zhenjin, she had such a father, which would ruin Comrade Qin's future. Zhao Zhaodi couldn't let go of Qin Yubin, and regardless of everyone's ridicule, she came to him. Comrade Qin, I have something to say to you. Qin Yubin turned his head impatiently. I have nothing to say to you. Get out of here. Get out of my way. Zhao Zhaodi was stunned, not understanding why Comrade Qin, who was still a gentleman yesterday, was full of swear words after not seeing him for one night. But she continued, Comrade Qin, do you know that Comrade Xiao Zhenjin's father is a criminal who resells the property of the steel plant? Qin Yubin really didn't know about this. But he couldn't give up all his previous efforts because of this change. I know, what's wrong? She is her. Her father is her father. What era is it still collective punishment? I just like Comrade Xiao Zhenjin. What's the matter? I'm not convinced. Zhao Zhaodi felt very aggrieved. Comrade Qin, have you been bewitched by her? Do you want to ruin your future for the daughter of a criminal? Qin Yubin's heart trembled, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. he said in a trembling voice. None of your business. He turned and left, not daring to think about the consequences of failure. The little girls in the village didn't expect things to develop like this, and surrounded Xiao Xinjin. Xinjin, tell me, how did you hook up with Comrade Qin? Really, it's so jealous. You tell us, let us learn. Xiao Xinjin felt very aggrieved. I didn't, my fiancé is Qin Shirtsong. How could I possibly like Qin Yubin? TSK, he has broken off the engagement with you, and you are still dreaming. I heard that the people who came to your house to propose marriage recently were all second-rate old widower and bald-headed people. In comparison, Comrade Qin has the best conditions, right? Xiao Xinjin lowered her eyes and bit her lip, but did not deny it. But she really didn't like Qin Yubin. She was pushed several times by the girls, but she didn't resist. Everyone thought it was boring and dispersed. They did what they had to do. Xiao Man was also surprised when she knew about it. But thinking that Xiao Xinjin marrying Qin Yubin was also jumping into a bottomless whirlpool, she didn't care. 7 days passed in a flash. The wheat was dried, weighed, and stored in the warehouse. Xiao Man helped in the brigade headquarters, compiled the data, and wrote an article after comparing it with the data of previous years. The article used professional terms such as year-on-year, growth rate, and year-over-year growth, which made Wang Defa look confused. Man girl, where did you learn all this? From the statistical yearbook. Xiao Man said and laughed. Team leader, do you want to take a look? Wang Defa shook his head in fear. No. Your uncle is not well educated, and I can't understand those figures. Xiao Man didn't force it, and discussed with Wang Defa the reasons for the reduction in grain production this year. The two analyzed some of it, consulted the team's crop experts, and finally came to a conclusion and wrote it in the article. Wang Defa was afraid of mistakes, so he went to the Agricultural Bureau to consult experts. After confirming that there was no problem, he let Xiao Man send the article out. At this time, the team was also preparing to pay public grain. Man girl, you can just go to the county to mail the letter tomorrow. If it's still early after you finish your work, you can go to the commune to join in the fun. Xiao Man said packed up her things and went home. After working for nearly 20 days, her body was exhausted. Xiao Man took out a folding bathtub, poured hot water into it, and soaked in it. Comfortable. The warm water flowed over her body, and she couldn't help but moan. Xiao Man closed her eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then took out a plate of washed cherries and ate them while taking a bath. After eating, she took out a bath towel and gently wiped her skin. Then she changed another bucket of water and washed herself clean and fragrant. That night, Xiao Man went to bed early. In her dream, there was sweet roast duck and piles of honors. The next day, before dawn, the villagers set out. They pushed carts with grain on them to grab a place at the grain station. Only Qiao Laosi and Laosi's wife went to help in the Qiao family, and the rest of the people slept soundly at home. Xiao Xinjin was extremely nervous, because Qin Yubin was coming to propose marriage today. No, to be precise, Qin Yubin was coming to get the marriage certificate with her today. I don't know how that person discussed with Grandma, but Grandma Qiao actually agreed to get the marriage certificate first, and then hold the wedding. Xiao Xinjin didn't want to, but she couldn't refuse. Qin Yubin had appeared several times during this period and was very attentive. Everyone had already assumed that the two were together. What should I do? What should I do? Should I run away from marriage? Xiao Xinjin thought to herself. But she didn't have a letter of introduction, and she didn't have any money. Even if she ran away, where could she go? It was really annoying. The sky gradually brightened, and Xiao Man got up and stretched in the sun. After a whole night's rest, she was in good spirits. But this right eyelid, why is it twitching all the time? After changing into clean clothes and having breakfast, Xiao Man fed to Huang and the hens. Just as she was about to go to the county town, she heard someone calling her at the door. Sister Man, Sister Man. Xiao Man got up and opened the door, and found that it was Qinzifeng. Xiao Chen, why are you here? Xiao Man invited people into the yard and found that the child was sweating anxiously. Sister, I won't go in. I just came to tell you that Qiao Zhenjin and Qin Yubin went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. Qiao Man was about to say, just go. But then she found that her eyelids were twitching even more violently, and even Chen Zifeng noticed it. Sister Man, why are your eyes twitching? It's okay, go on, what happened to them? Xiao Man believed that if Chen Zifeng hadn't discovered something, he wouldn't have rushed to report the news. Chen Zifeng swallowed his saliva. I was just about to go to the county to find my father, and I heard them whispering about you on the way. The expression on their faces seemed to be about to do something bad. Xiao Man asked, how did they go, and how long did they walk? It was only about 10 to 20 minutes. I ran fast and didn't waste any time. Xiao Man said, I'll catch up with them and say congratulations to them first. You walk slowly behind and come to help. For some reason, Xiao Man had a bad feeling in her heart. But she couldn't figure out what conspiracy Qiao Zhenjin was playing. Maybe she was too suspicious. But she felt uneasy if she didn't catch up and ask. In this way, Qiao Man ran away like a small cannonball in Chen Zifeng's shocked eyes. Not long after, she caught up with Qiao Zhenjin and Qin Yubin, who were talking and laughing. The situation between the two was not a stalemate as before. They were smiling and in high spirits as if they had reached some agreement. Xiao Man was startled by her own instinct and hid far away in the bushes. When she came out, she had a rope in her hand. She ran over quickly and tied the two men together while they were shocked and confused. Xiao Man, what are you crazy about? Qiao Zhenjin's voice was so sharp and thin that it hurt Xiao Man's ears. If everyone hadn't gone to the public to eat food, it would definitely attract a lot of onlookers. Xiao Man took off her cloth shoes and flew them around her mouth. It seemed that the soles of the shoes were about to make close contact with Qiao Zhenjin's open mouth. Perhaps frightened, Qiao Zhenjin shut up in fear. But Qin Yubin, with a face that looked like it had just been fished out of a frying pan, said in a sticky voice, Sister Man, what's the matter? Do you regret it? It's not too late to regret. Let's go get the certificate now. Xiao Man didn't hesitate and slapped him directly in the face. Why do you treat us differently? Xiao Man snorted coldly. At least she and I both have the last name Qiao. She was surprised. If she hadn't asked Qiao Zhenjin something, she would have beaten her into a pig's head. Qiao Zhenjin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her cousin was still thinking about the old times. But the next thing she said was, why did you sneak around and get the certificate? Didn't you tell your relatives and friends? Xiao Zhenjin avoided her eyes. No, nothing. Xiao Man didn't believe it. She felt that there was a conspiracy. Tell the truth, otherwise there are only 1 or 2 people in this wilderness, and the police won't be able to find out. As she said that, she took out a knife from her sleeve and put it directly on Qiao Zhenjin's neck. It seemed that if she exerted force, she could cut the aorta. Qiao Zhenjin couldn't help but be scared and directly confessed the plan of Mrs. Qiao. Grandma asked me to use your name to get the certificate with Comrade Qin. Qiao Man. 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through her heart. A wise man will make mistakes even if he makes 1,000 plans. Xiao Man made many plans, but failed again and again. I was so busy with the announcement that I forgot to change my household registration booklet. No wonder Mrs. Qiao has been quiet for so many days and is not in a hurry. It seems that she is sure that they can't escape from her clutches. Xiao Man's eyes were cold. Where is the letter of introduction? I don't believe that the captain uncle will betray me. Qiao Zhenjin did not dare to hide. The letter of introduction was obtained by Comrade Qin, and I don't know how he got it. Xiao Man looked at him suspiciously, and seeing him shivering, she hurriedly said, Do you want to confess yourself, or do I force you to confess? The cold tip of the knife flashed in the sun. Qin Yubin trembled and wanted to raise his hand, but found that he was tied tightly and could not move at all. I'll tell you, Qin Yubin shouted with his eyes closed, fearing that if he was too slow to express his position, Qiao Man, the crazy witch, would hit him on the neck. Qiao Man put the back of the knife against Qin Yubin's neck and heard him say, I bribed Accountant Liu in advance, and on the night, He was guarding the warehouse. I went to the brigade headquarters and stole the letter paper. Then I imitated Captain Wang's handwriting to write a letter of introduction, and found a master who could carve, and carved a carrot seal. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of being reported to the Public Security Bureau? Privately carving official seals is a serious crime. Xiao Manman frowned and searched for the letter of introduction from him. She found that the handwriting was really 70% similar to Wang Defa, and the seal was also very realistic. It is estimated that with the technology of the County Public Security Bureau, it is difficult to verify the authenticity of this letter of introduction. Qin Yubin felt a little guilty, but he was still timid. What are you afraid of? If I am caught, and Captain Wang dares to say that my seal is fake, I will dare to slander him for not keeping the official seal properly. The barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. Let's see who can beat who. Xiao Manman knew that if Chen Zifeng hadn't reported the news today, she would have been in trouble. In the 1970s, there was no internet connection system, and the staff could not tell whether the girl who got the marriage certificate was called Xiao Zhenjin or Xiao Manman. Xiao Manman became a married young wife without knowing why, and who would dare to admit that it was her fault if she went to make a scene? Was it the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau, or the team leader Wang of the production team? The former was really irresponsible. As for the latter, with Lu Yun, the idiot, watching covetously, Wang Defa could not guarantee that he would not make the best of a mistake and save himself. By then, she would have no way to defend herself. Although, she had some space and at most the Qiao and Qin families would be destroyed. But the stain of marrying a cauliflower man could never be washed away. Xiao Manman took a deep breath and looked at the two, with a very cold look in her eyes. Cousin, I was wrong. Please spare my life. It was all arranged by Grandma and Comrade Qin, and I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't know, I really didn't know. I only found out about their plan this morning. Xiao Zhenjin was frightened and cried to Xiao Manman for mercy. Qin Yubin was also afraid, shaking his head and saying, I won't marry, I will never come to Qingshan Brigade again. Let me go, please let me go. Xiao Manman pushed the knife forward. Tell me, what's the name of the seal engraver, and where does he live? Chen Zifeng came from a distance and saw the dagger shining with cold light. He was so scared that he hurried forward to hug Xiao Manman's arm. Sister Manman, don't be impulsive. It's not worth it to sacrifice your future for these two beasts. This was quite biased. Xiao Manman calmed down and took a deep breath. Don't worry, I won't touch them, let go. Chen Zifeng looked up at Xiao Manman's expression, confirmed that she was not lying, and hurriedly let go of her arm. He took 2 steps back and realized what he had just done. He was really brave. He actually dared to hug Sister Manman. Fortunately, Sister Manman didn't bother with him, otherwise I don't know how many beatings I would have received. By the way, Sister Manman's arms are so soft, not hard like his father's. If she can't get married, can I wait until I grow up and propose marriage? Xiao Manman didn't know that the young man was young, but he was very thoughtful. He searched out the household registration sheet on Xiao Zhenjin and snorted coldly. Zifeng, help me watch them. Don't let them escape. Chen Zifeng nodded, picked up a stone from the ground, and stood beside the two with a serious expression. Xiao Manman glanced at a few people and ran away quickly. Until she could no longer be seen, Qin Yubin began to tempt. Little brother, if you let your brother go, how about your brother giving you 2 candies? Strawberry flavor, very delicious. Chen Zifeng rolled his eyes, thinking that this stingy and a city person is too shameless. His sister Manman just asked him to pass a message and also gave him 5 yuan and a bunch of stationery. Qin Yubin saw that the other party was not interested, so he raised the price to 20 cents, 50 cents, and finally $1. No more. Let us go quickly, or I will not forgive you. Chen Zifeng was unmoved. I advise you to save money, otherwise, my sister Manman will definitely send you to the police station. Qin Yubin stopped talking, regretting that he listened to the instigation of old Lady Qiao. Not only did he not marry a wife, but he was also afraid that he would lose his temporary job. Qiao Man rushed back to Qingshan Brigade and went straight to old Qiao's house. He exchanged 100 points for a sleeping charm, crushed it, and stunned everyone. Then he pushed the door open and went straight to old Lady Qiao's bedroom, took out the household registration book, and tore off the single pages of Qiao Runming, He Nian, and Xiao Zhenjin. There were also banknotes and other things, all stored in the space. After searching, it was found that old Qiao's family was actually quite rich. A few ordinary rooms actually hid 7 or 8,000 yuan. There were also many exquisite things such as silver rings, silver hairpins, and silver chains. Although it is not as rich as gold, the workmanship is quite exquisite. The carvings on it are old stuff. Qiao Man took them all away, leaving nothing behind. After leaving old Lady Qiao, she also looted the supplies of old second and old fourth Qiao. She took away all the money and notes, leaving only rags and rags for them. What is this behavior called? Taking out anger. Qiao Man gave them a chance, but they were unwilling to live in peace. Who can she blame? Ha! After sweep, Qiao Man took out a magic pen and gently erased the word man on the letter of introduction. When the paper was dry, she added Zhenjin in the places that were not painted by the magic pen and dried it in the sun. Then she left to find Qinsifeng. The young man was standing motionless in the sun, looking like a tall poplar tree. Qiao Man walked over with a smile. Why don't you find a cool place to stay? Qinsifeng smiled innocently. Sister Man, you are back. What should we do with these two people? Qiao Man took out 2 mud from her arms and stuffed them into the mouths of the 2 people in front of Qinsifeng's incredulous eyes. Then she took out a rope tied with dates and swung it in front of the 2 people, like hypnosis. Of course, Qiao Man doesn't know how to hypnotize. She just learned a little from the book and brought it here to cover up. If it works, it would be the best. If it doesn't work, she has the forget-worry pill to back her up. That's right, Qiao Man had thought about how to end it on the way just now. Let the system help cut it so that it can forget the content of the previous hour. In the end, only a little powder was scraped off, and it was gone with the wind. Qiao Man casually grabbed some mud from the puddle and rolled it into a mud ball the size of a soybean. Then she coated it with the powder scraped off by the system. Well, 2 magical pills were ready. Sure enough, the 2 people who swallowed the pills soon became distracted. Go get married, go get married, go get married. Qiao Man kept repeating, trying to input instructions to the 2. When the voice of the system sounded in her mind, Host, hurry up, these 2 guys are going to wake up. She hurriedly stuffed Qiao Zhenjin's household registration page and the modified letter of introduction back to their original place. Cut the rope, hold Qinsifeng's arm, and hide in the bushes not far away. In a moment, Qiao Zhenjin woke up. Look at the sky. The sun is shining. Look at the ground, the dirt road to the county town. Qiao Zhenjin shook her head, not understanding why she was here. He caught a glimpse of Qin Yubin. Oh, get married. He shook Qin Yubin's arm. Comrade Qin, wake up. Let's go to the county town to get the marriage certificate. Qin Yubin opened his confused eyes and stood up with the help of Qiao Zhenjin. He nodded. Okay. The 2 of them completely forgot what happened just now and did not doubt their coma. Qinsifeng was stunned, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Fortunately, he was not as stupid as his father. Sister Man's ability was really beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. After they walked a mile or 2, Qiao Man came out from behind the bushes and raised her hand to fan the wind. Sister, your rope. Don't ask, I have to return it later. Qiao Man coiled up the rope. What happened today? Qinsifeng raised his hand to swear. Sister Man, I didn't see anything. Qiao Man said with satisfaction. Go back first, and come to my house tonight, and treat you to dinner. Oh, okay. Qinsifeng ran away with a smile, and turned around to wave at Qiao Man. Accidentally, he tripped over a stone. Qiao Man couldn't help but curl her lips, put the rope into the space, followed Qiao Zhenjin, and walked towards the county town. He also chatted with the system. Tong, don't you think genes are magical? Qin Dashan, such a rascal, actually gave birth to a good bamboo shoot. TSK, TSK. The system applauded. Humans are just like the system. They are diverse. Not long after, several people arrived at the county town. Xiao Man watched Xiao Zhenjin and Qin Yubin walk into the Civil Affairs Bureau, waited at the door for a minute, and followed them in. After checking the household registration and the letter of introduction, the staff asked, Xiao Zhenjin?
Ah.
I was a little confused and answered subconsciously. After saying it, I realized, no, I'm Xiao Man. Before I finished speaking, the staff stamped 2 seals on the marriage certificate. Congratulations, both of you. Xiao Zhenjin was dumbfounded. Comrade, this is wrong. I'm Xiao Man, not Xiao Zhenjin. Yes, she is Xiao Man. Qin Yubin looked at the name on the marriage certificate and was a little annoyed. Comrade, please change it. Xiao Man's heart skipped a beat, thinking that public institutions are all based on the system and they shouldn't be fooled by their sophistry, right? She wasn't sure. Then he heard the staff member puzzled. Aren't these household registration and letter of introduction all Xiao Zhenjin's? There's nothing wrong with them. Xiao Zhenjin was stunned for 2 seconds and hurried to look. The more she looked, the more flustered she became. How is it possible? They are obviously Xiao Man's. How did they become mine? Comrade Qin, what's going on? Qin Yubin didn't know either. He only knew that he was confused all the way, as if he was carrying out some mission. Until just now, when he got the marriage certificate, his mind became clear for a moment. He looked at Xiao Zhenjin suspiciously. Comrade Xiao, are you trying to replace your sister and marry into our Qin family? So you did this trick of replacing the prince with a cat. He looked at Xiao Zhenjin suspiciously. Comrade Xiao, are you trying to replace your sister and marry into our Qin family? So you did this trick of replacing the prince with a cat. No wonder your grandma is so enthusiastic. It turns out that you can't get married, so you asked me to take over.
No.
My fiancé is Chen Shirtsong. How could I possibly like you? Xiao Zhenjin spoke without thinking, which made Qin Yuan angry. What do you mean? Let's get a divorce. Who's afraid of who? Xiao Zhenjin thought to herself. Anyway, there was no wedding. As long as no one else knew, she was still a good girl with a clean record. Seeing that the two were getting more and more outrageous, the staff member interrupted them. Hey, what do you think the Civil Affairs Bureau is? You can get married if you want to, and you can get divorced if you want to? Comrade, she schemed against me, and I was going to marry her sister. The staff member was a woman in her 30s who had been working at the window for 7 or 8 years and had seen all kinds of scenes. As soon as she heard it, she knew there was something fishy going on. Although those dirty things had nothing to do with her, everyone has compassion, and the woman didn't want to become a murderer who helped the tyrant to commit atrocities. Comrade, a letter of introduction is required for divorce. Go back and get the letter of introduction before coming back. Hearing this, Xiao Zhenjin was no longer afraid. Since Qin Yubin was able to get a letter of introduction for marriage, divorce should not be a problem for him. Just when the two thanked the staff and were about to leave, Xiao Man came in holding Liang Ximin's arm. Hey, cousin, why are you here? Xiao Man's eyes lingered on the red marriage certificate. Without waiting for Xiao Zhenjin to put it away, she shouted, You and Comrade Qin are married. Congratulations, cousin. No, you saw it wrong. Xiao Zhenjin didn't want to admit it, and hurriedly hid the marriage certificate in her sleeve. Xiao Man smiled and said, Hey, why are you shy? Comrade Qin is so high profile in our production team. Everyone knows that you two are about to get married. As soon as she finished speaking, the lady from the Civil Affairs Bureau snorted coldly. Yes, you were so sweet when you came, but why are you getting divorced because of a disagreement? Young couples should learn to understand each other. If you have any difficulties, you can go to the trade union, the Women's Federation, and the brigade secretary, and don't say discouraging words. The lady from the Civil Affairs Bureau figured it out. These two came here on purpose to trick people. If their conspiracy had not been discovered by the girl opposite, would they still be in trouble if it was exposed in the future? After all, they have the obligation to verify the identity of the staff. Although she didn't know the other party, if Xiao Zhenjin cried to the leader and said that she didn't verify her identity with her and wrote Xiao Zhenjin as Xiao Man, she wouldn't be able to explain it even if she opened her mouth a lot. What the lady didn't know was that she really guessed Xiao Xinjin's plan. Old Mrs. Qiao said that Xiao Man didn't even know how to reapply for a household registration, so she probably didn't know that a letter of introduction was needed for marriage. When the time comes, she can say that she was too flustered when she went out that morning and took the wrong household registration page and let her suffer in silence. Who would have thought that the boomerang would pierce her body? It was really painful. Xiao Man ignored the sullen faces of the two people and said to Liang Ximin beside her, "Sister Simon, that is my cousin. You still remember her?" I know. She is the daughter of the logistics director, who was sentenced at the steel plant. At that time, the machinery plant was recruiting and we met once. I didn't expect that someone would want her. This feeling is really sincere. Comrade Xiao should cherish it." Xiao Man nodded. "That's right. Comrade Qin has been hanging around our production team many times, and everyone knows about their relationship. I am not so lucky, and I am still single. I really envy my cousin now, it's Sister Xinjin. After all, we have been separated for a long time." How could the onlookers not understand the trick after listening for so long? They couldn't help but despise Xiao Xinjin and Qin Yubin even more. Liang Ximin was thankful. "Fortunately, your two families have broken off the relationship. Otherwise, I don't know how Director Qiao would be implicated." Xiao Man smiled bitterly. "My father was kicked out of the Qiao family because of a broken leg before Uncle Qiao got into trouble. Now it seems that it is a blessing in disguise." Liang Ximin hurried to comfort. The two sang in unison and finally explained the whole story clearly. Xiao Man sighed and took out a handful of candies from her pocket. "After all, we all have the surname Qiao, so I'll add some joy to everyone. It's a blessing for Yang County that Sister Xinjin can find such an excellent comrade Qin." Everyone thought this was a strange thing to say, but they didn't delve into it. After all, who can resist the temptation of candy? They accepted it with a smile and congratulated Xiao Xinjin and Qin Yubin. "Congratulations. I wish you two a happy marriage and a son soon." The Civil Affairs Bureau was bustling with activity, and Xiao Man took the opportunity to slip away and only patted her chest when she arrived at the counter of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Oh my God, they almost succeeded. Liang Ximin poured her a glass of warm water. "Your relatives are really vicious. They can even think of forced marriage. No wonder they can raise a rascal like Qiao Xinbang. Do you need me to help you publicize this matter everywhere?" Xiao Man shook her head. "No, just let them make the best of it." After that, she asked, "Aren't you at work today? Do you have something to do at the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Liang Ximin smiled. "The one at the window just now is my cousin. I want to give her something." Xiao Man gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. She is really a big family, with connections in all walks of life." Liang Ximin smiled and said, "When I go home tonight, I will talk to my aunt and make sure that the two can't divorce even if they want to." Xiao Man was satisfied and gave her an appreciative look. After chatting with Liang Ximin for a while and buying some things, she trotted to the Public Security Bureau. She took the severance document and household registration page and changed to a new household registration book. She went to the transport team to find Captain Zhou, picked up the bicycle left by Lu Yuan, and then went to the state-owned restaurant for dinner. Xiao Man generously ordered 4 dishes: braised pork, braised fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and garlic eggplant. In addition, she also ordered 10 large steamed buns. Xiao Man ate 1 and packed 9. The same goes for the dishes, eating 1/3 and taking the rest away. Seeing that she didn't waste anything, the waiter retracted his gaze and entertained other guests. Xiao Man's mouth curled up, turned into an alley, and put the lunchbox into the space. Then she went straight to the post office to mail the letter. As soon as I entered, someone called me. "Hey, little comrade, are you from Qingshan Brigade?" "Yes, I am Xiao Man from Qingshan Brigade." "Comrade, do you want to talk to me about something?" Xiao Man looked at the familiar tall man and asked tentatively, "Comrade, have you ever delivered a letter to our brigade?" Yes, it's me." "Little comrade, your name is Xiao Man?" "Oh, what a coincidence. I just happen to have your package here." "Really? Where did it come from?"
Kyoto.
Xiao Man widened her eyes in surprise. Are you serious? Of course, it was sent from that compound. I was afraid that there were valuables in it, so I didn't dare to ask the educated youth in your team to help take it back. I thought about delivering it to your door in a few days, but I didn't expect you to come. As she said that, she found the package. Here, look, it's your name. Xiao Man nodded, took out the household registration book, verified her identity, and signed the receipt. Looking at the huge package on the counter, she picked it up, and it was not heavy. Comrade, you are really strong, Xiao Man said with a smile. You must have developed this strength from doing farm work for many years. The staff gave a thumbs up, Xiao Man nodded, and carried the package to the corner. After opening it, she found a letter inside. After taking it out and reading it, she realized that it was sent by Lu Yuan's family. However, they did not treat her as Lu Yuan's girlfriend in their words, but only said that they heard about it from Dr. Li Minghua. They felt that the two families were very predestined and thanked her for taking care of Comrade Lu, who was working hard outside. They also cared about the recovery of Qiao Ruanming's legs. Xiao Man was a little confused about what the Lu family meant. Did they disagree with her being with Lu Yuan, so they used such a tactful way to persuade her to give up? Or was Lu Yuan carrying out some confidential mission, and it was not convenient for them to make their relationship public, so the Lu family found such an excuse to contact her? However, no matter what, leave first, deal with your own affairs, and then consider other things. Xiao Man walked out of the post office with a big package and went straight to the county hospital. After greeting Qin Xiangfeng, she asked, Uncle Qin, does the county hospital have any extra wheelchairs? I want to rent one and take my dad around. Qin Xiangfeng shook his head. We don't have that kind of thing here. At most, we have 2 crutches, and the dean doesn't allow us to borrow them. Xiao Man felt a little regretful, and after thanking him, she was ready to leave. Qin Xiangfeng stopped her. Man girl, if you need it, you can bring your dad to the county hospital for rehabilitation. Xiao Man waved her hand. Well, I know, Uncle Qin, goodbye. Xiao Man left, and seeing that it was getting late, she prepared to go to the commune to join in the fun. As she walked, she put things into the space. When she arrived, there was only a small package left. Xiao Man looked at the huge team at the entrance of the grain station and sighed. It's so long. She walked forward along the team and soon found the team leader. She saw Wang Defa and his men standing under the scorching sun, sweating, squinting, and working very hard. Xiao Man trotted over. Captain Uncle. Wang Defa smiled. Man girl, are you done? Oh, where did you get the bicycle? I've already sent it to the newspaper. I guess I'll get a reply soon. Xiao Man smiled and patted the bicycle. I borrowed it from a friend. Lu Yuan had been gone for almost a month, and she just remembered to pick up the bicycle, which was embarrassing. After Xiao Man finished speaking, she asked curiously, Captain Uncle, how long will it take to wait? It felt like the whole street was full of people queuing, and they were still not moving. Who knows? Wang Defa pouted. The staff of the food station have all gone to eat, and it's already 3:30 when they come back. If we're lucky, we can weigh it in the evening. If we're unlucky, we can only wait until tomorrow morning. Xiao Man felt hard work, but this was already a very smooth situation. Qingshan Brigade was close to the commune, so they could get to the front. For those who live far away and don't have tractors, they have to rely on manual transportation. It takes half a day just to walk to the commune. Plus the queue, they can't get off for 2 or 3 days. That's suffering. Xiao Man didn't mention the theft of the brigade's letter paper. She took out a few steamed buns from her canvas bag and distributed them to the brigade leader and other uncles. Everyone felt very happy, but they were embarrassed to eat Xiao Man's food. In the end, it was Wang Defa who asked them to take it. Everyone broke off a small piece and filled their stomachs. Only the accountant Yuan looked guilty. He shook his head and said, I'm not hungry. Xiao Man glanced at him and didn't care. I thought to myself, I'll deal with you when I have time. Looking at a group of people sitting on the ground and fanning themselves, Xiao Man was a little silent. There are many ways to improve efficiency in my mind, but because I am an ordinary member, I can't implement any of them. Sighing, I went to the corner and found a big tree to climb up. I secretly took out the camera and took a lot of pictures of the lively scene below. Since I can't change the current situation, I'll leave some video materials as a souvenir so that it won't be in vain. After finishing the work, Chow Man Man struggled, took out the letter paper, and wrote down her suggestions. For example, staggered grain delivery, or let the comrades at the grain station drive a tractor to collect grain directly from the production team. Whether the suggestions will be adopted or not, they are her little thoughts for this era. Chow Man Man put the letter paper into an envelope, slipped down the tree, and found a child to help deliver the letter. Then she left 2 packs of Dakianmen for Wang Defa and returned to Qingshan Brigade. At this time, Qiao Zhenjin had already returned to the old Qiao family with a drooping head. Finding that everyone in the family was asleep, she felt very aggrieved. She knocked on the door. "Grandma, Grandma, our plan was discovered by that little witch Chow Man Man." As soon as Mrs. Chow woke up, she heard Qiao Zhenjin shouting this, and her blood boiled. She picked up the broom on the Kong, limped, and beat Qiao Zhenjin. "What are you yelling about? Do you think the villagers haven't laughed at you enough?" Qiao Zhenjin felt aggrieved and cried, "Grandma, I don't know when Qiao Man Man swapped my household registration page so that Qin Yubin and I could get the marriage certificate." Mrs. Chow didn't believe it. When she saw the name on the marriage certificate clearly, she panicked. She hurriedly flipped through the household registration book, but found that 3 pages were missing. How is this possible? Xiao Laosan's household registration was still there this morning. Thinking of something, she went to look through her treasure box again. It didn't matter when she turned it over, but all the money, notes, jewelry, etc. were gone. Oh my god, that's 7,800 yuan. Who the Hades stole it? Old Mrs. Chow called the second son's wife to get up and see if anything was missing from the house. As a result, the private savings there were nowhere to be found. The second son's wife cried loudly. "Mom, what do you say we should do? That's the family fortune we have saved for decades. What else can we do? Let's settle the score with that witch Chow Man Man." Old Mrs. Chow called all the younger generations in the family and went to the foot of Daqing Mountain in a threatening manner, calling Qiao Runming to give an explanation. Qiao Runming was completely confused and was supported by He Nian to come to the yard. He asked through the door, "Mom, what explanation do you want?" "Don't call me Mom. I'm not your mom, and I don't have a daughter who is a thief." Although Qiao Runming didn't know what happened, he still stood firmly on his daughter's side. "Aunt Qiao, stop talking nonsense. My man is a very well-behaved and sensible girl. How could she do such a thing as breaking into the house and picking the lock?" "You're so good, Qiao Laosan. I have raised you for decades, but you don't even want to call me mother. If I had known, I should have thrown you into the and drowned you." Qiao Runming took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Aunt Qiao, it was you who insisted on breaking off the relationship. Don't put the blame on others. Just tell me, what do you want to do in the middle of the afternoon?" Old Mrs. Chow was so angry that veins bulged on her forehead. Open the door, and let's talk it over." Qiao Runming knew that he could not beat the strong old Qiao family, so he refused directly. "I won't, unless you call the team leader over. Wang Defa is collecting public grain in the public office. How could he come over?" "I think you're just guilty." "I don't even know what happened. Why should I feel guilty?" "I think you just took advantage of the captain's absence to slander Man's reputation." "Oh my god, why am I so miserable? It's okay to be kicked out by my mother, but I'm also picked on every now and then." Old Mrs. Chow didn't expect that her way of throwing a tantrum was learned by Qiao Laosan, and she felt terrible. Seeing everyone gathered around, she hurriedly lowered her voice and said, "Laosan, as long as you let Man hand over the money and household registration, Mother will allow you to go home. Let's kiss continuously, what do you think?" "What? Kiss continuously? How can this be possible?" Under the influence of Qiao Man, Qiao Runming had long been disenchanted with the Qiao family. He was free and easy during the days of recuperation, and he was crazy to rush to seek abuse. But what money? That which stole my coffin money, several thousand yuan. Aunt Qiao, stop talking nonsense. How could the Qiao family have such a rich family? In the past, you cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang yourself in order to prevent my daughter Man from studying. I just thought that she was a little girl, and studying was useless. She belongs to someone else's family anyway. If we save the money, we can have a few more bites of meat. But don't we need those little things? Don't you say that our family has several thousand yuan? Aunt Qiao, I see through it. You just don't like me. Why do you make so many excuses? Old Mrs. Qiao was speechless. The second son's wife thought of the 200 yuan she lost and fanned the flames. Mom, why tell him those things? Let's rush in and search. Old Mrs. Qiao's eyes became dangerous, nodded, and asked the younger generations to smash the door together. The door panel, which was already shaky, soon fell apart under the violent collision of several people. Before they could react, De Huang rushed out with a roar, aiming directly at Old Lady Qiao. He bit her ankle hard, and Old Lady Qiao immediately lost her balance and fell to the ground. Get lost. He raised his hand to hit De Huang's head, but found that the more he hit, the tighter De Huang bit. Others hurried to pry open De Huang's mouth, but found that De Huang's bite force was amazing, and it was impossible to pry it open. Qiao Jiazai, the boy from the second family, was anxious. He rushed into the kitchen with a quick step, picked up a kitchen knife, and chopped at De Huang's head. Xiao Runming and He Nian were so scared that their eyes were bloodshot. De Huang. Qiao Man had just returned from the commune and saw a group of people gathered at the door of her house, shouting something. With a bad premonition in her heart, she took out the whip from the space and threw at the ground. With a snap sound, everyone made way. Qiao Man looked inside and saw that Qiao Jiazai's knife was about to touch De Huang's hair. He hurriedly shouted, De Huang, let go, run. De Huang turned his head subconsciously when he heard his master calling him, and Qiao Jiazai chopped his head to the ground. The silver-white blade reflected a cold light, and De Huang was so scared that he whimpered and ran away. Qiao Jiazai chased De Huang and chopped him, running around the yard again and again. Qiao Man was afraid that the dog would really die, so she raised her hand and swung the whip, knocking Qiao Jiazai's knife to the ground. He almost chopped off his toes. What are you doing? Do you want to kill someone? Qiao Man went over and picked up the knife. You come to my house to chop the dog, and you think you are right? Qiao Jiazai was not convinced. Do you think I want to come here to cause trouble? Qiao Man, tell me, did you go to my house to steal money? Qiao Man rolled her eyes. Do you have any evidence? If so, please go to the police station and report it to the police. How could the Qiao family have any evidence? Not to mention that Qiao Man observed the surroundings before entering the house. When she was looking for things, she also wore a hat, gloves, and shoe covers. It can be said that she was fully prepared before committing the crime, and no one could catch her. If you are yelling without evidence, be careful that I will send you to the police station to accompany Qiao Zhenbang. De Huang barked twice. Send him in, you dare to chop a dog. Woo, I have never suffered such an injustice in my life. Qiao Man squatted down and gently stroked De Huang's blown-up hair. She thought to herself that she was indeed raised in the Qiao family, and she was just as cruel and unruly. She plundered without hesitation. Old Mrs. Qiao was lying on the ground, glaring at Qiao Man fiercely. If it wasn't you who did it, how could the household registration page in Jinjin's hand become her own? Qiao Man covered her mouth and pretended to be exaggerated. Grandma Qiao, what do you mean? If Xinjin didn't take her own household registration page when she got married, whose household registration page would she take? Everyone was a little confused when they heard this. Qiao Xinjin got married? Yes. I went to the post office to mail a letter today and saw Comrade Qin and Sister Xinjin get the marriage certificate. The staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau all wished them a happy marriage and a baby soon, right, Qiao Xinjin? Where's your marriage certificate? Take it out and show it to everyone. Qiao Xinjin shrank back and shook her head. No. The staff made a mistake. We will get a divorce another day. This is your fault. How can you regret it just because Comrade Sheen is talented? Marriage is sacred, and the staff also confirmed the wishes of both parties before getting the certificate. You are treating marriage as a joke to get a divorce before even spending the night together. Man, what does it mean to get a divorce because of talent? Comrade Sheen is talented. Shouldn't you cherish him? Chow Man Man said innocently. I don't know. I just heard what my aunt said. Everyone looked at each other, unable to figure out the twists and turns. But Mrs. Chiao's heart skipped a beat, and she pulled the subject back. Don't talk about this. Hand over the money you stole. Otherwise. Chow Man Man frowned and asked, Grandma Chow, how much money did your family lose? I heard that Chow Zhenbong didn't return 2,000 yuan of stolen money. Could it be? No, my family didn't lose any money. I just can't accept that you gave us dead rabbit meat, so I came here to find fault. Woo, it hurts, second wife. Please send me to Dr. Su. Chow Man Man laughed. Fortunately, Grandma Chow was joking, otherwise, the whole family would have to go to the northwest to plant trees. The Chow family left, and the onlookers dispersed, but whether Mrs. Chow lost any money became an unsolved case in Qingshan Brigade. Some people said that Mrs. Chow had lost quite a lot of things, and she denied it because she was afraid of being liquidated. Others said that Mrs. Chow was just crazy, otherwise, she would have paid money to get Chow Zhenbong out. Chow Man Man turned a deaf ear to all kinds of speculations and took out 2 big chicken legs from her bag to reward De Huang for his loyalty to his master. De Huang, whose legs were still trembling from fear, smelled the fragrance, and the whole dog was excited. He swung his big tail, thinking that this master could get along. Seeing that Chow Man Man was calm, Chow Runming wanted to ask several times, but he didn't open his mouth. Chow Man Man cleaned up the mess in the yard, called the carpenter to come and nail the gate, and then pushed the car in and sat on the bench. Dad, Mom, Chow Zhenjin went to get the marriage certificate today, but she got my household registration page. I was almost Qin Yobin's wife. This sentence made Chow Runming and He Nian break out in a cold sweat. Oh my God! How dare they? So, the matter of the old Chow family. Chow Man Man nodded, not hiding. They went too far. I originally thought that we should keep our distance, but Grandma Chow obviously didn't want to let us go. Dad, why is she so cruel? Chow Runming looked up at the sky. Maybe I'm not her biological child. There was no ripple in his eyes. It didn't matter. Chow Man Man exhaled deeply, took out the braised pork, braised fish, and white steamed buns from the canvas bag. Heat it up later and eat it in the evening. I also called Chunzifeng to come over for dinner. If it weren't for him, I would have really fallen. I have to thank that child. I didn't expect that he is much more decent than his father. Chow Man Man chuckled and went to the backyard to fetch water to wash. Then she went back to the house to rest and used her consciousness to enter the space to cut wheat. Cut and cut, cut and cut. After a period of time, she had cut dozens of wheat. After the wheat ears were cut, the wheat would wither in a short time and turn into nutrients to nourish the earth. Chow Man Man's space already had a basin-sized open space. She hadn't been in there yet, but she could foresee how shocked she would be when she saw a plant as tall as a person. Chow Man Man cut some wheat for a while, then took a rest. She slept until the sun went down and the sky in the west was red. Then she opened her eyes. When she came out of the room, she found that Chunzifeng had arrived. He brought 2 pig's trotters and 6 ribs. He Nian said he was too polite, but Chunzifeng said, "How can you come to a house empty-handed when you visit?" He Nian liked this young man more and took out candy, peach cakes, melon seeds, and peanuts from the room to entertain him. Chow Man Man stood at the door and glanced for a while, then took a watermelon out of the space. "How long have you been here, Xiao Chen?" "Just arrived, sister. Have you rested well?" Chunzifeng stood up, helped Chow Man Man put the watermelon on the table, and asked, "Is the matter resolved?" "Of course." Chow Man Man took a knife and cut the watermelon in half. One half was cut into teeth, and the remaining half was buckled in a bamboo basket. "Try it, it's hard to get, it's so sweet." Chunzifeng rubbed his hands. "How can I be so embarrassed?" Chow Man Man handed the melon to the other party. "Eat it. don't be polite. If you hadn't come to inform me, I would be in big trouble. I am a very capable person. Even without me, I can still get out of danger. Chen Zifeng scratched his head. Then I won't be polite? Hey, why should I be polite? You took so much meat. Didn't I accept it? After saying this, He Nian helped Xiao Runming sit next to him. Chen Zifeng was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. He thought Uncle Xiao's legs were broken. How could he still walk? Uncle Xiao, are you alright? Xiao Runming smiled and touched his knees, still recovering. Chen Zifeng gave a thumbs up. The doctors at the city hospital are amazing. I didn't expect that he could recover so well. Xiao Manman knocked on the table. Don't say anything when you go back. My dad needs to be cured for at least 2 months. The young man nodded hurriedly. Oh, okay, I didn't see anything. He Nian went into the kitchen and brought out the cooked dishes. There were braised pork and braised fish brought back by Xiao Manman, as well as her freshly fried leeks and eggs, garlic lettuce, sweet potato leaves, and mapo tofu. With Xiao Manman's help from time to time, the family lived like a god and no longer had to calculate the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar to cook. He Nian's cooking skills improved by leaps and bounds, and any stir-fry was delicious. As soon as it was served, Chen Zifeng, the stinky boy, was shocked. Aunt Xiao, you are really spending a lot of money. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? When you are free, come to your aunt's house to play. Fearing that the child would feel burdened, He Nian added, Your father is your father, and you are you. The smile on Chen Zifeng's face froze for a moment. He thought that the Qiao family really held grudges. Look, it has been so long, and they haven't let it go. Of course, he didn't plead for his father. Let his father remember it and be more cautious in his words and deeds in the future. Okay, Aunt, I know. The family talked and laughed in the sunset, and the scene was very warm. When the last ray of sunset in the sky dissipated and the moon rose high in the east, the meal came to an end. Xiao Manman packed the braised fish and mapo tofu that had not been touched and gave them to the other party, and asked Chen Zifeng to hold the half-watermelon. Go back early. Although she said a lot, Chen Zifeng knew that Sister Manman meant for his family to taste the flavor. Chen Zifeng smiled. Thank you, Sister Manman. Xiao Manman nodded, watched him leave, and bolted the door. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Runming. When I was away, Dad often came down to stroll. Xiao Runming laughed awkwardly. It's not that. He lies on the Kong every day, and he is about to get bed sores. He originally planned to wait until the last patch of medicine was applied before doing rehabilitation. But the days of being paralyzed in bed were too hard, and he couldn't help it. Xiao Manman didn't care about him moving around. The key point was, your recovery is too fast, it's not a big deal. You can't tell people that you use plasters. Dad, I'm just an ordinary citizen. What if it gets out and some powerful people need it and ask me to get a few patches? What do you think I should do? I haven't even collected the last 2 patches you used. Where can I get them for others? Xiao Manman's words were not sensational. People are greedy, and she was afraid of being caught and sliced. Therefore, despite the many opportunities to make money, Xiao Manman did not dare to show off. She thought that after accumulating some capital and giving herself a certain say, she would take out the things in the system and benefit mankind. Tong Tong, am I right? Host, please live according to your wishes, and Tong Tong will do its best to protect you. Xiao Runming nodded guiltily. Dad was impulsive. Xiao Manman comforted him. That kid is smart and won't talk nonsense everywhere. But Dad, you have to be careful too. Try not to let anyone find out the clues. In 2 days, I will give you a whole wheelchair, and you can go for a stroll in the village. After 3 months, we will try to walk, and we will be able to recover completely before the new year. Xiao Runming said and decided to follow his daughter's arrangement and pretend to be sick at home. The family watched the stars in the yard for a while, and when it was past 9 o'clock, they heard the sound of dingling and outside, and Xiao Manman went out to check. Only then did they know that the captain and his men had returned. Wang Defa made a special trip to Xiao Manman's house to thank her. Man, thanks to your 2 boxes of cigarettes, otherwise we would have to wait until tomorrow morning to weigh them. Xiao Man smiled. Glad that I can help, uncle. Go home and have a rest. Wang Defa nodded. When the grain is distributed, uncle will reimburse you. I can't let you pay for it. Xiao Man waved her hand, sent Wang Defa away, and went back to sleep. No one knew that the Qin family in the commune almost had a big fight. During the day, Qin Yubin was refused a divorce by the staff, and the whole person was a little confused. Seeing that the matter could not be resolved, he pulled Xiao Zhenjin away. But the two discussed, but there was no solution. Comrade Qin, why don't you go ask the comrade who can carve seals? Let's prepare the letter of introduction, wait for the elder sister to take a vacation, or ask someone to come and help get the certificate. They're all meeting for the first time, and I believe that they will forget what we look like in a short time. Qin Yubin thought it made sense, and really went to find the master who carved the fake seal. As a result, the master shook his head. No, the previous seal has been thrown into the toilet, and I hurt my hand while working yesterday. I can't move for a year or two. In fact, the hand is fine, there is no problem at all. It's just that the name on the letter of introduction has changed, and he knows that the matter has been exposed, so he dare not take over again, fearing that he will be held accountable and imprisoned. Qin Yubin also knew what the other party meant, and he tried softly and hard for a long time, but the master just didn't agree. At most, he carved it himself, and the master guided him. Qin Yubin was clumsy, and he couldn't even cut a circle after trying several times. He had no choice but to give up and decided to go back and think of a way. The two strolled in the county town for a while and then parted ways. Fearing that they would be seen by acquaintances, it would be even more difficult to explain. But when Qin Yubin returned home, he felt more and more unwilling to accept it. Qin's father and grandmother asked, "Where is your wife?" Qin Yubin remained silent. But he could not resist the long guns and short guns of his family. Finally, he had no choice but to tell the story of being deceived into marriage. What? You married the daughter of a criminal? No, you must get a divorce and make them return the betrothal money. Yes, our Qin family can't afford to lose face. Tomorrow, call your cousin to go to the Qiao family to ask for an explanation. Qin Yubin had no words to say, thinking that they were the ones who plotted against Xiao Man, and even if they quarreled, he was wrong. But he didn't dare to refute his own father and grandmother for fear of being thrown out of the house. The next day, the Qin family went to Qingshan Brigade in a mighty manner. The first stop was Lao Zhao's house. Qin Erhua had just finished feeding the chickens when he saw his cousin, uncle, and uncle's mother coming over. He greeted them with a smile, but was scolded by the old lady Qin. Tell me, what kind of girl did you introduce to your brother? The old Xiao family has a bad family tradition. They tricked your brother into marrying the daughter of a prisoner. Qin Erhua was confused. Yubin was willing. The whole Qingshan Brigade knows it. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yong also came out to testify. Yes, Grandma Qin, Yubin has been dating Jin Girl. We have advised him several times, but he didn't listen. The Qin family felt something was wrong and asked Qin Yubin what was going on. Qin Yubin could not hide it, so he could only reveal the plan of the old lady Qiao. Well, Qiao, others don't know what's going on, but don't the old Qiao family know that they have severed their relationship with Xiao Man? Qin Erhua's words can be said to add fuel to the fire of several people. Qin Yobin's grandmother was even more certain that the Qiao family girl must be unable to get married, so the old Qiao family set up such a situation and let Yubin take over. No, let's go to the Qiao family and make them give an explanation. A group of people went to the Qiao family aggressively, instantly attracting a lot of people's attention. Everyone followed them to watch the show, but as soon as they arrived at the Qiao family, they were turned away. Old Mrs. Qiao had expected that she would be in trouble, so she sat in the yard waiting early in the morning. Facing the ill-intentioned Qin family and Zhao family, she was not afraid. Just one sentence. My house was robbed, and I have no money to pay the bride price. Xiao Man's household registration has been moved, and there is no way to replace her. Now there is only this dead girl left, whether your family wants her or not. Old lady, aren't you afraid that we will report to the police? Report, report. Go and report it. Hurry up and arrest my old woman so that she can also keep Jinbang company. Old Mrs. Chow cried with snot and tears, as if she was forced by some evil force and had to compromise. This made the Qin family sick. Besides, who in the whole production team doesn't know that you are dating my daughter Jinjin? You said that I promised to marry you, and I really agreed? Where is the evidence? Who in the Qingshan brigade doesn't know that I, Ding Chuiying, drove Qiao Laosan's family out of the house? Isn't that right, Hua? Old Mrs. Chow learned Xiao Manman's shameless trick and felt that it worked very well. The main point is that as long as I don't admit it, no one can control me. It's really cool. Everyone in the Qin family was speechless after being confronted by old Mrs. Chow. After searching the house and confirming that there were no valuables, they decided to take Qiao Jinjin back to give birth to a son for Qin Yubin. Anyway, the certificate has been obtained, so there will be no wedding. Girl, you pack up and go back with us to enjoy life. Qiao Jinjin was not happy, but the second and fourth wives were excited. Shun, just feel sorry for your second and fourth aunts. You have been at home for a month and have done nothing, but your uncles and aunts didn't say anything to you. But now there is nothing at home. Your brother is already a freeloader. If you don't get married, how can we support him? That's right, we know our conditions well, so don't be picky. Comrade Qin is a handsome man, and your grandmother-in-law looks kind. When you go to the Qin family, you have to be diligent and have children for them as soon as possible. Xiao Jinjin looked at old lady Qiao in despair, but she turned her head away and lowered her eyes, without looking at her. Xiao Jinjin was completely desperate and let the Qin family pull her away. Qin Yubin was still chattering beside her. Xiao Jinjin, just be content. If you hadn't used tricks to marry me, would I be happy to marry you, a member of the 5 black categories? You are far worse than your cousin. Xiao Jinjin was not convinced. I don't even like you. How could Xiao Man like you? Qin, why don't you take and look at yourself? If my father hadn't been in trouble, do you think you, a temporary worker in the commune, could marry me? Qin Yubin was so angry that he pooed her face. The Qin family was about to teach Xiao Jinjin a lesson when they were stopped by Qin Erhua. No, calm down. If the people in the team see us, they will think I am deliberately cheating the Qiao family. Bring people to the city and do whatever you want. Hearing this, the Qin family suppressed their violence. Xiao Jinjin was frightened by their ferocious faces and became even more resistant to marrying Qin Yubin. She struggled and shouted, Help, I don't want to marry Qin Yubin. Help, marriage is free. You can't force me. Many people in the village came out to watch the fun, but no one stepped forward to meddle. After all, they saw how sweet the two were some time ago. Now they are betraying each other. It must be that something went wrong with the gift. Well, it's a family matter. They can't control it. When Xiao Man heard that Xiao Jinjin was kidnapped, she put her hands on her hips and laughed at the sky. Excitedly, she took a stroll in the mountains and caught a pheasant and a rabbit. She went fishing by the lake and directly caught a few big ones. The aroma of meat wafted from the Qiao family's yard again, in sharp contrast to the cold pots and stoves of the old Qiao family. After Wang Defa learned about this, he smoked a pipe in the house. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Finally, he couldn't sit still and came to Xiao Man. Hey, do you know how your cousin got married? I clearly remember that I didn't give her a letter of introduction. Xiao Man glanced at Wang Defa and said with resentment, What else could it be? Your team headquarters is like a colander, and someone took advantage of it. In order to drag you into the water, Accountant Liu actually. Wang Defa didn't ask Xiao Man how she swapped the letters of introduction. After all, it was someone else's skill. But his forehead was still covered with cold sweat. He thought that it was fortunate that the girl was good to him and didn't expose the matter. At the same time, he also blamed Lu Yun. Over the years, I have wiped his for him so many times, but I didn't expect. Alas, what an ungrateful wolf. Human desires are unlimited. You have the final say in the team, and he has long been dissatisfied with you. Captain Uncle, you have to make plans early. Wang Defa pondered for a moment and whispered to Qiao Man. The two sides discussed and decided to act according to the plan. Captain, remember to talk to the branch secretary. As for the people behind Lu Yun, don't worry. They won't be able to stay for long. Wang Defa looked at her in surprise, nodded, and left. Qiao Man stretched her body in the sunset, returned to the house after a while, took out a large white paper from the space, and wrote and drew on it with a colored pen. After 15 minutes, she was satisfied with the writing, looked at the content on it, and laughed hee. The night soon enveloped the Qingshan Brigade, and Qiao Man came out of the system space in a mess. That's right, she tried to go in today. Don't tell me, it's quite interesting. Under her feet is the black soil the size of a wash basin, and behind her is the soft but extremely powerful void. In front of her is more than a person's height, and there is no end to the golden wheat. This sense of oppression is amazing. Fortunately, Qiao Man does not have gigantic fear and claustrophobia. Looking at the heavy ears of wheat, she is happy. Take a deep breath and swing the sickle. Although it was laborious, the efficiency of harvesting was much higher than consciousness. Before long, the basin-sized open space became the size of a bathtub. With continued efforts, it became the size of a table. Qiao Man was exhausted and sat on the ground to rest for a while. Then she picked up a bag of strawberry seeds from the system space and scattered them on the ground. I don't know if this mutant land can breed ordinary plants. Qiao Man muttered and came out. As soon as she came out of the space, she heard the system broadcast to her. Congratulations to the host, the merit value +4. Qiao Man widened her eyes in surprise. My second aunt and fourth aunt are pregnant. Yes, host, it has been confirmed that they have been pregnant for more than a week. Qiao Man was happy. It's really timely. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 cubic meter of supplies, a fertility pill, and 1 acre of mutant rice. Qiao Man put her consciousness into the space and found that a field appeared next to the mutant wheat. There were also densely packed rice with heavy rice ears. Haha, Tong, you're so awesome. Qiao Man wanted to ask why they were all mutants, but she didn't dare to ask, for fear that the system would not give her land next time. Well, what should I do when I am so happy? She really likes to take care of flowers and plants when she is so old. She hummed a little tune, put on her night clothes, and exchanged her merit points for 2 patches of black jade intermittent ointment. While it was late at night, she climbed over the wall and came to the old Qiao's house. Tong, amplify the signal. I want to make sure that old lady Qiao and the others are asleep. The system was silent and scanned the old Qiao's house. Host, everyone has entered a deep sleep state. Qiao Man laughed, exchanged for a truth talisman, and climbed over the wall. She pried open old lady Qiao's house with a knife, walked in slowly, crushed the truth talisman, and woke up old lady Qiao. Ding Chuiying, wake up, whose child is Qiao Runming. It's Qiao Lingyue and Taoyingjin. As expected, Qiao Runming is not the biological child of old lady Qiao. Qiao Man thought about it and asked the system to help record the audio signal. Who is Qiao Lingyue? Who is Taoyingjin? And why did you raise Qiao Runming? Qiao Lingyue is the university professor Qiao. Taoyingjin is the daughter of the Tao family. They have been childhood sweethearts. What about you? I was a second-class maid in the young lady's courtyard. I liked brother Qiao, but the young lady betrothed me to the Qiao family's groom. Later, brother Qiao went to study in the United States, and 7 months after he left, the young lady gave birth to the young master. The young master was fair and tender, very cute, but his life was not very good. Just after he was born, the Japanese invaders entered the city, burning, killing, and looting everywhere. Mr. Tao was doing business in another place at the time, and the housekeeper took the lead in absconding with the money. The young lady was weak and asked me to take the young master away first. I hated her. At the beginning, she could have been a concubine of brother Qiao, but she ignored my wishes and married me to a groom who had accomplished nothing. So, I hid her son. This hiding lasted for more than half a year. Until the Tao family sent someone to find me, I decided to use my third son as a substitute to pretend to be the young master. Didn't the Tao family suspect anything? Haha, why are they suspicious? The two children were born one after the other, and there is not much difference in their body shapes. Plus, the groom is a distant relative of the head of the Chiao family, and the two look 3 or 4 points similar. It is easy to fool this little baby who was just born more than half a year ago. So, the money in your family. It was exchanged for the gold given by the Tao family. They actually regard me as a benefactor and thank me for saving the young master for them. What about the lock plate? The lock plate was made by Brother Chiao himself, and every young master of the Chiao family has one. I wanted to return it at first, but I couldn't bear to. So I kept it as a souvenir. At first, I was also very sincere to the child, but he looked more and more like that which Tao Yingjin. I hate it. Why? Why can she escape danger and stay with Brother Chiao? But I became a widow at a young age and was dragged down by the groom's child for most of my life. So, Qiao Zhenbong is not the groom's child?
Haha, he deserves it.
Of course I have to give my first time to the master's family. Qiao Zhenbong is the child of me and the cousin of the Tao family. Qiao Man. It's really confusing. So, you're in contact with the fake young master, and he knows the situation here? Old Lady Qiao struggled. Yes, I wrote to him a letter a few years ago, wanting to meet him. He was afraid that his family would find out his identity, so he asked me to help him find the lock plate and send it back. Qiao Man took a deep breath, thinking that she was getting closer to the truth. Where is Qiao Lingyue's home? Number 286, Paiyan Street, Gusu District. It's right. He is really a cruel person. The same lineage as old Lady Qiao. Qiao Man asked about the contact between the two again, and after knowing the situation in her mind, she asked old Lady Qiao to write down the crime on paper, sign, and fingerprint. Qiao Man blocked old Lady Qiao's mouth and broke her ankle with force. A muffled groan came from the room, and old Lady Qiao fainted from the pain. Let the system scrape off some forget-worry pills and feed them to old Lady Qiao. After it took effect, Qiao Man climbed over the wall and left. He trotted out of the production team, took out his electric bike, and headed straight for the commune. He compared the audio signals of the people around him and soon locked onto Qin Yobin's house. It was late at night, and Qiao Zhenjin hadn't slept yet and was tossed around by Qin Yubin. Thinking of the cauliflower on Qin Yobin's body, Qiao Man shuddered. It was dirty even through the wall. After listening to the corner for a while, he left and headed straight for the sugar factory. A huge poster was posted on the wall, with a man drawn on it, with an exaggerated big mouth. Next to the big mouth were a few eye-catching cauliflowers, and below it was written, Qin Yubin, Cauliflower Man. Qiao Man admired it with satisfaction for a while, then rode home to sleep. In her dream, she turned into the goddess of justice, hammering out the scumbags in the world. In the early morning, the warm sunshine sprinkled on the earth. Qiao Man stretched and got up, and smelled the fragrant smell of fried eggs. Let the system record the audio signal of Mrs. Qiao onto the tape. Qiao Man went out in her pajamas, looked at her parents, and pressed the play button of the recorder, without saying a word. Qiao Lingyue is. Mrs. Qiao's voice came, and Qiao Runming and He Nian were stunned. After listening to the other party's confession, the two were very upset. Dad, what do you think? Qiao Man sat opposite Qiao Runming and said bluntly, My grandparents have a problem with their identities. You'd better make the best of it and protect yourself. Qiao Runming smiled bitterly. Your grandparents are so powerful. They probably don't want a son like me who can't stand up to the public. Qiao Man curled her lips. If you know you can't do it, just work hard. Why complain about yourself? You are only in your 30s. It's the right age to struggle. Qiao Runming was ashamed of his daughter's words and nodded. Man is right. I have to make progress. When I have some achievements or when everything is calm, I will go to recognize my relatives. Qiao Man said took the recorder back to the next door, and put it in the space. She did some stretching exercises in the yard, fed De Huang and the hen some food, and then went back to the house to look through the gifts sent to her by the Liu family. There were 3 sets of summer clothes for her and her parents. 3 bags of milk powder, probably for Qiao Runming to supplement calcium. What else? Snow cream, silk scarves, candies, chocolates, red hairbands. All the things girls like. Qiao Manman picked out some edible and useful things and gave them to Qiao Runming and He Nian. It was sent by Liu Yuan's relatives. The couple was very happy and pulled Qiao Manman to ask about Liu Yuan's condition. Qiao Manman was miserable. She didn't know anything. The rascal said he would write to her and send her salary, but he left for a month, and there was no news. If I hadn't received the package, I would have thought that he had broken up unilaterally. After laughing for a while, Qiao Manman left. I ordered a pair of crutches from a carpenter and asked him to make a wheelchair. Uncle, look, add wheels on both sides of the chair, and add a handle on the back. The carpenter thought about it and took the order. Qiao Manman also bought a few wooden flower troughs from him. Well, just give me a dime or 2. They were all nailed with wooden boards, not worth much. Qiao Manman said and took several flower troughs in the yard home. One went to the foot of Daqing Mountain to dig some soil to collect the space, and the other dug some soil from the space and put it outside. The 2 scattered 10 wheat grains at the same time to observe the growth. By the way, a vegetable field was also cleared in the yard for sowing as a control group. Mom, please help me keep an eye on it, and don't let the hens come here to eat grass. He Nian didn't know what she was doing, but he respected his daughter 100%. Nodding and agreeing. Okay. He also helped to use branches to enclose the experimental field. Qiao Manman watered the seeds and went back to the house to rest. I didn't know that the commune had exploded. In the morning, the old cadres got up to exercise and saw the posters at the entrance of a sugar factory at a glance. I thought it was some comrades who were causing trouble, but when I got closer, I was numb. Cauliflower. What cauliflower? In this era of severe crackdowns on the conduct of men and women, how come there are still people suffering from this dirty disease? What this means is self-evident. Investigate. Investigate for me. If it is a rumor, the troublemaker must be pulled out and severely punished. If it is true, Qin Yubin must be expelled from the public office, and the woman who is fooling around with him must be found out and sent to the northwest to plant trees. The movement here quickly attracted everyone's attention. Many young people gathered together and muttered, "What is cauliflower? I heard it is a disease that cannot be cured." Then isn't Comrade Qin very pitiful? The older ones explained to them with contempt on their faces. "TSK, this disease is not life-threatening. It's just disgusting. Have you heard of syphilis?" If he didn't go out and mess around, he wouldn't be covered with cauliflower. There was an uproar at the scene. Some people who work in the sugar factory were upset. Then, will we be infected? As long as you don't have that kind of relationship with him, you won't. But you'd better go to the hospital for a checkup. By the way, is Qin Yubin married? Don't harm that good girl. Oh, what a coincidence. Comrade Qin just had with his newlywed wife last night, and it was so intense that the neighbors were too embarrassed to say anything. Seeing the leaders of the sugar factory coming to investigate the situation, they were all heartbroken. I didn't expect that this kid from the Qin family looks like a decent person, but he is so extravagant in private. Old Lady Qin blocked the door and refused to let the leaders enter the yard no matter what. What do you mean by ruining the reputation of my good grandson? God. My Yubin leaves the house the earliest and comes back the latest every day to contribute to the sugar factory. It's fine if you don't give him a regular job, but why do you want to put the blame on him? I want to appeal. I want the Qingjian Lord in Kyoto to make the decision for my family. The leader of the sugar factory was scolded by the old lady and lost face, but still insisted. Old comrade, please move aside. We just want to understand the situation with Comrade Qin. If he is wronged, the factory can help him clear his name. He must have been wronged, I know my child. A leader was impatient, frowned and shouted. Old lady, please move aside. We can tell whether he is sick or not at a glance. If you continue to obstruct, we will call the comrades from the Geographical Committee. After that, he muttered. It's useless even if you stop him here. Comrade Xiao Qin can't go to work? We will see him anyway, so you might as well cooperate and give each other some dignity. After hearing this, the old lady said no more and let the people into the yard. In the wing room, Qin Yubin was awakened. He heard a rough outline of what was going on through the door, which made him sweat profusely. Thinking of the unusual thing on his body, he felt sick. Xiao Zhenjin woke up from her sleep and looked at the soul-lost man beside her. The whole person was stained with a layer of haze. She lowered her eyes slightly to hide her resentment. Xiao Zhenjin picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and had just put them on when there was a knock on the door. Comrade Qin, please pack up and come out. We have something to ask you. Qin Yubin knew he couldn't escape, so he took a deep breath and unbolted the door. Leader, why are you here? Don't say that. Open your mouth and let Dr. Lin see your tongue. Leader, what are you doing? Did I do something wrong that makes you angry? The leader of the sugar factory gestured to the side, and two burly men immediately stepped forward, clamped Qin Yubin, and pried open his mouth. Dr. Lin glanced into his mouth several times and nodded. It's cauliflower. Then he had someone take him back to the house and take off his pants. Hey, you dare to use this rotten radish? Aren't you afraid that it will break and turn you into a nutch? Qin Yubin's face was pale. Doctor, what do you mean? I am sick? Isn't this a boil caused by internal heat? TSK, whose good person would have a boil on a radish? Dr. Lin glanced at Xiao Zhenjin sympathetically. You should go to the hospital for a checkup in a few days. I heard that this disease has a high infectious rate. Xiao Zhenjin's scattered eyes slowly focused, and she suddenly stood up and hit Qin Yubin on the head. Qin Yubin, you will not die well. I will kill you. You deserve to die. Why did you hurt me? I was kidnapped by them. I don't want to die. Many people were infected by Xiao Zhenjin's crying and quietly wiped their tears. But more of them were disgust, avoidance, and staying away from each other. Okay, Qin Yubin, you are fired from the sugar factory. Not pursuing other matters was already a mercy of the sugar factory. Qin Yubin was unwilling to give up. He struggled away from the big man and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy from his leader. But at this moment, who would dare to let him get on? The footsteps slipped away quickly. Qin Yubin slumped on the ground. It's over. Old Lady Qin still didn't believe it. My dear grandson, tell me, did they wrong you? Don't be afraid. Let's carry your mother and go to the county to file a complaint. Sue, go and file a complaint. I want to sue your family for murder. Xiao Zhenjin's eyes were fierce, and the old lady took a step back in fear. Feeling that he had lost face, he raised his hand to slap Xiao Zhenjin, but she dodged it nimbly. Xiao Zhenjin kicked Qin Yubin viciously and rushed out of the door before they could react. Just as the old lady was about to chase, another group of people came to the door. It was the Gu committee, and without saying a word, Qin Yubin was taken away. After 2 hours of interrogation, Qin Yubin confessed. He revealed everything about the woman and the child. The staff arrested the woman and sent the child to Qin's home. The woman couldn't stand the pressure and confessed about her other mistresses, and the whole commune was very lively. Not only that, the sugar factory employees and the mistresses' families went to the hospital for a physical examination, fearing that they would be affected by them. Guess what? A few more were found out. It formed a dense network of relationships. The leaders of the sugar factory wanted to keep the secret, but found that it couldn't be kept secret at all. Not only were the comrades in the commune eating melons, but even the members of the brigade who lined up to deliver grain overnight were talking about it and having a great time. So much so that word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Xiao Zhenjin returned to the old Xiao family, and Xiao Man heard about it right after. She also muttered to the system, "What a pity that I couldn't be there in person." The system comforted her. "There will be many opportunities to watch the show in the future. Don't be discouraged, host." Xiao Man chuckled. "It would be great if you could monitor remotely someday." The system was embarrassed. At the old Xiao's house, after old Mrs. Xiao found out that her granddaughter had returned, she asked in surprise, "Why are you back?" Xiao Zhenjin was afraid that the old Xiao family would know that she might be sick and kick her out, so she kept it a secret. Yubin is on a business trip and my mother-in-law asked me to go back to my parents' home for 2 days. The second and fourth brothers of the Qiao family, as well as their respective wives, were all very unhappy. A married daughter is like spilled water. How can a girl go back to her parents' home in less than 3 days after getting married? She didn't bring anything with her. She doesn't know etiquette at all. Xiao Zhenjin lowered her eyes and dared not refute. Old Mrs. Qiao knew that she had let her granddaughter down in her marriage, so she said, "Let her stay and take care of me." But who would have known? When she woke up, she found her ankle was broken, which was very painful. The second and fourth sons of Qiao were not happy, but they did not stop her. Just think of it as hiring a free nanny to take care of the old lady's excrement, and the Qiao family tacitly agreed to Xiao Zhenjin's return to her parents' home. As a result, before noon, the news of Qin Yobin's arrest spread throughout the Qingshan brigade. Oh my god, Qin Erhua is such a... She actually introduced a cauliflower boy to the Qiao family. What do you mean by introducing her to the Qiao family? She clearly wants to harm the daughter of our Qingshan brigade. No wonder she introduced Zhao Zhaodi at the beginning. She thought the girl was unpopular and easy to control. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was fortunate that the Qin man was blind and didn't like their daughter. When Ma Qiuhua learned about it, her eyebrows were full of pride. What did I say? What did I say? You still don't believe it. In the entire Qingshan brigade, only Man and I are smart people. Everyone thought of Aunt Qiuhua's original remarks and came to flatter her. When they mentioned Xiao Man, they also praised her for her intelligence. It's just that Zhenjin is unlucky. Even if she was 1 day later, she wouldn't be abused by Qin Yuing. Ma Qiuhua looked at the other party with a smile, thinking, is there a possibility that this matter was exposed because of her marriage? Okay, this is an unsolved case. Let's not talk about it. After hearing about it, the old Xiao family took Xiao Zhenjin to find Qin Erhua to settle the score. Qin Erhua felt guilty. She had advised, but Qin Yubin didn't listen. What does this have to do with me? I'm not Yobin's mother. How can I control his third leg? What can I do? I've got the certificate, so I have to accept my fate. As a woman, it doesn't matter who I marry. Can I still get divorced? These words made people grit their teeth. Even if Qiao Lauer and Xiao Laosi didn't love their niece, they couldn't let others bully her. With a cold snort, they picked up weapons and smashed the Zhao family. Even Qin Erhua was injured. Divorce, we must. If the Qin family disagrees, we will come and make a scene every day. Qin Erhua looked at the mess on the ground and became anxious. You should look for the Qin family. Why are you looking for me? We will look for them there too, but you, the culprit, don't try to escape responsibility. The Qiao brothers left, and everyone said that Qin Erhua deserved it. Knowing what kind of person her cousin was, he still dared to harm the girls in the team. Not breaking her legs was the least of her worries. Xiao Lauer and Xiao Laosi went to the commune before the night was over. They went to the Qin family to discuss divorce, but the old lady Qin said she would not agree no matter what. You can smash it, you can beat it, you can do whatever you want. This marriage cannot be divorced. The old lady was desperate. Anyway, she had no face left, and she had to keep her grandson's wife. Otherwise, who would take care of the hungry great-grandson, and who would wipe the chute and for the half-dead daughter-in-law? Xiao Lauer was so angry that he just smashed 2 bowls when old lady Qin shouted at the top of her voice, "Murder! Murder!" The neighbors came out to help. Brother, no matter what, people have given the betrothal gift. You can't go back on your word just because Yubin is sick. It's easy to talk. It's not that your daughter is marrying a cauliflower boy. Hey, how can you curse my daughter? Are you asking for a beating?
Come on, fight.
The war was about to break out, but was dissuaded by more rational people. Well, Qin's relatives, let's calm down. You see, this happened at a very unfortunate time. The young wife had just married in, and Xiao Qin got into trouble. To put it bluntly, your girl is indeed unlucky. Besides, they were having so much fun last night that people could hear it from 3 blocks away. It was wrong for Xiaoqin to mess around, but your girl might have been infected. Who can she marry after you take her home? Are you going to support her for the rest of her life? These words silenced the two brothers. They could make decisions for Qiao Zhenjin, but they couldn't really support her for the rest of her life. Not to mention that they had some family assets before, but they were already struggling to make ends meet. Now that the family assets have been stolen, they will not cause trouble for themselves. Old Lady Qin took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. How about this? I'll give you an extra 100 yuan, just as if you bought out this granddaughter-in-law. Don't come to my house to cause trouble again in the future. The two brothers looked at each other and raised the price to 200 yuan. Old lady, please think about it. If it's okay, let's sign an agreement. Otherwise, we'll make trouble 3 times a day and see if you can bear it. Old Lady Qin hesitated for a moment and agreed to the Qiao brothers' request. She staggered to the shack, came out after a while, and handed the money to Old Lady Qiao. She also asked someone to write a document, signed and fingerprinted by both parties, and the neighbors around to testify. The two brothers came in a rage and left in a hurry. When they left the commune, they each got 100 yuan on the spot. Qiao Zhenjin was still waiting for news at home, but she didn't expect that she would be sent back to the Qin family by her 2 uncles that night. The old lady wanted to stop them, but she had a broken ankle and couldn't even leave the house. So how could she stop her son, who was as hard-hearted as iron? The 2 daughters-in-law tried to persuade her. Mom, we have no choice. The family is running out of food. If she stays, you will have to take away her food. Besides, no one knows whether Zhenjin is sick or not. What if she gets a serious illness? What will our young people do? Jia Tsai is about to get married, and no young girl is willing to do so because of her uncle. If she gets infected with cauliflower, how will we live? The old lady was choked and couldn't speak. Then she heard the 4th son's wife continue. Mom, did our family really lose several thousand? Old Lady Qiao's eyes flickered. No. The 4th son's wife chuckled. I was just saying, if Mom had so much money, why didn't you buy a job for the 4th son? But in fact, she hated him to death. You old woman, I let you hold on to the money. Now you're paying for it. Then she left. It will take 100 days for this injury to heal. Mother, you have to take good care of it. Seeing her sister-in-law leave, the 2nd daughter-in-law also stood up. Mother, take a rest. I'll go see if the wild vegetable porridge is ready. This miserable life. When will it end? Seeing the 2 daughters-in-law leave, Old Lady Qiao took Lu Kongkong's hand and rubbed it. My dear grandson, you are the only one who is sincere to Grandma. Lu Kongkong curled his lips. Grandma, I'll go out and see if the clothes are dry. Well, go ahead. Remember to boil medicine for Grandma. Lu Kongkong paused, then left without looking back. The stars were bright at night. After listening to Chen Zifeng's gossip, Qiao Man went back to the house and entered the space. The strawberry seeds in the space have grown green tips. The wheat grains planted in ordinary soil, however, did not move at all. Qiao Man was not in a hurry and continued to harvest wheat with a sickle. After working hard for half the night, she only harvested 1 ridge. But she did not give up and did not complain at all. The space seemed to have some magical power that could continuously replenish her physical strength. After half the night, her waist and legs were no longer sore, and she was full of energy. Qiao Man took the scissors, put on gloves, and peeled out the wheat grains. Then she went out of the space to rest. When the sun was high, she spread a waterproof cloth in the yard, spread the wheat grains, and exposed them to the sun. The straw and other things were crushed and buried in the vegetable field. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after a few hours, the vegetable leaves were shiny and green. In the evening, He Nian pulled out some green vegetables and cooked noodles. You talk, just a little scalding, the pot exudes an attractive aroma. Add to that the double yolk egg from the hen, the value of this bowl of noodle soup is self-evident. Qiao Man finished eating without even raising her head, and then took out 2 patches of black jade intermittent ointment. Dad, these are the last 2 patches. You'll be cured after applying them. Xiao Runming happily took it. Thank you, my daughter. Xiao Manman said, I ordered crutches and a wheelchair for you. Wait for Uncle Pei to deliver them. You can just accept them. I have already settled the bill. When Xiao Runming heard this, he knew that his daughter was going out. He asked hurriedly, How many days are you going to be gone? Xiao Manman laughed. I haven't decided yet. Maybe I will go. Maybe I won't. No matter what, I will tell you in advance. Xiao Runming was relieved. Take good care of yourself, my daughter. Dad is very satisfied with the current life. Xiao Manman said and went back to the house to harvest wheat. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Yan Chinka, the office director of the machinery factory, came to Qingshan Brigade early in the morning with a package on his bicycle. Ding, 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 there was a knock on the door. Xiao Manman stretched lazily and came out to open the door. Who is it? Hearing the familiar voice, Yan Chinka was excited. Is it Comrade Xiao Manman? I am Director Yan from the machinery factory. We have met before. Xiao Manman raised her eyebrows and unbolted the door. Director, Yan is not at work. Why did you come to our corner? Yan Chinka laughed. Well, he came to visit and comfort the families of employees. Comrade Xiao, why don't you invite me in and sit down? Xiao Manman's eyebrows bloomed with a smile and raised her hand to make a pleased gesture. Yan Chinka smiled and pushed the bicycle in, took a look at the yard, and found that it was more exquisite than a month ago. Comrade Xiao, how are you these days? How is your father's leg? Have you visited the city again? If you don't have enough money, the factory can advance your salary. Don't worry, Uncle Yan will help you. He opened the package and said, Here, this is the autumn and winter clothes ordered by the logistics department for Comrade Xiao, and this is for Comrade Runming to replenish his body. Seeing his sincerity, Xiao Manman smiled and poured him tea, and brought him some peanuts and melon seeds to entertain him. Fortunately, with the help of the team leader and members and some royalties from time to time, life is getting better slowly. Xiao Manman's eyes swept across the work clothes. I appreciate Comrade Yan's kindness, but with my mother's condition, I may not be suitable for working in the machinery factory. Well, why is Comrade Xiao still holding a grudge? That was just a stopgap measure at the beginning. In fact, our factory director has no opinion on you. Xiao Manman drank tea and said nothing. In this way, we will be formal workers in the factory, sitting in the office, with a monthly salary of 36.5 yuan and bonuses and benefits at the end of the year. As long as you write an article every now and then and report to your superiors on the spirit of our machinery factory, it will be fine. Xiao Manman was a little tempted, but she was narrow-minded and still held grudges. Before Director Yan came, you should have heard about my uncle's affairs, right? We all have the surname Qiao. What if someone makes trouble? You two broke off your relationship, right? The newspaper about the breakup is still collected in the factory. What about my cousin and cousin-in-law? I heard that the cauliflower man has become popular in the next city. Well, what does it have to do with you if you have broken off your relationship? Little girl, don't take it too seriously. He Nian felt that the director had a good temper. In order to get his daughter to work in the factory, this is the second time he has come, and he has never come empty-handed. Xiao Runming also felt that people should not be too arrogant. Otherwise, even if they work in the factory, they will be easily targeted. What's more, Man is just a little girl. There are so many big men in the factory. If someone bullies you, the leader has to make the decision. Hey, why don't you consider it and agree? Xiao Man tapped her fingers on the table and nodded. Okay, but I have a condition. What condition? You tell me, and we will try our best to agree to it. Xiao Man pursed her lips. Director Yan, I have some personal matters to deal with and want to start work in a month. If possible, I would like to ask the factory to issue me a letter of introduction to Sioux City. Yan Chinka hesitated. It's okay to postpone your entry, but what are you going to do in Sioux City as a little girl? Xiao Runming felt a little throbbing in his heart, but he was afraid that his guess was wrong, so he didn't dare to speak. Xiao Man didn't answer directly, but just said, I won't do bad things, and I can guarantee my own safety. After hesitating, she gave the other party a reason. I heard that the buildings over there are very beautiful. I have never been out of the province since I was a child. Yuan Chinka didn't believe it at all, but said, next week the factory will go to Shanghai to discuss cooperation. How about going with them? I will tell the comrades in the business department and they will leave you alone at that time. Just do your own thing. Xiao Man smiled and nodded. Okay. In that case, come back with me to report. I will complete the formalities first, and I can also buy you a ticket by the way. Xiao Man was surprised. Is it so urgent? You go to get familiar with the work first and then wait until next month and then officially go to work. Xiao Man. Okay, one day earlier or later, there is not much difference. But she was reluctant to leave the big yellow dog and the little hen, as well as the wheat grains that had just been planted. Nian was afraid that his daughter would regret it, so he picked up all the seedlings with a basket and said, take them to the factory director. He glanced at Yuan Chinka, who looked embarrassed and smiled. Director Yuan has some too. I'll pick them for you right away. Yuan Chinka was about to be polite, but Nian picked 3 or 4 cucumbers and 7 or 8 tomatoes. They were fresh and tender, and he wanted to eat them at first sight. Yuan Chinka swallowed his saliva and didn't refuse. Xiao Man took the opportunity to go back to the house to change clothes, take her graduation certificate and household registration booklet, and go to the brigade to get a letter of introduction. After Wang Defa learned about the situation, he was 100% supportive and said a lot of encouraging words. Then he followed Yuan Chinka and went straight to the county machinery factory. On the way, Director Yuan said, Comrade Xiao, the dormitory in the factory is tight, and we can only apply for a bed for you. In the future, when a small single room is vacated, you can bring your parents into the city. Xiao Man smiled and thanked him, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the machinery factory. The security guard still remembered her, so he asked a few simple questions and let her pass. Xiao Man parked the car downstairs of the office building and followed Yuan Chinka to the director's office. Miao Shoujuan had just received instructions from his superiors to carry out legal training for employees when he heard someone knocking on the door. Seeing Xiao Man, he was puzzled. Who is? Director Miao, this is Comrade Xiao Man. Xiao Man, you are the Xiao Man who ranked first in the recruitment exam and published 2 articles in the provincial newspaper, industrial newspaper, and Beijing News. I remember your name, but I'm a little old now, so I can't match you. I hope Comrade Xiao doesn't mind. Xiao Man smiled and put the basket on the table. Director Miao, you are a busy person and I understand. Thank you very much to you and Director Yuan for giving me the opportunity. I will perform well and bring honor to our machinery factory. This is a little gift from my mother and I hope Director Miao doesn't mind. For many years, Miao Shoujuan had not accepted such a simple gift. He smiled kindly and said, your mother is too polite. After the formalities are completed, we will be a family. He simply picked up the vegetables in the basket and found that they were growing very well. Not only were they big and juicy, but there were not many wormholes. More importantly, even from such a distance, you can smell the unique fragrance of vegetables, which is really tempting. Miao Shoujuan greeted Xiao Man and learned about the physical conditions of Qiao Runming and He Nian. He handed the document at hand forward. Comrade Xiao, take a look. Do you have any suggestions? Xiao Man knew that this was a test from Miao Shoujuan. After carefully reading the superior's request, he said after a moment's silence, Leader, the higher authorities want us to carry out legal training for employees, improve their legal awareness and legal quality, and comprehensively promote the process of legalization. As for specific practices, we can use broadcasting, face-to-face teaching, seminars, and other forms to explain the basic laws of the country and relevant systems of the machinery factory to improve the professional ethics of employees. In view of the dullness of legal provisions, we can innovate the form. Collect legal stories around us and use skits, crosstalks, quick talk, and other popular methods to subtly improve the legal literacy of employees and their families. Finally, we can hold speech contests, debates, and legal knowledge quizzes to verify the effectiveness of this training. Submit a satisfactory answer to the party and the people. Miao Shoujuan's eyes lit up as he listened. Comrade Xiao is really quick-witted. Chenko, hurry up, take Comrade Xiao to go through the procedures. Xiao Man knew that she had passed the test and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Director Miao, but I want to wait a month before joining the company. Yan Chinka hurried forward and told Xiao Man that she was going to Sioux City. Before she was released, Miao Shoujuan would definitely refuse. But just now, the talent Xiao Man showed was enough for him to make an exception. After thinking for a moment, okay, but be careful. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's still early. After completing the formalities, go and organize the training materials and make a specific plan for me. Xiao Man, didn't you say that it was a simple report and officially started work next month? She glanced at Yan Chinka suspiciously and saw him shaking his head, pouting, and admitting it. When she went to the personnel department to handle the formalities, she found that everyone was looking at her. Xiao Man was not afraid either. She greeted them with a smile and looked like a little son. Is this Xiao Man who is admitted as an exception? She doesn't look any different. What do you mean by an exception? She clearly got the first place in the exam. If it weren't for that what is his name guy's mischief, she would have become a member of the machinery factory long ago. Yes, you can't judge a person by appearance. At such a young age, she has published articles in provincial newspapers and Beijing newspapers.
What a talent, wow.
Xiao Man finished the formalities and followed Yan Chinka back to the office. She didn't know what the twists and turns were and thought she was assigned to this department, so she chose a seat near the inside. Yan Chinka was secretly delighted to see that she didn't object. He thought that with this powerful person in the office, the work of this office would be improved in quality and efficiency. He took out the relevant information from the filing cabinet and got Xiao Man some letter paper and a pen. After making sure that she didn't need anything else, he trotted back to the factory director's office. Whispering with Miao Shoujuan, both of them had a triumphant smile on their faces. Oh my, we finally tricked her into coming. It's just right that the training will be handed over to her, so Lao Lu and I don't have to worry about it. Miao Shoujuan sipped his tea happily. Comrade Xiao, Yan did a good job. Yan Chinka smiled. Indeed, Comrade Xiao is very good. In just a few minutes, she outlined such a complete framework. This brain has a bright future. Miao Shoujuan restrained his smile. Even if she goes to Sioux City, I'm still worried. The girl has never been far away. Director, I think this can be done. Comrade Xiao was able to persuade Captain Zhou of the transport team to send Comrade Runming to the city in a critical moment. And she took good care of Comrade Runming when she was helpless. It can be seen that she has some ability. I think we should have confidence in her. I believe that Comrade Xiao's joining will definitely bring us surprises. Miao Shoujuan nodded and let him go about his own business. Yan Chinka left, and Miao Shoujuan casually flipped through the newspaper that the secretary had just brought. I found that there was a report about Qingshan Brigade again, and the writer was still Xiao Man. I couldn't help but admire my own ability to identify heroes. When Gui Yufeng heard that Xiao Man was coming to handle the formalities, he excitedly pulled his leader to grab her. As a result, he was stopped by Yan Chinka as soon as he reached the corner of the stairs. Comrade Gua, Comrade Xiao is already a member of our office. Please keep your mouth shut and don't shake the morale of the troops. Through the corridor, Gui Yufeng saw Xiao Man writing furiously and raised her to Yan Chinka. You are really very good. The union chairman Gui Jingyi, who was pulled by her, was curious, nodded to Yan Chinka and walked slowly into the office. Seeing that the little girl was writing something calmly, he couldn't help but slow down his steps and slowly approached. Xiao Man noticed someone was watching her, looked up and smiled. Hello. Gui Jingyi also smiled. Little girl, your handwriting is good. Xiao Man stood up and found a stool for her. Thank you. Is there anything you need help with? Or can you take a break first? I'm new here and don't understand a lot of business. Director Yen and other comrades are busy with factory affairs. They just went out and will be back soon. With just one sentence, Gui Jingyi regretted coming late. Look, what a good child. She just got into work and has good handwriting. The key is to be polite to others and know how to explain and cover up for colleagues. Their union needs such united talents. Gui Jingyi sat next to the desk and watched her writing. She found that the little girl had clear ideas and was no worse than those old-timers. No, it should be said that she was more capable. Not only did she have something to say, but she was also very careful in choosing words and sentences. After reading half a sheet of paper, there was not even a typo. Guo Jingyi was even more upset. She stayed in the office for more than 10 minutes and then left. If she didn't leave, she was afraid that she would have a heart attack. "Leader, what do you think of that girl?" Guo Yufeng asked anxiously. "No matter how outstanding she is from another department." Guo Jingyi sighed. "Can you steal her away?" "It's not that we can't try." Guo Yufeng was not convinced. "Obviously, Director Yuan and I discovered this talent at the same time. But she is the director, and you are the executive. This is a big difference if you are one step slower." Guo Yufeng was angry. "Then what do you say? Can I still squeeze you out? And if I dare to do this, my dad will chase me for 3 blocks." Guo Jingyi smiled. "You can take down Director Yuan so that you will have the final say at home and outside in the future." Guo Yufeng thought about Yan Qingke's 2 sons, shook her head, and said that she didn't want to be a stepmother. After finally making it to noon, she ran out of the office quickly and called Xiao Man to the cafeteria for dinner. "Comrade Xiao Qiao, I'm Guo Yufeng from the labor union. Do you remember me?"
"Hello, Comrade Guo. I'm Qiao Man.
"It's an honor to be your colleague." Guo Yufeng excitedly grabbed Xiao Man's hand. "Are you hungry? Come on, let's go to the canteen to get food." Xiao Man was a little embarrassed. "Comrade Guo, I came in a hurry and didn't bring a lunchbox." As for money and bills, they were all hidden in the space. What's more, the HR department directly gave her this month's salary and benefits, so eating was not a problem. Guo Yufeng patted the lunchbox in his hand. "Don't worry, I found one for you. It's already washed." Xiao Man smiled and thanked, and put the materials back into the cabinet. Just as she was about to lock it, Yan Qingke came back. He also had a brand new aluminum lunchbox in his hand. "Comrade Xiao Qiao, I just bought this for you, use it. If you don't understand anything, just ask Comrade Xiao Guo. She is the know-it-all in our machinery factory. By the way, your dormitory is on the 3rd floor, 307. Here is the key. Comrade Guo will take you there to familiarize yourself with the door. Work starts at 3 p.m. Don't be late." Xiao Man pouted. "Didn't you say that I only report today?" Yan Qingke laughed and said, "It just so happens that there is a task, and you are capable. Don't worry, you can go back and rest after you are done with this. Come back to work in a month." Xiao Man was satisfied, but Guo Yufeng complained. "Director Yan, how can you be so shameless? It's okay to pry away the person our union has targeted, but you actually asked me to help her get familiar with the environment. You're going too far. Just tell me whether you want to take her or not. If you don't want to, I'll call Xiao Zhang for help." Xiao Zhang, whose full name is Zhang Shuhan, is the male colleague who sits at the table next to Qiao Man. Hearing the director calling him, he stood up quickly. Yes, I'll take Comrade Xiao Qiao to the cafeteria. I heard that there will be braised pork today, but if it's too late, there won't be any soup left." Guo Yufeng was reminded, raised his finger and poked angrily, then pulled Xiao Man and ran. Xiao Man's eyes stayed on the table for a moment, and then saw Yan Qingke waving his hand. "Go quickly, I'll help you clean up." In fact, after everyone left, he couldn't wait to pick up the plan and read it. Other people in the office came over to check the level of the new colleague. After a moment he nodded. "Director, you really have a keen eye." They were convinced by this level. Xiao Man left the office building and was dragged by Guo Yufeng to run wildly in the factory. Many people greeted her on the road. "Little Secretary Guo. Hey, Master Chen is off work." "Yes, let's go to the cafeteria to eat braised pork. This is the new Secretary Qiao in our factory. Secretary Qiao can write articles so amazing." Xiao Man hurriedly greeted the other party. "Hello, Master Chen." "Hey, hello, the little girl is really pretty. Go eat quickly, don't be hungry." Xiao Man was taken to meet many people. Everyone also knew that there were new people in the factory. Many young men trotted over to see what was going on, and saw Qiao Man following behind Gui Yufeng, and got half a box of braised pork and half a box of stir-fried beans. Add a little bit of rice. It was amazing. It was too much to support. The two found a corner to sit down, and Gui Yufeng invited Qiao Man to taste the braised pork. Qiao Man picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, and found that it melted in her mouth, fragrant but not greasy. She nodded quickly. It's delicious, isn't it? This is Master Li's specialty. There is also a dish of braised shrimps, but he doesn't make it often. He said it's troublesome to prepare, and our factory is not used to seafood. Qiao Man smiled and said, if there is a chance, I must try it. Don't worry. There is still a long time, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I heard from Director Yuan that you plan to start working officially in a month. What's the matter? Qiao Man said half-truthfully, my father broke his leg, and it's been more than a month since he had the operation. My mother is not in good health either. I am worried about leaving them in the production team. I thought that when my father's leg is almost healed, I will devote myself to work. Gui Yufeng nodded in understanding. That's the way it should be. You are so filial. Sister Qiao, tell me if you need anything. I have been in the machinery factory for 7 or 8 years, and I haven't been there for nothing. Qiao Man nodded, lowered her voice, and asked, Sister Gua, are you familiar with our director Yuan? Gui Yufeng was a little embarrassed. Well, yeah, it's okay. Then she leaned her head closer. Actually, I had a blind date with him. Qiao Man was surprised. Ah? Gui Yufeng blushed. Everyone in the factory knows about this. I fell into an ice hole when I was a child. It was said that I caught a cold and couldn't have children. Director Yan's wife also died when she had a difficult labor when giving birth to the second child. So the factory wanted to match us up. Sister, don't you want to be a stepmother? Gui Yufeng nodded, then shook her head. Finally, she sighed, being a stepmother doesn't matter. But you say, I love other people's children with all my heart, but I can't have children myself. How uncomfortable must it be? When she was young, her family wanted to conceal her physical condition and trick an honest man first. But Gui Yufeng was not happy, saying that who doesn't want a biological bloodline? Rather than being despised as a hen that doesn't lay eggs and being divorced, it is better to be honest from the beginning. If you are willing to get married, just adopt or foster a child. If you are not willing, she has a job and can live a stable and prosperous life. Qiao Man's eyes lit up, thinking that this is the right job. She hurriedly came to Gui Yufeng. Sister, it must be a special fate that brought us together. Ah? Gui Yufeng was a little confused. She thought why Comrade Qiao was so excited. Could it be that she fell in love with that guy Yan Chinka? Hey, people with the surname Yan are so lucky. Qiao Man felt that Gui Yufeng had a sour expression, so she didn't care and whispered in her ear, Sister, really, meeting me is your blessing. God, my mother just got the secret recipe for having a child, and she let me meet someone who needs it. The motherland must have seen that I am kind-hearted and sent me to rescue you. Huh. Gui Yufeng thought Qiao Man was crazy, and even doubted whether what Qiao Zhenjin said at the beginning was true. Host, calm down. If you don't calm down, people will think you are crazy. Qiao Man hurriedly took a deep breath, smiled awkwardly, and said, Sister, I am just a little excited when I thought about being able to help you. Really, I'm not a liar. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask Fu Xianling from the municipal glass factory. The medicine is very magical and can really make people pregnant. It's just that the price is a bit expensive. Seeing Gui Yufeng's alert face, Qiao Man's face fell. Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. The childbearing pills could not be sold, and her merit points just slipped away quietly. Gui Yufeng smiled and continued to eat. Although he felt that Qiao Man was exaggerating, a little ripple appeared in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud, for fear that he would be more desperate after being disappointed. After dinner, the two of them went to the dormitory building together. The dormitory building was outside the machinery factory, 200 meters away. A 4-story building, nearly 100 people lived there. There were young men and women, as well as married couples who had not been allocated welfare housing, and several families squeezed into the single dormitory. Xiao Man went upstairs and found that there were a lot of things piled up in the corridor, and many people were cooking outside. After overcoming many obstacles, she arrived at 307 and found that the door was slightly open. A skinny girl was sitting on a bed, chewing hard black buns. Xiao Man went forward and knocked on the door, and saw the girl running to the other side in a panic, trying hard to stuff something. Xiao Man pushed the door open and greeted with a smile. "Hello, I am the newly assigned employee Xiao." "Ha, are you busy?" The girl's hand was placed on a huge ace. The ace was stuck between the floor and the bedboard, unable to move forward or backward. The room was still messy, with all kinds of things placed on it, occupying most of the room. "So, this is the two-person room reserved for me?" Xiao Man asked a soul-searching question. Guo Yufeng asked hurriedly. "Shermeng, what's going on?" The little girl named Shermeng was about to cry, and after a while she said, "My two cousins got married and occupied the room. My grandmother thought we were in the way, so she kicked my parents and brother out. I didn't expect there would be new people coming." Xiao Man asked, "Is there no place to rent in the city?" Guo Yufeng shook his head. "Almost nothing. Nowadays, every household has many people and few houses, so it is impossible to rent a house to outsiders. Unless there is a job change, or you go out to visit relatives and don't come back for a short time, find a reliable person to help look after the house. What's more, renting a house costs money. 2 yuan for a room, it will cost a lot a year." Xiao Man didn't want to live with others. She felt that there was no privacy, it was inconvenient, and it was not safe. This poor comrade Shermeng probably didn't want to move in by herself and squeeze out the family members who could have used the factory resources for free. "Comrade Xiao, please don't tell the logistics department. My salary is not high. If it is deducted again, I won't be able to afford food." The middle-aged woman who was stuck under the bed also said, "Girl, we are wrong. Please have mercy on us. At most, we can put a curtain in the middle. Don't worry, we will definitely not disturb your sleep." Xiao Man took 2 steps back in horror, thinking who would want to live with you. Is she crazy or stupid? "Comrade Guo, let's leave here first." Xiao Man pulled Guo Yufeng downstairs and heard her say angrily, "Why are you so cowardly? You should drive that family away. It is obvious that they are encroaching on the factory's resources, and you still..." "Sister, my dear sister, didn't you realize that they never planned to let me live in?" "Yes, I am right, but can you force them to leave?" "When the time comes, Comrade Shermeng will go to the trade union and the factory gate to make trouble, and the leaders will have to scold you for being unkind and destroying the good image of the factory caring for employees. The problem is big, and it can't be solved by a single room." Guo Yufeng's forehead was sweating, but she was still stubborn. "Then what do you say? No one can deal with them?" Xiao Man naturally had her own way, but she didn't want to care. She said casually, "Just marry her off. Marry someone who has a house. You can't just cling to the dormitory." Guo Yufeng nodded thoughtfully and was no longer angry. The two discussed and decided to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. They chatted and laughed on the way and soon arrived at their destination. Xiao Man asked about the price of the aluminum lunchbox and bought some snacks. Seeing Liang Ximin was there, she gossiped with her about Qin Yubin and Xiao Xinjin. "I never thought that your cousin's husband was actually a cauliflower man. Fortunately, you broke off the relationship with them." Xiao Man laughed. "Sister Ximin, I have a job. It's the machinery factory. The leader has investigated my family situation and decided to accept me." Liang Ximin held her hand in surprise. "Really? That's great. I finally don't have to feel guilty for stealing your job." Xiao Man glared at her. "What are you talking about? It's something we both want, so why do we need to have such a big psychological burden?" Xiao Man leaned close to her ear. "However, there is no dormitory at the machinery factory. Can you help me ask who is selling a house in the county? I should be able to buy a small yard." Liang Ximin patted her chest. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Xiao Man saw that it was getting late, so she went back to the unit with Guo Yufeng. Prepare the money and tickets and return them to Yen Chinka in front of everyone. Then she talked about the dormitory. Director Yen, please help me return the key to Director Liang Qiurong. Yen Chinka's face darkened, and he immediately found several leaders in the factory and went to the dormitory building. Meng was not there, and Shi's father and mother were sleeping on the bed. When he saw the leader coming, he immediately knelt on the ground crying. He only said that he was wrong and did not mention moving out at all. Meng was also called over by the team leader. Director, if you ask my parents to move out, you are forcing them to die. Please give us a way out. We can work like slaves for the machinery factory. My father can watch the door, my mother can sweep the toilet, and my brother can wash and cut vegetables. Please give us some leniency. Guo Yufeng sneered. What a good plan. If we agree, your family will get 3 jobs for free. If you don't agree, you will become the villains who bully the families of employees, and you will be held accountable by the higher authorities. You will win anyway. No, that's not what I meant. Meng cried and shook her head, then changed the conflict. Was it Comrade Qiao who filed the complaint? Can I go and beg her? My mother can sleep on the floor or in the corridor. We can use a curtain to divide the dormitory into 2, which will definitely not affect Comrade Qiao's rest. Yen Chinka frowned. What are you talking about? How can a little girl sleep in the same room with your father? He is so cruel. Meng didn't care. We still have me and my mother. How can it harm Comrade Qiao's reputation? Talking at cross purposes, a group of leaders doubted how Meng passed the exam and entered the workshop. After persuading for more than an hour, the leader on this side didn't listen. There was no choice, and both sides had to leave unhappily. Shi's mother spat on the ground angrily. We live well here. It's all because of that little witch named Qiao. Meng nodded, as if she had already regarded this single room as her own private property. A group of leaders went there in a rage and returned in disgrace. Not only did they lose face, but they were also exhausted. Guo Yufeng approached Qiao Man and complained to her. Little sister Qiao, Meng really said that to you, and almost forced the factory leaders to arrange jobs for her family. Qiao Man nodded. She is thick-skinned and eats her fill. If it were her, she would cry, make a fuss, and even hang herself. Okay, Sister Feng, the leaders will make the decision, so let's not worry about it. After writing the last line of the letter, he leaned over and blew on it, and handed the draft to Director Yen for review. Comrade Xiao, the plan is very good. You can make it more complete with the specific training content and the skits and crosstalks you mentioned, and then you can go back and rest. Qiao Man smiled. Leader, do you know how many people work hard and how much effort it takes to complete these things? Yen Chinka laughed. The more capable, the more work. In this way, our office and Xiaoguo's colleagues in the union are at your disposal. If you can complete the task well, I will apply for a bonus from the factory director on your behalf. How about it? The indenture has been signed. What can Qiao Man do? Of course, she will bravely accept it. But, Director, it's getting late. I'll go back first. You and Director Miao will discuss and take the key points of our training. When I go to work tomorrow, I will deal with it in a targeted manner. Qiao Man stuffed the rules and regulations of the machinery factory into Yen Chinka's hands, and at the same time, gave him a catalog. It said equality between men and women and freedom of marriage and other entries, asking the other party to tick them. Yen Chinka knew that he had tricked people here and had been busy from morning till now, so he was really embarrassed to let them work overtime. What's more, Qiao's parents didn't know that their daughter would go to work directly, and maybe they were waiting at home. She said hurriedly, Okay, be careful on the road. I'll be at work at 8 o'clock tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if you're late. Qiao Man was unhappy, although she could basically go to bed early and get up early after she crossed over. But voluntary and forced are 2 different feelings. Qiao Man suddenly didn't know whether coming to the county to work was a good choice. After coming out of the machinery factory, Qiao Man strolled around. Seeing the old ladies gathered together to enjoy the cool air, she went up to chat with them. Asked if there was a house for rent or sale nearby. No, we don't even have enough room here. How can we have an empty room for others? or said bluntly, I have one at home. Let my son squeeze in and make room for a shack. It's $1 a month. Do you want to live there? Xiao Man shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to be the bully who exploited the working people. Thank you, Auntie. There are several people in my family. The shack can't accommodate them. Sorry to bother you. Xiao Man pushed her bicycle away, looking at the sunset, feeling tired. Not wanting to rush around like a headless fly, he hurried to Qingshan Brigade at dawn. When he was about to enter the village, he put 2 kilograms of prawns in his canvas bag. Oh, the Qiao family girl is back. So, are you really going to work in the machinery factory? Xiao Man nodded. Yes, Auntie, I just reported today. Oh, my man girl is really promising. Along the way, many people greeted her. Xiao Man responded gently, her face almost stiff with laughter. After finally arriving at the foot of Daqing Mountain, he saw Yan standing at the gate of the courtyard, standing on tiptoe and looking into the distance. Mom, I'm back. Xiao Man pedaled the bicycle twice quickly and saw Yan's eyes red. He raised his hand to wipe his tears, turned his head and said, Her father, the daughter is back. Xiao Runming poked his head out to look, wanting to rush out to greet his daughter, but he didn't dare. After finally waiting for the gate to be bolted, he hurriedly got up. With a stiff step, Man, why are you back so late? Are the leaders easy to get along with? Have any colleagues made things difficult for you?
No.
Xiao Man pulled the car against the wall of the courtyard, took out the prawns from the bag and handed them to Yan. I was planning to report and come back, but the factory director assigned me a task. The couple breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Young people should do more work. Xiao Man laughed and didn't refute. Da Huang swung his tail and acted coquettishly at her legs, and the little hen also clucked and greeted her. Xiao Man reached into her pocket and took out 2 mutant wheat grains and stuffed them into Da Huang's mouth. For the little hen, some coarse flour was put. The dog and the chicken ate happily. Xiao Man went to the backyard to get water to wash and came back to observe the experimental field in the corner and found that there was still no change. She was not in a hurry. After all, summer is not the time to grow wheat. After helping Yan clean up the prawns for a while, she was driven back to the house to rest. Xiao Man lay on the Kong and sank her consciousness into the space. An acre of mutant wheat field, an acre of mutant field and dense wheat ears, rice ears, made people happy just by looking at them. 2 rows of harvested wheat fields revealed dark and oily soil, and a bathtub-sized plot of land in the corner was dotted with green. Xiao Man hesitated and took out a bunch of seeds from the system space with her consciousness. Just as she was about to plant them, she heard the system shout, Host, you can make a wish to sign in for fruit trees and plant saplings directly. Xiao Man raised her eyebrows. Is it still possible? Of course I can. You are the favorite of all, and I must satisfy your wish. Xiao Man smiled. I hope to sign in for some fruit trees. I'll sign in. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 cubic meter of supplies and a fertility pill. Xiao Man used her consciousness to look and saw that there was 1 cubic meter of fruit tree saplings in the storage area. Xiao Man was pleasantly surprised to enter the space and put the fruit tree seedlings on the wheat field. She found that there were 13 kinds of fruit trees, a total of 100. She took the tools and dug holes to plant trees. She planted them one by one, but only planted a dozen. There were apples, cherries, mangoes, mangosteens, lychees, durians, hawthorns, pears, peaches, tangerines, as well as chestnuts, cashews, and hazelnuts. Tong, your fruit tree range is a bit large. Host, just tell me if you are satisfied. Satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. Chestnuts can be stewed with chicken, cashews can be fried with shrimps, and hazelnuts are very fragrant when eaten raw. She was about to faint with happiness. Although she signed in every day, she had no shortage of fruit to eat. But after tasting the taste of mutant wheat, how could she not look forward to coveting that kind of fruit that is full of energy and tastes delicious? Xiao Man raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her face and flashed out of the space. Go to the backyard to wash up. collect the cool well water into the space to water the saplings, and then sit in the yard, smelling the aroma of prawns. Mom's cooking skills are excellent. Xiao Man looked at the delicious food and couldn't help but praise. He Nian said shyly, "It's all because of the seasoning you gave me. Who would have thought that when cooking, only a little bit of it is needed and the taste will change dramatically?" Xiao Man picked up some dishes for her parents and then buried her head in the food. "I feel that it's still good at home. I can eat whatever I want and lie down whenever I want. It's comfortable." The night gradually deepened, and Xiao Man looked at the starry sky and felt drowsy. He Nian called her to go back to the house to rest. Xiao Man nodded, her steps a little shaky. When she lay on the Kong and began to snore in the room, He Nian murmured to Xiao Runming, "Didn't Director Yan say that we should sit in the office? How come this is more tiring than the female workers in the factory?" Xiao Runming's eyes fell on the bicycle. "It would be great if we had a house in the county." He Nian raised her hand and stroked his legs. "Can your legs take care of themselves? If they can, I will go to work tomorrow and save money for our daughter's dowry." Xiao Runming felt a little ashamed. Obviously, he could already get up and walk a few steps, but because of the serious injury before, he had to pretend to be sick at home. It was embarrassing for him, a grown man, to let his weak wife and young daughter take care of him. Xiao Runming was silent for a moment. "Ask Man tomorrow. She is the boss of our family." He Nian smiled. "Okay."